Upon discovering a zombie, one encounters an array of 360 whimsical quirks, each more endearing than the last. In moments of peril, she proclaims, "You advance, and I shall guard your rear." When retreating, she asserts, "You lead, and I will provide cover." Yet, amidst the fray, she laments, "I am unfit for combat, I shall merely chatter." And in the midst of their flight, she declares, "The world is vast, and I yearn to explore it." At last, the man can endure no more. Who, besides me, can satiate your appetite? Perhaps you ought to reconsider. Chapter 01: The Advent of the Apocalypse. Slap! Nan Gu felt a fierce gust of wind rush past her, and before she could evade, a stinging blow landed on her cheek, igniting a fiery pain. "How can you strike someone?" A young nurse tugged at Nan Gu, her eyes brimming with tears as she faced the aggressor. "It is you incompetent doctors whom I strike." The woman before them, clad in simple attire, her eyes swollen with grief, radiated anguish and fury. "We traveled great distances to get her funds for treatment at your hospital. Yet what is the outcome? My son lies dead. Surely, it is your negligence that led to this. I shall make you pay." The woman had brought allies, each bearing fierce expressions, and upon hearing her words, they surged forward. The doctors and nurses behind Nan Gu rushed to her defense, but the situation had spiraled beyond control. This was the hospital's main hall, already bustling with activity, and now, with family members of patients openly assaulting doctors, onlookers halted in their tracks, captivated. Why the unfolding chaos? Nange, momentarily disregarding the pain on her face, shielded her head and urged for calm. "Please, family members of the patient, remain composed. There are numerous uncertainties inherent in the surgical process. He suffered cardiac failure mid-operation, and we have exerted our utmost efforts. Your actions render it difficult for the hospital as well." The crowd continued to vociferate threats against the so-called inept physicians, but fortunately, security personnel arrived promptly to subdue the situation. As Nange was pulled into the office, the sharp sting on her profile persisted. A young nurse, her eyes glistening with tears, hurriedly brought her an ice pack. "Sister Nange, this surgery was never under your direct supervision. Why should you bear this burden?" They are being utterly unreasonable. Nong's fair and delicate visage had already begun to swell. Over the years, she had witnessed numerous medical mishaps, yet this was her first encounter with physical violence, and it was for the sake of another. Upon hearing the nurse's words, she merely tugged at the corners of her mouth. "Let it be." Clearly reluctant to delve into the matter, the nurse persisted. "Is it not enough that Chui Lon Lon usurped the title that rightfully belonged to you? Now she has taken your Surgeria as well. If it had been you, Sister Nange, the patient would not have perished." Nange turned her gaze toward the window, where the sky loomed dark and foreboding, a chilling wind howling through, heralding an impending storm. A heavy rain warning had been issued for several days in Shangjing City, leaving her with an unsettling sense of dread. These hands, having wielded a scalpel for so many years, felt impotent against the intricate web of connections that others possessed. To be struck without provocation was an indignity that no one could claim to be unperturbed by. "Look outside, it has been overcast for so many days. Why has the rain still not fallen?" As Nanga shifted the topic, the young nurse could only follow her lead, remarking, "Who knows? The weather is truly frightening. I've been carrying an umbrella every day lately." On the computer in Nanji's office, the news was playing, and she glanced at the screen to see a man in prison garb, handcuffed and being escorted away. His face was chiseled, with deep-set eyes and an imposing stature, his features strikingly handsome. Losing interest in the news, Ninggu turned her head back just in time to hear the nurse lament. "That man looks so young and handsome, it's such a pity he's facing judgment." As night fell, a torrential downpour indeed commenced. While on duty at the hospital, Nangu ensured all the windows were securely closed, yet the sound of rain striking the glass choked around her. Outside, a tremendous flash of lightning sliced through the sky, followed by a thunderous roar that seemed to threaten the very earth. After completing her rounds, she prepared to rest, but the hallway lights began to flicker ominously. Initially attributing it to aging wiring that needed repair, she soon realized it wasn't just the lights, the entire corridor was shaking. A fierce wind accompanied the downpour, battering against the windows with a series of sharp cracks. and to her astonishment, fissures began to form on the tempered glass. Suddenly, with a resounding whoosh, the storm wrenched the entire window away, allowing a deluge of rain to pour in. The ground trembled violently beneath her, causing the folder she held to crash to the floor, and she was thrown against the wall by the force of the tremors. Amidst the violent tremors, cracks began to mar the walls, and debris of cement and wood cascaded from the ceiling. The frail chandelier could no longer endure the chaos and plummeted to the ground. In this moment, Nengu was finally enveloped by fear as the chilling wind brushed against her skin like a blade. This was an earthquake. Hadn't it been said that only storms could bring such havoc? How could there be an earthquake as well? It was not only her. After a brief silence, the entire hospital erupted into a chorus of screams. Countless individuals rushed from their wards, while doctors and nurses were thrown into disarray. The entire building seemed on the verge of collapse at this moment. No one had the luxury to care for another. People pushed against one another, and many patients remained abandoned in their rooms by their own kin. The world had morphed into a hellscape, mercilessly torn apart by a pair of dark, ominous hands. Nengu hurriedly joined the throng, stumbling as she clutched her phone tightly, her legs feeling as if they were laden with lead, trembling uncontrollably. Time and again, individuals were struck by falling debris, and Nangu's throat constricted. She could no longer muster a scream. Just as she was about to reach the ground floor, another slab tumbled down. Fortunately, she dodged it just in time. Otherwise, she would have been reduced to mere pulp. Yet, as she surveyed her surroundings, she realized the space was narrow and suffocating. Escaping would require considerable effort. Completely drained, she collapsed onto the floor, wiping the rainwater from her face before activating her phone. Uncertain of the situation outside, the rumbling continued, and she incessantly dialed, yet her father did not answer. The tears that had almost been suppressed now fell freely, mingling with the rainwater on her phone screen. She wept bitterly. "Daddy, please answer the phone. What on earth is happening?" Nanji's father was merely an ordinary worker, and he should have been home, yet he remained unreachable. Fear gripped her as she could not dare to close her eyes, for her mind was plagued by the harrowing image of people fleeing in terror within the hospital. The earthquake persisted, and with such a profound tremor, the entire city of Shangjing may well have been reduced to rubble. Trembling with fear, Nengu nearly dropped her phone. "Dad, he was her only family. I truly regret my choices. I should never have enrolled in medical school. I should have spent more time with you. I should not have taken out my frustrations on you, pouring out my grievances after facing adversity at the hospital. I genuinely realize my mistakes. I implore you to answer my call." As a doctor, she was accustomed to witnessing the cycle of life and death, yet she could not bear to contemplate her father's fate. Could it be that he, too, was trapped beneath the rubble? Did he fail to escape during the quake? The tremors lasted for over half an hour, followed by intermittent aftershocks. When dawn broke, Nengu noticed that the stone slab which had pinned her down was now aglow, like lip, hushed aside by the quake. She could escape. Wiping her face vigorously, she realized her clothes were drenched, her white coat clinging to her body. Summoning all her strength, she shifted the slab aside. Though she had mentally prepared herself, the sight of the devastation before her caused her to weep uncontrollably. The landscape was marred by devastation and ruins, with wisps of smoke rising languidly from the heaps of rubble. Even the torrential rain that fell throughout the night could not wash away the blood that lay beneath. "How could this happen?" she gasped, covering her mouth as she limped forward. A disheveled figure approached her, and instinctively, her innate compassion as a healer compelled her to reach out. "Sir, are you all right? Are you injured?" But to her dismay, the man did not acknowledge her inquiry. She took a few steps closer, and the man abruptly lifted his head. The last image imprinted in Nangu's mind was a visage marked by a ghastly pallor, the contours of his face red by livor mortis, his eyes hollow and bloodthirsty. Who was this man? Before she could comprehend, her neck was seized in a vice-like grip. The man swiftly released her, allowing her to collapse back onto the ground. With a resounding thud, Nengu gazed up at the sky, her eyes wide with terror. As her consciousness began to wane, she cast a fleeting glance aside, witnessing a multitude of figures emerging from beneath the stone slabs, akin to the man who had just attacked her. Their actions defied all reason. They could scarcely be deemed human any longer. In a moment of despair, She pondered why her once tranquil life had been so violently shattered. There remained so many aspirations yet to be fulfilled, so many goals left unattained. She had not even bid farewell to her loved ones for the last time. As her eyelids fluttered shut in a haze, a singular thought resonated within her heart. She was not ready to embrace death. The prison in the capital may well have been the sturdiest edifice in the entire city, yet too succumbed to the cataclysm that struck last night. In the chaos, amidst their frantic quest for survival, no one spared a thought for the inmates trapped within. Li Chun, clad in prison attire, possessed a robust physique brimming with latent strength. With an expressionless visage, he detached the handcuffs and surveyed his surroundings, his footsteps steadily resounding upon the water surface. As he passed a street corner, a large screen broadcasted the day's news. Last night, the entire capital was struck by a devastating earthquake. The death toll has yet to be determined. Ned. Meanwhile, the whole of China has been ravaged by calamity, with large-scale earthquakes, tsunamis, and volcanic eruptions occurring globally this morning, citizens reported. All sightings of frenzied, unidentified creatures. We urge surviving residents to remain indoors and await rescue. Li Chen's fists clenched tightly, his gaze lingering on the screen before he resolutely turned away. At this moment, preserving his innocence was of little consequence. Survival was paramount. The capital lay in chaos, and the mention of unidentified creatures piqued his alertness. Glancing down at his own condition, he resolved to first visit the supply base. As he passed the lifeless body of a guard, the crackling voice of a radio pierced the air. Mayday! Mayday! Another zombie has appeared here. Requesting backup. Chapter 02. Transformation into a zombie. 3 days later, Nangu awoke in the rain. To her dismay, she discovered that her memory had eluded her. Not entirely, for she retained the knowledge of her name. Nan gained her profession as a doctor, along with a vague recollection of a journey to the northern part of the city. Yet, beyond that, her mind was shrouded in a fog of forgetfulness. But the northern district? Why was she compelled to go there? Nangu pondered tirelessly, yet no answers emerged. The sound of dripping water caught her attention, and only after a considerable time did she realize that it was her own hair, wet and cascading droplets. She slowly raised her hand, and in the light, she discovered that her skin was not only a deep shade of blue-black, but also that decaying flesh was falling away, revealing glimpses of her stark white bones beneath. Remarkably, she felt no fear, calmly accepting everything that had transpired. Before her lay a scene of devastation. As a newspaper fluttered by, Nangu strained her neck to catch a glimpse of it, and saw that people like her were referred to as zombies. How could I, a doctor, have become a zombie? There was a puddle on the ground, and Nangu bent down, intending to examine her reflection, only to be startled as one of her eyeballs plopped out with a plop. Oh my God, I am terrified. Before she could finish her exclamation, Nangu snapped her mouth shut. Why was it that now she not only walked slowly, but her speech was equally languid? She tugged at the corners of her mouth, feeling her muscles had grown rigid. With a faint chuckle in her heart, she realized that articulating her thoughts clearly was no small feat in her current state. Turning around, she resolved to inquire with other zombies to see if they shared her plight. After a few sluggish steps, Nangu felt an unsettling sense of forgetfulness. Oh no, she remembered, I haven't picked up my eyeball. In a flurry, albeit one that appeared slow to an outside observer, she turned back. Returning to the puddle, she struggled to crouch down and, with considerable effort, managed to retrieve her eyeball, finally managing to place it back into its socket after much ado. She glanced down again, only to realize with dismay that it was in fact upside down. Never mind, it is what it is after all. Her eyes make little difference. Thus, with a glaring white eyeball, she slowly approached another zombie. The creature before her was clad in simple attire, smeared with blood were it not for the long hair. Nangu could hardly discern its gender. Excuse me, dear lady. Nangu attempted to engage in conversation. She had read in the newspaper that these zombies feasted upon humans. They could only be vanquished by severing their heads. She had no desire to meet her demise. Zombies, too, possess the right to survive. After much effort, Nangu managed to utter just 4 words, nearly vexing herself in the process. Yet, the woman remained unresponsive, advancing with a dazed expression, colliding with her twice, unable to pass, still pressing forward. Nangu felt an urge to gesticulate wildly, yet the other remained indifferent. Please, do not collide with me. If this continued, she would surely fall apart. Was this woman incapable of navigating around her? Very well, if she would not turn, then Nangu would. The last one was particularly ferocious, attempting to bite her. However, witnessing its clumsy demeanor, its movements were hardly swifter than her own. Did it truly believe it could attack her? With a sneer of disdain, Nangu sidestepped and, in slow motion, lifted her leg, delivering a kick to the zombie, sending it sprawling to the ground in a rather undignified manner. Ha! 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 Nangu laughed heartily for quite a while. It was merely an impulsive act, triggered by the foolish zombie's attempt to attack her. However, upon delivering a kick, Nangu astonishingly discovered that several zombies around her exhibited signs of submission. What in the world is this? She could perceive their emotions. Well, if one could indeed consider emotions as something they possessed. Nangu had no intention of gathering a horde of zombie followers, fully aware that communication with them was futile. Thus, she resolved to depart from this place and head north towards the city. The distance to the northern part of the city was considerable, and with her current pace mere 5 meters in 10 minutes, she wondered how many years it would take to reach her destination. Yet, despite the sluggishness of her progress, Nangu remained resolute in her determination. There were individuals of utmost importance waiting for her there. With this thought, her spirit was rejuvenated. After a brief assessment of her direction, she decided to circumvent the ruins of the hospital and take the main road. After all, she was a zombie herself, and the others would not pose a threat to her. As she approached the corner of the hospital, she suddenly spotted a group of people approaching. Goodness, they nearly gave her a heart attack. She concealed herself in the shadows, too frightened to reveal herself. These humans intended to kill her. Although Nangu moved slowly, she resolutely protected her neck. Hiding in the darkness, she observed them closely. The group appeared relatively young, and one man, dressed in a blue windbreaker, seemed to be their leader, directing them forward. Hurry! While there aren't too many people here yet, we must quickly relocate the medications. Otherwise, when the military arrives, we won't stand a chance against those armed with guns, instructed Zhou Yin to those following him. However, the subsequent individuals displayed pale expressions. Zhou Yin, there are only 8 of us, and this is a hospital teeming with at least thousands of zombies. Entering would be tantamount to courting death. Yet we must go in. This is the apocalypse. Do you comprehend the value of pharmaceuticals? If we do not prepare now, we may not know how we will perish when we inevitably sustain injuries. Besides, these zombies have only recently awakened and their movements are sluggish. We shall slay as many as approach us, Zhou Yin declared fiercely. Among the group, a girl was on the verge of tears. I truly cannot bring myself to do it. Just days ago, they were like us, mere humans. The standoff among these individuals was exasperating for Nangu. Will you enter or not? Hurry, I am pressed for time to reach the northern part of the city. Your hesitance is more sluggish than I, a zombie. As time slowly passed, the standoff persisted. Yet Nangu felt an unsettling shift within herself. Upon awakening, she realized she had lost her sense of smell. Thus, she was oblivious to the odors of decaying flesh or corpses. But at this moment, an exquisite aroma wafted through her senses, reminiscent of her favorite dishes and beloved perfumes. No, it was a fragrance 1,000 times more intoxicating. It was the scent of blood. Though she had no saliva, she could not help but swallow instinctively. Other zombies were also drawn by the scent emanating from these individuals, gradually making their way toward their location. Nangu pondered whether she should join them. Though she seemed to grasp, albeit slightly, the moral wrongness of taking a life, she was acutely aware that they too would resort talk. Illing, they needed sustenance, just as she did. She had endured days of hunger. The group of individuals remained locked in a stalemate, oblivious to the impending danger, until they suddenly realized the gravity of their situation. Turning around, they were met with a horrifying sight. An overwhelming horde of zombies had descended upon them. Zhou Yin viciously kicked one of his companions, exclaiming, "You incessant winner! Get inside quickly! Do you wish to be devoured by these monsters?" The others, now too frightened to resist, hastily followed Zhou Yin's lead. Yet the zombies, their eyes aflame with hunger, could not contain themselves upon spotting such a bout. Eiffel feast, and they swiftly encircled the group. Nangu smirked with a sense of triumph. What a multitude, surely enough to last for quite some time. She reached into her pocket and, to her astonishment, retrieved a gleaming scalpel, its blade still shining despite days of rain. With the tide of zombies surging forward, she too joined in the fray against the beleaguered group. It was evident that they possessed a measure of skill, each wielded a weapon, targeting the zombies' heads with precision. Yet, despite their agility and intellect, they were ultimately overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Inevitably, fatigue would set in, and Nangu watched helplessly as one individual was consumed by dozens of ravenous zombies. She abruptly halted, a flicker of rationality stirring within her. Did she wish to meet such a fate? No, she did not. Yet she found herself unable to rein in her instincts. She was possessed by an insatiable thirst for blood without it. She feared she might perish. Abandoning all reason, she clutched the scalpel tightly, reassuring herself that at the very least, she wouldn't bite them, thus sparing them from becoming zombies. Zhou, we must retreat. We truly cannot hold out any longer. The remaining survivors now regretted their underestimation of the zombies. The hospital was no longer a viable sanctuary. The streets were teeming with undead, all clamoring toward them that if they did not depart soon, escape would become impossible. As he spoke, he noticed Nangu charging towards him, wielding a shovel with the intent to decapitate. Nangu had been vigilant, swiftly dodging the attack with a low crouch. The man was utterly taken aback that a zombie could evade his strike, his voice hoarse with fear. Zhou, we must leave now. The zombies have evolved. Nanji's ears rang with a cacophony of frenzied thoughts. Blood, blood, I crave blood. Indeed, just after his shout, a zombie lunged from behind, sinking its teeth into his neck. Nangu watched helplessly as he struggled briefly before falling still. Zhou realized that they could not linger any longer, prompting their desperate attempt to break free. Yet, the horde continued to swell, rendering their escape impossible. Were Nangu able to speak at that moment, he would undoubtedly have laughed heartily, taunting them with the words, "You think you can escape? You cannot flee. You are all my prey. Ha ha." Before she could even begin to indulge herself, a thunderous sound suddenly echoed around her. Initially, she believed it to be an earthquake. However, upon turning her head, she was astonished to see an armored vehicle barreling toward her. Though she could not discern the driver's face, the instinctual alertness of the zombies was nearly innate. Without any concern for maintaining her balance, she allowed her body to crash to the ground with a thud, feigning death. Indeed, after the armored vehicle came to a halt, Nangu was met with the rapid sound of machine gun fire. Tat-a-tat, within moments, the surrounding zombies were entirely eradicated. When the gunfire ceased, a chilling voice resonated. You should leave. Do not venture into such perilous places again. Chapter 3. Pursued by the undead Zhou and his companions were reduced to a mere 5, some of whom had sustained injuries, leaving their fates uncertain as to whether they would succumb to zombification. After narrowly escaping death, they gazed up at the man who had just rescued them. He possessed a stern and imposing countenance, clad in camouflage attire, with a submachine gun slung across his chest, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. His armored vehicle suggested ample storage for supplies, and crucially, he wielded a firearm. In these times, possessing a weapon and resources rendered one a figure of authority. If this man could serve as their protector, their survival would be assured. Thus, Zhou retracted his previously arrogant demeanor, approaching with a conciliatory smile. Thank you for saving us, kind sir. Are you a soldier? Li Chen recalled that the hospital housed an abundance of medical equipment. After diligently gathering weapons over the past few days, he had come to procure pharmaceuticals. At the onset of the apocalypse, he had been incarcerated, and upon his release, his first priority was to locate his brother, Li Yan, his sole remaining family member. However, the school was devoid of survivors, and with the vastness of the capital, he found himself at a loss regarding where to search. Nevertheless, it was prudent to amass supplies. Without food and necessities, they would inevitably fall prey to the undead. In the past 3 days, he had rescued others, yet this was the first occasion he had resorted to using his firearm. As the number of zombies surrounding the hospital was overwhelming, this was not his first encounter with being encircled, reflecting on his arduous career as a special forces soldier. He could only respond to the pleas of the ordinary civilians with a cold expression. I apologize, but I am not. Zhou Lian surmised that the other party was unwilling to take them along, yet he still implored, we are all students from Shangjing University. After the incident, we gathered together. Although we are unarmed, we assure you we will not hinder your retreat. Please, allow us to accompany you. A few individuals evidently regarded Li Chen as their new leader. Encircling him with anticipation, Li Chen squinted. Are you all from Shangjing University? Students from the physics department, I presume? No, that cannot be. Several teams from the physics department seem to have gone to Beihai for a research project. I heard my advisor mention it just a few days ago. Apparently, all funding is provided by the state. Indeed, I have also heard that the project is highly confidential. None of us know the specifics. Upon hearing their words, Li Chun felt a slight sense of relief. He silently retrieved several firearms and some ammunition from the back seat of the vehicle, handing them to Zhou Lian. I apologize, but I have others to find and cannot take you with me. You may take these. Zhou Lian was in a state of distress, observing the men casually produce weapons. He was certain there were more concealed. He was not satisfied with just this meager offering. At that moment, Nangu languidly lay on the ground, drooling in boredom. Would these individuals ever leave? If they did not depart soon, the zombies would return. A delectable corpse lay beside her, fragrant and tantalizing, yet utterly inaccessible, causing her great anxiety. As expected, Li Chen once again dismissed Zhou Lian. You must leave. After uttering these words, he closed the car door, started the engine, and drove towards the hospital. Nange kept her eyes wide open, watching as the wheels rolled past not far away, splattering a mixture of water and blood. Li Chun, driving the car, glanced down, and the first thing that caught his eye was Nange's white coat. He surmised that she must be a doctor from the hospital, for in this apocalyptic world, physicians were among the rarest of talents. Those bitten by zombies would soon succumb to the infection, and it was uncertain when a vaccine would be developed. After Li Chen drove in, Nange overheard a few individuals helplessly asking Zhou Lian, what should we do now? The warmth in Zhou Lian's demeanor vanished in an instant. If you ask me, who should I ask? We cannot remain here. We must leave quickly. With a gun in hand, he thought he could still recruit others to serve him. Once everyone had departed, Nange slowly sat up from the ground. The bodies nearby still had warmth. If she hesitated any longer, they would grow cold. Her previously askew eyeball had now returned to its rightful place. And clutching a gleaming scalpel, she sliced into the man's artery. Blood erupted forth, just as she had anticipated. Nange felt an overwhelming joy as it seemed her decaying insides were suddenly revitalized. However, after just a few bites, she heard a series of explosive sounds. Startled, Nange turned her head, her face smeared with blood, still gripping the scalpel. Was that the man who had detonated the warehouse? Such a loud commotion. Did he wish for death? It would surely attract the surrounding zombies. This was the city center, after all, with no fewer than tens of thousands of them. Having satisfied her hunger, Nange resolved to depart before the horde arrived. The zombies surged chaotically, and if they obstructed her path, she could find herself stranded in her journey to the northern part of the city. Indeed, upon hearing the tremendous noise, the other zombies began to converge towards this location. While Nangu drifted in a different direction, Li Chun, equipped with his goggles, detonated the warehouse and commenced the meticulous task of selecting the most crucial items for transport. If these instruments were not evacuated, they might become irretrievable in the future. Glancing at the time, he inhaled deeply and set to work. The number of zombies was escalating, and the metallic scent of blood thickened in the air. Li Chun allotted himself a mere 10 minutes. After that, regardless of the significance of these medications, he would have to retreat. Fortunately, he had managed to secure some essential supplies. Once he restarted the vehicle, he charged towards the encroaching zombies. The sound of impact echoed as some zombies did not flinch, colliding directly with the front of his car. Li Chun pressed the accelerator, his gaze unwavering. Having surveyed the terrain prior, he knew that only the route to the north was viable for his escape. Yet, just as he rounded the hospital, he spotted a zombie clad in a white coat ahead. Li Chun furrowed his brow, puzzled. Had he misremembered? Only moments ago, he had seen a similar zombie sprawled on the ground near the entrance. Perhaps there were simply too many doctors turned zombies. Nangu looked up, glancing back at the direction from which the car had departed, pondering how far the fish-lipped humans could flee, having summoned such a horde of zombies. The journey stretched from daylight into the depths of night, and throughout this time, Nangu encountered naught but the relentless tide of the undead. Their hollow eyes and rapidly decaying bodies wandered aimlessly through the streets. Has the entire capital transformed into a city of the dead? An inexplicable tension gripped Nanji's heart, instilling a sense of impending peril. This danger felt distinctly unhuman, as though a horde of zombies were closing in. She surveyed her surroundings, realizing she was now far from the hospital. Although a large shopping mall loomed nearby, it had been midnight on the fateful day of the incident, rendering the mall nearly deserted and thus less perilous than a residential area. She sought refuge in a dilapidated structure. Indeed, it wasn't long before she encountered a zombie. Towering over her by two heads, it moved with a swiftness that far exceeded her own, its limbs exhibiting a disquieting agility, while its neck remained rigid. Its head tilted unnaturally to one side. To her astonishment, Nanga noticed changes within her own body. Now, she could traverse 20 meters in just 10 minutes. This was an extraordinary increase in speed. Could it be attributed to her consumption of human blood? With no one to conduct further experiments on her, she suppressed her burgeoning doubts. The formidable zombie before her exuded strength. She was acutely aware that she stood no chance against it. In a desperate plea, she fervently wished it would not approach her. Yet, fate had other designs as she opened her eyes. She was met with the grotesque visage of a zombie looming before her. To her horror, its saliva dripped onto her face, repulsively disgusting. Nangu instinctively turned to flee. But to her dismay, the zombie seized the back of her collar, attempting to wrench her neck. It dawned on her that it wasn't merely humans who wished her harm. Some zombies, in their ferocity, fiercely defended their territory. Merely days into the apocalypse, these creatures were already exhibiting territorial instincts. What might the future hold? Nong resolutely refused to succumb to the hands of the undead. She had yet to reach the northern part of the city. Harnessing the momentum of the oncoming zombie, she forcefully fell onto the stone slab before her, causing the creature's head to collide with the surface before she did. With a resounding thud, its neck twisted grotesquely. Witnessing this scene, Nong swiftly rolled over, pinning the massive zombie beneath her. Feeling as though the beast had met its demise, she exhaled a sigh of relief. However, before she could fully relax, a chill ran down her spine as her hair stood on end. She sensed an even greater horde of zombies approaching. It was as if they were all chanting, "Perish, invader." Overwhelmed with despair, she longed to weep, for she was merely a passerby. One zombie was manageable, but the sight of a dark mass of them was utterly daunting. If she were to explain that she had no intention of claiming their territory, would they believe her? Not a chance. She needed to flee swiftly. With great effort, Nong dragged her stiff legs along the shadowy path, but the relentless zombies were closing in fast. We share the same roots. Why must we hasten our demise? Oh, valiant undead, spare me. Yet, the zombies remained oblivious to her silent pleas. Just when Nong felt utterly trapped, she suddenly spotted the vehicle she had seen earlier at the hospital. The rear door was ajar, and the engine still purred softly. She had no idea where the man had gone. But now was not the time for questions. She dove into the vehicle, hiding herself behind a pile of boxes. Chapter 04. Into the river, Li Chun carefully placed the last box into the vehicle, swiftly accounting for the items he had recently gathered. He had secured a sufficient supply of firearms and ammunition, salvaged various instruments and medications from the hospital, and procured food from the marketplace. There was no longer any reason for him to linger here. The number of zombies in the capital was increasing alarmingly. Just a few days prior, he had dared to venture into the city center, but now the undead seemed to be evolving, displaying an unsettling degree of intelligence. It was imperative that he depart from the northern part of the city without delay. As he completed his inventory, he noticed something amiss. The surrounding zombies appeared to have multiplied inexplicably and were converging toward his location. Li Chun instinctively reached for his gun at his waist, cautiously attempting to close the car door, only to detect a peculiar scent in the air. He refrained from investigating its source, knowing that lingering any longer would result in encirclement by the horde. With swift decisiveness, he took his seat in the driver's position and started the engine, driving away with urgency. In the rear compartment, Nangu was nearly paralyzed with fear. Although the zombies had been shaken off, she sensed she had encountered a far greater predicament. While concealed behind the boxes, she felt as though the man had sensed her presence, causing her to hold her breath in terror. It was only after a prolonged period of stifling her mouth and nose that she came to a startling realization. I am already dead. I have no breath. Why am I holding it? The vehicle sped along the road, the dim light of evening still attracting the undead. The man adjusted the headlights to a low setting, and in areas where the road conditions permitted, he refrained from using them altogether. The car's engine was notably advanced, emitting minimal noise as it navigated the terrain. Nangu remained quietly hidden in the rear trunk, resolved to stealthily slip away once he parked the vehicle. She pondered where this man might be heading. If only he were bound for the northern part of the city, she could conveniently accompany him. After what seemed an eternity on the road, the car finally came to a halt. They had arrived at a desolate stretch of roadside, and as Nangu listened intently, she could discern the sound of water. Indeed, the capital boasted a moat, which had been graced by the construction of a grand bridge in recent years. It was worth noting that, before the apocalypse unfolded, this locale was a favored rendezvous spot for couples. Yet now, Nangu found herself yearning for something far more dire than a romantic encounter. She contemplated the desperate act of plunging into the river. As the engine ceased its rumble, the man abruptly exited the vehicle, flinging open the rear compartment, followed by the unmistakable sound of a bullet being chambered. His voice, devoid of any emotion, resonated, "Come out, or I shall fire." He had sensed the presence of something, or someone, in the trunk the moment he had set off. It was not an opportune moment to confront her. Thus he had chosen this isolated location. Though the apocalypse had only recently erupted, Li Chun was not one to underestimate the situation. The supplies he transported were a tempting prize for any would-be predator. Within the confines of the trunk, Nangu remained silent, swallowing hard. She felt an insatiable hunger. For in her earlier state of anxiety, she had failed to savor the aroma that now wafted through the air, the rich scent of blood. It was an intoxicating fragrance, far exceeding any lavish feast she had previously enjoyed. Were it not for the gun pressed against her temple, she might have dared to crawl out and plead with the man for a taste of his blood. As her senses began to blur, the man, noticing her silence, finally stepped into the trunk. The armored vehicle was surprisingly spacious, and he crouched low, navigating the area where supplies were absent. At last, he abruptly switched on the headlights, his gun adeptly aimed at Nanji's forehead. She was not particularly fond of harsh lights and squinted her eyes, instinctively, as she had taken refuge in the vehicle. She had pulled up her collar. Li Chun noticed Nangu. Her hair cascaded down, obscuring her face. Nangu was indeed anxious. If she were to be shot in the head, it would surely mean her demise. Therefore, she slowly stammered. "I said, I was just passing by. Do you believe me?" Li Chun, of course, did not believe her. Who would be passing by dressed as she was? Get out of the car. Although he had heard her words, he decided to let her exit the vehicle for further scrutiny. Nangu gradually rose, only to hear the man urge, "Hurry up." The tension of the situation was palpable. And as she descended from the car, she inquired, "How did you find me?" Clearly, her speech was too slow. By the time she finished her question, she had already stepped down. Li Chun frowned. "Can't you smell the stench of decay on you?" Perhaps it was too dark for her to notice her own abnormalities. After all, the zombies were devoid of consciousness, and Nangu had not realized that other zombies did not exhibit behavior like hers. Thus, the man merely assumed she had crawled out from a pile of corpses, never considering that she was one of them. Nangu chuckled softly a couple of times. "Your nose is quite effective." Yet, Li Chun found no humor in the situation. "Why were you hiding in my car? Were you the one who attracted those zombies earlier?" Nangu remained silent, not out of a desire to withhold conversation, but because she found herself too close to Li Chun, unable to resist the intoxicating scent of blood that clung to him. With her eyes reddened, she took a couple of steps forward. Were her gaze imbued with life, Li Chun would undoubtedly perceive her yearning. Her ears buzzed incessantly. She was indifferent to whatever Li Chun uttered. She slipped her hand into the pocket of her white coat, her fingers brushing against the scalpel. In her lifetime, she had never encountered such a fragrant blood. She was determined to taste it. Having previously consumed only the blood of an ordinary person, she had already felt invigorated. If she were to feast upon the man before her, would she not transform into something akin to a normal human? If her heart still throbbed, it would surely be racing at this moment. Li Chun, unwavering in his scrutiny of her, had also taken note of her peculiar behavior. At last, with her crimson eyes ablaze, Nangu lunged fiercely at Li Chun with the scalpel. Yet, Li Chun had anticipated her move, with a swift sidestep and a kick. He sent Nangu tumbling into the river. Caught off guard, she scarcely registered the speed of his actions before she was submerged with a splash. What to do? She couldn't swim. After floundering in the water for a time, she realized she still possessed consciousness. "Oh right, I am a zombie. I am already dead. Why should I fear water?" Ha ha. Fortunately, the water here was not deep, and Nangu gradually emerged from the depths. With her long black hair cascading and clad in a white coat, she resembled a ghostly figure rising from the depths. Indeed, Li Chun possesses a remarkable capacity for endurance. Otherwise, he might have genuinely been intimidated by Nan Ge. Observing that she made no further aggressive moves, he chose to show her mercy. After holstering his weapon, he addressed her, saying, "I shall spare your life this time. Should we cross paths again, fortune may not favor you." Nan Ge tucked her hair aside and looked up at him, though she could only discern his silhouette. "Where are you going?" The 4 words took her an eternity to articulate, leading Li Chun to wonder if she had some difficulty with speech. "Out of the city," he replied. Nan Ge felt a surge of urgency. She had yet to taste the man's blood. However, what could she do? His prowess was formidable, rendering her incapable of confronting him. If she dared to charge at him again, he would undoubtedly not hesitate to eliminate her. "Proceed north from here. I just guided you out of the city center. Be cautious of the zombies along the way," he advised, before turning on his heel with decisive grace. Clearly uninterested in engaging with her further, only after he had driven away did Nan Ge emerge from the river. Her thoughts were consumed with the realization that she was now quite close to the northern part of the city. Although he had cast her into the water, she sincerely appreciated that he had brought her this far. After orienting herself, the drenched Nan Ge set off toward the north. She kept her head lowered, seemingly attempting to discern the scent that clung to her. The odor of decay, undoubtedly unpleasant. Feeling somewhat disheartened, she trudged along the path, a solitary figure amidst the desolation, water dripping from her body. From the bright light of yesterday to the dawn of today, her stamina had finally waned. She randomly chose a park and concealed herself among the thickets, deciding to take a moment's respite. Although she closed her eyes, slumber eluded her. Indeed, after transforming into a zombie, even the act of sleeping had become a luxury she could forego. As dawn approached, she discerned faint whispers. "That female zombie has been lurking here for quite some time. Should we not take action to eliminate her?" The voice belonged to a woman. Her companion, a man, countered, "Let us not stir trouble. We ventured out in search of sustenance. We should leave swiftly." The woman expressed her dissent towards the man's perspective. They were a couple, together when the apocalypse erupted. He was a corporate executive, adept and capable in his former life, and she had naturally leaned on him in times of peril. Yet, now she often perceived his timidity and lack of courage to confront the undead. With the zombies now flocking in hordes, when they finally encountered a solitary one, why did he not seize the opportunity? However, observing that the man had moved further away, she reluctantly followed him in departure. It was only after they had left that she gradually opened her eyes. The supermarket they had headed to was now teeming with zombies, and she had no intention of warning them. She awaited silently, and soon enough, a cacophony of zombie howls erupted from within the supermarket. The two must have been trapped inside. Having regained much of her strength, she eagerly anticipated scavenging the remnants once the skirmish had concluded. She sauntered towards the supermarket. The zombies in this area were far less aggressive than those in the city center, and none approached to assail her. Upon reaching the entrance, she beheld a man and woman still engaged in a desperate struggle against the other undead. It is not accurate. The primary force behind the effort is that woman, while the man merely cowers behind her in trepidation. Though Nan Ge is no longer human, she still exhibits disdain. A man who relies on a woman for protection is hardly a man at all. Furthermore, this particular man displays an even more disgraceful behavior. At this moment, a zombie lunges towards him, and unable to fend it off, he shamelessly grabs the woman before him and shoves her towards the zombie. He then hastily retreats towards the supermarket's entrance. Fortunately, the woman reacts swiftly and evades the attack. Chapter 5. Carried away by him from the beginning, Nan Ge had not engaged in the conflicts with the zombies. Unlike those creatures who succumb to frenzied instincts upon encountering humans, Nan Ge considers herself to be a rational zombie. At the very least, the only thing capable of inciting her fury was that man from the previous night. However, as she observed the man charging towards her, Nan Ge had already extended her leg in anticipation. Perfectly timed, as he reached her, she successfully tripped him. Other zombies immediately descended upon him, some biting his neck, others gnawing at his thigh. Perhaps due to the overwhelming scent of blood in the air, the woman within the supermarket found temporary refuge. Nan Ge glanced up at her. Though the woman appeared somewhat disheveled, her vibrant crimson short hair remained striking. The woman returned a puzzled look towards Nan Ge. They had crossed paths earlier, so Qin Li recognized her without error. This was the zombie that had previously lurked in the thicket. Was she now intent on attacking her? Despite Qin Li's desire to eliminate Nan Ge, she dared not linger, quickly assessing her surroundings, kicking away a few zombies before making her escape. Once again, it was that woman. He felt a peculiar sense of fate intertwining their lives. Last night, he had rested in a secluded spot nearby, where a gas station stood. After filling his vehicle with fuel, he prepared to depart until an unexpected scene caught his eye. The woman clad in a white coat had tripped a man, and the surrounding zombies began to swarm him. He could still hear the man's agonizing screams, yet none of the undead seemed to take notice of the woman. Did she possess some extraordinary quality? If she could avoid attracting the zombies, perhaps it would be wise to keep her around. As Li Chun weighed the pros and cons, Nan Ge glanced down at the lifeless man and instantly lost her appetite. Consuming someone like him could very well transform her into a creature of malice. Resolutely, she turned and set forth towards her destination once more. However, as she passed a desolate street corner, she was suddenly yanked back. Startled, Nan Ge instinctively wanted to scream. But a hand swiftly covered her mouth. The scent of sweet blood enveloped her. It was the man from the previous night. How could fate be so cruel as to have her encounter him again? The man, muffling her cries, kept a distance, repelled by the overpowering stench of decay emanating from her. "Don't scream. It's me," he whispered, noticing her stillness. He released her and positioned himself opposite her. Nan Ge's heart raced with anxiety. Last night, he had kicked her into the river under the cover of darkness. He might not have seen her face clearly then. But today, her visage was marred by the marks of death, her body reeking of rot. Surely he would sense something amiss. What to do? Nan Ge resolved to take the initiative once more. "Why are you silent?" Although Li Chun was conversing with Nan Ge, he was also surveying the terrain, aware that a zombie had detected him and was approaching. Nan Ge still held a scalpel in her hand, the sleeves of her lab coat hanging loosely. She calculated the distance between herself and the man, then casually looked up and said, "I am thinking." "Oh, what have you concluded?" Li Chun smiled. "Although you are not at risk of being attacked by zombies, it is still perilous for a young woman to roam the streets all day." Nan Ge nodded stiffly, indeed. Before she could finish, she struck at the man again. But who could have anticipated that his reaction would be swifter than the previous night? He seized her wrist and slammed her hand against the wall, causing the scalpel to clatter to the ground. Nan Ge's face was pressed against the wall, and he remarked with a hint of amusement, "Is last night's lesson not sufficient?" In such close proximity, the intoxicating scent of blood incessantly stimulated her senses. Nan Ge could no longer restrain herself and emitted a sound akin to that of a zombie. This time, it was Li Chun who was completely taken aback. He sensed something was amiss with Nan Ge. Gripping her wrist, he felt a clammy sensation, lowering his gaze. He saw her hand marred with bruises, and upon contact, decaying flesh fell away, revealing white bone beneath. Her previous scream had alerted Li Chun to the truth. The woman before him was not a doctor, but rather a female zombie. No wonder she had not been attacked among the horde. Having witnessed so many days of zombies slaughtering humans, a murderous intent surged within Li Chun, and he aimed at her head, ready to pull the trigger. At the brink of death, Nan Ge suddenly unleashed a tremendous force, pushing the man away, causing his bullet to pierce her heart. With a resounding bang, she felt her already decaying chest explode in a shower of agony. She collapsed to the ground, her eyes wide open, black blood oozing from her heart. Nan Ge realized she was no match for this man, and thus resorted to the ruse she had once employed, playing dead. Li Chun's gun was not silenced. The loud shot indeed attracted other zombies. He had drawn his weapon under the impression that she was human, intending merely to intimidate her. Had he known she was a zombie, he would have had no need for the gun at all. Perhaps having already struck her was the reason Li Chun refrained from a second attack, leaving him somewhat astonished. He was known on the battlefield for his ruthless demeanor. Otherwise, he would not have directly executed that official from Country A. "Get up and come with me," Li Chun said coldly, pocketing his gun and retrieving the car keys. Nan Ge feigned ignorance, knowing that with so many zombies approaching, he would have to leave eventually. Li Chun reiterated, "If you don't get up, my next shot will be aimed at your head." Nan Ge frowned, contemplating how bothersome this man was. Why did he insist on calling her when he could simply leave? "I am already dead." She maintained her previous posture, motionless, yet articulated her thoughts. Li Chun was taken aback by her unexpected humor and couldn't help but chuckle, as she remained unmoving. Li Chun approached and swiftly bound her hands and feet, lifting her into the vehicle while leaving the pursuing zombies behind. Nan Ge yearned to struggle, yet she found herself utterly immobilized, the blood from her wound ceasing to flow. Turning her gaze towards Li Chen, her teeth chattered as she implored, "Let me out of the car." No negotiations. This particular zombie was far too extraordinary. Li Chen was determined to take her with him. Despite her transformation into a zombie, Nangu retained an awareness of beauty and ugliness. The man's profile was strikingly perfect, yet his malevolence was undeniable. What could a mere human desire with a zombie in the apocalyptic world? Surely, he aimed to eliminate her. If he possessed a twisted psyche, he might even relish in torturing her to death, piece by piece. A shiver coursed through Nangu as she observed the scenery retreating outside the window. She inquired, "Where are we going?" "Out of the city," Li Chen replied, pressing the accelerator as they approached a traffic jam ahead. It seemed that some survivors had finally realized that staying in Beijing was no longer viable. So many vehicles were congested, all attempting to escape the city. Just as he intended to halt the vehicle and use binoculars to discern the cause of the blockage, Nangu began to pound against the window. "I want to get out," she repeated incessantly. Li Chen, initially believing her fear was the cause of her insistence. After all, an encounter between zombies and humans often resulted in a deadly confrontation, especially considering this zombie had attacked him multiple times. Replied, "Save your energy. This vehicle has been modified and is entirely bulletproof. Your strength is insufficient to break through." To speak frankly, when she was cast into the river, Nangu bore no resentment towards the man. Even when a bullet pierced her chest, she did not harbor anger. Yet now, a wave of fury surged within her. She intended to venture north to the city, resolutely refusing to allow this man to lead her away. "What is it that you truly desire?" Li Chen had already surveyed the path ahead. It appeared that military personnel had barricaded the way. Armed and positioned within a designated perimeter, they were exterminating the zombies, while the citizens attempting to exit the city faced rigorous scrutiny. A glance at himself and Nangu revealed that both were deemed threats. He chose silence, reasoning that a zombie like Nangu could never hope to leave the city alive. Thus, he resolved to act under the cover of night. Nangu stared vacantly out the window, the impact of Li Chen's blood on her waning. To the north. "You wish to go north?" Li Chen too made the connection. The female zombie encountered yesterday at the hospital might very well be her. To journey north from such a distance, was there someone she longed for? "You must go north." In a daze, Nangu continued to tap against the window. "North." Li Chen cursed inwardly, casting a lingering gaze at the distant barricade. He turned the vehicle around, coldly stating, "Consider this a compensation for the shot I fired at you." Gradually, Nangu began to calm. As the vehicle progressed cautiously down the road, Li Chen maneuvering carefully to evade the tide of zombies. "Regardless of your intentions for heading north, we cannot linger in the capital. Once night falls, we will exit the city." Li Chen's words reached Nangu, yet she paid them no heed. "Who wants to leave the city with you?" "I intend to remain in the capital. I wish to stay in the northern part of the city." The vehicle journeyed northward for 2 hours, during which Nangu instinctively directed Li Chen along the way. Eventually, they arrived at the entrance of a residential community. With a meaningful glance at Nangu, Li Chen contemplated that he ought to comprehend her unwavering determination to come here. Just a few days prior, an earthquake of immense magnitude had struck, followed by torrential rains that led to significant fires. The entirety of the capital had been nearly obliterated. The community that Nangu gazed upon was now a desolate wasteland. She forcefully pushed against the car door, eager to alight, yet it remained stubbornly shut. In desperation, she turned to Li Chen with a pleading look. Li Chen first scrutinized her disheveled appearance. Her white coat was tattered and could scarcely conceal the bruises that marred her body. Thus, before allowing her to exit the vehicle, he made a decision. He would first provide her with a change of clothing. Chapter 06, Zombie Cushion. The supplies that Li Chen had taken were all military provisions, including clothing. These garments were sturdy, water-resistant, and conducive to movement, making them particularly useful in such dire circumstances. For contingency, he had brought several sizes and, upon estimating Nangu's physique, concluded that she would fit into a small size. Previously, fear had gripped her, primarily due to the decisive action of the man who had shot her in the heart. Now, however, she was bewildered by his intentions, until she observed him retrieving an outfit from the trunk of the car. Nangu's eyes widened in surprise, as if silently questioning his motives. Li Chen found the situation rather astonishing. Despite having only met her a few times, it was evident that this zombie lacked the intelligence of a human, yet it seemed to possess an uncanny ability to discern her thoughts. "You need to change your clothes. You cannot move like this," he remarked. After uttering these words, he bent down to check for any concealed weapons on her. ensuring she could not harm him before he proceeded to remove her lab coat and the garments beneath it. Suddenly, she began to struggle fiercely, exclaiming, "You! Stop it!" Li Chen had his own means of dealing with her. "If you do not comply, we shall leave the city immediately." As they approached the entrance of the neighborhood, Ninggu realized she could not afford to give up now. Gritting her teeth, she slowly muttered, "Rogue." By the time she uttered those words, Li Chen had already changed her upper garments and extracted the bullet lodged in her chest, wrapping the area with medical bandages. After ensuring she was properly attired, he placed a hat upon her head. With her cheeks obscured by the garments and hair, if her scent could be masked and she refrained from any suspicious movements, she would not be recognized as a zombie. At that moment, Ninggu was feeling quite dejected, having been exposed to the gaze of the fish-lipped humans. Observing her despondent expression, Li Chen couldn't help but chuckle. "I am not so depraved as to take advantage of a zombie." This remark would later become a source of amusement for Ninggu, though that was a tale for another time. Although Li Chen had bound her hands, her legs were now free to move. "Do you still wish to escape?" he asked before opening the car door. Ninggu crawled out of the vehicle, her face etched with a profound sense of disillusionment as she trudged into the community. That wretched man, she thought. She had no intention of acknowledging him. Unlike bustling shopping centers, this neighborhood was fraught with peril. Many had failed to escape during the earthquake and might have transformed into the undead by the following day. It was perilous for Li Chen to follow her into this realm. A familiar sensation washed over Ninggu as she caught sight of the flower beds and pathways. Initially, she intended to share the memories associated with them, but upon opening her mouth, she realized her mind was a blank slate. The community still harbored wandering zombies, and Li Chen assessed the distance cautiously, deeming the situation relatively safe for the time being. However, lingering here was certainly not a sustainable option. "Hurry. If you're searching for someone, let us do so swiftly and leave at once." Reflecting on the past few days, she recalled how so many had insisted on her leading them, despite her reluctance. Ironically, the only companion she found herself with was a female zombie. Deep down, Ninggu still resisted Li Chen's presence, muttering softly to herself that she had no desire to walk alongside him. Upon reaching her destination, she gazed at the ruins before her, uncertain of the emotions swirling within. She ought to feel anguish, yet devoid of a heartbeat, breath, or life. How could she truly suffer? The only sensation that lingered was the intoxicating aroma of blood emanating from the man beside her. As she prepared to venture further into the ruins, Li Chen halted her, stating, "We can't go any deeper. It's swarming with zombies." Ninggu shrugged off his hand, retorting, "I am also a zombie." She feared not the imminent threat of being devoured by zombies. Her sole desire was to seek. To seek whom, exactly? Li Chen watched her depart, immobilized, refraining from intervening. After all, he too was in pursuit of his loved ones. Ninggu had transformed into a zombie, and her profound obsession revealed the significance of that individual in her life. If she were not granted the chance to witness the truth with her own eyes, she might never find solace. Ninggu had already quickened her pace to the utmost, yet the destination remained elusive. Her body grew rigid, and at times, she could scarcely navigate around the massive boulders obstructing her path. After more than an hour of arduous journeying, she finally reached the heart of the ruins. Li Chen refrained from following her. Instead, he stood at the periphery of the community, observing Ninggu as she stood alone amidst the debris. From behind, one could hardly discern that she was a female zombie. Though the area had suffered an earthquake, certain structures remained standing, precariously swaying in the distance. Ninggu resolved to venture further inside. Li Chen glanced at the time, intent on persuading her to leave. However, she had already entered the perilous building. He hesitated to call out to her, and instead maneuvered past a few zombies, racing toward the threatening edifice. Ascending the staircase step by step, Ninggu's gaze had grown even more vacant than before. The space was devoid of life, and she had examined the zombies, confirming they were not the individuals she sought. Her trek to the northern part of the city was not meant to culminate in such a disheartening outcome. While she continued her ascent, the sounds of a struggle echoed through the desolate corridor. Li Chen was alone here. He must have been discovered by the zombies. Ninggu had no intention of rescuing him. If he were to perish under the assault of the undead, it would inadvertently serve her own interests. Li Chen had prepared himself for an encounter with the zombies the moment he chose to accompany her. His agility was remarkable, and he bore a weapon, a sharp dagger, employed to sever the necks of the undead one by one. He was acutely aware that Ninggu possessed consciousness and understood she would not come to his rescue. It was somewhat absurd, He found it difficult to let go of her. He had even changed her clothes, convinced he would take her with him. As he ascended, he attracted a considerable number of zombies. Finally, Nange reached the floor she had sought, but upon pushing the door open, she found herself alone, the room marked only by dried bloodstains. The air was thick with the scent of sulfur. Nange stood rigidly at the threshold, gradually leaning against the wall, resigning herself to stillness. She was truly exhausted and decided not to wander outside any longer. The sounds of combat nearby failed to capture her attention. She merely stared blankly ahead. After a while, she heard a hissing sound. Turning her head, she discovered that the community's electrical system had deteriorated following the earthquake, although the capital was currently without power. A backup generator had inexplicably caught fire at this critical moment. Surrounded by flammable materials, the flames spread rapidly toward her. Nange never anticipated that she would not perish at the hands of that despicable man, but rather succumb to the flames. In such a dire situation, she found it impossible to remain calm. She sought to descend the stairs, yet the more frantic she became, the less her legs obeyed her. Before long, she was engulfed by a sea of fire. Meanwhile, Li Chun, having dealt with several zombies, noticed that they were gradually retreating. Above him, waves of heat surged down. His lips tightened in alarm. That female zombie was still upstairs. Nange could not smell the smoke. She only felt as though her hair was being scorched. The incessant sound of burning wood crashing down echoed around her, reverberating through the precarious building, causing it to tremble. She leaned against the corridor, utterly unable to escape. Just as anxiety gripped her, she heard someone call out, "Little Mute, where are you?" It was that man, ignoring his derogatory nickname for her. Nange fervently pounded on a wooden plank, eagerly anticipating his arrival. At that moment, she could not bear the thought of his demise. If he perished, so would she. Li Chun rushed forward, spotting Nange huddled in a corner, her expression vacant as she fixated on him. Without hesitation, he plunged into the inferno. Scooping her up in his arms, Nange's gaze fixated on his neck, her eyes wide with shock. Li Chun couldn't help but chuckle, even at the brink of death. She still contemplated biting him. Once they were safe, the first thing he would do was seal her mouth shut. Immediately, Nange shut her lips, resting quietly against his chest. His embrace was broad and comforting, instilling an inexplicable sense of security. The flames spread with alarming speed. Descending the stairs was no longer an option. After a moment's deliberation, he turned and sprinted upwards. Nange was tempted to question his sanity. If they continued this way, they would surely be trapped on the upper floors. They had just been on the 3rd floor, and soon they reached the 5th. He then turned to her and asked, "Will you still be afraid after becoming a zombie?" Nange continued to stare at him coldly, her eyes widening as he approached the window. Surely, he did not intend to leap down. They were on the 5th floor. He must be mad. She had no desire to be shattered upon impact. However, Li Chun remained oblivious to the resistance reflected in her eyes, firmly pressing her against his back. "Are you ready? We are about to jump." Thick smoke billowed from the windows of the 3rd and 4th floors, and the entire building could no longer withstand the pressure. Nange even felt the ground beneath her trembling. What lingered most vividly in her memory was Li Chun's smile before their descent as he reassured her. "If you're scared, just close your eyes." Then, without hesitation, he leaped into the void. The rope behind them suddenly stretched, rapidly unfurling in spirals. While Nange's scream was lodged in her throat, the rope was merely 10 meters long, and as they plummeted, they jolted violently just before reaching the ground floor. Observing the imminent collapse of the building, Li Chun, without a moment's hesitation, drew his dagger and severed the rope. In a direct descent of over 5 meters, they fell. With a resounding thud, they crashed onto the ground, and Li Chun, utilizing the impact, rolled with Nange for several rotations. Nange felt as though her entire body was quaking. The realization struck her that when the man had propelled them down, she had been the first to hit the ground. He had undoubtedly planned this, using her as a cushion. How could this man be so utterly despicable? She felt as if several of her ribs had shattered. Chapter 07. My girlfriend. Though Nange felt no pain, she remained acutely aware of her bodily sensations. The sound of her bones fracturing resonated clearly in her mind, and she harbored an intense desire to bring harm to this man. In her current state, she was grateful not for escaping the flames, but rather for the fact that she was fortunate to have survived, waving her hand dismissively. After the earthquake, buildings that remained standing were inherently more perilous than those that had collapsed. The structure behind them had also endured a fierce inferno, rendering it on the brink of collapse. At that moment, Li Chun had not intended for Nange to be the first to touch the ground, yet clearly, this was not the time for such thoughts. Once he stabilized himself, he scooped Nangu into his arms and dashed toward the exit of the community. The other zombies, fearful of the flames, dared not approach, graciously parting to clear a path, a stroke of fortune amidst chaos. Cradled in his embrace, Nangu felt like an object, her legs swaying unsteadily. She glanced back, and with a thunderous roar, the entire building succumbed to the raging fire, as if something had crushed the last vestige of her will to endure. Nangu found herself devoid of the emotional capacity to contemplate her fractured ribs. Her eyes burned with unshed tears, despite her inability to cry. Resigned, she lowered her head, enveloped in a silence deeper than ever before. As for the person Nangu sought, Li Chun remained oblivious to their fate, whether they still lived or had succumbed to the undead. He gently placed her in the passenger seat, then took his place behind the wheel. As he started the engine, he reassured her, "Do not fret. Perhaps they have managed to escape." Nangu, unfamiliar with the concept of worry, simply wished to remain silent. Her speech had always been slow, and now she found her own voice distasteful. She reached to touch her ribs, resolving to settle accounts with the man later. Once, her body had been in perfect health, yet this man had inflicted so many injuries upon her. The vehicle veered onto a narrow road, and once they had evaded the throngs of zombies, Li Chun finally brought the car to a halt. It was indeed a narrow escape. Had he lingered for even a moment longer, both of them would have been entombed beneath the rubble of the building. The car had come to a halt, and he turned his head to glance at Nangu, hesitating for a moment before inquiring, "Are you all right? I did not mean it when I dropped you earlier." Nangu turned her head slowly, feeling somewhat cool in her demeanor, although in her heart, she had long envisioned taking a knife and turning this man into mincemeat. "No, you meant it. You did it on purpose," she insisted, determined to express her feelings. Li Chun, however, felt little sense of obligation towards her. After all, she was a zombie, devoid of fatigue and sensation. Even after her fall from the upper floor, as long as she protected her head, she would likely still be able to move. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, upon hearing Nanji's calm and unwavering words, he sensed her resentment, which struck him as amusing. Unable to contain himself, he chuckled within the confines of the car. Nanji's hands were still bound by him, and she cursed him silently, straining her neck in an attempt to bite him. With his long arms and quick reflexes, Li Chun countered her movement, pressing her face against the car window. "Are you truly angry?" His tone appeared sincere. However, was this truly how one apologized? He was still pinning her down. Scoundrel! Nangu was genuinely incensed, longing to unleash a torrent of curses, uninterrupted. The moment she could speak fluently, she would surely berate him for 3 days and nights. "You owe me my heart. You owe me my ribs." Her eyes turned crimson once more, a clear indication of her rising fury. At this moment, Li Chun was no longer afraid of her. In fact, witnessing her anger was far preferable to her previously despondent demeanor. Consequently, his smile grew even more radiant. "If you dare to scream and attract the other zombies, I will seal your mouth with tape, and you shall never utter a word again," Li Chun brazenly threatened her. She chuckled, thinking he believed she would comply. Ultimately, Nangu chose to silence herself, stifling the imminent roar that threatened to escape her lips. Yet, her spirit remained unyielded. Sooner or later, she would make this man pay. Just as she was preparing to muster her thoughts and deliver a succinct tirade against him, the man unexpectedly relaxed his grip on her mouth, opened the car door, and stepped to her side, wrapping her in his clothing, leaving only her filthy head exposed. Nangu found herself perplexed by his actions. Did humanity truly revel in such eccentricities? "Do not make a sound, or I shall end you." Li Chun's expression was unusually grave, indicating a shift in circumstances. To her astonishment, Nangu felt intimidated by this human. Her lips were sealed even tighter than before. Soon, she would comprehend the reason behind Li Chun's reaction, as she distinctly heard the sound of a helicopter. Had he not silenced her moments ago, she might have resisted. Now, however, she dared not utter a sound. These humans were utterly deranged. If she could barely contend with Li Chun, how could she face others? They would undoubtedly kill her, just as Li Chun had decisively shot at her in the past. Thus, Nangu tucked her head deeper into the clothing. Peering through the fabrics seems to catch a glimpse outside. From the helicopter descended several men, all clad in military camouflage. They were well equipped, each bearing a firearm at their waist. Li Chun had already closed the car door, discreetly positioning himself before the window to shield Nanji's view. Moments earlier, he had pressed her against the window, but now she instinctively leaned closer, pressing her ear to it. The soldiers were evidently taken aback to encounter living beings in this desolate area, and they immediately recognized the quality of the vehicle. In the current military camp, aside from high-ranking officials, few could afford such an automobile. Dressed in their camouflage, the men exuded an air of authority that aroused suspicion. In silence, they instinctively reached for their sidearms. One man, presumably the captain, stepped forward and saluted Li Chun. "Greetings, we are the base rescue team. May I inquire if you are the only civilian in this vicinity?" Soldiers, regardless of the circumstances, always maintained a sense of strength and responsibility. In these tumultuous times, while the changes may not yet be apparent, during moments of escape, it was crucial to care for the elderly and children. But what about a month from now, or a year later? With the city plagued by countless zombies, it was solely the military that could undertake rescue missions. I am unaware of the situation. I do not reside in the northern part of the city. Li Chun refrained from disclosing to them that he was a former soldier and had no intention of revealing his plans. I aim to escort my girlfriend out of the city. Since the objective was to leave the city, this made sense. The other directions had been overrun by zombies, leaving only the north cleared of dangers. Though the captain remained skeptical, he could not press further upon seeing Li Chun's untroubled demeanor. He simply stated, "Since we are leaving the city, we must inspect your trunk. Please start the vehicle." At this, Nangu was utterly terrified. They were actually going to open the door. Surely, they would discover her true identity. If they found out she was a zombie, they would surely seize the opportunity to eliminate her. She harbored no hopes for Li Chun, for he had shown her no mercy in the past. Yet, he had at least spared her life. Now they were bound together by a shared fate. Li Chun's gaze turned suddenly frigid. He was acutely aware of what lay within the vehicle. If discovered, he might not only be prevented from leaving the city, but could very well be executed on the spot by these men. The military was the most powerful force at present, and it appeared that they had established a base of operations. Alone, he could not contend with them. The soldiers, noticing Li Chun's stillness, grew wary and placed their hands upon their weapons. Any suspicious movement from him would prompt them to fire immediately. Li Chun, however, was devising a plan. He could not afford to falter here. Gradually, he placed his hand on the car door, casually engaging the soldiers. "We encountered not a single soul on our way here. Are you certain there are survivors in this area? If they were indeed hiding somewhere, perhaps the person Nangu was concerned about could be among them." The soldiers, clearly uninterested in engaging in idle conversation with Li Chun, coldly urged him. "We received signals yesterday. Hurry, we are anxious to rescue those in need." Although Nangu could not decipher Li Chun's intentions, she sensed that he was not an adversary to be underestimated. She speculated that as soon as the car door swung open, he might seize the opportunity to strike first. After all, having witnessed his prowess, she knew that eliminating these men should pose no great challenge for him. Thus, Nangu resolutely sealed her lips, striving to refrain from any movement. At last, the car door was opened under the watchful gaze of several individuals. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Li Chun abruptly embraced Nangu as she tumbled toward him. What terrified her even more was that as she fell, her garment slipped down, revealing half of her bruised cheek. She was acutely aware of the horror of her condition. The contusion was unmistakably evident, and it would surely raise suspicions. Panic-stricken, Nangu incessantly questioned herself, "What now? What should I do? I am doomed." As the men noticed her collapse, they swiftly drew their weapons. But Li Chun reacted even more swiftly. With a hoarse voice filled with anguish, he inquired, "My dear, what is the matter? Are you unwell again? Just hold on. I will get you out of the city at once." Unfortunately, she faltered, too frightened to speak, burying her face in his embrace. The aura of despair surrounding her was palpable, and the other men likely sensed it too. Coupled with the sight of her exposed face, the captain gradually lowered his guard. It appeared that this man's girlfriend was indeed gravely ill. Li Chun held Nangu tightly, his gaze filled with profound sorrow and desperation. The author has something to convey. To recount, the first encounter between the male lead and the female protagonist involved him unleashing a barrage of gunfire upon her. During their second meeting, he unceremoniously kicked her into a river. On their third encounter, he shattered her heart, and during their fourth, he fell from a height, fracturing several of her ribs. Is it truly acceptable for me to craft such a male lead? One can only imagine the female protagonist's eventual resurgence, perhaps leading to his demise. Laughter mingled with tears. Chapter 08. Come with me. Li Chun had been performing for quite some time. Had Nangu been able to move, she would undoubtedly have applauded his remarkable acting skills. "Brother, your performance could easily win an Oscar." Do continue. Perhaps due to Nan Ji's persistent silence, Li Qin's grip on her shoulder tightened, as if he had only just realized the presence of others behind him. In a hoarse voice, he explained, "My girlfriend has sustained severe injuries, yet in the capital, there is not a single doctor to be found. I must take her out of the city. She can barely hold on." "No need." Li Chun resolutely shook his head in refusal. "We have already scheduled an appointment with a physician. In these chaotic times, if we miss this opportunity, there may never be another." Upon hearing this, it seemed as though there were layers of love and resentment intertwined. The men, burdened with their own missions, naturally refrained from mentioning the need to inspect his vehicle. After all, the rear of the vehicle appeared to contain only a few boxes, presumably supplies. They were soldiers, not brigands. In this apocalyptic era, many individuals possessed capabilities. As the other party posed no suspicion, they were thus permitted to leave. "Very well, you may go. I wish your girlfriend a swift recovery." Li Chun expressed his gratitude repeatedly as he meticulously wrapped Nenggu before starting the vehicle and departing. The soldiers, prior to their search and rescue efforts, sighed, remarking on the state of his girlfriend, convinced that she would not have many days left to live, yet marveling at his steadfastness. Others echoed their sentiments, lamenting that, given the current circumstances, they could scarcely sustain themselves, let alone concern themselves with others. Such loyalty and compassion were indeed rare. Following the distress signal, they traversed to its origin and discovered a group of ordinary civilians within an air raid shelter, among whom was Nan Ji's father. It was unclear to her how fate had orchestrated their separation. However, Nan Ji's memories were obscured, and she had delineated herself from humanity, even if she recalled the past. In her current state, a reunion with her father seemed improbable. Having evaded the group of men, Li Qin was resolute in not lingering in the city. Steering directly towards the northern perimeter, the night had yet to fully descend, and he took his time exiting the city, halting the vehicle in a secluded yet spacious area. In case of a zombie pursuit, the terrain would facilitate a swift resolution. After conducting a thorough inspection and confirming no issues, he disembarked. From the trunk, he retrieved a loaf of bread and a bottle of water, preparing to nourish himself. Nenggu continued to glare at him, her eyes nearly rolling back in her head. Her fierce gaze strikingly unsettling, filled with white. Thankfully, Li Chun, accustomed to the vicissitudes of life and death, remained unfazed. Oh, and he had just held her, affectionately calling her dear. The man, truly shameless, does not even know her name. Her hands are still bound by the ropes that have dug into her flesh. Li Chun sits on a stone beside the car, maintaining a distance from Nenggu. As dusk descends, the sky transforms into a brilliant canvas painted with hues of crimson. Regardless of the wounds the earth bears, it remains unperturbed. Li Chun eats with an elegant yet swift manner, finishing 2 loaves of bread in just a few bites. After taking a sip of water, he tightly seals the bottle and sets it aside. With his hand resting on his knee, he shows no inclination to free Nenggu from her bindings. "Desire for freedom?" Li Chun inquires nonchalantly. After a moment of contemplation, she adds, "The matter of my ribs has yet to be settled." "Oh." Li Chun, surprisingly unperturbed, nods in acknowledgement. "You are referring to my act of rescuing you from the flames." No need for gratitude. It was merely a trifling effort. What to do? Nenggu is on the verge of exploding with anger. Yet she finds herself at a loss against this man. She glares at him, and he meets her gaze, amusement flickering in his eyes. This peculiar zombie, oddly endearing in her frustration, is quite the conundrum. "Come with me out of the city," he proposes, as if he has made a resolute decision. Nenggu thinks to herself, "You've become quite addicted to this role. I am not your girlfriend, so why would I accompany you out of the city?" Though she remains silent, her turned head clearly expresses her refusal. Li Chun, however, is not prepared to concede. "What do you intend to do in the capital? You have not found the person you are searching for, have you? Perhaps if you leave the city, you might encounter him along the way. The city is plagued by a lack of resources, and it will soon descend into utter paralysis. Departing is undoubtedly the wisest choice." Nenggu continued to disregard him. "The scarcity of resources is of no concern to me. I neither require sustenance nor rest. When my spirits are low, I can still ambush a few humans and indulge in a sip of their blood. Such a life is indeed delightful." Li Chun gradually leaned back on his hands, gazing at the sky. "That night, you were being pursued by other zombies, weren't you? Do you understand why?" Nenggu maintained her silence, scoffing inwardly. "Oh, the fish-lipped humans. How could you comprehend the war that exists between us? It must have been over territory, right?" After Li Chun spoke, Nan Gu forgot to roll her eyes. How amusing. You truly understand. Each of Li Qin's words struck a chord within her. Look at yourself, sluggish in action, lacking in intellect. Your combat prowess is practically non-existent. Are you certain you can survive in the capital? He found his demeanor quite peculiar today. Throughout his journey, he had encountered numerous individuals to whom he could offer firearms and provisions, yet he had never taken anyone along. Now, here he was, engaging in trivial banter with a zombie. Could it truly be that the apocalypse had arrived, leaving him to feel a sense of solitude? Upon contemplating this, Li Qin chuckled to himself. How absurd. He had always been a lone wolf, reflecting on her solitary figure standing amidst the ruins. It dawned on Li Qin the nature of his feelings. He did not wish to let go of this female zombie. Alas, she was a bit hungry. The scent emanating from the man was so enticing, yet he denied her even a single bite. Perhaps noticing her prolonged silence, Li Qin's demeanor grew increasingly malicious. Moreover, you are already dead. Bringing you along requires no care, as long as I protect your head. No matter how your body may be shattered, your mind remains intact. He enumerated Nan Ji's merits one by one, nearly driving her to the brink of exasperation. She was acutely aware that a man proposing to take her along was hardly motivated by benevolence. Rather, he seemed to be capitalizing on her role as a zombie cushion. After all, it wasn't every time he leapt from heights that she was there to break his fall. Cursed man. How was it that he hadn't perished when surrounded by zombies before? Perhaps unbeknownst to herself, Nan Gu emitted involuntary sounds of frustration, reminiscent of the growls from the Rottweiler Li Qin once owned when it was ready to bite. Oh, but he should refrain from mentioning this, lest it provoke her further wrath. After nightfall, we will circumvent the perimeter and head straight for Beihai, he stated, needing to rendezvous with Li Yin there. It seemed rather serendipitous that he and this female zombie had crossed paths, both in search of someone. At last, Nan Gu could no longer contain herself and rolled her eyes dramatically, nearly dislodging them. Ha, ha, I will not go. That is not for you to decide, Li Qin retorted, approaching her to inspect the ropes binding her hands. He hoisted her up and placed her in the back seat of the car, securing her tightly with the ropes, rendering her utterly immobile. Given the unpredictable nature of what might transpire upon breaching the perimeter, it would be best for her fragile mind not to be shattered in the process. Nan Gu gritted her teeth, exasperated that she had already stated her refusal, yet this man seemed incapable of comprehending human language. Once she grew stronger, she vowed to take vengeance upon him. The sun was gradually descending, casting an eerie shadow over the sky. In her past days in the capital, there had been moments when the stars shone beautifully, but ever since the earthquake, the city appeared shrouded in a veil of dust, rendering the sky ominously dim both day and night. Seated in the driver's position, the man remained oblivious to her frustration as she could only glimpse the back of his head, feeling an overwhelming urge to hurl a stone at him. Once Li Qin started the vehicle, he turned to Nan Gu and said, "It seems we shall be traveling together from now on. You probably don't know my name yet. I am Li Qin, remember it." Nan Gu closed her eyes, resolutely choosing silence. Why should she remember his name when she struggled to recall her own? As Li Qin adjusted the car's direction, his demeanor grew increasingly cold, although a smirk lingered at the corner of his mouth. As for your name, Nan Gu thought to herself, even if you begged, I would never divulge it. I shall simply refer to you as Little Mute. The man appeared to be in good spirits, his tone almost cheerful. Nan Gu, taken aback, nearly toppled from the back seat. You are the Mute. Your entire family is mute. Oh. She felt as if she had already perished, yet the sensation of being driven to madness persisted. So consumed by her own irritation and cursing this detestable man, she failed to notice the sound of him inspecting bullets and loading the firearm. Beyond the warning line, a lengthy queue of vehicles formed, accompanied by an even longer line of people, predominantly solitary souls, though some were families. Their expressions were steeped in an air of coldness, and amidst such circumstances, trust was evidently a rare commodity. His vehicle did not linger in that spot, but instead took a detour. In the past, while on missions in the capital, he had traversed a covert passage that could barely accommodate his vehicle alone, hoping to navigate it successfully without encountering the military personnel. At that moment, Nan Gu was still immersed in her dark musings, a flat tire, being devoured by zombies, a bullet to the head, or crushed by falling stones. Just as she pondered these grim thoughts, suddenly, a bullet struck the vehicle, causing it to jolt violently. What was happening? Had they been discovered? Li Qin could only lament his unfortunate fate. A group of individuals was fortuitously arriving from outside the city, traversing the very route he had taken. Chapter 09. Confrontation on a narrow path. A few minutes earlier, Chen Baishao, clad in a pristine military uniform, sat in the rear seat of the vehicle. His countenance etched with gravity as he contemplated the current situation. In recent years, environmental protection in the capital had been poorly managed, despite numerous policies being introduced. Rectifying the lingering hazards proved exceedingly challenging. Consequently, resources remained perpetually scarce for the capital. With the advent of the apocalypse, issues surrounding the habitation of survivors and the availability of potable water had become increasingly pressing. He had been surveying the outskirts of the capital for several days, yielding no tangible progress. Particularly concerning was the water supply, as many underground rivers had been tainted due to the catastrophic tremors. If this continued, it was uncertain how much longer their stored drinking water would endure. As he was lost in his thoughts, the officer in the passenger seat reported, "Commander, a suspicious vehicle has appeared ahead. It appears to belong to our base." Li Chun felt rather unfortunate. He hadn't even left the city when he encountered such a contingent. This passage was known to no more than 10 individuals within the entire base, and now, faced with such an unexpected confrontation, it seemed exceedingly difficult to navigate through smoothly. Li Chun grabbed the intercom nearby and tuned into the opposing channel, only to hear a man's voice, as cold as jade, resonate. "Who is it ahead? Please stop immediately for inspection." Stop? He would never acquiesce to that. The only viable option left was to break through. Thus, without uttering a word to the other party, Li Chun accelerated the vehicle to full power. Chen Baishao had been closely monitoring the situation and was taken aback by the stubbornness of the opposing party. It appeared they were determined to force their way through. His gaze grew even colder than before, and the atmosphere within the vehicle turned silent and tense, as everyone awaited his command. He had no intention of showing mercy. Who could predict the identities of those he faced? In such circumstances, any resistance could easily lead to a death sentence. Therefore, Chen Baishao merely stated with a hint of indifference, "Bring them to a halt." The bullets that Nangu had previously sensed had struck the vehicle for this very reason. She curled up in the back seat, too fearful to move. Uncertain of what was transpiring ahead, she silently lamented that had it not been for the man's insistence on bringing her along, she would still be reveling in the city, free from such torment. Li Chun anticipated that the adversary would open fire, so he did not hesitate. After rolling down the car window, he unleashed a barrage of shots towards the opponent's vehicle. His intention was not to take lives. Thus, his aim was primarily directed at the tires. The enemy's marksmanship was evidently inferior to his own, as he deftly maneuvered the car while countering their assault. Had Nangu been able to observe his expression, she would have noted his utter lack of agitation. Inside the vehicle, Chen Baishao sensed a sudden jolt, followed by the unmistakable sound of a tire bursting. A sense of alertness surged within him, realizing they had encountered a formidable opponent. The assailant exhibited remarkable precision with their firearm and possessed top-notch equipment. Such a person, if allowed to escape from Shangjing, would likely prove elusive to capture again. Consequently, a ruthless determination surfaced on Chen Baishao's face. Continue the assault. The adversary had but a single vehicle, and with their numbers, could they not contain him? Moreover, the tunnel was exceedingly narrow, and they had already surged forward. Unless that individual possessed extraordinary abilities, passage was impossible. Nan Jiyi's screams were stifled in her throat. Overwhelmed by fear. Who were these people? What was Li Chun doing? Wasn't he supposed to be leaving the city? Why were they engaged in a shootout? How sturdy was this vehicle? Would it withstand the barrage of bullets? Just moments ago, when she had been kidnapped, she had struggled fiercely. Now, she longed to curl into a ball, abandoning her curses against Li Chun. After all, he was embroiled in a conflict, and should he falter, she too would bid farewell to this world. Li Chun, you must persevere. Li Chun was currently focused on dealing with the enemy, completely oblivious to Nan Jiyi's discomfort. Their vehicles had formed a line, and it seemed that if he resolved to resist, they could crash through. Li Chun maintained his calm demeanor. He had relinquished his grip on the gun he held. Nangu was puzzled, wondering why he had not fired. Was he conceding defeat? Before she could fully comprehend his intentions, she felt the seat tilt violently, her head striking the car door with a resounding thud. What on earth was Li Chun doing? His plan was simple. With their path blocked by the adversary, he would maneuver through the side. With a sudden, forceful turn of the steering wheel, the car, previously in motion on the road, began to ascend the tunnel's sloped wall. The vehicle was now tilted at an angle, with a little more force. It could flip over entirely. Yet, rather than slowing down, the speed increased. Nan Ge felt as though she was on the verge of overturning, her body now dangerously inverted. Chen Baixiao, upon witnessing the situation, was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the opponent's driving skills could be so exceptional. Executing a maneuver akin to that of a seasoned racer. In such a narrow tunnel, did he truly intend to barrel through? Chen Baixiao quickly composed himself and ordered. Increase the firepower. If necessary, ram into him. We must block his path. Others dared not slacken their efforts. In a narrow encounter, it was indeed the brave who prevailed. Yet they were merely ordinary soldiers, and in the face of life and death situations, they could not compare to a retired Special Forces operative. Li Chun, accustomed to the specter of death and having faced numerous pivotal choices, had already resolved his decision the moment the confrontation began, which was why he had forewarned Nan Ge. At present, Nan Ge felt as though her very organs were misaligned. Although devoid of pain, discomfort enveloped her. That madman, Li Chun. The vehicle roared towards the tunnel's exit, and Chen Baixiao discerned the driver's faltering control. Rising coldly, his handsome military uniform rustled, and he swiftly displaced the person at the wheel, seizing the steering himself, hurtling towards Li Chen's car. If he truly collided, Li Chen's vehicle would undoubtedly overturn within the tunnel, and they would surely execute him thereafter. Finally, Nan Ge's long-suppressed scream erupted. Ah? In contrast to her panic, Li Chen merely curled his lips into a faint smile, as if he had heard her silent plea, calmly assuring her, "Rest assured, we will undoubtedly break free." Just as the adversary's vehicle was about to make contact, Li Chen pressed the accelerator fiercely to the floor. The already rapid speed suddenly intensified to its zenith. Chen Baixiao was indeed taken aback, for Li Chen had seemingly anticipated his maneuver, as if foreseeing the turn of the steering wheel. With a resounding crash, the tunnel, already trembling from seismic tremors, now teetered on the brink of collapse. Nan Ge was on the verge of madness. Ah, have we collided with the tunnel? Li Chen, must you drive so recklessly? She silently screamed in her mind for what felt like an eternity, only to realize that their vehicle had not overturned or crashed into the tunnel. The car, once tilted, had now regained its balance and was gliding smoothly on solid ground. However, before she could truly relax, a resounding pop echoed from a burst tire. Li Chen in the driver's seat cursed vehemently. The tire had been struck by a pursuer from behind, causing the stability of the entire vehicle to falter. To make matters worse, the tunnel seemed on the verge of collapse, and his gaze remained unwavering, focused on the path ahead as he sped towards the exit. After colliding with the tunnel, Chen Baixiao hastily shifted into reverse, evidently intent on pursuing Li Chen. Even if he did not chase after Li Chen, lingering in the tunnel was not an option. Nan Ge felt the car lurch violently a couple of times before glancing out the window, only to witness debris cascading from the tunnel's ceiling. Had they narrowly escaped their pursuers only to be buried by a collapsing tunnel? Li Chen. She whispered his name. She was not ready to die. As a zombie, having just attained her consciousness, she yearned for survival. With increasing amounts of rubble falling from behind, other vehicles were also in hot pursuit, swiftly retreating. His eyes were fixated solely on the light beyond the tunnel, steering with fervor to evade the falling debris. Though he dodged the larger boulders, a few smaller stones struck the car, leaving dents on the hood, yet he paid them no heed. As he approached the exit, only 10 meters away, then 5, finally just 1 meter remained, his vehicle surged forth. The others behind him were not as fortunate, for a thunderous crash ensued, as debris sealed the tunnel's entrance. Fortunately, the collapse here was not severe. Their vehicles were all top-notch military grade, and those inside should be unharmed. Li Chen had no intention of lingering. Having broken free, he resolved to press on, even with a flat tire. Chapter 10. Li Chen's orders. When the vehicle was buried under the rubble at the tunnel's mouth, the engine had already stalled and ceased to function. Chen Baixiao had no time to glance out of the window and could only shield his head from the onslaught of debris. Once the chaos subsided, he looked out to find the tunnel entrance shrouded in darkness, completely obscuring his view. He slammed his hands against the steering wheel, frustration boiling within him. At that moment, the intercom crackled to life, and Yi Lai inquired, "Commander, what incident has occurred?" Chen Baixiao took a moment to compose himself, striving to maintain his calm. "Just now, I witnessed someone escape right before our eyes." The other party responded with incredulity. "Oh, who possesses such skill to elude your grasp?" As if that were not enough, he added, "The tunnel has collapsed, and we find ourselves trapped at the entrance." Upon hearing Chen Baixiao's words, Yi Lai grew serious. Is it truly that formidable? It was well known that Chen Baishao had never tasted defeat in the ranks. Given the current situation, with so many present unable to prevent even a single vehicle from escaping, and facing such a devastating loss, it was no wonder his voice was as cold as steel, exuding an aura of lethal intent. As Chen Baishao fell silent, Yu Lai could only advise him, please report your location. I will dispatch a helicopter to find you. Additionally, send someone to clear the tunnel. This route is of paramount importance. After stating this, Chen Baishao closed the intercom. He shut his eyes, recalling the resolute actions of the other party. And a figure involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Could it be him? Li Chun, accompanied by Nan Gu, drove the car, which had already suffered a flat tire, for 10 kilometers before confirming they were no longer being pursued. Only then did they come to a halt. Nan Gu felt as though her insides had been jumbled, and she lacked even the strength to glare at him. After exiting the vehicle, Li Chun went to the back seat to lift her down, untied the ropes, and placed her on the ground. Observing her listless demeanor, he remarked, the rear window was struck by a bullet. Had you been seated, you might have met a more tragic fate. Nan Gu raised her head, her pale eyes casting a disdainful glance in his direction. Did he think that such an explanation would earn his forgiveness? Turning away, she made it clear that she had no intention of reconciling with Li Chun. Little mute, I shall go repair the car. You remain here obediently and do not wander off. Li Chun was not one to easily offer apologies. And given the myriad of transgressions he had committed against Nan Gu, a single apology seemed insufficient. Noticing her refusal to engage with him, he decided it best to focus on changing the tire. Nan Gu, now devoid of strength, felt a constant buzzing in her head. It was infuriating that such a fragile being as herself was treated in this manner by a human. With this thought, she silently turned her head to observe Li Chen's actions. He rummaged through the trunk and retrieved a toolbox, along with a spare tire. Fortunately, Chen Baishao had only punctured one tire, allowing him the opportunity to replace it. His movements were swift and efficient. After rising, he inspected the rear window, which was marred by numerous cracks. Lacking a spare window inside the vehicle, he resolved to seek one upon reaching the next city. After ensuring everything was in order, he lifted the hood of the car. Following the recent shower of gravel, he was uncertain whether the engine had sustained any damage. As Li Chun focused intently on repairing the vehicle, Nan Gu felt a resurgence of her strength. In truth, she was not particularly fatigued. It was merely the fright she had experienced earlier. Observing Li Chun's engrossed demeanor, a thought of escape began to take root in her mind. She had also surveyed her surroundings. They were in a desolate area, far from the highway. If not now, then when would she flee? Seizing the opportunity while Li Chun was distracted, she cautiously rose, moving with utmost care to avoid making any sound. Choosing a random direction, she took off into the darkness. Once Li Chun closed the hood, he noticed Nanji's absence. Considering her slow pace, he felt no urgency and leisurely entered the vehicle, starting the engine. Nan Gu was truly terrified, opting for secluded paths devoid of people. As she approached a main road, bent low, she suddenly recognized a familiar car parked at the roadside. Before she could fully process this unsettling realization, the window slid down, revealing Li Chun's handsome face. With a sidelong glance and a teasing smile, he addressed her, saying, "Little mute, how considerate of you to arrive ahead of me." If Nan Gu were capable of breathing, it would undoubtedly feel as though a heavy weight were lodged within her chest. When did the man arrive in his vehicle? She had no inkling whatsoever. Now, the prospect of escape seemed utterly futile. She had already caught sight of the gun in his hand. In this desolate wilderness, if he truly intended to end her life, he would certainly dispose of her remains without a trace. Thus, Nan Gu could only approach him slowly, stifling her emotions, and managed to utter 2 words. What a coincidence. Li Chun raised an eyebrow. Indeed, quite the coincidence. As Nan Gu lowered her gaze, she noticed a bundle of rope resting in the passenger seat. Surely, this rope exceeded 10 meters in length. What could he possibly intend to do with it? Before long, she discovered the answer. As Li Chun remarked, "Seeing as you are so keen on walking, why not tie you to the back of the car? I can drive while you walk behind. Should you tire, the vehicle can conveniently drag you along." A chill ran down Nan Gu's spine. What a ludicrous proposition, given her already meager physique. Being dragged along would surely leave her a mere skeleton after only a few miles. Although she was a zombie, she still prided herself on her appearance and had no desire to transform into a skeletal version of her kind. Consequently, Nan Gu quickly shook her head. "I prefer to ride." Li Chun appeared to disregard her words entirely, seizing the rope with the intent to bind her. As she stepped back a couple of paces, he swiftly restrained her hands. Casting a glance at the dark, foreboding road illuminated only by the headlights, the surrounding woods appeared ominously sinister. With no other option, Nan Gu crouched low, preparing to plead with Li Chun. She endeavored to compose herself, gazing at him with a pitiful expression. Who knows that after Li Chun bound her hands, he chuckled softly. You already look frightening. You needn't glare at me with such an eerie gaze. Nan Gu was utterly infuriated. What kind of remark was that? Yet, under the eaves, one must bow their head. At this moment, Nan Gu found herself more talkative than before. I was wrong. Are you certain you understand? You've attempted to flee more than once, haven't you? Li Chun halted his movements, tugging the rope as he led Nan Gu to the back of the car. Nan Gu couldn't help but think that if someone were forcibly taken away, they too would yearn to escape. However, before she could voice her thoughts, she was once again enticed by Li Chun's scent. Her eyes gradually reddened as she feigned closeness. Just as she was poised to bite him, Li Chun grasped her chin, pushing her away slightly. His gaze brimmed with mockery. Little mute, have you not yet abandoned the notion of biting me? I want you. The sluggishness of her speech was a disadvantage. Before Nan Gu could finish, Li Chun's expression turned peculiar as he clicked his tongue. I never anticipated that what I picked up would be a rogue zombie. Blood. After much effort, she finally completed her sentence. Li Chun's brow twitched twice, and without uttering a word, he proceeded to bind Nan Gu behind the car. Panic set in for Nan Gu. She wished to plead with this man once more but heard him command, don't move. She feigned compliance, gazing at him in confusion. Li Chun turned his head. The rear lights glowed red, casting an eerie hue upon his face, yet his eyes remained dark and menacing. Did you hear any sound? As Nan Gu tilted her ear to listen, a wave of intense fear washed over her. She heard it. A cacophony of voices, a horde of zombies. She struggled to articulate, her voice significantly lower than before. Li Chun's expression mirrored her gravity. How many are there? Which direction are they heading? Nan Gu pointed towards the north of the city, approximately 100,000. 100,000. Li Chun gasped sharply. He had previously thought that the northern exit was the last refuge for the populace, but now, with 100,000 zombies advancing from outside the city to block the northern passage, the chances of survival for those within were perilously slim. Time was no longer on his side. Even though he was well equipped with firearms and ammunition, 100,000 zombies were beyond his capacity to confront, let alone the ordinary citizens attempting to flee the city. Without further hesitation, he swiftly unfastened Nan Gu's restraints and urged her into the vehicle. His earlier jest about tying her up was merely a playful remark. He had never truly contemplated such an action. I won't bind you, but you must promise to obey and not cause any trouble. Once inside the vehicle, he diligently secured Nan Gu's seatbelt. Reflecting on her current predicament, Nan Gu considered that even in the event of an accident, she would likely emerge with only minor injuries, not death. Nevertheless, Li Chun remained focused as he fastened her seatbelt with care. He then looked up, locking his gaze onto hers, his tone becoming even more serious, if you understand. Just blink. Nan Gu quickly blinked, signaling her compliance to behave obediently henceforth. However, the surroundings are almost entirely besieged by zombies. How can they possibly break free? And what of the capital? Is it truly destined to fall into utter ruin? Nan Gu is uncertain of her own feelings. She recognizes her undead nature, which breeds disdain for humanity, yet she harbors no affection for her so-called kin either. Li Chun ignited the vehicle, but before setting it in motion, he grasped the radio and tuned into the military frequency, the very one that Chen Baishao had used to communicate with him earlier that day. Chen Baishao had been rescued and was now preparing to board a helicopter. The air was filled with the deafening whir of spinning rotors. When the radio crackled to life, Li Chun barely caught the first words, but the man reiterated, listen, outside the North City. Approximately 100,000 zombies are advancing towards your perimeter. I urge you to evacuate the civilians by any means necessary. Having never spoken with Li Chun before, Chen Baishao naturally questioned the identity of the voice on the line. Who are you? Why should I trust you? Li Chun growled in response, damn it. Evacuate the civilians swiftly, stop wasting time. Chapter 11. My name is Nan Gu as the highest commander of the Shangjing base. Chen Baishao should have felt anger at such reprimand. Yet, a sudden thought of the man he had encountered today jolted him, eyes widening in shock. It's you. Provide me with the specifics so that I may assess the situation. Chen Baishao was no longer inclined to board the helicopter. Others listening to the military channel deemed Chen Baixiao excessively reckless. Amidst a cacophony of rumors, how could he so readily place his trust in others? Li Chen was equally forthright, relaying everything that Nan Gu had sensed to Chen Baixiao. With each word spoken, Chen Baixiao's expression grew increasingly grave. Why was there such a sudden influx of zombies heading towards the northern part of the city? Upon realization, he inhaled sharply. It was the gathering of those civilians. These zombies were capable of sensing vitality. Even more terrifying was the possibility that there were zombies leading them. Just days into the apocalypse, humanity had yet to secure a reliable water source or shelter, and already there were zombies capable of commanding tens of thousands. This was utterly horrifying. Could they attempt to gather them together and obliterate them with ground-to-ground missiles? Chen Baixiao and Li Chen deliberated strategies, completely disregarding the fact that moments ago they had been locked in a life-and-death struggle. It was probably unfeasible. Li Chen, equally anxious, gripped the steering wheel tightly. Due to the global catastrophe, satellite bases had been utterly destroyed, rendering the precision of ground-to-ground missile targeting far below acceptable standards. Furthermore, if missiles were indeed deployed, the entire northern city would be reduced to ruins. Missiles are fearsome weapons that cause severe environmental pollution. They should never be used unless absolutely necessary. Nothing seemed viable. Chen Baixiao was on the verge of cursing. Fine, I will first evacuate the civilians, then devise another plan. With that, he terminated the communication system. Resolutely, he boarded the helicopter and commenced issuing a series of commands. Upon receiving his orders, the old stalwarts of the base promptly voiced their dissent. How can you be certain that the other party is not deceiving you? Moreover, how can we possibly relocate such a multitude of people? Even if relocation proves impossible, we must still attempt it. As for the veracity of his claims, should calamity befall us, I shall bear the responsibility alone. With that, Chen Baixiao bellowed and severed the connection. At this moment, Li Chen and Nan Gu sat in the vehicle, where Nan Gu heard Li Chen softly declare, "Our destination is Beihai." They had distanced themselves significantly from the northern part of the city, making escape feasible. However, as Nan Gu gazed ahead, she realized that the vehicle was heading in a direction that was decidedly not towards Beihai. Li Chen's expression became even more inscrutable than before. Presently, with her diminished intellect and the emotional fragments that defined her humanity, Nan Gu found herself perplexed by the true intentions harbored within this man. I wish to go to Beihai to find Li Yan. Before she could finish, Li Chen abruptly jerked the steering wheel, and the car rumbled towards the northern part of the city. The soldier within him could not bear to witness the demise of so many innocents. When he donned his military uniform, he had sworn an oath to prioritize the nation and its people above all else. Indifference was simply not an option. For reasons unknown to her, as she observed Li Chen's demeanor, Nan Gu discovered that she was no longer afraid. She felt no fear of the impending horde of zombies, nor of the humans intent on her destruction, although she remained oblivious to Li Chen's true thoughts. A flicker of fervor within her heart compelled her to support his course of action. After a prolonged silence, she turned to Li Chen and said, "I can assist you." Li Chen was taken aback when Nan Gu took the initiative to speak to him. In the past, she would have distanced herself as far as possible from such encounters. Moreover, those zombies were akin to her own kind. How could she possibly choose to stand with humanity? "I can feel them." Slowly, Nan Gu closed her eyes, and the part of her blood that belonged to the zombies began to awaken. She sensed her thoughts becoming distant and elongated, as if her soul had detached and was quietly suspended in the sky. The earth remained shrouded in darkness, and the heavens offered no glimmer of light. She beheld countless zombies sluggishly advancing towards the northern part of the city. Their faces gleamed with a bloodthirsty glint, resembling a feast of gluttony. Li Chen was aware that Nan Gu spoke slowly, but he had some understanding of her, so he said, "You will perceive, and I will inquire." You may respond with a nod or a shake of your head. "Are these zombies dispersed?" Nan Gu initially nodded, then shook her head. It appeared they were still scattered, yet signs of gathering were evident. "Is there a higher-level zombie directing them?" Li Chen asked again. Nan Gu felt an overwhelming fatigue, yet continued her search, and finally, amidst the tide of zombies, she sensed a formidable force. With determination, she nodded vigorously. "Can you locate it?" It would be futile for ordinary civilians to confront 100,000 zombies. The only viable strategy was to capture the leader first. Nan Gu suddenly opened her eyes wide and looked at Li Chen. "Yes, I can." A spark ignited in Li Chen's eyes, and he accelerated the vehicle. As they approached the northern part of the city, they concealed themselves by a narrow path. In her line of sight, a throng of zombies densely packed the area. their tattered clothing indicating their disheveled state. Among them were the young and the old, their eyes vacant and devoid of thought. Not only was Li Qin overwhelmed, but even Nan Ge felt a shiver run down her spine. She pointed towards the eastern direction of the zombie horde, indicating, over there. The zombie leader is in that direction. At that moment, Nan Ge was engulfed in frustration, realizing the harsh truth. In this world, one's worth was often measured against others. Previously, at the entrance of the hospital, she had gathered a few minions, reveling in her fleeting sense of superiority. Yet, now she was faced with the undeniable fact that there existed a true master of the undead, one capable of commanding a legion of 100,000 zombies. The realization filled her with profound shame. Li Qin cast a glance towards the east. As a human, he was incapable of plunging into the horde. Thus he placed his hopes squarely upon Nan Ge. In that instant, the swagger of a soldier dissipated, replaced by an earnestness he had never displayed before. Little mute. I wish to request a favor from you, he said. Initially, Nan Ge was inclined to refuse. She yearned to distance herself from this man and pursue her own existence. Alternatively, joining the zombies in their siege seemed appealing. Surely, it would yield a bounty of human blood. She turned to Li Qin, her gaze questioning the reason for aiding him. After taking a deep breath, Li Qin addressed her. Have you forgotten the person you care for in the northern part of the city? If they breach the gates, that individual may very well perish. Nan Ge's expression remained impassive. She was uncertain of whom she was searching for. At that moment, Li Qin could have easily drawn his weapon to coerce her. Yet he refrained from doing so. He understood that he needed Nan Ge's trust, not as adversaries, but as allies. Do you not desire my blood? Once the task is accomplished, I can provide it for you. Li Qin unleashed his trump card, and indeed, Nan Ge's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. You mean what you say? Nan Ge inquired, still somewhat incredulous. Li Qin placed his hand on her shoulder and promptly put a scalpel in her grasp. I assure you, I mean every word. Nan Ge grinned, despite her ashen complexion, which rendered her appearance far from appealing. Deal. Only after agreeing did she realize that Li Qin had yet to inform her what precisely she was required to do. However, in her fervent desire for Li Qin's blood, she had completely lost her rationality, becoming more frenzied than the zombies before her. Li Qin retrieved a button-like object from his pocket and pinned it to her chest. The task I require of you is quite straightforward. Locate the zombie lord, draw near, affix the button to him, and then press it. I will give you 3 minutes to evacuate. Little mute, can you manage this? Nan Ge pondered. Although her speed had diminished somewhat, she believed she could accomplish it. Thus she nodded in agreement. Time is of the essence. Hurry along. Li Qin unfastened Nan Ge's seatbelt and helped her out of the vehicle. Li Qin stood there, his expression stern, pondering how to articulate his current emotions. The little mute had faith in herself and was willing to undertake this perilous endeavor. Yet he had not disclosed the true extent of the danger involved. She could very well be engulfed by the horde of zombies or become a mere vassal to the zombie lord. There was even the possibility that she would lose her consciousness entirely, transforming into a genuine living corpse. A pang of discomfort tugged at Li Qin's heart. It is indeed incongruous to harbor any sympathy for a zombie, yet the prevailing sentiment across the globe seems to be the annihilation of such beings. In this moment, in a bid to safeguard the populace, he thrust Nan Ge forward. Hence, while conversing with her, his tone had softened significantly compared to before. Nan Ge, still wearing a smile, remained oblivious to the peril that lay ahead. She spoke slowly. Nan Ge. Upon hearing this, Li Qin's eyes widened in astonishment as he inquired, Is that your name? His heart felt as though it had been tightly grasped. After all this time spent together, he realized he did not even know her name. Just a little mute, a little mute. Nan Ge said no more, simply turning away and swiftly merging into the throng of zombies. Though her gaze appeared vacant, Li Qin sensed a multitude of previously unnoticed nuances within it. By revealing her name, she seemed to be urging him to remember her, re-establishing contact with Chun Bai Shao. Li Qin's voice was devoid of any tremor. I have a method to expel these zombies. Chapter 12. Approaching the Lord at this moment, Nan Ge was overwhelmed with exhilaration. She placed her hand over her heart, mimicking the gesture of cradling a button, deeply concerned that other zombies might uncover her intentions and attack her. And why was she so thrilled? It was undoubtedly due to Li Qin's blood. As for her blending into the tide of zombies, moving steadily eastward, none of the zombies seemed to take notice. They lacked any semblance of rationality. Their current behavior was merely a consequence of the zombie lord's influence. At this moment, Nan Ge found herself somewhat influenced by the circumstances surrounding her. However, she resolutely compelled herself to maintain her sanity. Should she fail to accomplish her mission, she would bid farewell to Li Qin's life force as well. She took a moment to observe her attire, noting that compared to the surrounding zombies, her clothing appeared remarkably neat and elegant. Yet, reflecting on the decisiveness with which the man had changed her clothes, she couldn't help but murmur inwardly, despite her lingering disdain for him, it would be preferable to repay the debt of blood before meeting her demise. The mindless movement of the zombie horde impeded her progress. It is worth noting that her pace was already slow, and navigating around the zombies consumed considerable time. The only solace she found was that the zombie lord seemed to be drawing closer to her location. What manner of being was this individual? Given the ability to command such a multitude of zombies, they must surely possess formidable strength. Glancing at her own emaciated figure, Nangu pondered how, even in the face of becoming a zombie, she had failed to gain any semblance of power. With an insatiable thirst for blood, she felt an indomitable spirit rising within her. In contrast, Li Qin, who was hastening towards the northern part of the city, was preoccupied with thoughts of Nanji's silhouette. Although they had only spent 2 days together, with their encounters often marked by confrontation, his complex emotions revealed a profound desire for her survival. Alas, she had already departed. With a firm grip on the steering wheel, Li Qin pressed down on the accelerator. His vehicle, undoubtedly faster than the shuffling pace of the zombies, soon left the horde far behind. Faster than him was Chen Baixiao, who arrived by helicopter. Upon receiving a message from Li Qin, he promptly redirected the aircraft and severed the link with headquarters. Regardless of whether this man had a plan or not, having chosen to trust him, he would do so wholeheartedly. The waiting was interminable, although he could not witness the tide of zombies firsthand. The wafting stench of decay in the air served as a grim reminder of the extraordinary circumstances. Finally, just as impatience began to consume him, Li Qin's vehicle appeared before them. Reflecting on his earlier misstep with this man, Chen Baixiao's handsome visage darkened slightly. Li Qin's headlights pierced the distance, illuminating the area before he even approached, revealing Chen Baixiao's helicopter. He parked right in front of them and donned a mask before exiting, leaving only his piercing dark eyes visible. Chen Baixiao was taken aback by the man's enigmatic demeanor. It seemed he wished to conceal his true identity. However, he set aside these thoughts and approached the man. You claim you can repel these zombies. Is that truly the case? He inquired anxiously, locking eyes with him. The two tall figures stood rigidly, exuding an air of resolve. If Chen Baixiao had harbored doubts before, witnessing the man's demeanor now confirmed his suspicions. He had once been a soldier. Li Qin had no intention of engaging in idle chatter. He had been monitoring the button on Nanji's clothing, though it had yet to be activated. Let me check the map, he said. In the present day, many satellites have malfunctioned, leaving one to resort to the most rudimentary of tools, paper maps. Fortunately, Chen Baixiao demonstrated remarkable efficiency, swiftly locating a suitable site. Li Qin remained indifferent to their perceptions of the mask adorning his face. His sole focus was on vanquishing the zombie lord, after which he would depart with Nangu. His inherent commanding presence compelled him to issue a directive to Chen Baixiao. The reinforcements from headquarters must be nearing, correct? Once I commence my actions, instruct them to initiate the eradication of the zombies. Chen Baixiao gasped in disbelief. Are you mistaken? With so many zombies, how do you expect them to carry out such a task? You need only focus on eliminating those closest to the northern city gate. The others will not advance further. Li Qin replied. His composure was more tumultuous than at any previous moment. The self-discipline he once took pride in seemed to falter. With each breath, thoughts of Nangu flooded his mind, and he questioned himself for having sent her out. They were fundamentally different. Before long, Chen Baixiao observed Li Qin's vehicle halt atop a high ground, and he sighed, utterly astounded by this unconventional man. Despite his reluctance, after arranging all necessary preparations, he stationed himself and his team beneath the elevated position to provide cover for Li Qin. The few individuals accompanying him were perplexed by Chen Baixiao's decisions. However, the nature of a soldier is to obey orders. Since Chen Baixiao had resolved to proceed, they naturally offered their support. Li Qin crouched atop his vehicle, donned a pair of goggles, and rested a cannon on his shoulder. If Chen Baixiao were to behold his sighting scope, he would undoubtedly be astounded, for it is the most advanced classified weapon in Huaxia, known to only a select few high-ranking officials. At this moment, Li Qin was intently focused on the scope, where green lines materialized, yet the small red that he had longed to see remained elusive. The cannon was equipped with a positioning and tracking function. If he could ascertain the location of the zombie lord, he would certainly be able to eliminate him. Nangong, to what extent have you progressed? Nangong discerned that the intelligence of the zombie lord was likely quite limited, as he had failed to notice her despite her relentless pursuit. He merely commanded a multitude of zombies to congregate around him, significantly hindering her movements. Frustration welled within her as she pushed aside yet another motionless zombie. Why were they so obstinate? Could they not clear the path? The closer she drew to the zombie lord, the heavier the sense of oppression weighed upon her. After approximately an hour of traversing, she finally caught sight of the zombie lord. To her astonishment, the zombie lord was, in fact, a child. She blinked vigorously, for her vision was such that she could hardly distinguish between human and beast beyond 5 meters, and she initially feared she was mistaken. Upon confirming that the figure before her was indeed less than her own chest height, she found herself at a loss for words. The young boy appeared to be merely 7 or 8 years old, his state of decay far more advanced than her own. His left eyeball had even fallen from its socket. He ambled along the path with a blank expression, moving with a swiftness that surpassed that of the other zombies. In stark contrast to his diminutive frame, the zombies surrounding him appeared quite robust. Nange tightened the buttons of her heart even further. These zombies appeared to be quite formidable foes. However, for the sake of Li Qin's blood, she resolved to take the plunge. Thus, Nange endeavored to suppress her presence. Gradually inching closer to the zombie lord, the other zombies finally noticed her approach, instinctively yearning to attack, only to realize she was one of their kind. Yet, there lingered an inexplicable scent of humanity about her. Had she already feasted upon humans? These zombies lacked reason, yet Nange could discern their envy towards her. What could possibly be so enviable? It was utterly perplexing. Nevertheless, their failure to impede her progress proved to be a tremendous boon for Nange. Her spirits lifted. She felt that the task entrusted to her by Li Qin was remarkably simple. If only her face weren't so rigid, had she been able to smile. Laughter would have surely escaped her lips. At last, she managed to position herself beside the zombie lord. The lord merely cast a glance at her with one of its pallid eyes before unleashing its ability to control the other zombies. Nange felt an overwhelming pressure surge around her. Had she not been cautious, she surely would have been toppled by the lord's might. No wonder it commanded a legion of 100,000 zombies. This lord truly possessed formidable power. A faint growl involuntarily escaped her throat. The other zombies remained oblivious. But the lord took notice. It seemed to sense Nange's divided intentions, intensifying its oppressive force. Now in close proximity to the lord, the weight of its dominance rendered her unable to lift her arms, and she felt her knees gradually bending, on the verge of succumbing to the ground. Otherwise, one might as well submit to him. Look, aren't the other zombies all obedient to his command? With such a lord leading them into the capital, the humans within would surely be at their mercy. And what of Li Qin? He might also meet a tragic end. Reflecting on why she had once heeded Li Qin's words to undertake such a thankless task filled her with confusion. Nange clearly heard the sound of her shattered kneecap. Although the pain had dulled, the sensation was still haunting. The zombie lord, now displaying a hint of ferocity, was encountering a formidable adversary in Nange for the first time despite controlling so many zombies. She had hesitated, contemplating surrender, but suddenly recalled the expression in Li Qin's eyes when she had joyfully departed from him, an emotion tinged with reluctance and perhaps regret. This sentiment struck her as peculiar. Perhaps because she lacked it, which made her yearn for it even more. Thus, she resolved to follow her heart. Indeed, she was a zombie of her word. Having promised Li Qin, how could she possibly go back on her word? With great effort, she pushed through the agony of her nearly shattered patella and gradually straightened her body. Chapter 13. The onslaught of zombies. The zombie lord was not mistaken. Nange was indeed a tough nut to crack. Why should I yield to you? She tugged at her stiff lips, striving to draw closer. The zombie lord began to panic, astonished that any zombie could still move under his overwhelming pressure. He let out an ear-piercing roar, startling the zombies around him, who nearly stumbled to the ground. The nearby zombies, sensing his fury, turned their gaze towards Nange in unison. Nange's stiff lips still curved upward, while the button over her heart had already been pried off. She glanced at the zombie lord, who was a few heads shorter than herself, and let out a chilling laugh. You little brat, if I don't teach you a lesson, you'll never learn the meaning of respecting your elders and cherishing the young. Seizing the moment when the other zombies were momentarily distracted, Nange swiftly affixed the button to the back of the zombie lord. Meanwhile, Chen Baishao, aboard the helicopter, had yet to witness the vast sea of zombies. As time passed, his subordinates grew increasingly restless, suspecting that Li Qin was merely toying with them. If that were indeed the case, they would undoubtedly disregard Chun Baixiao's orders and execute Li Chun. One particularly hot-headed lieutenant was almost ready to leap up and drag Li Chun off the vehicle, but was effectively subdued by a fierce glare from Chun Baixiao. "Prepare the ambush," he commanded, his authority as the highest commander evident. At that moment, his mere glance silenced any dissent among his men. Though the lieutenant simmered with frustration, he eventually complied, continuing to provide cover for Li Chun. After more than an hour of silence, Li Chun finally spoke coldly, "They're coming." In an instant, every hair on Chun Baixiao and his team stood on end. In the dim light, they finally comprehended the dread they were about to confront. An overwhelming mass of zombies surged and jostled together, stretching endlessly before them, a sight that sent shivers down their spines. The thought of 100,000 people gathering in a square was already terrifying, let alone facing such an immense horde of the undead. Chun Baixiao dared not even breathe. Observing the pace at which the zombies were advancing, the swiftest among them could reach him in less than 5 minutes. Thus, he turned to Li Chun atop the vehicle and inquired, "When shall we commence firing?" "Follow my orders. Do not act rashly," Li Chun replied, not lowering his gaze but continuing to scrutinize the sight. Over an hour had passed. "Nange, how are you faring?" Meanwhile, the crowd congested in the northern part of the city was being incited by emotional rhetoric, with some reluctant to evacuate. A voice arose in agreement. "Indeed, that so-called warning line they established has already irked us. In this apocalyptic era, they refuse to be governed. They demanded to exit the city." Gulai arrived promptly after receiving Chun Baixiao's message. His physique appeared even more robust than Li Chun's, and his military uniform strained to contain his form. He stood at a distance outside the warning line, his expression rife with impatience. Removing his cap, he abruptly drew his sidearm and fired a shot into the air. "Do you not comprehend my words? Anyone who wishes to cross must first relinquish their life." Unlike Chun Baixiao, Gulai had no intention of elaborating on the dangers of the situation. He was disinclined to negotiate, his face betraying his annoyance. Since they refused to cooperate, perhaps the gun would prove persuasive? "So you think you're formidable with a firearm? If you have the guts, aim it at me," the leading figure shouted, emboldened yet fearful. Gulai, however, showed no hesitation, leveling his pistol and preparing to pull the trigger at the man. Gulai observed the man's cowardly demeanor and, with a slight tug of his lips, was about to lower his firearm when he was suddenly startled by the panicked shouts from the group. "Heavens! What on earth is that?" Many had noticed the commotion not far away, and after scrutinizing it for a moment, someone cried out, "My goodness! It's a horde of zombies! Run quickly!" This exclamation rippled through the crowd like a stone cast into tranquil waters, stirring a wave of chaos. Those who had been reluctant to retreat now screamed in terror, fear spreading like wildfire among the masses. The very individuals who had previously boisterously challenged the military were now the swiftest to flee. Their earlier refusal to leave had merely been a ploy to negotiate terms and seek advantages. Now, they had no desire to remain and become fodder for the undead. As the leaders dashed away, the remaining citizens dared not linger. The peril posed by the zombies within the capital was far less daunting than that outside. After all, the undead were not congregated in one place. Observing the horde beyond the city, it seemed to number in the tens of thousands. One zombie's step could flatten the entirety of the northern city. In the midst of the frantic escape, Gulai took a glance through his binoculars and couldn't help but gasp in shock. There were simply too many zombies, stirring up clouds of dust in the stillness of the night. One of his subordinates, pale-faced, turned to Gulai and said, "Commander, with so many zombies, what shall we do? What else can we do?" Gulai replied resolutely, "We must hold our ground. We cannot allow them to breach the city. The rescue operations have yet to be completed. If they manage to infiltrate, the entire capital will become a desolate wasteland." Damn it. Gulai had never harbored such profound disdain before. Why were there so many people in the capital, and now they had all turned into zombies? The extermination mission had become exceedingly arduous. As for the horde of zombies before him, he could only endure it for the time being, hoping that the reinforcements summoned by Chun Baixiao were reliable enough to expel the undead. At that moment, Chun Baixiao remained stationed below the high ground, providing cover for Li Chun. Internally, he was equally anxious, witnessing the relentless approach of the horde while Li Chun remained utterly motionless, unable to restrain himself any longer. He finally lifted his gaze and inquired, "When can we strike? They have already detected our presence." The proximity was so close that Chun Baixiao could even discern the mottled decay on the faces of the zombies. Li Chun pressed his lips tightly together, his finger poised on the trigger, remaining utterly still. "Do not rush. The success of Nanji's actions was pivotal to their battle against the zombies. If they truly failed, Li Chen pondered, they must delay until all the citizens in the northern part of the city had been relocated. He seemed to meld into the night, more composed than before, yet beneath that tranquility lay immense energy. Li Chen clenched his jaw, silently affirming, Nangu, I believe in you. Just as the zombies were about to surge forward, he suddenly noticed the red dot on his scope illuminating. A broad smile erupted on Li Chen's face. Indeed, he had faith that Nangu would not let him down. He immediately began to calculate the time, turning to Qin Baishao and his companions, declaring, in 3 minutes, we will strike. 3 minutes? Qin Baishao was utterly perplexed by what Li Chen was contemplating. These zombies would be upon them in less than 2 minutes. After engaging in combat, whether they could endure even 3 minutes was highly debatable, and yet he still intended to wait? Wait, was all Li Chen uttered, falling silent thereafter. Though his tone was calm, his emotions were taut with anxiety, for he could distinctly perceive the small dot in the scope moving rapidly. Was Nangu in peril? Had those zombies turned their aggression towards her? Li Chen had previously regretted sending Nangu into danger, and now that feeling intensified, as if it were tearing him apart. The predicament Nangu found herself in was far from hopeful. She had withstood the mental assault from the zombie lord and successfully illuminated the button affixed to him. The other zombies, possessing remarkably low intelligence, were oblivious to her actions, or even if they noticed, they would not bother to remove the button. The zombie lord was driven to madness solely because Nangu defied his commands. He yearned to take matters into his own hands and eliminate Nangu, yet she was no stranger to life and death situations. In her evasive maneuvers, she managed to prevent the zombie lord from gaining any advantage. At this moment, no zombie was more anxious than Nangu herself. Li Chen had allotted himself a mere 3 minutes for retreat, leaving her with no time to squander. However, the zombie lord proved to be exceptionally tenacious, his claws and fangs far sharper than her own. As Nangu turned, he lunged at her back with a fierce swipe. Fortunately, Nangu leaned forward just in time, evading the grasp of the creature, yet she distinctly heard the sound of her clothing being torn from her back. Ignoring the pain, she sprinted desperately in the opposite direction of the zombie lord. Unable to overpower her, the zombie lord commanded his minions to attack. These zombies were far more formidable than Nangu, each one exuding an aura of menace as they relentlessly pursued her. Surrounded by the undead, her chances of escape dwindled, for she lacked the speed of her pursuers. Some of the zombies lunged at her, overpowering her and pinning her to the ground. Nanji's eyes widened in horror as she beheld the creature's grotesque maw lunging towards her. Chapter 14. The disappearance of Nangu could not allow herself to be devoured so easily. With one hand she flailed desperately to fend off the impending bite, while her other hand groped the ground, fortuitously discovering a shard of stone. In the aftermath of the earthquake, debris was plentiful, proving that fate had not entirely forsaken her. She seized the stone and struck the zombie's head with all her might. The creature's head, already precariously balanced, was shattered by her blow, rendering it motionless. As a gap opened before her, Nangu hesitated not a moment longer. She sprang to her feet, determined to break free from the encirclement. However, the zombie lord had succumbed to madness, still intent on directing his minions to attack her. Initially, Nangu believed he would unleash a horde of thousands upon her, but soon realized he could only manipulate a handful of the zombies surrounding him. Her pride began to stir once more. She had initially believed that the zombie lord was formidable. However, if it could only command a few zombies, it seemed to possess no greater strength than her own. Regardless, she refused to concede that he was superior. After managing to rise, Nangu pondered whether the 3 minutes were up yet, realizing she had only covered a few meters. She was uncertain of Li Chen's intentions. If a missile were to strike, even fleeing 300 meters would be futile. Regret gnawed at her for not having sought clarity earlier, as she had been irresistibly drawn to his blood and recklessly plunged into the horde of zombies. Now, she found herself with no escape. Several zombies continued to pursue her relentlessly, and Nangu clenched her teeth, striving to remain upright. Meanwhile, she heard the zombie lord emitting a piercing howl. That sound, did it not seem directed at her? Indeed, they were headed north to assault the defensive line. They were now perilously close to it. Had they already begun their attack? At this moment, Li Chen was bracing himself atop the vehicle, the 3 minutes stretching painfully. He was torn between concern for Nanji's safety and the need to remain vigilant against the approaching zombies. They had evidently lost their sanity, driven by the scent of humanity, especially with the proximity of the defensive line, where the aroma of fresh human blood lingered. Chen Baishao had never been in such close proximity to zombies before. With the creatures now less than a meter away, a mere leap could result in a fatal bite to his neck. The other officers were equally drenched in cold sweat, their eyes fixated, too fearful to even breathe audibly. At last, the 3-minute ordeal had come to an end, as Li Chen coldly uttered the command, "Fire," while steadying his aim on the red dot in the sight. The atmosphere thickened with tension. The zombie overlord, sensing the obstruction to his advance forces, had already begun to roar in defiance. However, after enduring such a prolonged wait, Li Chen was not about to allow the creature to continue its rampage unchallenged. Suddenly, a homing missile erupted from the barrel, hurtling towards the zombie overlord with lethal intent. Initially oblivious to the impending threat, the overlord soon realized too late that the missile was aimed directly at him, as instinct urged him to flee in another direction. It was futile. The missile, designed with tracking capabilities, veered sharply and struck him squarely in the back before he could take a single step. The impact was precise, targeting the very location of his vital core. While ordinary bullets might not have been sufficient to vanquish a zombie, the sheer force of this missile obliterated the overlord, rendering him a grotesque mass of flesh and bone, incapable of commanding his minions any longer. With the death of their leader, the previously orderly horde of zombies descended into chaos. Bereft of direction, they began to scatter aimlessly as the sun began to rise, casting a faint light across the sky, which the dark, relentless tide of zombies seemed intent on extinguishing. Just as Li Chen pulled the trigger, Chen Baishao and the others, who had been biding their time, erupted into action against the advancing undead. They were all prepared for a fierce battle, yet who could have anticipated that after the thunderous explosion, many of the zombies would scatter? If they could breach the first line of undead, the entire northern part of the city would be secured. At this moment, Gulai stood resolute before the defensive line as zombies surged toward him. The other soldiers on standby, upon hearing the gunfire, eagerly joined the fray. Gulai's silhouette became increasingly upright as he engaged in this war. The nearby smoke and the distant horde of zombies painted the entire landscape in a somber hue, as if hope would never arrive. The chilling howls of the undead echoed in their ears, driving many of them into a frenzied state at the sin of humanity. Gulai's aim was impeccable. Almost every shot found its mark in the heads of the zombies. While battling, he continuously commanded, "Hold the line. We cannot allow them to breach this defense." Beyond the realm of ordinary civilians, only a few isolated squads of soldiers remained. They gritted their teeth, steeling themselves for a valiant sacrifice. The atmosphere was steeped in desolation, punctuated solely by the sounds of gunfire and the growls of the undead. Just as it seemed they could hold out no longer, a brilliant ray of sunlight suddenly pierced through the clouds, illuminating the earth below. The thick smoke that had enveloped the ground began to dissipate. The soldiers, who had steeled themselves for the worst, were taken aback as they witnessed the vast hordes of zombies retreating at a visible pace, reminiscent of a receding tide. Li Chen, having struck the zombie leader, had already turned his focus to the undead before him. Not long after, as the sun ascended, he cast a glance at the dissipating horde of zombies, and his heart gradually found tranquility. Chen Baishao had never experienced such exhilaration in battling the undead before. Who could have anticipated that the man atop the vehicle would truly fulfill his bold claims? In the past, he would have dismissed the notion that one could stand against 100,000 zombies, yet today, he bore witness to the reality and was finally convinced. Thanks to Li Chen's unwavering courage, the zombie tide began to recede after more than an hour. The remaining scattered foes were manageable for the soldiers. Chen Baishao also lowered his weapon, yet from his vantage point, he could only glimpse the headgear enveloping Li Chen. Wait, the zombies have not been entirely vanquished. Where are you going? Chen Baishao inquired anxiously. A talent such as this was not one he wished to let slip away. Naturally, Chen Baishao's legs could not keep pace with Li Chen's, and he could only watch helplessly as the vehicle sped away, stirring up a cloud of dust. After a few forceful coughs, Gulai's voice rang out behind him. "What are you doing here? Whose vehicle is that up ahead?" Chen Baishao turned, wiped his face, and replied with a hint of irritation. "Who knows, a madman. The one who bested you and drove off the horde?" Gulai had already pieced together the answer, and an expression of curiosity unexpectedly flickered across his defiant visage. Chen Baishao nodded and glanced once more in the direction the vehicle had taken, expressing his regret. That was an extraordinarily capable individual. Alas, he was not inclined to remain. Gulai laughed nonchalantly, remarking that in this apocalyptic world, there were undoubtedly many capable individuals. Since he had chosen to venture forth alone, There was no point in insisting on his company. Initially, I had hoped to make his acquaintance, but it seemed that opportunity had slipped away. Chun Baishao muttered, "We have no intention of holding him accountable. What harm is there in delaying for a while? In our haste, we remain oblivious to what lies ahead." Gu Lai and Chun Baishao assumed that Li Chun was in search of something, for with the recent wave of zombies having receded, it was inconceivable that he would be looking for a person. In truth, what Li Chun sought was not a human, but the zombies that had occupied his thoughts throughout the night. He drove directly towards the site where the zombie lord had been slain. Nan Ji's pace was languid. Even in 3 minutes, he had scarcely covered any distance. The force of the shell was tremendous, and it was likely that a deep crater had formed within a 3-meter radius of the zombie lord. Surely, Nangu would not fail to escape even that distance? Upon finally arriving at the scene, Li Chen's heart sank at the sight before him. The zombie lord was indeed deceased, surrounded by numerous mangled corpses, victims of the explosion. He halted the vehicle, removed his hood, and began to inspect the area beside the crater. A profound fear gripped him. What if Nangu had encountered some misfortune? After an exhaustive search, he found no trace of Nangu, and his heart gradually turned cold. He reassured himself that surely, in the course of this hour, Nangu had wandered off with other zombies. In the aftermath of the earthquake, the terrain had grown increasingly convoluted, littered with remnants of the zombies' retreat. Which direction could Nangu possibly have taken? Li Chun now found himself steeped in regret, pondering why he had not affixed a tracking device to Nangu at that moment, which would have spared him the frantic search akin to a headless fly. He meticulously scoured the vicinity of the deep pit once more, and just as anxiety began to overwhelm him, he caught sight of a corner of fabric. That material was unmistakable. It was the very cloth he had replaced on Nangu. Li Chen's throat tightened as if gripped by an unseen force. His eyes suddenly ablaze with a fierce crimson hue. Chapter 15. Finding Nangu. The dull, camouflaged fabric lay ensnared beneath the rubble, and as a gust of wind swept through, the delicate cloth spiraled into the sky, swiftly carried away. Li Chun grappled with the tumult of emotions swirling within him. Upon closing his eyes, he was inundated with memories of the time spent alongside Nangu over the past 2 days. She was a rather foolish zombie, singularly focused. Her speech and movements clumsy, and her thoughts concealed beneath layers of confusion. Whenever she disapproved of him, her eyes would gleam a fierce red, and guttural roars would erupt from her throat. Yet, she possessed a semblance of rationality, often concocting her own schemes and cunningly believing herself superior to other zombies. Reflecting on their encounters, he realized he had never treated Nangu kindly. He had either shot through her heart or fractured several of her ribs. This time, he had chosen to stand amidst thousands in the northern part of the city, positioning himself against her, even though she was no longer human. Was it truly justified for him to sacrifice her in such a manner? He was acutely aware of her simplicity. As he watched her clutching the button at her chest and advancing towards the zombie lord, Li Chun felt as though the very world around him had dimmed into darkness. He looked down upon himself, who was entrusted by Nangu. At this moment, not a single surviving zombie remained in sight. The land around the zombie lord had been transformed into deep craters by his artillery fire, and the other zombies had departed. As daylight broke, the sun pierced through the thick clouds, casting him in shadow as he stood with his back to the light. Slowly, he crouched down, remaining silent for an extended period. Nangu. He murmured her name, feeling as though a knife twisted mercilessly in his heart, bloodied yet inexplicable. The earth was desolate since last night. The scent of the undead had not fully dissipated, and the acrid odor of decay mingled with the wisps of smoke rising from the ground, dissolving into the sky. Li Chun felt as if he had lost something profoundly significant. He lingered in silence for what felt like an eternity, as if the entire world had been forgotten. When suddenly an unconscious whimper drew his attention. He stared in disbelief at a distant spot. There lay several dismembered zombie bodies. Following his gaze downward, the terrain was uneven, the land and forest utterly transformed. This was an exceedingly cruel apocalypse. From the day Li Chun left the capital, he had resolved to face all changes with composure. Yet this time, he could not remain calm. It seemed as though something was writhing in that place, and his heart began to race uncontrollably, thumping loudly. Li Chun slowly rose to his feet. Despite his elevated position, he could not shake the feeling of being scrutinized by another. At last, the debris was cleared away, revealing a cerulean hand. However, what caught his attention first was not the features of that hand, but rather the attire enveloping her. It was the camouflage outfit, the very one he had donned upon her. Li Chen found himself at a loss, uncertain whether to laugh or cry out. He could scarcely move his feet. The zombie struggled for a moment, unable to dislodge the earth that encased her. It was then that Li Chen seemed to awaken from his stupor. Dashing forward to clear the rubble, and indeed, he beheld that hollow, azure visage. Although she had transformed into a zombie, rendering her far from beautiful at that moment, Li Chen perceived her as the most exquisite maiden in the entire world. Nan Ge. He called her name, fearing that she might vanish. Nan Ge. Upon hearing Li Chen's voice, slowly lifted her gaze to meet his. After the explosion, she had lost consciousness, surrounded by a throng of zombies. Witnessing their imminent approach as they threatened to tear her apart, her final recollection was of berating the man before her. Truly, she should never have listened to him about seeking the zombie lord. Look where it had led her. Her very life was at stake. Yet, fortune favored her. As the explosion erupted, the zombies in front of her shielded her from the blast, while behind her lay a deep pit into which she fell. The dust raised by the explosion soon buried the pit, and when she awoke, all she perceived was an impenetrable darkness. After much struggle, she finally managed to extend her hand. Upon glimpsing Li Chen's face, she was astonished to find that he appeared more handsome in the sunlight than on any previous occasion. Nange was anxious to speak, yet after a prolonged moment of silence, she could only muster 2 words: get out. Li Chen understood her desire to escape, and deep within, he too yearned to rescue her. What remarkable fortune did she possess, to remain unscathed so close to the epicenter of the explosion? However, as he gazed upon Nange's ashen face, a smile unexpectedly graced his lips. He slowly curled his mouth into a smirk. Do you wish to come out? Nange let out a soft huff. The pit was far too deep for her to climb out. Why was this man so utterly oblivious? Li Chen crouched down again, fixing his gaze on her. Then I shall lift you up. Nange tugged at the corners of her mouth. Contemplating how to demand the blood he owed her once she was free. With the presence of the zombie overlord now dissipated and the tide of the undead receding, he ought to fulfill his promise, right? Gradually raising her hand, Nange regarded him, her eyes clearly conveying her message. Since you claim you will extricate me, why do you not act swiftly? Li Chen stared at her for a long moment before finally grasping her hand, then encircling her waist. He lifted her from the depths of the pit. He did not hastily set her down, but first checked for any injuries. Yet, little could be discerned, as her body was still in a state of decay, save for the conspicuous remnants of her torn camouflage uniform on her back. Li Chen cleared his throat, refraining from further scrutiny, and carried her towards the vehicle. Nangong contemplated that she had performed remarkably well in this task. The man had never exhibited such tenderness towards her before. In the past, he had always taken charge without hesitation, but this time, he had even cradled her like a princess. Regrettably, she was no longer human, her heart no longer beat, and thus, she felt no embarrassment. She endeavored to suppress her inner desires. Once seated in the passenger seat, Li Chen merely turned to her and said, "Let us find another place. This area is littered with the remnants of zombies. It is hardly a suitable location." Nangong had not forgotten about Li Chen's blood, and as they drove along the road, she inquired, "When will you provide me with your blood?" At that moment, she did not closely observe his expression nor contemplate the implication of his words. Therefore, when the man parked the vehicle in a relatively flat area, disregarding her protests, and changed her attire before falling asleep alone, Nangong was utterly bewildered. What did he mean by that? She had yet to drink his blood, and he had already succumbed to slumber. Nangong did not require sleep, naturally overlooking the fact that Li Chen had not rested or eaten properly for 2 days. Since the previous day, he had been on edge, his heart feeling as if it were being suspended. After the harrowing battle they had faced the night before, it was no wonder he was exhausted. Curiously, he had felt no fatigue while searching for Nangong, but upon finding her, his heart had finally eased. Now that she was by his side, he could finally rest. Meanwhile, Nangong felt a surge of irritation, that annoying sentiment resurfacing once more. Having endured countless hardships to approach the zombie lord, the man had not uttered a single word of praise, instead opting to retire to slumber alone. Thus, she retrieved the surgical knife she had concealed, its blade glimmering under the sun's rays. Slowly, she advanced towards Li Chen, contemplating that since he had failed to uphold his promise, it was permissible for her to take matters into her own hands. Nangong felt even more exhilarated than the previous night, measuring the knife against Li Chen's body. Where should she make the incision? The artery? No, she wished to save her life a bit longer. A single cut there would end it all. Perhaps the vein? This idea seemed more favorable, yet which vein should she target? Ah, The one on the wrist appeared promising. If she could stem the bleeding in time, he would surely survive. With a hesitant gait, Nangong approached him, her eyes now more vividly contrasting. She held the surgical knife steadily aloft. Just as her blade was poised to pierce the man's wrist, it was unexpectedly evaded. In a flash, the man sat up abruptly, and with a resounding thud, Nangong found herself pinned beneath him, her knife now firmly grasped in his hand, pressed against her own neck. Nangong's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed up at him. The man emanated an icy demeanor, a murderous aura radiating from his very core. Up close, his features became strikingly clear. He was an extraordinarily handsome man. Instinctively, she sought to shift her neck, for this version of Li Qin was utterly terrifying. However, upon recognizing her, he inexplicably retracted his menacing presence. He gradually leaned closer. Speaking to Nangu, "I am trying to sleep. Please be good." Nangu blinked, pondering why she was deemed not to be good. "You sleep your sleep, and I shall enjoy my drink. You cannot hold me to your words." However, Li Chun pretended not to comprehend Nanji's sentiments. After releasing her, he reclined back into the vehicle. Yet, before succumbing to slumber once more, he issued a warning to Nangu. "My vigilance remains high even in sleep. Should such an incident occur again, I cannot guarantee my restraint." Humph. Nangu glared at him, thinking, "I am the one who defeated the zombie lord. Should I fear you?" Unbeknownst to her, a subtle smile crept upon the man's lips. Chapter 16. Just 3 drops of blood. Li Qin slept soundly from morning until the afternoon. Nangu sat idly in her chair, delighting in thoughts of how she might prepare him, braised or steamed, upon his awakening. She had not contemplated whether he would allow her to succeed. Though they had chosen a secluded location, several zombies had gathered while Li Qin slumbered, their grotesque faces peering through the car windows, attempting to force the door open to harm the humans inside. Nangu dismissed them, confident in the vehicle's formidable strength, impervious to mere zombies without artillery. Even if she were to engage, she doubted her own capability against them. Finally, around 1 in the afternoon, Li Chun stirred awake. Nangu observed as he slowly opened his eyes. The confusion within them dissipated swiftly, replaced by a depth and sharpness reminiscent of his former self. Moreover, Li Chun did not linger in the vehicle for long. After rising nimbly, he first examined himself, then turned his attention to Nangu and the surroundings. Li Chun refrained from using his firearm. Instead, he dispatched the few zombies with his dagger, swiftly severing their heads with precision. Observing his fluid movements, Nangu felt an involuntary chill run down her neck. Ignoring the now lifeless zombies, Li Chun entered the vehicle and opened the trunk to retrieve supplies, extracting water and food. Today, he had no intention of hastily continuing their journey, and to Nanji's astonishment, he even produced a heater to boil water and prepare instant noodles. How leisurely he seemed. "Aren't you afraid of more zombies approaching?" she wondered aloud. In truth, Li Chun harbored no fear. As he prepared his meal, he cast a sidelong glance at Nangu, who retained her dazed expression, her face marked with the telltale signs of decay. Even in her zombified state, the contours of her features were faintly discernible, hinting that she must have been a striking beauty in her human days. Nangu twisted her neck, contemplating her own hunger while Li Chun ate. She hesitated to directly threaten him. After all, she was no match for him, which left her feeling despondent. Therefore, she devised a subtle strategy. How about sharing a meal? Li Chun, his back to her, could not suppress a smile. He realized that traveling with a zombie could indeed be an amusing experience. This little mute added a vibrant hue to his post-apocalyptic existence. Indeed, it had already been 2 days since he had last enjoyed a proper meal. Nangu discovered that she had cooked 3 packs of noodles, all by herself. They were quite delicious. Noticing that he remained unresponsive, she steeled herself to continue speaking. "Earlier she had been explicit enough, yet did the man truly need further clarification?" The smile on Li Chun's lips deepened. "Oh, you mean our agreement? I remember. Indeed. However, you must allow me to satiate my hunger first." Nangu pressed her lips together, reluctantly choosing to endure the moment. The man was remarkably efficient. While preparing the noodles, he added 2 sausages, though sadly, Nangu could not discern their aroma. As he dined, he casually settled on the ground, his movements fluid and natural. The large bowl of noodles soon lay empty, and he even finished the broth. How ravenous he must be. Li Chun had no habit of wasting food, especially in these apocalyptic times when sustenance was scarce. As she observed him finally nearing the end of his meal, her heart blossomed with joy. "Have you finished eating?" she inquired eagerly. Li Chun set down the bowl and chopsticks, lazily beckoning her with a finger. "Little mute, come here." Nan Gu felt displeased. She had previously told Li Chen her name, and he had acknowledged it. Why now refer to her as Little Mute? She could speak, albeit a bit slowly. Reluctantly, she ambled over. "Since you have completed your task, I shall honor my promise. Come, sit a little closer." Li Chen patted the space beside him. Although her facial expressions were minimal, he noticed the hint of a smile playing on her lips. Oh, this little zombie appears quite delighted. Not only has she come over, but she has also brandished her scalpel, measuring it against him. With such intellect, Li Chen truly worries for her. One day, she might be sold to someone, possibly even paying them for the privilege. There is no need for her to lift a finger. All she must do is await his command. Li Chen takes her scalpel and, with a swift motion, slices it across his own fingertip. As the fragrant scent of blood floods her senses, Nan Gu feels as though she might lose her mind. It smells so delectable. Heaven forbid, if only she could taste it. Yet, Li Chen refuses to let her move. The anticipation is maddening. Nan Ji's gaze follows the movement of Li Chen's finger, where the incision is evidently shallow. With a gentle squeeze, beads of crimson appear at his fingertip. She opens her mouth wide. Li Chen lifts his hand, still clad in a portion of the glove. Nan Gu's heart swells with delight, her mouth agape in eager expectation. Would a man truly place his finger within her mouth to let her suckle? How thrilling! How tantalizing! Then, under Nan Ji's fervent gaze, Li Chen elevates his finger above her lips and gives another gentle squeeze. Nan Gu waits, bubbling with excitement, only to find her hopes dashed. What? After shedding my pants, this is all I get to see? Nan Gu can no longer endure it. She hasn't even had the chance to savor the taste of his blood. This simply won't do. With a growl, she refrains from speaking, channeling her frustration through her cries. Previously, she might have accepted not tasting his blood, but now she realizes just how much she craves it. Thus, the deranged little zombie lunged toward Li Chen. However, Li Chen, with his exceptional agility, effortlessly rolled away from Nange's attack. Internally, Nange berated him for his lack of integrity, for being utterly shameless. She had nearly sacrificed her life to fulfill his promise, only for him to offer her a mere 3 drops of blood. She felt indignant. They had an agreement. Whenever Li Chen faced Nange, he always exuded a sense of superiority, as if he were intellectually dominating her. But what I wish to propose is simply 3 drops of blood. Outrageous. Nange cursed vehemently, and, after venting her anger, lunged at him once more. Yet, as she charged, he swiftly caught her by the neck with his arm, forcefully pinning her down. "Little Mute, you are so disobedient," he remarked. Nange struggled frantically, determined to kill this man today. Not even to steam or braise him. She would consume him whole. These humans were truly shameless. Observing her nearly reach the brink of fury, Li Chen couldn't help but chuckle softly. However, recognizing the peril she posed, he decided to bind her with rope, ensuring her safety. He then tossed her into the passenger seat of the car, as if he had plucked her from a deep pit, carrying her in a princess embrace, a gesture that had never occurred before. His tenderness was fleeting. Nange, oblivious to any changes in Li Chen, remained as oblivious as ever. If there were any alterations, they would only be more shameless than before. Li Chen found it most amusing that after he had securely bound her, she was rendered immobile. Yet she still stubbornly cursed at him as he started the car. The crux of the matter was her slow speech. Often, by the time she had uttered a single word, he had already driven 10 meters. After much effort, she struggled to articulate even a few words. Had this been in the past, Li Chen would have certainly found her exasperating. However, today, he surprisingly found that Nan Ji's tone and voice were quite melodious. For several consecutive days, Nan Gu persistently berated him. Fearing that she might lose her sanity, Li Chen decided to keep her bound. He was confident in the direction he was heading. There was enough fuel for another day, and he needed to locate a place to refuel. After several hours of driving, he parked the car on the outskirts of a small city named Jingshui, predominantly an industrial area with few residents. Due to its ongoing development, it was likely that the majority of the city's inhabitants were laborers. Throughout the journey, Nan Gu had continued to scold Li Chen, though she had managed to articulate only a handful of sentences. Now, she glared at him in indignation. "We shall rest here for the night and head into the city tomorrow to find gasoline." Li Chen informed her of their itinerary. Nan Gu remained lost in her own emotions, muttering, "Shameless." Li Chen couldn't help but chuckle. He playfully pinched her cheek. To his surprise, he felt a slight improvement in texture, realizing that at least he wouldn't be touching any decayed flesh. Initially, he thought it was merely an illusion. But upon testing it a few more times, he confirmed it was indeed true. Little mute, he gazed at her in astonishment, ultimately deciding not to share this revelation. Instead, he smiled and asked, "After all that cursing, aren't you tired?" Rogue. Nangu continued to scold. Li Qin had long grown accustomed to their nonsensical exchanges. After driving around the outskirts for a while, he finally halted the car in a secluded spot. Before stepping out to inspect, Li Qin inquired of Nangu, "If you wish to roam freely, you must refrain from cursing me. Understood?" At this, Nangu prudently closed her mouth. As a zombie yearning for freedom, she could hardly resign herself to human constraints. Satisfied, Li Qin nodded and proceeded to untie her bindings. Nangu stumbled out of the car and noticed that Li Qin had procured a hat for her, which he placed upon her head. After walking a distance, he took a careful look at her, and indeed, from this angle, she appeared quite similar to a human. Chapter 17. 3 men and 2 women. The journey over the past few days had been relatively uneventful. Li Qin was a man of strong opinions and meticulous plans. He knew precisely when to undertake various tasks. Occasionally, they encountered zombies along the way, but there was never a need for Nangu to intervene. He effortlessly dealt with them himself. In truth, although she would never admit it aloud, Nangu had begun to rely on him to some extent. Of course, she still felt compelled to scold him in his presence. As evening approached, many zombies would soon emerge, presenting a considerable danger. Entering the city was impractical, so having halted here meant they would spend the night. Since the last time Nangu had ingested his blood, Li Qin had discreetly observed her for 2 days. The necrotic patches on her face had ceased to worsen, and her body showed no signs of further decay. Whether this was a result of his blood's influence remained to be seen, and Li Qin resolved to continue his observations. Outdoors, he found himself devoid of the leisure to prepare noodles, so he casually retrieved 2 pieces of bread to satisfy his hunger. Li Qin noticed that Nangu remained motionless at the car door, evidently intent on maintaining her distance from him. He offered a faint smile and beckoned, "Little mute, come sit with me." However, Nangu chose to ignore him, turning her head aside to feign interest in the scenery. Through their days of interaction, Li Qin had discerned that her vision was rather poor. Anything beyond 5 meters appeared blurred to her. It was indeed a marvel that she had successfully located the zombie lord that day. Thus, seeing her pretend to admire the view elicited a chuckle from him. Having swiftly finished his meal, he approached and stood beside Nangu, inquiring, "What do you see?" Nangu remained unresponsive, continuing her act of aloofness, distancing herself from these loathsome humans. Teasing her had become a habit for Li Qin. He could easily spend hours chuckling at her rare expressions. "Tomorrow we shall enter the city. Do you desire anything?" he inquired, still seeking her input. Nangu pondered, what could a zombie possibly desire? "The only thing I crave is your blood." Consequently, she turned to him, gazing intently. Li Qin smirked and playfully covered her eyes, saying, "All right, I understand. You're obedient and want for nothing." Just as Nangu contemplated swatting his hand away in disdain, the sound of an approaching vehicle caught her attention. Li Qin immediately became alert, discreetly concealing Nangu behind him, his broad back serving as a shield. With her head lowered, it would be difficult for anyone to discern her true nature as a zombie. Soon, a vehicle came to a halt not far from them, though not an armored car. It was a Land Rover, a highly practical choice in the apocalyptic world. The first to emerge from the driver's seat was a man in his 40s, slightly balding, dressed neatly, with a rather fierce countenance. Following him were 2 men and 2 women, the men appearing unrelated, likely not a family. However, the 2 girls, seemingly in their early 20s, were identical twins. In contrast to the scrutinizing gazes of the 3 men directed at Nangu and Li Qin, the twins appeared significantly more bashful, neither lifting their heads nor uttering a word. The man who had first disembarked approached with a smile, greeting Li Qin. "Brother, are you also taking refuge here?" In some respects, the apocalypse had fostered a sense of camaraderie among humanity. Throughout his journey, Li Qin had observed that many individuals were still inclined to lend a helping hand to one another. "Oh, judging by your attire, you must have come from the capital, right? I am Zhao Chong. They all call me Brother Zhao. We have traveled from the south and are preparing to seek refuge at the base in the capital." Zhao Chong, exuding a familiar demeanor, engaged Li Qin in conversation. Unlike others who sought to approach Li Qin, Zhao Chong did not inquire about his conspicuous vehicle or attire. It was evident that Zhao Chong was the leader of this small group. Zhao Cheng nodded in understanding. Indeed, the largest cities are now overrun with zombies. We had contemplated heading west to seek refuge in desolate areas, but food and resources pose significant challenges. Thus, we have no choice but to move toward more populated regions. Throughout their conversation, Nangu remained silent. Noticing that Li Qin seemed disinclined to engage in dialogue, Zhao Chong tactfully distanced himself. The scent emanating from them was quite displeasing to Nangu, particularly from the three men, who appeared amiable on the surface yet harbored a sinister nature within. Li Qin, too, pondered their origins. Since they had come from the south, it might be prudent to inquire about the situation in Beihai. The small group of 5 clearly lacked the ample supplies that Li Chun possessed, primarily, as Nangu did not require sustenance. Li Chun could satisfy his hunger alone without concern for others. Their circumstances were starkly different, as they seemed desperate to share even a single piece of bread among themselves. Moreover, Nangu astutely noted that the portion of food allocated to the pair of sisters was the least. Perhaps sensing Nanji's scrutiny, Zhao Chong, seated not far away, smiled and remarked, "These sisters are ones we encountered on our journey. Do not think we are mistreating them. Their appetite is simply quite modest." Nangu blinked in surprise. Had she missed something? She was uninterested in their justifications. Meanwhile, after finishing his meal, Zhao Chong approached Li Chun again, inquiring, "Brother, I still do not know your name. And who is this young lady to you?" Fortunately, the darkness concealed the corpse-like marks on Nanji's face, or Zhao Chong might have thought twice before drawing so close. Zhao Chong was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. "Li Chun, your girlfriend possesses quite the character." In truth, he had sensed from the moment he observed Nangu that her physique was rather frail, yet Li Chun exuded an undeniable strength. Individuals possess an inherent aura. A man's presence is often composed and steady. The armored vehicle he drove was evidently a prized possession, suggesting that he was exceptionally capable to have acquired such a treasure amidst chaotic times. Li Chun did not contest Zhao Chong's remark. Instead, he gently pulled Nangu into his embrace, saying, "She does have a bit of a temper." The affectionate tone in his voice caused Zhao Chong to exclaim in admiration. "This girl truly is fortunate." Noticing that Li Chun seemed reluctant to discuss Nangu, Zhao Chong deftly shifted the topic. "Our supplies are dwindling. We plan to venture into Jingshui City tomorrow to try our luck. Would you care to join us? Although our equipment may not be the best, we have encountered numerous zombies on our journey from the south and managed to navigate through safely." This was a subtle way of indicating their competence, far surpassing the intelligence of Zhou Lian, whom they had encountered at the hospital's entrance. Li Chun inquired nonchalantly, "Oh, there are many zombies in the south as well." Zhao Chong did not press the issue, understanding that mistrust among people in such circumstances was entirely justified. As night fell, Li Chun assisted Nangu into the vehicle, attentively opening the door for her. The pair of sisters nearby gazed in astonishment at Li Chun's actions as the car door slowly closed. Nanji's thoughts were consumed by Zhao Chong's earlier words. He remarked that the south was even more chaotic than this place. Yet Li Chun was resolutely determined to venture southward. After getting into the vehicle, Li Chun lowered both seats, transforming them into a makeshift bed, where Nangu would lie beside him at night. She had attempted to take action against men several times, but their vigilance was exceptionally high. Now, she possessed the intention without the courage. The south was fraught with danger. Nanji's large eyes, now distinctly black and white, seemed to convey her warning to Li Chun to abandon his journey to Beihai. She turned her head aside, refusing to look at him any longer. Pondering why he was so obstinate, Li Chun refrained from further explanations, merely lying on his side, able to observe her silhouette from that angle. Remarkably, the odor of decay emanating from her had significantly diminished. Amidst the pervasive pollution outside, Zhao Chong had failed to notice her transformation. Was this also a manifestation of the wonders of human blood? As he gazed at her profile, Li Chun eventually drifted into slumber. However, in the middle of the night, he was awakened by Nanji's call. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld her pale face. He was not startled, for his resilience had been forged through experience. "What is it?" he rasped, still groggy from sleep. Nangu gestured towards the outside of the vehicle, indicating for him to listen. Only then did Li Chun become aware of the distinct sounds of heavy breathing and moaning. Aside from them, there was only another vehicle nearby. He instinctively pulled Nangu back into his embrace, unaware of how natural the motion had become. After stifling a yawn, he resolved to continue sleeping. In this apocalyptic world, societal norms had long since ceased to exist. Their affairs were no longer of his concern. It was better to surrender to slumber. Nangu, however, was taken aback, for she had distinctly heard the voices of 5 individuals, 3 men and 2 women. Emma, the very thought of that scene was almost too much to bear. Chapter 18. You're going to suffocate me habits are indeed easily formed. After spending a relatively short time by Li Chen's side, Nangu instinctively closed her eyes at his behest. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, the sounds around her showed no sign of diminishing, and it dawned upon her, I am a zombie. I don't actually need to sleep. At night, a faint green glow emanated from Nanji's eyes, rendering her already haunting visage even more unsettling. At that moment, she gazed intently at the man holding her close. The proximity allowed her to discern the intricate details of his thick, long eyelashes. She unconsciously swallowed, pondering whether she had lowered her guard enough for him to do the same. Might she now take action with a fair chance of success? Wary of awakening him with any sudden movements, Nangu cautiously inched closer, parting her lips to bite his chin. However, before she could execute her plan, he swiftly covered her mouth, his voice tinged with mild exasperation. Little mute, if you don't start behaving, I'll resort to tape to seal your lips. Nangu felt a surge of annoyance. How could it be that he still harbored suspicions about her? To keep a bloodthirsty zombie so close, especially one with such an obsession for her blood, was a rarity in this world. He truly was a madman. However, Li Chen found it quite delightful. He had fallen asleep once more, while Nangu, unable to find rest, lay with her eyes closed, contemplating the circumstances of the 3 men and 2 women. Ahem. Her curiosity was merely piqued. She would never admit to being a lustful zombie. It was not until the latter half of the night that the sounds from the other side ceased. Later, Nangu broached the subject again, inquiring if Li Chun had any thoughts about her when he heard those noises. Li Chun merely raised an eyebrow in surprise, quipping, to have thoughts about you at that time would suggest I possess quite the eclectic taste. Nevertheless, he elucidated that in a post-apocalyptic world, entertainment was scarce, and everyone retired early, as there seemed to be little else to occupy their time. At that moment, Nangu found it difficult to comprehend. After all, when one was exhausted from fleeing for their life, who could still entertain such notions? The following day, when Li Chun awoke, he discovered that Nangu, indeed, lay obediently beside him, having made no movements throughout the night. His gaze was filled with satisfaction. Little mute, last night, you deserve commendation. If she had possessed a tail, it would surely be wagging now. Li Chun gathered his toothbrush and towel, preparing to disembark for his morning routine. Outside, daylight had fully arrived, and aside from the vehicle across from them, the night had been remarkably tranquil. At this moment, clad in camouflage, he stood bathed in sunlight, the warm rays casting a golden hue over him. His sharp features softened slightly in the light, yet his gaze remained profoundly enigmatic, concealing depths that Nangu could not fathom. Little mute, you must learn to restrain your desires. If you cannot achieve this, how are you any different from other zombies? She was indeed rational, unlike the other zombies, and the thought made her tail perk up in delight. However, it took her quite a while to realize that Li Chen was not so benevolent as to offer her counsel. He certainly did not wish for her to continue coveting his blood. Presently, Nangu found her speech and actions to be more agile than before, attributing this improvement to Li Chen's blood. Thus, she spent her days contemplating how to seize the opportunity. As Li Chen exited the vehicle to freshen up, Nangu remained comfortably nestled inside. Across from them, another vehicle stirred, and several individuals disembarked in single file, merely splashing some water for a quick wash. Regardless of what transpired the previous night, Li Chun had no inclination to inquire. The trio of men and 2 women greeted Li Chun, exclaiming, "You're up so early too. We shouldn't linger here too long. Zombies may approach," he replied. Once Li Chun returned to the car, he started the engine and drove up to the group, advising them to be cautious. They immediately adopted a wary stance, responding, "You too. We hope to meet again." Li Chen nodded, lowering the window just enough to shield himself from their gaze. The twin sisters, who had initially been watching Li Chen, soon shifted their attention to the back seat of the vehicle. It seemed that Nangu had not exited the car at all that morning. Given the commotion they had caused the night before, they were oblivious to what had transpired between Nangu and Li Chun inside the vehicle. While Nangu noticed the sisters' scrutiny, her slow reflexes led her to disregard it entirely. As soon as Li Chen's vehicle had departed, Zhao Chang exchanged a meaningful glance with the other 2 men, who promptly entered their car, trailing behind Li Chen. Li Chen, having observed this through the rearview mirror, merely pressed down on the accelerator, causing his speed to surge. He then casually instructed Nangu, "Please hand me a piece of bread." Nangu obediently complied, but as he tore into the bread and began to eat, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret for once again acquiescing to his request. While driving, Li Chen swiftly finished the bread and extended his hand towards Nangu, requesting water. She feigned deafness. Undeterred, Li Chen continued, lightly threatening, "Little mute. Do you wish to be tied to the rear of the car and dragged along?" With a huff, Nangu handed him a bottle of water. Their vehicle soon entered the heart of Jingshui City. Initially, the outskirts appeared unremarkable, but upon entering the city, they were confronted with an alarming number of zombies. Unlike those in Shangjing, the majority of the zombies here were middle-aged men, often seen marching in groups, all adorned with hard hats. Although they were quite distant from Shangjing, the aftershocks of the devastating earthquake there had still reached this place, resulting in the collapse of numerous buildings. Gazing out from the car, one could see the remnants of shattered walls and desolation all around. Some buildings, which had never been completed, still had cranes swaying in the wind above. Nangu and Li Chen were on a quest to locate a gas station, preferring to avoid confrontation with the zombies, and thus they navigated through the quieter, less infested streets. Diligence is often rewarded, and after an hour of searching, he finally caught sight of the gas station. However, the road conditions were abysmal, rendering the vehicle incapable of accessing it. After halting the car, Li Chen inspected his weaponry and ammunition, preparing to procure gasoline. A horde of zombies lingered within the gas station. He needed to eliminate them first. Glancing at Nangu, who sat vacantly in the passenger seat, Li Chen inquired, "Will you accompany me?" Typically, gas stations are situated in remote areas. Yet surprisingly, this one in Jingshui City was located in the city center. They had to act swiftly. Otherwise, the gathering of zombies would make their escape exceedingly difficult. Despite his awareness of this urgency, Li Chen still sought Nanji's opinion. "Let us go," she replied, unwilling to remain cooped up in the car. As she followed Li Chen out of the vehicle, she glanced around the street. Zombies wandered nearby, and to her astonishment, the city center boasted numerous shops. However, the small supermarkets and pharmacies appeared ransacked, suggesting they had already been pillaged. Passing by a display window, Nangu paused to look inside. Li Chen had moved ahead, carrying a fuel canister, and feeling secure as a zombie herself, she took her time. Through the glass, she caught a glimpse of her current appearance. Clad in camouflage attire and adorned with a hat that Li Chen had procured for her, her long black hair obscured much of her face. Leaning closer, she bared her teeth at her reflection. Alas, she found herself rather unattractive. Yet, upon further inspection, she noticed that the display contained an array of perfume bottles. Perfume cannot be consumed, nor does it possess the capacity to vanquish zombies. Regardless of how many times this tranquil city has endured human raids, it remains untouched. Yet, South Song's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Did Li Chen not often assert that he bore the sin of decaying flesh? Thus, she mustered her strength, seized a stone, and struck the glass display with fervor. Alas, it would not shatter. South Song paused her assault, her expression impassive as the stone slipped from her grasp. She nonchalantly wiped her hands on her clothing, feigning that nothing had transpired, and began her search for a door. Li Chen paid her no heed, turning back toward the gas station. The number of zombies within the gas station exceeded Li Chen's expectations, complicating his task. After all, open flames were prohibited, and firearms were rendered useless. The scent of gasoline was already pungent, yet he now detected an even more acrid aroma. He allowed the gasoline to fill his container, straightened up, and glanced at South Song. She appeared somewhat pleased, her gaze brighter than before, eagerly anticipating his assessment. A glance at her arm revealed a small red envelope she carried, which seemed to enhance her sense of self-worth. However, Li Chen sighed deeply before articulating, "I have long believed that the most repugnant odor was that of rotting corpses. Now, I understand. The most unbearable scent is that of decaying flesh mingled with perfume." The smile that had recently graced South Song's lips instantly stiffened. The man continued, "Are you intent on suffocating me? Congratulations, you are nearly successful." Chapter 19. This obsession. Li Chen's words utterly laid bare Nanji's innermost thoughts, simultaneously plunging her fleeting sense of triumph into despair. She felt an overwhelming urge to hurl her bag at his face, but upon reflection, she refrained, opting instead to silently retreat to a corner, sulking alone. That insufferable man, truly infuriating. Li Chen paid no heed to Nangu as he turned away. His shoulders trembled with suppressed laughter. This little zombie certainly had a talent for injecting humor into his otherwise monotonous existence. Alone in her quietude, Nanji's respite was short-lived. For soon she heard a familiar voice approaching from afar, none other than the trio of men and one woman. To her astonishment, they had managed to locate this place. By now, Li Chun had filled the gasoline tank and lifted his gaze to regard them. Zhao Chong, once a sales manager before the apocalypse, had encountered many individuals and instantly recognized Li Chen's extraordinary nature. After all, navigating the end of the world with a seemingly fragile girlfriend and managing to thrive was no small feat yet. It dawned on him that he may have underestimated Li Chen's capabilities. Had he truly single-handedly dispatched all these zombies? Observing him closely, he bore not a single mark of injury. Not only Zhao Chang was taken aback, the pair of sisters behind him could hardly tear their eyes away. Younger than Nangu, their admiration was refreshingly genuine, devoid of pretense. Li Chun cast a sidelong glance at Nangu, noticing her solitary position in the corner, and his mood lightened somewhat. Their movements were deliberate and slow. If they were to undertake this task, surely they would accomplish it with greater speed than I. Zhao Chang chuckled. Though we are numerous, our combat prowess pales in comparison to yours. To be honest, my brother, we too have come for gasoline. Given that you have already dealt with these zombies, are we perhaps taking advantage of you? Li Chen was not the type to deny them the gasoline. So he gestured for them to proceed, saying, "No worries, feel free." Instantly, the two men behind Zhao Chang approached with barrels, swiftly filling them with gasoline. Li Chen glanced at his own two large barrels, and then called out to Nangu, "Xiao Gu, let us be on our way." Reluctantly, Nangu rose. Her head bowed as she walked over, lacking the initiative to assist Li Chen, moving at a leisurely pace while he trailed behind her unhurriedly. Lin Fengxue and Lin Fengyue exchanged glances filled with indignation. With his striking appearance and dignified demeanor, coupled with his capabilities, how could he be accompanied by a woman who offered him no assistance? Observing her red handbag, they scoffed, thinking she fancied herself an international model strutting down a runway. In such dire times, how could she still concern herself with appearances? As Nangu passed by, the overwhelming scent of her perfume nearly suffocated them. Unbeknownst to Li Chun, Nangu had struggled to open the perfume bottle due to her clumsy fingers, ultimately shattering it and dousing herself in the fragrance. Fortunately, the strong scent masked the putrid odor of her own decaying flesh. As she turned, intending to converse with Li Chun, Zhao Chang approached once more, compelling her to face away from them. Zhao Chang hesitated for 2 days, finally succumbing to impatience as he rubbed his hands and inquired of Li Chen, "Brother, where are you headed?" "Beihai?" Li Chen retorted, "What is it to you?" Zhao Chang's expression reflected his unease. "But Beihai has been submerged," he stammered. Noticing that Li Chun remained resolute in his intentions, he hesitantly suggested, "Well, even though it's flooded, there are bases not far from Beihai. How about we embark on this journey together?" Li Chun furrowed his brow, declining the proposal. "I cannot look after all of you. Come on, we're capable individuals. We don't need your oversight. We merely wish to accompany you," Zhao Chang asserted. Even Nangu perceived the awkwardness in Zhao Chang's words and could not help but smirk internally. Despite Li Chen's seemingly aloof demeanor, his heart harbored warmth. Otherwise, he would not have turned to confront a horde of 100,000 zombies. If Zhao Chang could persuade Li Chen to take him along, then in times of peril, Li Chen would undoubtedly come to their aid. Nonetheless, he remained pragmatic, knowing that the secret of harboring a zombie must not be revealed to another soul. He coldly replied, "Apologies, I cannot take you with me." The two men who had filled their tanks with gasoline approached. Nangu recalled Zhao Chang calling their names the previous day. The taller one was Qin Ji, and the shorter one was Dong Fengzun. At that moment, Qin Ji, visibly incensed, addressed Li Chen. "We're not following you just to freeload. We're willing to assist you in any endeavor." Dong Fengzun chimed in, "We won't be a burden to you. After all, in this apocalyptic world, isn't mutual assistance quite normal? Why are you so heartless?" Li Chen clearly had no desire to engage in idle chatter with them. "You may think whatever you wish, but now, step aside. If you don't leave, the zombies will soon encircle us." However, the three men remained resolute. And Qin Ji even seemed prepared to confront Li Chen. Annoyed, Nain strode to the front of Li Chen's vehicle and rapped on the hood. Li Chen intended to bypass the two men, stating, "My girlfriend is calling me. I must go." Zhao Chang, frustrated by Li Chen's obstinacy, concealed his anger but decided to follow him, reasoning that Li Chen could not simply drive him away. This world did not belong solely to them. Thus, he obstructed the two subordinates who were intent on confronting Li Chen, smiling as he said, "All right, you can leave. We won't trouble you any longer. Once we exit the city, we shall continue our journey to Beijing." Li Chen remained silent. "You see, our vehicle is quite small, and having just searched for supplies, we lack sufficient space. Would it be possible for Lin Fengyue and her sister to ride in your vehicle? Once we are out of the city, we shall certainly not pester you. Zhao Chong lowered his tone, and Li Chun, sensing Zhao's unmistakable determination to resort to violence should he refuse, reluctantly nodded. Although this was an apocalyptic world, he still hesitated to take a life so readily. They were fellow beings. Bullets ought to be reserved for the zombies. Upon seeing Li Qin acquiesce, the sisters were overjoyed, rushing to the armored vehicle. Lin Fengyue promptly opened the front passenger door and settled into the seat. Nange stood frozen, astonished. That was her place. Had it truly been claimed so easily? A low growl escaped her throat, but ultimately she took a seat in the back. Li Qin approached and, upon noticing the seating arrangement of the three women, furrowed his brow even deeper. He contemplated asking Nan Ge to switch to the front seat. Yet she deliberately averted her gaze from him. Quite well, she was still upset with him, over the issue of the perfume, perhaps. The mere recollection of this matter elicited a chuckle from Li Chun. Once the car door was closed, the two sisters, overwhelmed by the fragrance emanating from Nan Ge, inquired of Li Chun, could we possibly open a window? With a dismissive huff, Nan Ge took the initiative to roll down the window herself. Li Chun had commented on her unpleasant scent, and now she found herself slightly repulsed by it as well. The influx of fresh air improved the atmosphere considerably. The sisters exchanged knowing glances, and Lin Fengyue mustered her resolve to beseech Li Chun, brotherly, please help us. As she spoke, tears streamed down both their faces. Nan Ge, seated in the back, could only marvel at the dramatic display of emotion from the sisters. Their tears appeared instantaneously. Her curiosity piqued. She leaned in to listen to their lamentations. Li Chun remained silent, allowing the sisters to articulate their plight in a back-and-forth manner. It turned out that they had encountered several men in the post-apocalyptic world, and due to their frail constitutions, they had been too intimidated to confront any zombies, especially with those robust men exerting their dominance over them. The younger sister in the back chimed in, indeed, brotherly, you are so formidable. If you were to speak up, they would undoubtedly hesitate to oppose you. Li Chun, however, had no intention of involving himself with the two of them. He maintained an impassive expression while driving and was about to decline when he noticed Nan Ge reaching out to poke Lin Fengyue. The woman turned away, her eyes glistening with tears, only to discover that Nange had also rolled up her sleeves. When the two sisters beheld her arms, they were utterly taken aback. The scars were far deeper than their own, with some areas exposing bone, particularly horrifying. Oh my, they gazed at Li Qin in utter shock, realizing that this man was even more brutal than Zhao Chong and his ilk. No wonder his girlfriend appeared so frail, after enduring such torment from Li Chun. How could she not be weak? Seeing their expressions shift dramatically, Nange felt a surge of delight. Are you frightened? Trembling? You fish-lipped humans? And do not follow Li Qin. I detest crowded places. The two sisters remained silent for an extended period, nearing the city's exit. Zhao Chong's vehicle trailed behind, and if they did not speak soon, this might be their last opportunity. After stealing another glance at Li Chun, who wore a slightly unnatural expression, he instructed Nange. Sit still. The sisters felt an even greater trepidation. Did this not indicate his acknowledgement of the actions he had taken against Nange? Yet, after their faces shifted through various shades of emotion, they steeled themselves and said, even if big brotherly, you have such a penchant. We sisters can endure it. Nange's mouth fell open, at a loss for words. If you must follow Li Chun, then I shall relinquish him to you. As the vehicle came to a halt just before exiting the city, Li Chun turned, intending to gesture for them to exit. To his surprise, Nange was the first to open the door and step out. Li Chun's expression changed, and he quickly followed, grasping her wrist. Where are you going? Nange pointed towards the pair of sisters in the car, contemplating that since they were accompanying him, perhaps the tranquil city was quite appealing, and she would remain here. Chapter 20. Do not leave. Do you wish to stay? Li Chun inquired coldly, yet his voice resonated painfully within his own heart. Nange nodded. He had beautiful companions. Perhaps it was time to spare this little zombie. However, Li Chun coldly retorted, I do not agree. Nange was puzzled. Why was he opposed? Are you still confused? Li Chun had become increasingly aware of Nange's thoughts. This city was filled with male zombies, and she actually wished to remain? Nange was even more astonished. What did her staying have to do with the male zombies? Li Chun forbade Nange from pondering further, turning to drive the others away from the car. Zhao Chong's vehicle approached, and the three men and two women gathered once more. As the sisters alighted from the car, they seemed unaware of the exchange between Li Chun and Nange, yet it appeared they had quarreled. Thus, They hurriedly approached Nange, explaining, "We are following Brotherly. We would never take him from you. He is still your boyfriend." Upon hearing this, Zhao Chong was infuriated, exclaiming, "Well, we have worked so hard to bring you along, and now you entertain thoughts of leaving." The sisters cried out, "Did you treat us as human beings on this journey? We are cold and hungry, and our bodies are covered in wounds. Zhao Chong, you three are beasts." Seeing their pitiful state, Nange, though not entirely unsympathetic, aligned her disdain with their gaze, directing it towards Zhao Chong. As she reflects on the events of last night, she recalls how Zhao Chong had commanded the two sisters to perform various tasks. How utterly disgraceful. Zhao Chong rushed forward, intent on striking the two individuals. "I shall teach you a lesson for your ingratitude. Today, I will end your lives. Let us see how you continue to seduce others." Not only he, but the other two men joined in the assault. Although Li Chen wished to remain uninvolved, he could not stand idly by while they assaulted women, so he intervened. The two sisters, emboldened by the support they received, promptly hid behind Li Chen, trembling as they glared at Zhao Chong. They quickly declared, "We no longer wish to follow you." They further urged Li Chen, "Brotherly. They were conspiring last night on how to kill you. They covet your vehicle and the supplies within it." Zhao Chong's complexion shifted dramatically, and Nan Gu observed the unfolding drama with interest. To her surprise, the two women implicated her as well. They even said that two women would not suffice. Once you are dead, they would seize your girlfriend for themselves. Initially, Li Chen felt little emotional turbulence. In this world, many desired his demise. It could stem from a lust for resources or envy of his possessions. However, upon hearing those words, he was consumed by a profound rage. "Did you truly dare to contemplate such treachery last night?" Li Chen, resembling a malevolent spirit emerging from the depths of hell, cast a glance at Zhao Chong that sent shivers down his spine. Zhao Chong's legs trembled uncontrollably. "Brotherly, please do not heed the ramblings of these two women. They are merely sowing discord between us. How dare we attract the attention of your girlfriend?" His explanation only served to heighten suspicion. Unlike the furious Li Chen, who seemed on the brink of violence, Ninggu appeared to be in remarkably good spirits. She stroked her chin, somewhat vainly contemplating that even in her zombie state, her allure remained undiminished, as several human suitors vied for her affection. Li Chen, clearly perceiving the change in Nanji's expression, turned his head and reproached her, exclaiming, "Cease those errant thoughts in your mind." Nangu puffed out her cheeks, turning away with a huff. "You must have realized I'm a treasure, after all. Look at how you treated me before. Be wary, for I might truly leave you." The two sisters, sensing an opportunity, pressed on, "Brotherly, you must believe us. Everything we say is the truth." While it is typical for ordinary men to soften at the sight of two weeping beauties, Li Chen was only filled with annoyance, devoid of any tender sentiments. Zhao Chong was about to take action against the sisters, prompting them to flee even faster. "You shall not control us any longer. From now on, we will follow Brotherly. Those two little harlots. Just wait until I deal with you." Zhao Chang drew his knife. Li Chen coldly observed the unfolding farce, refraining from intervention. By the time he realized something was amiss, it was somewhat too late. In a fit of rage, Zhao Chong, who had initially aimed at Lin Fengxue, unexpectedly turned the dagger in his hand and choked Nangu by the neck. The two sisters ceased their cries and retreated alongside Zhao Chong. Li Chen reached out in an attempt to grasp Nangu, but Chun Ji and Dong Fangsun had already anticipated this and positioned themselves in front of Zhao Chong. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. It turned out that these individuals had been waiting for him all along. In this apocalyptic world, he truly should not underestimate the depths of human shamelessness. The lamentations of those two women were nothing but fabrications. Their true intention was to conspire with Zhao Chong to force Li Chen into submission. The facade of virtue that adorned Zhao Chong's face had been torn away, and as he restrained Nangu, he cast a satisfied glance at the pair of sisters. Well done, indeed. The sisters, with a charming smile, became even more docile. Throughout this journey, they had engaged in such schemes several times, and without exception, the men had all taken the bait. Only Li Chen remained resolute, impervious to their tactics. Now, they were curious to see whether this man would come to the aid of his girlfriend. As Nangu was dragged backward, it took her a moment to realize the gravity of her situation. Goodness, she was being kidnapped. Such a peculiar sensation. Strangely, she felt nothing apart from exhilaration. However, Li Chen was consumed by fury. He swiftly drew the gun from his waist, aiming it at the group, his voice as chilling as ice. "Release her, or I will fire without hesitation. The presence of a firearm certainly instilled trepidation in Zhao Chong and his accomplices, yet they were not easily intimidated by Li Chen's actions. Li Chen, I assure you, should you pull that trigger, I will kill her before you get the chance, Zhao Chong taunted. I demand her release. Li Chen growled in response. Observing Li Chen's anxious demeanor only fueled Zhao Chong's arrogance. He was convinced his judgment was accurate. If Li Chen were not genuinely enamored, how could he possibly venture out with such a fragile girlfriend in these perilous times? Thus, Zhao Chong began to leisurely negotiate the terms, pressing the knife slightly against Nan Gu's neck. Are you certain you wish to confront us? Li Chen did not lower his firearm. His gaze resembled that of one surveying a corpse. What do you desire? Nothing much. Merely your vehicle and its supplies. Zhao Chong's face was awash with greed. Nan Gu struggled momentarily, but to no avail. She had intended to speak, yet was silenced by Zhao Chong's harsh command. Silence, or you shall regret it. Afterward, he turned his attention back to Li Chen. Nan Gu expected Li Chen to respond with indifference, perhaps mockingly declare, what does this woman mean to me? If you want it, take it. To her surprise, he calmly replied, very well. What do you mean, very well? She thought. Surely he cannot contemplate relinquishing his vehicle. In this apocalyptic world, it is a priceless treasure. Nan Ji's eyes widened in shock, as if her chest had been struck by some force. It was the first time she experienced such a sensation of pain. She shook her head, about to speak, when Li Chen gently reassured her, do not be afraid. Nan Gu wished to convey that she was not afraid at all. However, Li Chen misunderstood, and his sense of guilt deepened. Had he not resolutely vowed to protect her from harm? He truly was untrustworthy. Zhao Chong observed Nan Gu and gestured for his subordinates to approach Li Chen to seize the vehicle. Just as they reached Li Chen, Zhao Chong let out a harrowing scream. When they turned to look, Zhao Chong had already been dragged away. In a flash, Li Chen incapacitated the others, brutally breaking their legs and rendering them powerless to resist. The one who dragged Zhao Chong away was none other than the zombies that roamed the Silent Water City. Zhao Chong let out a harrowing scream as he was seized by the undead, only to have his neck bitten through moments later. Meanwhile, Nan Gu stood unfazed, exhibiting an air of calmness, seemingly unafraid of the impending zombie attack. With the men having plotted against him and nearly causing harm to Nan Gu, he felt no inclination to spare them. Thus, he beckoned to Nan Gu with a casual gesture, suggesting, since you desire a little extra, feel free to deal with these individuals as you wish. Their anguished cries filled the air as they writhed in pain from their broken legs. Astonished that the zombies had only taken Zhao Chong and left Nan Gu unharmed, Nan Gu joyfully trotted over, albeit at a leisurely pace, brandishing a glimmering surgical knife, contemplating the best way to proceed. She nodded eagerly, intending to fetch a rope from the vehicle to bind them and prevent their escape. However, just as she reached the car, Li Chen suddenly felt a surge of heat coursing through his body. The world around him shifted dramatically, yet his serious expression remained strikingly clear. Amidst the swirling dust and chaos, his voice resonated powerfully, each word deliberate. Little mute, do not stray from my side. Before Nan Gu could respond, Li Chen collapsed in the vehicle. What on earth was happening? The small zombie with the surgical knife looked on in confusion. Chapter 21. Caring for Li Chen's sudden fainting spell indeed startled Nan Gu. The most alarming aspect was the complete lack of warning. She took quite some time to process the situation. Can Nan Gu listen? Certainly not. Li Chen usually keeps a close watch on her, making it impossible for her to act alone, let alone attempt an escape. In truth, Nan Gu harbors a sense of resentment towards him for the previous deceit he inflicted upon her. Presently, Li Chen lies not far away, his complexion flushed, his breath labored, and his heart racing violently. It remains unclear what affliction has beset him, yet he appears exceedingly feeble. If she were to take action against him at this moment, what are the odds of her success? Nan Gu has already devised a plan. After consuming him, she would swiftly depart from this place. Regardless of the origin of the zombies, they possess a sense of territory. When that zombie dragged Zhao Chong away, it did not attack her. But that does not guarantee future safety. If Li Chen does not awaken, who will ensure her protection? Thus, Nan Gu contemplated as she cautiously approached Li Chen. She let out a low growl twice and called out his name, but the man showed no reaction whatsoever. Truly, fortune favors her. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. So engrossed was she in Li Chen's condition that she failed to notice the sky had completely darkened, despite it being daytime just moments ago. The zombies that had surrounded them seemed to sense some dreadful occurrence, and they began to howl in terror as they fled, exhibiting fear akin to the onset of an apocalypse. While the zombies retreated, there were still humans surrounding the vehicle. Previously, Li Chun had broken the legs of Chun Ji and Dong Fangzhan, yet Lin Fengxue and Lin Fengyue remained unharmed. Chun Ji and Dong Fangzhan were originally curled up on the ground, wailing in despair. Upon witnessing the ominous transformation of the sky, they immediately called out to the sisters, urging them, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and help us to the vehicle." Lin Fengyue and Lin Fengxue were equally stunned. Who could have anticipated such a sudden shift in the weather? Previously, they had been taken aback by Li Chen's words, torn between the fear of the possibility that the two had indeed committed murder and the dread of the encroaching zombies. Now that the undead had retreated, a fleeting thought crossed their minds. If only they could eliminate Li Chun and Nan Ge. The four of them had lost all inclination to assist Zhao Chong with the bodies. Their sole focus was on surviving in the face of Li Chun and Nan Ge. Resolute in their determination, they supported one another as they made their way toward Li Chen's armored vehicle. Dust and debris swirled around them, propelled by the fierce wind, forcing them to squint against the onslaught of the gale. After a strenuous journey, they finally reached the side of the armored car and began to knock fervently on the door. Having witnessed countless natural disasters along their journey, seeking refuge in times of peril had become second nature. Meanwhile, Nengu was contemplating her next move within the confines of the vehicle when she was abruptly interrupted. Peering outside with a fierce glare, she was met with the sight of a darkened sky pressing down ominously. Her poor eyesight rendered the external situation unclear. Dismissing the commotion outside, she remained fixated on her sumptuous feast. Little did she expect that just as she turned her head back to drool over Li Chun, the vehicle's door would swing open unexpectedly. Accompanying the cacophony was the irritable voice of Chun Ji, realizing that the car door had not been locked. The wind howled ferociously, causing a buzzing sensation in Nan Ji's ears. In that moment, the icy gust that invaded the vehicle not only snatched her hat away, but also tousled her hair. Suddenly, she locked eyes with a zombie, whose 8 glaring eyes seemed to pierce through the darkness. The two sisters could hardly believe what they were witnessing. What manner of creature was this? Its cheeks were a ghastly shade of dark blue, marked with signs of decay, and its hollow eyes were chillingly eerie, the expression on its face frigid. Although this zombie appeared to be less transformed than those they had encountered thus far, the group swiftly recognized Nan Ji's identity. No wonder the previous zombie had only dragged Zhao Chong away, leaving Nan Gu unharmed. This revelation was startling. They couldn't help but marvel at Li Chen's madness. He had kept a zombie in his midst. The creature clutched a scalpel, clearly poised to strike. At that moment, the group had no thoughts of rivalry, for they could see that Li Chun had already collapsed, and with Nan Ji's frail strength and sluggish movements, it was the perfect opportunity to eliminate them. They exchanged meaningful glances, instantly devising a plan. With 4 of them, they could split up to act, even if Nan Ge were foolish. She immediately sensed their murderous intent and resolved to prioritize her own survival by leaving Li Chun behind. No words were spoken, yet all those capable of movement sprang into action. The 2 men had broken legs, rendering them ineffective in combat. Lin Fengxue and Lin Fengyue lunged fiercely toward Nange. In their quest for self-defense, they wielded daggers, far sharper than Nange's surgical knife. The car door, already narrow, became a barrier as they obstructed Nange's escape. Nange's pupils constricted sharply. As they aimed for her neck, she allowed her body to fall backward. The 2 sisters, unable to halt their momentum, propelled forward. Seizing this opportunity, Nange swiftly lifted her leg, delivering a powerful kick to their midsections. Although she was a zombie, she possessed a significant advantage over humans. Her strength surpassed theirs. Of course, Li Chun, that peculiar anomaly, was not to be considered an ordinary man. As Nange witnessed the sisters being propelled away by her kick, she felt a momentary relief, only to discover that the 2 men had grasped Li Chen's leg, attempting to drag him out of the car door. Nange was acutely aware of the situation. Despite Li Chen's usual cruelty, he had never truly mistreated her, and just moments ago, he had even rewarded her with the presence of these 4 individuals. She utilized every ounce of her strength, yet as a mediocre fighter, how could she contend against 4 adversaries? The thought of herself and Li Chun falling into their clutches, only to be mercilessly slaughtered, sent a shiver down her spine. To make matters worse, Li Chun was still unconscious, unable to aid her. Nangu once again lamented about Li Chun, wondering why he chose to faint at such a critical moment, rather than at an earlier or later time. The two men did not anticipate the sheer force Nangu possessed, shouting at Lin Fengyue, "Hurry and eliminate her. Do not allow her any opportunity." The encounter between humans and zombies was inherently a life-or-death scenario. The two sisters were not to be underestimated. They wielded lethal weapons and had no fear of dispatching zombies. Their gazes turned more resolute, and despite the pain in their bellies, they charged toward Nangu once more. Nangu clung tightly to Li Chun, growling fiercely at them. Chun-Ji's face was ashen. Who could have foreseen that such a dangerous zombie resided in the nearby vehicle just the night before? The thought of their reckless actions being overheard by a zombie only fueled Chun-Ji's aggression. Each individual harbored their own intentions, leading to a fierce struggle for survival. The sisters lacked any combat finesse. Their fighting style was neither as decisive nor as fluid as Li Chen's. Seizing an opportunity, they yanked on Nanji's hair, attempting to drag her out of the vehicle. Yet, Nangu felt no pain, her anger rendering her impervious to their tactics. However, no matter how diligent she was, a moment of vulnerability was inevitable. Dongfang's Hun had been observing closely, and as he saw Nangu distracted by Li Chun, he seized Li Chen's ankle and forcefully pulled half of his body out of the vehicle. In a flash of lightning, there was no time for Nange to hesitate. She swiftly embraced the two women and, propelled by Chun-Ji's force, burst forth into the fray. Dongfang's Han, confronted by the trio of a zombie and two women charging towards him, was compelled to release his grip on Li Chun momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Nange deftly shoved Li Chun into the vehicle, slamming the door shut to barricade it resolutely. Being a zombie, her thoughts remained incomprehensible to others, save for Li Chun. Yet, the fate of that man remained uncertain. The others found Nange rather amusing, especially the two sisters, whose expressions were now devoid of any semblance of vulnerability. They crossed their arms and mockingly remarked, "Could it be that this zombie has fallen for Li Chun? Who would have thought she would sacrifice herself for that man?" Chun-Ji chimed in with a chuckle. "Indeed, a zombie so feeble, yet she dares to stand before the car, compelling us to eliminate her." At that moment, Nange was engulfed in fear, her body trembling against the vehicle. She longed to slap herself, pondering, "Nange, why are you playing the hero?" When they intended to drag Li Chun from the car, she could have simply allowed them to do so, but she insisted on intervening. In the face of Nange's stubbornness, the four could only find amusement. Their hearts held no pity for a mere zombie. Only Dongfang's Han harbored a curious intrigue towards Nange, contemplating that once they dispatched her, they could dissect her and discover what set her apart from other zombies. Why did she possess such rationality? As Nangu observed the four individuals approaching, her hands were firmly gripping the car door. She could not simply perish like this. If death were indeed imminent, she would ensure that she took at least two accomplices with her. The two men with broken legs appeared to be suitable targets, should she choose to attack them. She was 90% certain that a single strike would sever their arteries. Her gaze turned increasingly frigid as she tightly clutched the scalpel, poised to seize the opportunity. However, just as she was about to make her valiant stand, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Chapter 22. Gaining abilities. The four individuals, seemingly under some curse, abruptly collapsed. Maintaining their expressions and stances, Nanji's mouth fell agape. While it was one thing for Li Chun to faint, why did these individuals exhibit the same reaction? Regardless of the cause of their peculiar behavior, Nangu had no time for contemplation. The other zombies had fled, sensing danger, as one of them. She too was acutely aware of the peril. Moreover, with the tempest raging outside, she needed to retreat to the safety of the vehicle. The fate of the four unconscious individuals beneath the car, whether they would be swept away by the storm or struck by falling debris, was of no concern to her. She swiftly climbed onto the vehicle, secured the door, and meticulously checked it twice to ensure it was locked before she felt a sense of relief. Turning to glance at Li Chun, she was surprisingly devoid of the murderous intent she had previously harbored. Reflecting on the taunts of those individuals when she had stood outside the car door, a faint twitch of her lips betrayed her amusement. Surely, she must have been out of her mind just moments ago. As anticipated by Nangu, the wind outside grew increasingly fierce, and even from within the vehicle, she could hear the deafening sounds of collapsing structures. Not even Li Chen's armored vehicle was spared. It swayed ominously. Nanji's concern lay with Li Chen's condition. She reached out to touch his forehead, but due to her physical constitution, she felt neither warmth nor cold. However, The growing urgency in his breathing indicated that he was not faring well. She retrieved some water from the trunk and took measures to cool him down. To her surprise, she even found medication and prepared to administer an injection, although she had no recollection of learning such knowledge. Her hands moved with the confidence of one who had performed these tasks countless times before. After hooking him up to and for and administering the medication, she felt utterly drained. Despite the medication, there was no sign that his rapid breaths were easing, causing her heart to rise with anxiety once more. Seated beside Li Chun in a state of restless despair, she pondered what she would do if he were to succumb. Worry flickered in her eyes, and she couldn't help but think of the adage that calamities can linger for 1,000 years. Li Chun, you must not encounter any misfortune, she silently implored. Even in unconsciousness, his hand instinctively clutched the seat, as if he were still grasping Nanji's wrist with unwavering determination. She changed his damp cloths multiple times, vigilantly monitoring his temperature. In between, she glanced out the window. The ominous black storm showed no signs of abating. As she sat idly in the car, her gaze would often drift to Li Chun's watch. 3 days had elapsed, yet there were no signs of him awakening. The world outside had been shrouded in darkness for a full 3 days, only to witness the sky regain its light on the 4th day, as the storm gradually subsided. It was later referred to as the 3 days of eternal night. Fortunately, the majority of the global populace had succumbed to unconsciousness, for enduring a world devoid of light for 3 days would surely drive anyone to madness. During this time, Nangu managed to steal a brief moment of slumber, her fatigue overwhelming. Ah, what a relief! The fever has finally broken. A wave of joy surged within her, prompting her to clap her hands. After a while, she reluctantly lowered her hands, feeling somewhat dismayed. Why was she so pleased that this calamity had not met its end? Observing that Li Chun still showed no signs of awakening, Nangu leaned against the car window to glance outside. Indeed, the entire city appeared nearly buried beneath the sandstorm, and the whereabouts of the 4 individuals remained a mystery. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, devoid of any signs of life or the presence of the undead. After a moment's hesitation, she resolved to open the car door and step outside. The moment she exited the vehicle, she stumbled slightly, nearly losing her balance. It was all due to that wretched man who had lain unconscious for 3 days. She had been immobilized with fear, and now her legs felt unsteady. She had no idea where her hat had been blown off to, so she opted not to search for anything to shield herself, simply tilting her head to gaze at the sky. A fiery red sun hung majestically above, while the lingering breeze in the city stirred the dust from the ground, leaving the air still shrouded in a hazy gloom. Nangu keenly detected an unusual scent, one that scarcely resembled anything of this world. She meandered through the city, her heart laden with trepidation. At that moment, should a zombie appear, she would likely feel an odd thrill of gratitude. Yet, nothing emerged. The entire realm seemed enveloped in a profound silence. After wandering aimlessly for a while, she found herself before a desolate supermarket. She tilted her head to assess the situation, relieved to sense that no zombies lurked within. Just as she turned, before she could ascertain her bearings, she encountered familiar faces. The very individuals intent on ending her life, Chen Ji and his companions, stood before her. It took her some time to recognize these disheveled figures. The 2 buckets of water in her grasp posed a dilemma. She could neither set them down nor continue to carry them. If she feigned familiarity and greeted them, she wondered if they would spare her. Consequently, Nangu endeavored to adjust her expression, striving not to appear too fearsome. Initially, she contemplated speaking, but Lin Fengshue's derisive voice interrupted her. I never imagined you were still alive. Her tone was somewhat hoarse, perhaps a result of the prolonged exposure to the wind. Chun Ji and Dong Feng's Hun trailed behind the 2 sisters, bowing and scraping. Sister Lin, do you think we should just kill her? Lin Fengyue shot a fierce glare in their direction. Is it your place to speak? Step back. Lin Fengshue merely smiled slightly. Fengyue, do temper your ferocity. In my opinion, we should tread carefully. What? Sister, this zombie has caused us immense suffering. Should we not eliminate her? Lin Fengyue boasted, yet what truly astonished Nange was not their survival, but the demeanor of Chun Ji and Dong Feng's Han. It was important to remember that prior to their unconsciousness, they had been reliant on men for their existence. How could it be that now these 2 men were so submissive to them? Lin Fengshue, oblivious to Nange's thoughts, remarked to Lin Fengyue that her presence indicated Li Chun was likely still alive, and they ought to proceed with caution. The memory of the man who nearly brought about their demise sent a shiver down Lin Fengyue's spine, yet she quickly raised her hand, declaring, "Sister, we have awakened our abilities. Why should we fear? If he dares to come, we shall eliminate him." At that moment, Nange beheld a flicker of flame erupting in Lin Fengyue's palm. What on earth was happening? Nange felt as though her entire world was crumbling. Had they somehow acquired these abilities upon regaining consciousness? The subservience of the two men suggested they had not. Indeed, the tides of fortune had turned. Nange quietly stepped back, unwilling to be singed by fire. Lin Fengyue, clearly noticing her retreat, laughed heartily and tossed a small fireball in her direction. Startled, Nange instinctively raised 2 buckets of water in front of her. Fortunately, the distance between them was sufficient. The sisters' powers were not very potent, and the fireball dissipated before reaching Nange. Nevertheless, the shock was enough to compel her to flee. I must escape swiftly, otherwise I might truly be killed. Lin Fengyue, perceiving Nange's retreat, dashed forward 2 steps, exclaiming, "Thinking of fleeing? Not a chance." Nan Ge felt a sudden gust of wind sweep past her, and with a loud crash, she found herself sprawled on the ground. As she touched her face, she discovered a wound from which dark blood was streaming. The expressions on the faces of the 2 sisters were filled with disdain. Truly, she resembled a wretched zombie. Dongfang's Hun could not help but interject from behind, "Sister Lin, perhaps it is time to cease this charade and eliminate this zombie. Otherwise, it will become troublesome when Li Chen arrives." In an instant, Lin Fengyue unleashed a gust of wind toward Dongfang's Hun. Given their proximity, the force was formidable. Dongfang's Hun gasped and staggered back a couple of steps, only to find his face marred with wounds, appearing even more horrifying than Nan Ge at that moment. He felt pain, yet dared not utter a word. Merely bowing his head and covering his face in apology, "Sister Lin, I have erred. I should not have spoken out of turn." 3 days prior, during the eternal night, these individuals had succumbed to slumber, while the Lin sisters awoke to possess the powers of wind and fire. He and Chunji, the 2 men, had undergone no such transformations. Now, under the weight of their prowess, they dared not voice any grievances, for they had not forgotten how the 3 men had once tormented these sisters. Lin Fengyue observed her sister's display of power with a satisfied smile, raising an eyebrow as she remarked, "Now that you understand, it would be wise to withdraw. Let ordinary folk refrain from involving themselves in our struggles as supernatural beings." In truth, Lin Fengyue had not anticipated that she and her sister would emerge as fortunate ones, even though they had yet to encounter many others. They understood the significance of possessing such extraordinary abilities in the apocalypse. The 2 sisters would no longer endure humiliation. If possible, they could even compel ordinary men to serve them. Nan Ge lay on the ground, listening to the sound of their shoes echoing against the floor. Her hand slowly clenched into a fist as she cast a glance towards the supermarket entrance, yet the man she envisioned did not appear. The 2 sisters were now alarmingly close, engaged in a discussion about how to take their own lives for the sake of vengeance. As she listened to their talk of various tortures, Nan Ge felt a fear more profound than ever before. She regretted not having remained by the vehicle. However, if she retreated now, they would still seek out Li Chen even after killing her. Chapter 23. Nan Ji's rescue. Li Chen awoke in the vehicle. Unlike the previous instances when he was half-conscious, his eyes opened wide almost instantaneously as his awareness returned. In his striking phoenix-like gaze, a shadow of darkness flickered, reminiscent of the permafrost on the highlands. He swiftly sat upright, surveying his surroundings. The cold touch of a hand beneath his own was unmistakably not Nan Ji's, who had been clasped in his grip before he lost consciousness. A thorough search of the car confirmed her absence. The corners of Li Chen's mouth turned down in dismay. Had this little zombie escaped while he was unconscious? It was undoubtedly true. She was always yearning for an escape. Not lingering in the vehicle any longer, he stepped out and took in the dire situation surrounding him, which proved to be even more catastrophic than he had anticipated. Numerous buildings lay in ruins, and the extent of damage to the resources within was unknown. Yet, none of this concerned Li Chen as much as his deep sense of loss and simmering anger. Hadn't he previously insisted that she remain faithfully by his side? How could she have departed? With a forceful slam of the car door, Li Chen disregarded the pain in his hand, retrieving a gun from the vehicle and slinging it across his back as he strode purposefully into the distance. He considered it a second chance, if he truly failed to locate Nan Ge. His lips pressed tightly together, his gaze dark and foreboding. Nangu better pray she remains elusive, for if he were to find her, he would ensure she faced dire consequences. At that moment, Nangu was shrinking back in terror. She felt the world was unjust towards zombies. Why were these humans granted supernatural abilities while she was not? Unbeknownst to her, it was not the world that was cruel to the undead, but rather it was her own fate that was merciless. The eerily similar faces of Lin Fengxue and Lin Fengyue drew closer, revealing bloodthirsty smiles. A fireball flickered in Lin Fengyue's palm. Sister, what do you think about scorching her hair first? If we kill her instantly, it would be far too dull. Lin Fengshue's eyes sparkled with excitement. That is a splendid idea. Burn her hair, then we shall sever her limbs. Nangu instinctively covered her head, desperately wishing to avoid becoming bald. The moment Lin Fengyue and Lin Fengxue witnessed her reaction, they halted and erupted into laughter. Sister, she truly can comprehend our words. What if we incapacitate her and keep her around? In the future, when we hunt zombies, she could provide us with cover. Lin Fengxue nodded slightly, casting an approving glance at Lin Fengyue. This idea is indeed quite splendid. With proper training, she might prove even more useful than a dog. Nangong stared at them with fierce indignation. These two venomous women. Lin Fengyue, sensing her gaze, swiftly struck her face with a resounding slap. Once Nangong collapsed to the ground, Lin Fengyue ruthlessly pinned her wrist. Meanwhile, Lin Fengxue pressed down on Nangong's knee, and soon, the ominous sound of cracking bones echoed ominously. I haven't forgotten, Lin Fengyue remarked, grinding her foot into Nangong's hand. It was with this hand that she wielded the scalpel. Sister, do you suppose she was a doctor before the apocalypse? How absurd. The sisters exchanged glances and erupted into laughter. Nangong's fury intensified, her eyes turning a menacing shade of crimson. These two women were not only insulting her, but also encroaching upon her limits. As a zombie, she harbored no notions of good or evil. But had it not been for their conspiracy against her and Li Chun, she would not have met such a grim fate. Now, they dared to vent their frustrations upon her. Lin Fengyue continued to torment Nangong, alternating kicks that flipped her over repeatedly. Even Chun Ji and Dong Fang's Hun, witnessing the scene, felt a pang of sympathy. Yet, they dared not counsel the sisters or display even a hint of disrespect. Nangong, who had been enduring the torment, finally seized an opportunity during a moment of Lin Fengyue's inattention. With a sudden twist, she lunged and grasped Lin Fengyue's leg, toppling her to the ground and snapping at her face. Regrettably, Lin Fengyue managed to evade the attack. Otherwise, she would have surely lost a piece of flesh. Nevertheless, her fangs still left deep gashes across Lin Fengyue's face. As she touched the blood on her skin, she let out a desperate cry. Sister, I've been bitten by a zombie. What should I do? A bite from a zombie essentially heralds the imminent transformation into one of them. And having just acquired her extraordinary abilities, Lin Fengyue was not ready to face death. Lin Fengxue, who had always shared a profound bond with her sister, hesitated and took a few steps back upon witnessing Lin Fengyue's injury. Lin Fengyue had already summoned a fireball, forcing Nangu to retreat, and with a swift motion, she rose from the ground. Now, she was uncertain whether to eliminate Nangu or chastise Lin Fengxue. Sister? She gazed at her with hurt and bewilderment. Were you afraid of me? Nangu lay on the ground, having endured too much torment. Although she felt no pain, she was rendered immobile. Pouting slightly, she licked her lips. While Lin Fengyue's blood was not as delectable as Li Chen's, the mingling of extraordinary powers provided a sensation distinct from that of an ordinary person's, making it quite addictive. If she could take someone down with her in her final moments, she would not leave empty-handed. Lin Fengxue, realizing the gravity of the situation, quickly reassured Lin Fengyue. Fengyue, do not misinterpret my actions. I am your sister. How could I ever fear you? I will slay this zombie right now. Ignoring her inner repulsion and fear as much as possible, Lin Fengxue summoned a blade of wind. Nangu sensed the formidable force of this wind blade, realizing it contained Lin Fengshue's determination to kill her. Indeed, she was a testament to the rift that had formed between the sisters. She lay motionless on the ground, gazing up at the sky, lamenting that her zombie existence seemed rather brief. Lin Fengxue had already raised her hand, and the wind blade appeared poised to strike South Song. However, the anticipated sound of a severed head did not resonate. Instead, South Song heard the crack of a gunshot. Did they still possess firearms? She could not recall. Her emotions surged as she craned her neck to look outward, and when that towering silhouette emerged against the light, tears nearly brimmed in her eyes. Li Chun had actually arrived. The gunshot had been aimed squarely at Lin Fengshua's back. His marksmanship was beyond reproach, and Lin Fengshua fell lifeless at once. Upon awakening to find South Song missing, he was engulfed by fury, neglecting to examine the surroundings closely. It was only after he had walked for some time that he realized South Song did not appear to have left long ago. Rather, it seemed she had taken the opportunity to keep watch. Had she truly wished to depart, her traces would have long been concealed by the shifting sands. Panic seized Li Chun as he quickened his pace, fervently hoping that South Song would not come to harm. Fortunately, he caught up with her. After the gunfire, Lin Fengyue cried out, crouching down with her hands over her head, while the other two men appeared even more cowardly, barely able to stand. Li Chun moved with steady confidence, though his pace was brisk. Although he did not raise his weapon, it was clear to all that he remained ever vigilant. Lin Fengyue threw herself beside Lin Fengshua, weeping, "Sister." Li Chun paid no heed to them, advancing directly to South Song's side. With just a glance, the atmosphere around him grew increasingly oppressive. The little zombie he kept by his side had been tortured into a grotesque form. Her hands hung limply, her legs contorted unnaturally, and her body and face were marred with dark purple wounds. Although she was already deceased and felt no pain, Li Chun was instantly engulfed in a fury. He cast a deep, penetrating glance at Nangu, resembling an insurmountable mountain, standing resolutely in her path. He raised his firearm once more. Lin Fengyue was still weeping over Lin Fengshua, while Chun Ji and Dong Fangshan, upon seeing the gun, instinctively attempted to flee. This time, Li Chun showed no mercy. With a single shot, he obliterated Chun Ji's head. Dong Fangshan, witnessing his companion collapse without warning, felt his pupils dilate in terror. He ceased his flight and knelt before Li Chun, pleading, "Li Chun, spare me. I have done nothing against you these past 3 days. I did not interfere when they tormented this zombie. Please, have mercy. I bow to you." As he spoke, Dong Fangshan repeatedly prostrated himself, unambiguously desperate. He was willing to do anything to survive, hoping that Li Chun might show even a sliver of compassion. Meanwhile, Lin Fengyue remained lost in her own anguish, shedding tears over Lin Fengshua's lifeless body. How could this happen? They were supernatural beings. How could they be so easily slain? Li Chun paid no heed to Dong Fengshuan's pleas for mercy. His grip on the firearm remained steady, his gaze as cold as death. As he pulled the trigger aimed at Dong Fangshan's forehead, Dong Fangshan was originally kneeling on the ground when the bullet pierced his body. The tremendous force caused his head and entire body to fall backward. With a resounding thud, he collapsed into a pool of blood, his expression remaining as it had been, helpless and terrified, his eyes never closing even in death. Lin Fengyue, witnessing person after person perish before her, felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Upon first encountering Nange, she should have cast aside any torturous thoughts and simply killed her, then sought out Li Chun. Perhaps she would have already dispatched that man. Now, with her sister dead, Lin Fengyue was on the brink of madness, having just been bitten by Nange, showing faint signs of zombification. Upon hearing the growl emanating from her throat, Li Chun's gaze flickered momentarily, and his body tensed further. Indeed, in the next instant, Lin Fengyue released her sister's lifeless form, both hands igniting with fireballs as she lunged toward Li Chun. If Li Chun had any abilities, he would surely have employed them. The fact that he had not suggested that she still held a chance. Chapter 24. You are weak. With her fire-based powers, how could she fear a mere ordinary man like Li Chun? She was determined to avenge her sister. Li Chun had already noticed the increasing severity of her zombification. Lacking any compassion, he swiftly dodged the 2 small fireballs and maneuvered behind Lin Fengyue, pressing the gun against her neck and unhesitatingly pulling the trigger. Bang! Nange lay on the ground before them, witnessing everything with utmost clarity. The bullet pierced through Lin Fengyue's artery, causing blood to erupt violently. Nangu found herself unable to evade the deluge, and by the time she comprehended the situation, her face was drenched in crimson. Lin Fengyue, perhaps, had not fully grasped the reality that as a superhuman, she could be gunned down. Nangu merely regarded her coldly, much like Dong Fangshan, who staggered and collapsed to the ground, convulsing a few times before succumbing to silence. After a few minutes, Li Chun arrived, having dispatched all 4 assailants. The air was thick with the poignant scent of blood, saturating the small space around them. Nanji's eyes turned a vivid crimson once more. It had been a long time since she had savored the taste of blood, and the blood of a superhuman was particularly exquisite. Slowly, she licked her lips, swallowing the blood that lingered there, fully aware of her actions, yet feeling an irresistible compulsion over her own body. Li Chun had no intention of allowing anyone to collect the bodies. With Lin Fingyue's demise, the transformation into a grotesque zombie ceased, leaving her to escape such a fate. A fact for which she might, in some sense, owe gratitude to Li Chun. He approached Nan Ji's side, gently crouching down, placing his weapon aside, and enveloping her in a tender embrace. His movements were so delicate, as if handling a fragile artifact. With one hand, he tenderly caressed Nan Ji's face, attempting to wipe away the blood that marred her skin. However, Nan Ge was relishing the moment far too much to allow such wastefulness. Thus, when Li Chen's fingers brushed against her lips, she swiftly took them into her mouth, savoring them with fervent licks. Li Chen's expression abruptly shifted, a tingling sensation creeping from his spine to his brain, nearly compelling him to cast Nan Ge aside. Nestled in his embrace, Nan Ge emitted unconscious whimpers, tormented by an insatiable yearning for fresh blood, yet it eluded her grasp. It was only after she had thoroughly licked the man's hand that Li Chun could no longer tolerate her actions and withdrew his hand. Unfazed, Nan Ge pursued his fingers, prompting Li Chun to exclaim with resignation, "These 4 individuals are yours. Cease your licking." The city's haze was gradually dissipating, and as Li Chun glanced outside, he realized that in less than half an hour, the area would be illuminated, heralding the emergence of even greater dangers. He turned to Nan Ge and urged, "You must act swiftly. Our time is limited." With that, he dragged the bodies of the sisters closer to her. Elated, Nan Ge nodded eagerly. Her curiosity regarding when Li Chun had awakened or how he had found her momentarily forgotten. In fact, she was on the verge of dismissing her recent torment. Her sole desire now was to consume the 2 sisters. After all, they were lifeless, requiring no surgical tools, especially since her fingers were broken and could not grasp anything. She sank her teeth into Lin Fengshue's neck, the sound of swallowing resonating from her throat. Li Chun turned his head, granting her the freedom to indulge, refraining from interrupting her actions. It was indeed astonishing. Had someone told him just days prior that he would not only harbor a zombie, but also provide sustenance for her, Li Chun would have deemed it unbelievable. Yet now, he remains oblivious to the extent of his transformation due to Nan Ge. 2 supernatural beings are sufficient to satiate her hunger. She has no desire to engage with the other 2 foul men. After her fill, she pouted slightly, licking the traces of blood from her lips, unwilling to waste a single drop. Li Chun observed her actions, his Adam's apple involuntarily moving. A horde of zombies was approaching. It seemed that upon awakening from this slumber, his senses had sharpened considerably. A multitude of zombies were drawn by the scent of blood. He did not misinterpret it. Nan Ge curled her lips in delight, extending her hand. She was unable to walk. Even if she could, her pace would be painfully slow, a burden to the man. What she craved now was a comforting embrace. Li Chun, noticing her dirt-covered body yet relatively clean mouth, couldn't help but chuckle. Well, as long as she was unharmed. That was all that mattered. Thus, he strode over, hoisting her onto his back, effortlessly carrying 2 buckets of water, and dashed out of the supermarket before the zombies could encircle them. During their confrontation, he sensed a more profound change in the zombies. They exhibited greater strength, swifter movements, and seemingly heightened intelligence. Recalling the fireball that had manifested in Lin Fingyue's hand moments ago, Li Chen's expression grew increasingly grim. Was this a shared evolution? Nestled securely on his back, Nan Ge found herself cherishing the sense of safety that enveloped her. Li Chun carried her to the vehicle, quickly igniting the engine and departing from Jingshui City. Although a horde of zombies trailed behind, no vehicle could match their speed, and soon they were left far behind. Li Chun had firmly etched the surrounding environment into his memory. Thus, after exiting the city, he made his way directly toward a secluded area. Once he ascertained that there were no zombies trailing behind, and that the vicinity was secure, he finally halted the vehicle. Li Chen's grip on the steering wheel instinctively tightened. This little zombie truly lacked any sense. Had I not instructed you to wait in the car and not to wander off? Why did you disembark? Li Chen questioned sternly. Nange felt a bit aggrieved as she looked at her finger. However, before she could voice her thoughts, she was astonished to discover that the finger she had just broken had miraculously healed. She clenched and relaxed her fist, finding it remarkably more nimble than before. With a triumphant gesture, she raised her hand, showcasing to Li Chun. I can move it. Upon speaking, she was taken aback once more. For not only had her voice become more melodious, but her speech had also quickened considerably. Li Chun had nearly confirmed his suspicions that this little zombie's consumption of human blood was undoubtedly beneficial to her. The mere recollection of her earlier bloodthirsty demeanor gave him a slight headache. Do not change the subject. I am still inquiring. He maintained his stern demeanor. Nange turned her head away, pouting, and thought to herself, after 3 days of unconsciousness, am I not allowed to step outside for a breath of fresh air, given the pleasant weather? Seeing Nange's blatant indifference, Li Chen's irritation intensified. Do you have any idea what could have happened if I had delayed any longer? Nange paused momentarily, then softly replied, just die once more. The veins on Li Chen's forehead bulged in response. To suggest dying again so lightly. That fearful zombie from moments ago was certainly not her, was it? With an expressionless face, Li Chen opened the car door and urged her to leave, saying, fine, if you wish to perish, I shall not impede you. You may exit the vehicle. Humph, you want me to get out? Quite the contrary, I shall remain. So you still have some spirit, do you? Li Chun felt a strong urge to strike Nangu, yet he hesitated, reluctant to raise his hand. Truly, he found himself at a loss with this little zombie. Nangu deliberately tilted her head, provocatively thinking, either you strike me down, or you come at me. It was Li Chen's growling stomach that eventually broke the stalemate. Having been unconscious for 3 days, he was in dire need of sustenance. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to temporarily overlook Nanji's behavior. This little zombie could be disciplined at a later time. As he rummaged through the trunk for food, he noticed that the medication had been disturbed. With an 4-drip bottle tucked away in the corner, Li Chen's movements halted abruptly, his emotions difficult to articulate. He glanced at Nangu, who was disheveled and slumped in her seat, her mood uncertain. After carefully stowing the 4-bottle, a smile crept onto Li Chen's lips. Very well. If she behaves well shortly, he would forego punishing her. Meanwhile, Nangu, feeling rather bored, recalled the 2 supernatural beings. She gazed at Li Chun with suspicion, and after a moment, she inquired, have you awakened your powers? Li Chun typically consumed food with great speed, yet at this moment, he slowed his pace. Once he finished the sausage, he turned to her, his sharp gaze fixed on Nangu. What is it? Have you awakened or not? Nangu was indeed quite curious. It is worth noting that his blood was already exceptionally delectable. Should he awaken his extraordinary abilities, how fortunate she would be. Nangu widened her eyes. He was the first to faint and the last to regain consciousness, and she had presumed him to be remarkable. Yet, what was the outcome? He possessed no supernatural powers. How disappointing. Li Chun, noticing Nanji's prolonged silence, inquired in a low voice, what is it? Are you dissatisfied? Not every ability wielder is necessarily the most formidable. Were those 2 women not vanquished by him? After a moment, Nangu pouted and uttered 2 words, weakling. Li Chun initially thought he had misheard her, his brow furrowing as his tone grew colder. Little mute, what did you say? This term had been used by the 2 women to describe themselves, and Nangu had just learned it. Thus, she hummed softly, no powers, weakling. In an instant, Li Chun crushed the plastic water bottle in his hand. Chapter 25. You should leave quickly. Li Chun, with one hand on the steering wheel, maintained his gaze on Nangu, taking a deep breath before coldly asserting, get out of the car. Nangu twisted her head even more enthusiastically, relishing the sensation of her neck's flexibility. After all, losing her head would mean certain death. And this was her lifeline. However, she mused, if she was indeed a weakling, why should she be forbidden from saying so? If he insisted on making her leave, she would stubbornly refuse. Nangu feigned lifelessness, which left Li Chun at a loss, for he never imagined he would find himself powerless against the zombie. After a long, penetrating glance at Nangu, Li Chun resolved to start the car and depart from the location. After driving for approximately half an hour, the terrain in his mind became increasingly vivid. Upon reaching their destination, he halted the vehicle, approached the passenger side, and opened the door. Nangu remained seated obediently in the front seat. Sensing the man's movement, she turned her head, casting a perplexed glance in his direction. Observing his irate demeanor, she wondered if he intended to silence her permanently. A flutter of trepidation coursed through her heart once again. Li Chun seemed to notice her slight fear, a smirk forming within him. Now she understood the essence of fear. What had she been doing moments ago? Nevertheless, he maintained an impassive facade. Get out of the car. Nangu instinctively recoiled, dreading the thought of being dragged along the road by the man's vehicle. The mere imagery of it was horrifying. Thus, she resorted to feigning vulnerability. My leg. It's injured. Presently, she was able to articulate short phrases, though longer sentences still emerged in fragmented bursts. Yet this progress brought her immense joy, as she felt on the verge of unleashing her pent-up desire to speak. Li Chun cast a sharp glance at her knee, pondering the authenticity of her words. This little zombie seemed to have undergone some intellectual evolution. Although her fingers had healed, perhaps her knee still bore the remnants of injury? Nevertheless, he was not yet inclined to let her off the hook, gesturing firmly towards the outside. Hurry up and get out. With a reluctant grunt, Nango ultimately climbed out of the car. Humph, wretched man. If he wouldn't let her ride, then she wouldn't. Seizing the opportunity, she would escape, ensuring he could never find her again. Yet, as she contemplated this, a tinge of disappointment crept into her heart. Therefore, she gazed at Li Chun with an expression of distress. I truly have to walk now. Li Chun was aware that she had misunderstood him. Yet he chose not to dwell on her words. With a slight arch of his dark eyebrows, he remarked, What do you think? He regarded her as a miser. The vehicle was quite spacious. Surely, even a petite figure like hers could fit, eliciting his disdain. Li Chun was nearly on the verge of laughter. Whenever she immersed herself in her own imaginative thoughts, she would deliberately avoid looking at him, as if fearing he might not realize she was silently reprimanding herself. Come with me, he commanded, pulling Nanji's wrist as he led her away. Her knee was indeed still injured, causing her to limp. It was only when she discerned their surroundings that she realized Li Chun had brought her to a small stream. He remained vigilant, having observed the area for quite some time prior to disembarking. The closer one approached a water source, the greater the danger. This was a rule he had always adhered to. Fortunately, their journey thus far had been uneventful. Nango blinked, perplexed about Li Chun's intentions. He wouldn't dare to toss me into the water again, would he? This man holds grudges, she thought. I refused to go in. She attempted to free her wrist from his grasp, but her strength was insufficient. How could Li Chun allow her to resist? He firmly stated, Look at yourself, you're filthy. Hurry and wash up. Especially since she carried a hint of perfume that he did not wish to accompany on their journey. Ultimately, it was her previous disheveled state that troubled him. Seeing her in such a dirty condition reminded him of how he had failed to protect her properly. Nanga hesitated for a moment, contemplating that while she could agree to bathe, having him watch over her was rather inappropriate. Thus, she glanced in the direction of the vehicle and pointed, saying, You go over there. Li Chun instantly comprehended her meaning, leaving him both amused and exasperated. Had she forgotten how many times he had helped her change her clothes? Now she was suddenly shy around him. With her already decayed and disintegrating body, did she truly believe he could do anything for her? Nevertheless, Li Chun sighed and nodded. Very well, I shall go over there. You wash alone. If you do not clean yourself properly, you shall not emerge. Nango inwardly cursed her for being so particular. In this apocalyptic world, where survival was the utmost priority, she was still concerned about cleanliness. Yet she dared not voice these thoughts. Feeling as if her innermost feelings had been laid bare, her zombie-like visage grew somewhat unnatural. Once Li Chun departed, she slowly began to undress before stepping into the stream. The water was not deep, barely reaching her waist. Initially, Nangu intended to sit down, but the aftermath of the eternal night rendered the water murky, so she disdainfully opted to stand. The silence around her felt unsettling. Could it be due to the proximity of the mountains that the zombies were so sparse? As she bathed, she was surprisingly meticulous, scrubbing away the dried blood that had caked onto her skin. Lowering her gaze, she noticed that the wound in her chest, caused by Li Chun's bullet, was gradually healing, and other parts of her body were no longer continuing to decay. However, she remained oblivious to the odor emanating from her body, which, judging by appearances, was likely far from pleasant. Just as she was nearing the completion of her wash, she hobbled towards the shore, only to catch sight of something writhing beneath the water's surface. Nangu had been bathing here for such a long time, completely oblivious to the presence of something lurking beneath the water. Suddenly, those entities stirred, startling her immensely. With all her might, she let out a scream, and at that very moment, the submerged beings erupted forth with a resounding splash. The force was so great that water splattered directly onto her face. As she hastily wiped it away, she finally discerned the truth. The depths concealed a horde of zombies. She could only surmise how long these wretched creatures had been lying in wait, as they emerged one after another, densely packed. Their bodies, having been soaked for an extended period, were grotesquely bloated, their features distorted beyond recognition. rendering their former identities unrecognizable. The chilling realization that she had been bathing atop such a ghastly congregation sent a shiver down her spine. Upon hearing Nanji's frantic cry, Li Chun immediately leapt from the vehicle in alarm. As he approached, he too felt a wave of dread wash over him at the sight of the multitude of zombies. Nangu, already in tattered clothing, seized the opportunity while the zombies had yet to attack and swiftly scrambled ashore, clutching a clean outfit as she dashed towards Li Chun. The zombies, initially distracted by their surroundings, sensed her presence and, though recognizing her as one of their own, were puzzled by the strange aura she emanated, unsure whether to pursue her. However, upon Li Chun's arrival, they became convinced that this zombie might be allied with the human, for their scents were eerily similar. Overwhelmed by terror, Nangu sprinted towards Li Chun, crying out, "Save me!" Li Chun approached Nangu, moving with remarkable speed, swiftly reaching her side. He embraced her and dashed toward the vehicle. Initially, he believed the zombies would not pursue them too quickly. However, his expression darkened when he witnessed a zombie suddenly leap from the water, bounding towards him in mere moments. Nangu's eyes widened in confusion, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Soon, more zombies erupted from the depths, their velocity significantly surpassing that of their previous encounters, rivaling even Li Chun's pace. Upon awakening, Li Chun had sensed something amiss. If humans could evolve, it was evident that zombies would not lag behind. Yet, confronting the reality of the situation left him utterly astounded. It appeared that human evolution was not outpacing that of the zombies, and the sheer number of the latter posed a grave threat. While he carried Nangu, his speed was commendable, yet he found himself unable to retrieve his weapon. As a zombie caught up to Li Chun, it lunged at him with ferocity. They resembled savage beasts, their bodies low to the ground, baring their teeth, poised to leap at any moment. Nangu cast a hesitant glance at Li Chun. The water below harbored no fewer than 80 zombies, all exhibiting extraordinary speed. Without any special abilities, how could Li Chun contend with them? Sensing her trepidation, Li Chun, pressed for time, forcefully pushed aside an attacking zombie and turned to Nangu, urging her loudly, "Hurry, don't complicate matters." Nangu understood that her presence was merely a burden. Gritting her teeth, she sprinted towards the vehicle. A single bite could easily lead to zombification. In the past, she might have whimsically thought that if Li Chun were to turn into a zombie, they would at least have each other for company. However, her current mood was far from playful. As the distance increased, her vision blurred, and all she could discern was the swirling dust in the distance. "Li Chun, you must not come to any harm." These zombies were indeed formidable adversaries. Li Chun had to exercise utmost vigilance while engaging them. Were it not for the habits forged over years on the battlefield, he might have perished at their hands countless times. Chapter 26. Trapping zombies. What brought him some solace was that, although these zombies were swift and powerful, they lacked coordination. If a higher-level zombie were to command them, Li Chun might find himself at a disadvantage. The current situation had turned in his favor. Having deciphered their attack patterns, he now faced them with considerable ease. He no longer feared that firing his weapon would attract more zombies, and he handled his shots with precision, nearly achieving headshots with every pull of the trigger. Having been soaked in the elements for far too long, their blood appeared significantly duller than that of normal humans. Witnessing their companions fall, the remaining zombies grew increasingly frenzied. Meanwhile, Nangu remained in the vehicle, her heart pounding in trepidation. After a short while, she rubbed her eyes, sensing that the battlefield was shifting closer to her position. After confirming for some time, she finally realized that Li Chun was intentionally heading in this direction, though he had yet to break through. As long as he approached the vehicle, there would surely be a way out. She could not simply sit idly in the vehicle, resigned to her fate. Action was imperative. South Song glanced at the pile of supplies in the back compartment, and an idea began to form in her mind. At that moment, Li Chun, undeterred by the onslaught of several zombies, calmly dispatched the nearest one with a well-aimed shot to the head, creating an opening in their encirclement. As he approached the vehicle, seeking the right angle to board, South Song suddenly flung open the door. Understanding her intent, Li Chun seized the momentum of a zombie's advance, leaped into the vehicle, and forcefully slammed the door shut behind him. The remaining zombies lunged at the vehicle, and through the window, South Song could see their razor-sharp fangs and the terror in their eyes. Alarmingly, she felt their rage seep into her, a low growl beginning to emanate from her throat. Li Chun cast a steady gaze at South Song, grasping her hand firmly. "South Song, Do not let them assimilate you. You are not like them. His words were like a hand that pulled her from the mire in which she found herself ensnared. Turning to him, she clenched her teeth and inquired, "What shall we do now?" Having boarded the vehicle, they knew that if they fled, the armored car would withstand the zombies' onslaught. However, there was a water source nearby, and should other civilians arrive to draw water, they could easily be dragged beneath the surface by the undead. Li Chun, too, had contemplated these issues and glanced at the zombies completely obstructing the windows. These zombies cannot be allowed to remain. South Song handed him a rocket launcher she had just discovered in the back compartment. The colossal figure before them exuded an air of formidable power. If they could gather the horde of zombies together, a single shell could obliterate them. "I shall divert their attention," Nangu declared resolutely. Yet, a small voice within her protested, "Nangu, are you out of your mind? You are one of them. Why aid humanity in exterminating your own kind? You could easily escape now." Nangu struggled to silence her inner turmoil, for she could not forget the moment when Li Chun had selflessly pushed her away during their direst hour. She had anticipated that he would respond as he once did, but to her astonishment, he refused. "You need not go." Unable to conceive a more effective plan, she pondered how to draw the zombies together without exiting the vehicle. She contemplated persuading Li Chun once more, yet he firmly asserted, "I have other means." Turning to face her, he inquired, "Will you trust me this time?" Perhaps it was the unwavering certainty in his gaze, which brought her a sense of reassurance, that prompted Nangu to nod in a daze. Almost immediately, she witnessed a grin spread across Li Chun's face, the coldness in his eyes melting away to reveal a vibrant expanse akin to a flourishing meadow. Li Chun took the cannon from her hands, pivoted, and ignited the engine. The sound of the motor filled Nangu with an inexplicable exhilaration. What could his plan possibly entail? With a swift press of the accelerator, the vehicle surged forward, flinging off the zombies that had clung to it. The car's speed was relentless, yet the undead pursued them with fervor. More zombies emerged from the depths, trailing closely behind, their piercing wails reverberating through the forest, sending tremors throughout the woods. The commotion startled many nearby citizens who were hiding. They whispered among themselves, inquiring about the cause of such a disturbance. One individual quickly placed a hand over his mouth, cautioning, "Lower your voice. The sensitivity of these zombies is heightened, and who knows if they might overhear our words." As for the source of the noise, it was likely that someone had ventured to the cursed river, disturbing the undead lurking beneath its waters. When their eyes met, a look of compassion passed between them. The depths were teeming with zombies. They would rather travel to greater distances for water than risk awakening those water spirits. For such an encounter would surely spell doom for anyone involved. Nangu had fastened her seatbelt securely and turned to observe the situation behind them, all the while reporting the locations of the zombies. Li Chun remained focused on driving, eventually asking her, "Have they all mobilized?" "All of them. Right behind us," she replied, genuinely astonished. How could it be that in just 3 days, the zombies had become so swift? Moments ago, she had glimpsed their claws. A mere scratch could likely extract one's heart. Reflecting on the abilities of Lin Fengxue and her sister, she pondered how inferior they seemed compared to these evolved zombies. Perhaps having spent too much time alongside Li Chun had led her thoughts to align with his. She found herself increasingly concerned about the future of humanity. Lost in her contemplation, she realized she had not been aware of the direction the vehicle was taking. "Are you prepared? We're about to jump. If you're frightened, simply close your eyes," Li Chun instructed, already donning the goggles he had retrieved, ensuring that everything was in readiness. Upon hearing these words, Nangu turned her head with a look of skepticism. To her astonishment, she nearly leaped from her seat. What on earth was that ahead? A seemingly endless chasm stretched before her. The crucial point was that the distance from this side to the other was at least 10 meters. How could a vehicle possibly leap across such an expanse? It would surely plunge into the abyss. In a state of sheer horror, Nangu found herself at a loss for words, her voice lodged in her throat. She watched in disbelief as Li Chun accelerated the vehicle to its maximum speed, genuinely hurtling towards the deep crevice. Was the man truly insane? Gripping the steering wheel, Nangu let out a scream that threatened to eclipse the groans of the zombies trailing behind them. In this critical moment, Li Chun even wore a slight smile, as if to say, "This little zombie is quite spirited. No need to worry about her being frightened into silence." Nangu, in that moment, felt as though she awaited her own execution. Little did she expect that as a zombie, her ultimate demise would not come from a bullet to the head, but rather from a fatal fall. "Li Chun, you madman. she cried out, as the vehicle plunged from the high ground, slicing through the air in a magnificent arc towards the chasm. The wheels had already left the ground. They were truly airborne. The force of the descent was so overwhelming that Nan Gu felt her features contort in response. With no other option, she shut her eyes tightly. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, or perhaps it was merely a fleeting moment. Suddenly, the vehicle landed with a resounding thud, jolting violently. Nan Gu, still with her eyes tightly closed, thought to herself, "I've met my end. This time, I am truly dead." However, after what felt like an eternity, she heard no thunderous explosion. The vehicle seemed to have changed direction before gradually coming to a halt. Li Chen extended his hand and gently patted Nan Ji's face, saying, "Little mute, open your eyes. We have arrived." Nan Gu, filled with disbelief, stubbornly kept her eyes tightly shut, murmuring, I must be dead right now." Li Chen's voice took on a more cheerful tone. "Aren't you curious to see how those zombies meet their demise?" Upon hearing this, Nan Gu could no longer resist the urge to open her eyes, and when she beheld the scene before her, her mouth fell agape in astonishment. Indeed, the zombies had surged forward, yet they could not leap beyond a 10-meter distance, resulting in each one plummeting from the air and emitting piercing wails. These undead creatures, despite their formidable combat strength, were intellectually inferior to humans. Even as the front line of zombies fell, they could not halt the advance of those behind. By now, it was afternoon, with the sun beginning its descent in the western sky. The vehicle faced westward, and under the glow of the fiery clouds, the sight of a horde of zombies leaping into the abyss was nothing short of magnificent. After approximately 10 minutes, all the zombies had finally tumbled into the pit. Li Chen descended from the vehicle, cradling a rocket launcher, and peered down into the chasm, where the zombies were indeed clawing and scrambling to ascend. He was the perfect bait, drawing all the zombies toward him. Once he deemed the time opportune, he swiftly retreated several meters, adjusting his angle, and decisively launched a missile into the fray. The landing was precise, obliterating the gathered zombies into mere fragments. Upon hearing the thunderous sound, Nan Gu felt a surge of exhilaration. A vast cloud of dust was raised, mingling with the acrid scent of decaying flesh. Once the dust began to settle, Nan Gu exchanged a glance with Li Chen and approached the edge of the deep pit to peer inside. To their satisfaction, the majority of the zombies had been annihilated, leaving only a few feebly clinging to life. Having already taken lethal action, it was imperative to eradicate the remaining threats. Li Chen placed the rocket launcher on the ground and grasped Nan Ji's hand. "You are coming down with me." Nan Gu was taken aback, pondering the purpose of her descent. Li Chen, interpreting her thoughts, frowned and asserted, "Your combat skills are severely lacking. You must practice continuously." Practice? With her own kind as the targets? Shouldn't her adversaries be humans? However, Li Chen offered no opportunity for refusal. He wrapped his arm around her waist and leaped down into the pit. Nan Gu was nearly brought to tears from fright. Would her ribs not sustain further injury this time? Fortunately, the man landed securely, only releasing her after safely touching down. Nan Gu patted her chest, still astonished by the man's transformation. Li Chen handed her a dagger. "You go and kill. I will observe." Chapter 27. Acquiring the crystal core, Nan Gu was reluctant to slay any zombies. Though she often exhibited a carefree demeanor, she was, in truth, a rather lethargic zombie, with no particular goals or commitments. Her existence had become a mere day-to-day survival since her transformation. When Li Chen urged her to kill zombies, she initially considered declining. However, if she does not pick up the dagger, she will inevitably be pushed away by Li Chen again the next time. Seeing her hesitation, Li Chen assumed she was unwilling to take action and continued to persuade her. "You may observe your peers. Their speed has remarkably increased, and their combat prowess is formidable. Yet, you can barely articulate your words. Should you encounter danger again in the future, lacking the ability to protect yourself, who will come to your aid?" Nan Gu lifted her gaze, her eyes filled with a pleading look directed at Li Chen. He cleared his throat and added, "Do not expect me to save you." Nan Gu silently cursed him for being stingy. Nevertheless, Li Chen's words held truth. The current situation resembled a time when everyone was initially a child, and she and Li Chen were among the most astute and clever. Yet, after the eternal night, everyone had matured into adults, while they remained children. Li Chen, lacking any supernatural abilities, still managed to slay numerous zombies. She was far inferior to him, so how could she not strive for improvement? Thus, Nan Gu tightened her grip on the dagger, resolved to take that crucial step. Li Chun noticed her transformation, and his gaze softened with a hint of satisfaction. Yet, after a considerable pause, she remained motionless, and a zombie was about to rise. Before Li Chun could inquire, Nango looked up and, with a hint of obscurity and helplessness in her eyes, asked, "Could you allow me to put on my pants first?" She had just realized something was amiss. It felt rather bare beneath. It turned out she was clad only in a large t-shirt. If she were to engage in combat with a zombie like this, the imagery would be utterly humiliating. She could hardly bear to imagine it. Li Chun found his words stuck in his throat, unable to articulate a response. He did not regard Nangu as a normal person. Now, as he glanced at her legs, he realized that if one overlooked the decaying flesh and scars, her legs were long and straight, truly beautiful. After all, she was a female zombie, and as a man, Li Chun felt somewhat embarrassed to gaze at her legs. The crux of the matter lay in Nanji's temperament. He could easily imagine her berating herself for being lewd if he were to steal a glance. "Wait for me here," he instructed, casting a quick glance at the deep pit before stepping back a couple of paces and then launching into a run. Nangu watched as he skillfully grasped the rocky walls of the pit with both hands, his feet pushing off forcefully. Yet after just 2 strides, he emerged from the pit. The swiftness of his movements made Nangu want to whistle in admiration. Despite the loss of so many companions, their ferocity remained undiminished. With a sense of resignation, Nangu donned her clothing, even putting on the hat that Li Chun had fetched for her, thus commencing her journey of slaying zombies. Their weakness resided in their heads. One must strike at their necks. Why, with such strength, was she unable to sever even a single head now? Nangu tightened her grip on the dagger, unwilling to be looked down upon by a man. She lifted her foot a bit higher. After all, they had just eaten breakfast that morning. The zombie was incredibly swift, and it was unwise to compete with it in terms of speed. She needed to leverage her physical advantages. Don't lower your waist so much. When it charges at you, an unstable stance will send you crashing to the ground. Before Li Chun could finish his warning, Nangu indeed stumbled. However, she huffed and puffed as she climbed back up, under Li Chun's deliberate guidance. Her combat abilities had significantly improved compared to the past. 2 hours later, Nangu finally managed to eliminate all the zombies that were not entirely dead in the pit. When she turned to look at Li Chun, her eyes sparkled with pride. "How about that? I'm quite formidable, aren't I? You should praise me," she thought hopefully. However, her eager gaze was completely disregarded by Li Chun. "You took 2 hours to deal with just a few zombies. There is still much room for improvement." Nanji's expression clearly soured. Is it too much to ask for a compliment? Yet, Li Chun swiftly changed his tone, causing her ears to perk up. "If you can maintain this level, self-preservation in this apocalypse will surely be achievable." Nangu muttered, "But my true enemies are, clearly, you humans. Generally, ordinary zombies would not attack her unless provoked. You have enhanced your focus on a specific type of attack, which is undeniably more effective than standard training." He replied with a slight smile. The sky had now darkened, casting his silhouette into shadow. After all, the human body is exceedingly fragile, with many vital points. They do not necessarily need to have their heads struck to be killed. What to do? At that moment, she found this man rather terrifying. Li Chun extended his hand towards Nangu, saying, "Come on, let's ascend." Given the height of the pit, Nangu was unable to climb out on her own, so she made her way towards Li Chun. However, after a considerable wait, he did not lift her onto his back. Instead, he crouched down to inspect something. Nangu also leaned over, curious as to whether there was some hidden treasure on the ground. Randomly, he observed Li Chun retrieving a dagger from his hand, delving into the shattered skull of a zombie. Before long, a glimmering object was in Li Chun's grasp. Is there such a thing within the heads of all these zombies? A crystal shaped like a 6-pointed star sparkled in the dim light of the night, shining even more brightly with the slightest illumination. Li Chun had previously slain zombies, but had never encountered such a thing. Had he not glanced down just now, he might have missed it entirely. Upon hearing Li Chun's words, Nangu misunderstood and quickly covered her head, exclaiming, "I don't know." Don't let your curiosity lead to your demise. Each time Li Chun witnessed her timid demeanor, he couldn't help but chuckle. How could he possibly harm her? Thus, Li Chun continued to search discreetly, turning over the heads of the zombies in the pit. Though it took considerable time, he amassed a substantial number of crystal nuclei. Nangu leaned in to observe, discovering that the nuclei were mostly transparent, with a few displaying colors, though the darkness hindered proper examination. As Li Chun collected the nuclei, and placed them into his bag. They emitted a crisp rustling sound. Filled with curiosity, Ningguo urged him, "Let us hurry and get out of here." Having already lingered for such a duration, it was time for them to seek a place to rest. With Ningguo on his back, Li Chun swiftly climbed out of the pit. Once they emerged, he sensed that something was amiss. He quietly inquired of Nange, "How many people are around?" Nange closed her eyes to sense the surroundings. 6, 7. It was likely that their earlier commotion had drawn them in. Li Chun merely acknowledged with a grunt, showing little intention to engage with these individuals. Compared to them, he would rather place his trust in the small zombie upon his back, who, at least in several critical moments, had not abandoned him. Sitting in the car with the headlights off, his eyes held an unusual depth. Nange, wishing to conceal her identity, huddled in her seat, almost burying her face in her hair. A knock on the window prompted Li Chun to cautiously lower it, revealing a man standing beside him. He appeared gaunt, as if merely skin stretched over bone, with sunken eye sockets. Tall and resembling a slender reed, he swayed slightly in the wind. The man's emaciated appearance rendered him untrustworthy. And having endured numerous betrayals, Li Chun coldly inquired, "What do you want?" Upon hearing Li Chun's voice, the man quickly responded, "Hello, I am Zhang Wei. After the apocalypse began, I took refuge nearby. We heard the commotion over here and were concerned, so we came to see what was happening." His eyes sparkled with excitement. "Did you two kill those zombies?" The zombies in the creek had troubled them for a long time, and now, with two seeming saviors resolving such a daunting issue, he felt compelled to express his gratitude. Naturally, his primary interest lay in the man's combat prowess. If only he could remain in their small village, they would no longer fear the zombies. However, Zhang Wei understood the harsh reality. In this apocalyptic world, everyone is solely concerned with their own survival. Who would look after them, the burdensome ones? Since Ningguo had stirred the zombies beneath the water, 3 hours had passed, and they had remained hidden in the shadows. Li Chun could not help but scoff at the thought. They had never intended to save themselves or Ningguo. So why should they care now? Consequently, the expression on Li Chun's face grew even colder. "We are the ones who killed them. If there is nothing further, we shall take our leave." Seeing the frigid demeanor of Li Chun, Zhang Wei's heart sank. It was evident that these two were not inclined to stay. Yet, he did not press the matter, merely offering a somewhat embarrassed counsel. "Please do not blame us. It is simply that there are too many zombies, and they come too swiftly. Although there are a few capable individuals in our village, they are no match for them. Since they regard me as their leader, I must take responsibility for their lives." Zhang Wei's anxious expression truly seemed genuine, devoid of pretense. The term ability was the third time Li Chun had encountered it that day. What exactly was this phenomenon? Li Chun realized that it was unreasonable for him and Ningguo to continue forward in ignorance. They needed to find someone to clarify the current situation. Thus, he shifted the conversation. "Do you live nearby?" Chapter 28. The laborer's small village. Zhang Wei had put forth utmost sincerity, yet Li Chun appeared unyielding, leaving him feeling somewhat disheartened. Upon hearing Li Chun's response, Zhang Wei's face lit up with joy. He did not request to board the vehicle. Rather, he briskly walked alongside Li Chun's car accompanied by a few individuals. Li Chun turned his head to take a glance and noticed that among this group, only Zhang Wei appeared to be of considerable age, while the others seemed to be merely 17 or 18 years old. Li Chun pressed his lips together, pondering whether Li Yan, being of similar age, could navigate the chaos of the world and safeguard himself. Zhang Wei exuded a sense of composure, yet the young men around him were not as steady. As they spoke, it became evident that their accents varied. One exuberant youth boldly approached and inquired, "Big brother, what exactly transpired just now? How did all those zombies get eliminated? I even heard explosions. Surely, they weren't all blown to pieces by you, were they? You are truly remarkable." Li Chun remained non-committal, merely responding with a hint of indifference. "From your accent, it seems you are not from around here." The youth scratched his head and replied, "Indeed, I hail from the northeast. I was working in Jingshui City when the apocalypse struck, so I decided to join Zhang Deguo and the others." Don't be fooled by Zhang Deguo's somewhat unrefined appearance. He is genuinely a warm-hearted good man. Without him, we might have perished long ago. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei abruptly turned his head and playfully slapped the young man on the back, chuckling as he scolded. "Ma Yuan, who are you calling unrefined?" The youth, named Ma Yuan, immediately begged for mercy, feigning great pain as he yelped dramatically. Li Chun's previously stern expression softened considerably at this exchange. This group indeed radiated a distinctly different aura compared to Zhao Chong and his companions. Nangu, seated in the passenger seat, gazed outside with a hint of envy in her eyes. Li Chen appeared pensive, ultimately choosing silence. After a journey exceeding 20 minutes, they arrived at a valley where Li Chen noted that, despite the mountain's severe degradation, several brick houses in the quarry remained remarkably intact. The residences were inhabited, with numerous individuals preparing meals outside, utilizing stone as makeshift stoves, and boiling water in iron pots. It became evident that this small village was home to a considerable number of residents. Upon a cursory glance, there appeared to be at least several dozen souls, predominantly men, encompassing both the elderly and the young. Some children were already laboring at the construction site. Li Chen sighed softly, parked the car, offered a few words of comfort to Nangu, and then exited the vehicle. Upon further observation, he discerned that the inhabitants bore the marks of hardship, their faces gaunt and weary, indicative of lives spent in arduous labor. Li Chen pressed his lips together, refraining from further consolation, recognizing that in the absence of bad news, one could only consider it good. Nangu, feeling rather listless, waited in the car, watching as Li Chen strolled slowly across the open space, occasionally engaging in conversation with the quarry workers. She felt a desire to step out and breathe the fresh air. Li Chen shook his head, saying, "We've already eaten, but we appreciate your kindness." "Not a problem at all," replied Ma Yuan with a bright smile, a youthful lad of 17 or 18, brimming with the exuberance of youth. His face adorned with a few freckles and a set of notably white teeth. "In these times, if we don't help each other, none of us will survive." After surveying the area and confirming the absence of any substantial weaponry that could pose a threat, Li Chen turned to Ma Yuan and stated, "I will go fetch my girlfriend." Ma Yuan cast an envious glance at Li Chen. This man was tall, handsome, and capable, accompanied by a girlfriend. How was it that his existence in this apocalypse was so vastly different from his own? Of course, had Ma Yuan known that Nangu was a zombie, his perspective would surely have shifted. When the car door swung open, Nangu was still idly tracing patterns on the steering wheel with her fingers, leaving behind a series of scratches. Li Chen, unfazed, chuckled as he pinched her cheek, saying, "You truly are a bore. Come on, let's get out." Nangu, taken aback, questioned, "With so many people around, aren't you concerned about me revealing my identity? Should I really get out?" "Don't worry. If you remain silent, they won't notice a thing. Just step out and listen to what they have to say." Before she could respond, Li Chen effortlessly scooped her up and carried her to where Zhang Wei stood, gently placing her down. "Your girlfriend seems rather shy," Zhang Wei commented. Li Chen smiled faintly, his gaze filled with tenderness. "Her leg is injured, making it difficult for her to walk. By the way, I'm Li Chen. You can call her Xiao Gu." "Li Chen," Zhang Wei echoed, extending his hand for a shake. Both men bore calloused hands, Zhang Wei from years of labor, while Li Chen's were a testament to his long-term handling of firearms. Observing their meal, Li Chen noted that it wasn't too shabby. The key point was that they were cooking porridge. He had no choice. He simply wished to reach Beihai as soon as possible. Before long, Zhang Wei approached with 2 bowls, handing one to Li Chen. "There isn't much rice left in the village, so everyone has been rationing it. Please don't be put off. Do have a bite." As Zhang Wei approached, many had already begun to eat. He observed Ma Yuan and several young men of similar age casually squatting on the ground, sipping kanji and engaging in light-hearted banter, lamenting when they might enjoy a proper meal. Other men were heartily consuming their porridge, occasionally casting curious glances in this direction. In the village, a mother with a child was distributing kanji to everyone, her smile warm and gentle, assuring them there would be more if needed. Li Chen knew he should not be eating in public, as one must always be cautious. Yet, upon witnessing this serene scene, he extended his hand to accept a bowl of kanji and took a sip. Nangu remained silent throughout, feeling utterly uncomfortable amidst the crowd. Had Li Chen not been holding her hand, she might have bolted. Zhang Wei casually settled down, noticing that Li Chen was not sharing his kanji with his girlfriend, which sparked a hint of disdain within him. But if he truly did not care, he wouldn't have carried her over just moments ago. Perhaps couples have their own ways of interacting. After finishing his own kanji, Zhang Wei remarked to Li Chen, "That woman belongs to a contractor's family. She travels with him as he moves about, her child too young to be left behind. I heard she has 2 daughters at home, though I wonder what has become of them since the incident. Her husband died on the very day the apocalypse struck, and since then, she has been following us with the supplies left by the contractor." Nangu glanced up at the woman, who was tenderly attending to her child. Though not conventionally beautiful, her gentle demeanor momentarily captivated her. For Li Chun, the bowl of congee felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. He slowly sipped a few mouthfuls and then cradled the empty bowl in his hands. When the woman came to collect it, he handed it to her. The woman, somewhat bashful, spoke in a soft Jiangnan accent, gently suggesting to Li Chun, "I noticed your girlfriend hasn't eaten anything at all. There's still some congee left. Would you like me to serve it for you?" Nangu uttered her first words of the evening. "No, thank you. I'm not hungry." Her responses were concise yet fluent, and no one detected anything amiss. Li Chun also clarified, "Yes, she truly doesn't need it." The woman smiled faintly before departing. Zhang Wei sighed. "Women find it most challenging to survive in this apocalypse. We cannot afford to perish easily, otherwise they will be left in dire straits, alone and vulnerable." He then hesitated, as if recalling a significant matter, before confiding in Li Chun, "By the way, among the 3 awakened abilities in our village, one belongs to her child. But the little one is far too young to comprehend anything." Li Chun had anticipated that extracting information would require considerable effort. Yet he was surprised that Zhang Wei readily divulged everything, even the highly confidential details regarding the abilities. For a moment, Li Chun felt a twinge of shame for his own cold and distant demeanor. Nangu languidly leaned beside him, her eyes brightening at the mention of the abilities. Their blood was indeed delectable. She instinctively swallowed. However, glancing at the frail child, she reconsidered. Perhaps it would be better to let such a tender shoot grow for a few more years. "I initially thought you wouldn't share these matters with us." The pleasantries had faded, and Li Chun empathically reflected. "After all, we are strangers, are we not?" Zhang Wei, however, smiled. "I am aware of your capabilities. With so many zombies around, if you truly intended to harm us, there would have been no need to wait until now." Chapter 29. Yearning for a father, Li Chun was somewhat taken aback by Zhang Wei's words, yet he could not deny the pleasure it brought him. In this apocalyptic world, there are always those who remain steadfast to their principles. Regardless of what the future holds, at this very moment, he is willing to believe that these individuals harbor goodwill. Not sensing any awkwardness in Li Chun's silence, Zhang Wei continued, "Moreover, we have certain matters for which we seek your assistance. It is only fitting to demonstrate sincerity." "Oh, what do you require?" Li Chun inquired. "Let us not rush into that." Zhang Wei gestured towards a woman tidying up a makeshift stove in the distance. "Sister-in-law, please bring Xiao Di over." The woman, somewhat plump and possessing a gentle demeanor, smiled softly with clear, bright eyes. Upon hearing Zhang Wei's request, she ceased her tidying and approached, cradling Xiao Di in her arms. The little boy, merely 3 or 4 years of age, remained blissfully unaware of the monumental changes occurring around him. To him, this escape seemed like just another game. And perhaps he was the only one in the quarry who was truly carefree. "What is the matter?" Wang Xiaofeng inquired of Zhang Wei, as she gently set Xiao Di down. Recognizing Zhang Wei, the child cheerfully called out, "Uncle Zhang." "Ah," Zhang Wei responded affectionately, reaching out to ruffle Xiao Di's hair. Little Di beheld 2 unfamiliar figures before him. Under the encouraging gaze of his mother, he greeted them with a cheerful, "Hello, Uncle." "Hello, Aunt. Is that you, Little Di?" Li Chun replied with a warm smile, resembling a kind-hearted uncle. He extended his hand and gently shook Little Di's soft little hand, cautious not to squeeze too hard, fearing he might hurt the child. "Hello." Little Di, perceiving Li Chun's gesture as a playful game, giggled and, unperturbed by shyness, leaned closer. Seeing Little Di's delight, Wang Xiaofeng ventured to ask, "Is it, Zhang Wei did not refute her inquiry, yet it was clear that he sensed a hint of distrust emanating from her gaze. They were both trustworthy individuals, and the village's defense relied on their assistance. Afterward, he coaxed Little Di, "Be a good boy and show your special skills to Uncle, will you?" Being a boy, Little Di had always been fond of toy guns and swords. At Zhang Wei's suggestion, he immediately smiled and, in a playful manner, stretched out his chubby little hand toward Li Chun, exclaiming, "Look, Uncle." No sooner had the words left his mouth than water droplets began to seep from Little Di's hand, soon transforming into a small stream. Wang Xiaofeng, observing from behind, quickly caught the water in a small basin. Li Chun found this phenomenon quite astonishing. In a post-apocalyptic world, water was perhaps the most scarce resource, as most external water sources had become contaminated, making survival increasingly arduous for humanity. Though the boy named Little Di possessed limited abilities, he might just embody the hope for this small village. After Xiao Di finished his performance, he breathed heavily, looking expectantly at Li Chun. "Uncle, did you enjoy it?" "Wonderful." Li Chun applauded Xiao Di sincerely, even tapping his chest. "Here are 3 little red flowers for you." Upon hearing about the red flowers, Xiao Di beamed with joy, tugging at Wang Xiaofeng behind him. "Mom, did you hear that? Uncle said he would give me 3 little red flowers." "I heard," Wang Xiaofeng replied, her affection for her child evident in every smile and frown. She squatted down and gently caressed Xiao Di's small face. "You performed so well today." Xiao Di nodded happily. "I think so too. Mom, since I did so well, shouldn't there be a reward? Good children deserve rewards." "Well, what do you want?" Wang Xiaofeng asked, though a hint of difficulty colored her voice. In that instant, everyone fell silent, and Wang Xiaofeng's eyes reddened. Lately, she had busied herself, hoping to think less about these matters. Xiao Di was still young. She could not let him witness or comprehend the harsh realities of the world. Yet, lies have a way of being uncovered, and how long could she keep this from him? Innocent words can be the most painful, and seeing the tears welling in Wang Xiaofeng's eyes, Li Chun stood up, smiling as he comforted Xiao Di. "How about you go to sleep now, and tomorrow? Uncle will prepare a special gift for you." The attention of a child is easily diverted. Leaning against Wang Xiaofeng's shoulder, the little one blinked his large eyes, his chubby face glowing with curiosity. "Is it true? Uncle is going to give Xiao Di a gift? What will Uncle give Xiao Di?" "For the moment, it remains a secret. I cannot reveal it yet." Li Chun placed his index finger against his lips, signaling for silence. "By tomorrow morning, Xiao Di will know." Immediately, Xiao Di covered his mouth, feigning realization, vigorously nodding and exchanging a playful wink with Li Chun. Once Wang Xiaofeng had led Xiao Di away, Zhang Wei let out a heavy sigh, gazing up at the misty sky, muttering, "I really wish I could have a cigarette." It was evident to all that he was troubled by thoughts of Wang Xiaofeng. Although he referred to her as sister-in-law, she was significantly younger than him, and the affection he harbored was impossible to conceal. Li Chun cast a glance in his direction and ultimately advised, "If you truly care for her, confess your feelings sooner rather than later. She is raising a child alone, which is challenging. If you can genuinely take good care of her, she will surely accept you." Zhang Wei abruptly turned his head, a flush of embarrassment creeping onto his face as if his thoughts had been laid bare. Yet, he only managed a dry smile. "At this moment, I hardly have the heart to contemplate such matters." Li Chun chose to remain standing and said, "Wait for me." As Zhang Wei watched the man stride away purposefully, a mixture of warmth and contemplation enveloped him, pondering whether, if he were to truly confess to Wang Xiaofeng, she would accept him. Emotions are indeed elusive and difficult to define. Before the apocalypse, he genuinely regarded her as a sister-in-law, yet everything changed afterward. After Li Chun finished speaking, he dashed towards the car, rummaging through the trunk for something. His sudden departure left Nangu feeling restless. The sheer number of people around made her feel constricted, unsure of where to place her limbs, so she could only lower her head. Nangu had little inclination to comfort Zhang Wei, as she was unable to assist humanity in their fight against the zombies. She was somewhat astonished by the man's well-stocked supplies, which even included cigarettes. Throughout their journey, she had not seen him smoke at all. Zhang Wei's eyes immediately lit up upon receiving the cigarettes. He cherished them for a moment before grinning at Li Chun and saying, "Li Chun, let me have a whiff and I'll return it to you. It's unbearable to crave a smoke with none to enjoy." Li Chun casually replied, "No worries, keep it. I don't smoke." Overjoyed, Zhang Wei accepted the offer without hesitation, holding the cigarettes tightly in his hand and calling out to the others in the village, "Come over. We have cigarettes." Naturally, the commotion had already drawn the attention of those nearby, and upon hearing his words, they surged towards Zhang Wei like a swarm. Ma Yuan raced ahead, visibly impatient. "Brother Zhang, do you really have cigarettes? Wow, such fine ones. Why didn't you bring them out sooner? Hurry. We've been dying for a smoke. At such a young age, what need is there to smoke?" Zhang Wei extended his hand, feigning an intent to strike, while Ma Yuan, amidst a flurry of pleas for mercy, chuckled heartily, "Brother Zhang, I am now the spark of our community. Should you strike me, beware, for I may withhold the flame." Nanga glanced at Ma Yuan, surprised to discover he was one of the 3 awakened individuals with extraordinary abilities. As for the one with ice powers, she could not ascertain their whereabouts. Upon hearing Ma Yuan's words, Nanga felt a sense of liberation and hurriedly stood up to depart. Zhang Wei recounted his earlier conversation with Nanga to Li Chun. In contrast to Nang Ji's apparent indifference, Li Chun inquired extensively. He asked whether they too had experienced the eternal night, if they had slumbered for 3 days, and whether others had awakened abilities, among other questions, which he posed one by one. Chapter 30. Concealed beneath the cliff. Initially, the group held reservations regarding Li Chen's credibility, but a single cigarette effectively won over the skeptics, prompting many to divulge information without needing further questioning. Ma Yuan demonstrated his fire abilities for Li Chen, while the one with ice powers procured some water, subsequently freezing it into ice. After observing this, Li Chen gained a fresh perspective on those with abilities and inquired about the zombies lurking in the stream. What powers had they awakened? Ma Yuan, ever restless, quickly interjected, I suspect they possess speed abilities. After all, they have become significantly swifter than before. Zhang Wei expressed his concerns, stating, I fear the true speed type may be even more terrifying. How so? Li Chen asked, puzzled. After all, they were originally concealed within the stream. If they were to awaken as a water system, it could prove quite troublesome. Yet, they unexpectedly awakened as a speed system. Zhang Wei's words served as a timely reminder for Li Chen. Those zombies were initially quite cumbersome, moving only slightly faster than herself. One could only imagine how formidable a speed system would be. Although she heard Li Chen's remarks, she did not acquiesce. Seizing the opportunity while he was ensnared by those men, she thought, if not now, then when? She deliberately chose a secluded path, plunging into it and concealing herself. Feeling somewhat fatigued, she resolved to rest thoroughly and set out again the following morning. A slight chill crept in from behind, but she paid it little heed, closing her eyes to recuperate. Reflecting on how Li Chen had just sent her away, Nangu couldn't help but chuckle softly. She had hidden herself so effectively. Surely, he would be unable to find her. What she did not anticipate was that the man not only found her, but also brought along all the men from the small village. Each of them wielded a torch, illuminating the area brilliantly. Had they lost their senses? Did they not fear attracting the zombies with such a commotion? Nangu instinctively curled her body tighter, terrified of revealing her presence. Who was Li Chen? Having served as a special forces soldier for many years, his counter-surveillance skills were exceptionally honed. Nangu had extensive experience in evasion, yet never had she managed to erase all traces of her presence. He had led his men in pursuit, effectively honing in on her location. Li Chen was truly grateful for Zhang Wei and the others' willingness to assist him in locating her. In their eyes, he had already become their leader. As Ma Yuan journeyed along the path, he inquired, Li Gu, given that your girlfriend is directionally challenged, why do you allow her to wander outside, especially at such a late hour? What if she encounters zombies? The men, strong and robust, felt no fear. They could easily handle any solitary undead that might cross their path. Li Chen sighed. She simply enjoys exploring the outdoors. Perhaps she has wandered a bit too far today. Once they halted, he called out softly into the distance, Nange, come out. I can see you. Nange nearly leapt from her hiding spot in fright. How had this man discovered her whereabouts? However, having crouched for so long, her legs felt weak, preventing her from rising immediately. Li Chen's expression darkened. It seemed she could no longer be deceived. Turning to the others, he apologetically stated, she should be nearby. I kindly ask everyone to help search for her. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei readily assured, absolutely, we will find her. Do not worry too much. At his age, he could certainly discern the tension between Li Chen and Nange. He speculated that Nange might have been compelled to stay close to Li Chen. Yet, considering Li Chen's charm, resourcefulness, and capabilities, one could hardly blame any woman in these chaotic times for wanting to be with him. What grievances could Nange possibly harbor? Having been swayed by a mere cigarette, he had now fully aligned himself with Li Chen. As Nange listened to the rustling of the group dispersing around her, she covered her mouth, terrified of making even the slightest sound. Meanwhile, Li Chen continued his solitary advance into the unknown ahead. Zhang Wei called out to him from afar, Li Chen, don't look over there. It's a cliff. She could never have fallen, could she? A cliff? Nangu blinked in surprise, sensing she had stumbled upon something significant. Yet, she felt compelled to search further. Li Chen, with a hint of concern, replied. It was too dark when she approached. She may not have seen where she was going. Nanji's heart raced with trepidation as she turned to glance behind her. Indeed, the chilling sensation intensified. In her frantic escape, she had lost track of her surroundings, and upon this sudden realization, she found herself precariously hidden at the edge of a cliff. Just one more step forward, and she would plummet into the abyss. What was she to do now? Nangu felt her legs weaken. This was no mere pit from earlier today. This sheer cliff meant certain death if she fell. Li Chen's footsteps drew closer, and Nan Gu wrestled with her thoughts. Before she could reach a decision, Li Chen appeared, brandishing a torch that illuminated her hiding spot with startling clarity. Embarrassed, Nan Gu squinted against the harsh light, crouched in an awkward position, yet she managed a wave, forcing a smile as she said, "Li Chen, what a coincidence. You're out for a stroll too?" Li Chen was tempted to give her a push, wishing to end this ordeal once and for all. Perhaps he should consider tethering Nan Gu to his belt to prevent her from wandering off so recklessly. Having found a hiding spot, only to be teetering on the brink of a fatal fall, her eyes seemed no different from those who had never truly seen. Others discerned the fury lacing Li Chen's tone and thought it best not to meddle in the affairs of the young couple. Thus, they swiftly gathered their belongings and departed. Once the crowd had finally dispersed, Li Chen regarded her with a smirk that danced between amusement and irritation. "Do continue your retreat." Nan Gu turned her head, her fingers brushing against the soil beneath her feet. To her dismay, the ground seemed to shift as if loosened, rendering her immobile with trepidation. Startled, she quickly abandoned her defiance and pleaded pitifully, "Li Chen, please help me up. You appear quite comfortable here. Why not linger for just one evening? I promise to return tomorrow." If tears were within her capacity, they would have already fallen. Instead, she lamented, "I truly had no notion this was a precipice. I acknowledge my folly. I shall not flee again. Please, extricate me." Silence was bearable, but the moment she spoke, debris tumbled from the cliffside, prompting Nan Gu to hush herself, her gaze still imploringly fixed upon Li Chen. For a fleeting moment, he contemplated turning away, yet he ultimately knelt down and extended his hand toward her. Nan Gu, fearful of his potential change of heart, placed her hand in his without a moment's hesitation. As he grasped her thin hand, he noted its frailness. Though the sight of bones was obscured, it remained icy to the touch, much like her heart, which he could never seem to warm. With a gentle tug, he aided her to her feet, but unexpectedly loosened his grip midway, nearly causing her to plummet once more. "Ah!" Nan Gu screamed in sheer terror. Li Chen's mood finally brightened as he asked with a hint of malice, "Are you truly not going to run away?" "Absolutely not," Nan Gu responded with newfound clarity, fervently assuring him. "What if you do run again? Do you perceive my every punishment as mere words?" Nan Gu was nearly compelled to swear to the heavens, her throat emitting an involuntary whimper. "If I run again, you can bind me to the back of your vehicle." Seeing her swaying in fear, Li Chen exerted a firm grip, pulling her up. When Nan Gu regained her footing, her legs trembled with trepidation. "What are you pondering?" Li Chen inquired abruptly. Upon hearing this, she immediately sealed her lips. Li Chen, now thoroughly enraged, clasped her shoulders and threatened to push her towards the cliff. Nan Gu cried out in desperation, "The village is in danger. There are zombies approaching." Li Chen initially dismissed her words as mere jest, believing that even if there was danger, she must be dealt with first. However, Nan Ge's escalating cries reverberated through the mountainous forest. "It's true, there are zombies. They move with astonishing speed." Li Chen scrutinized Nan Gu for a moment. While her expression remained inscrutable, her urgency suggested authenticity. He promptly asked with seriousness, "How many are there?" Nan Gu coughed nervously, stammering, "They are too far to gauge. But they are alarmingly close to the village." In their search for her, only a few guards remained in the village, including the frail elderly and Xiao Di with her children, all still inside. If the zombies were to attack the village at this very moment, Li Chen could scarcely fathom the dire consequences. Nan Gu had been carried by the man more than once or twice. Now, her body swayed with each step, and she had grown somewhat accustomed to it. She cast a worried glance towards the direction of the village. Had these zombies already learned to launch ambushes under the cover of night? Li Chen swiftly caught up with Zhang Wei and his group, relaying the situation ahead. Initially, they were skeptical, but upon witnessing the gravity of Li Chen's expression, anxiety gripped their hearts, prompting them to rush towards the village. Chapter 31. Zombies surround the village. It was no longer a time for contemplating escape. Nan Gu began to fret over the safety of the small village. Suspended over Li Chen's shoulder, her body swayed, and in the darkness, her eyes emitted a faint glow. She focused intently on sensing the presence of the zombies. Upon discerning the situation, her complexion paled further. Although she had faced a horde of 100,000 zombies before without fear, this time, she understood clearly that these undead creatures were no longer the same as days prior. "They could sense me too," Nan Gu said, her face paling slightly. Li Chen's pace quickened. They had now surged ahead of the others. Had the zombies already reached the village? Li Chen's arm tightened around Nan Ge. His voice strained as if gripped by an unseen force. Nan Ge sensed his urgency, yet the reality left no room for her to shake her head. We're almost there. She remained silent, her thoughts consumed by the images of Xiao Di and Wang Xiaofeng. The child is so small, and yet he cannot bear to consume anything. Wishing to hold on for a few more years. How dare the other zombies seize the opportunity? This thought ignited considerable anger within Nan Ge. Li Chun, unwilling to delay, pressed forward, and the others followed suit, with Zhang Wei sprinting even faster. Although Li Chen's recent words had resonated with him, he was not prepared to confess anything to Wang Xiaofeng. Regardless of the situation, she would always remain his sister-in-law, and he vowed to protect her and the child. Yet at this moment, he found himself filled with regret. Why had he not confessed his feelings sooner? If she were to perish, he would carry the guilt for a lifetime. Breathless from the exertion, the group dared not pause. Upon reaching the outskirts of the village, they were all taken aback. The quarry was surrounded by walls, and to fortify the defenses, the villagers had long ago erected barbed wire, raising the walls on all sides. Now, the zombies howled beneath the walls, gazing up at the barbed wire. Nan Ge had been set down by Li Chun, who knew a fierce battle was imminent and could only urge her to take care of herself. As she regarded the zombies, she felt an overwhelming sense of strangeness. Their bodies, devoid of any vitality, were exposed through tattered clothing, revealing decayed flesh within. Unlike the water ghosts encountered earlier, these zombies appeared extraordinarily emaciated, as if a mere gust of wind could whisk them away. However, Nan Ge was acutely aware that their strength was far from the feeble appearance they presented. As the group approached, the zombies sensed their presence, turning abruptly to look back at them. In the midst of a horde of zombies, the darkness was illuminated solely by their glistening green eyes, while the air resonated with their chilling howls. Their sharp claws and fangs were prominently displayed, rendering any discernible sexual characteristics indistinct. They appeared as a legion of malevolent phantoms, risen from the depths of hell. Initially, they seemed poised to attack those behind them, but in that fleeting moment when they turned their gaze, Li Chun instinctively shielded Nan Ge, drawing his gun with fervor, aiming squarely at the approaching undead. To their astonishment, however, the zombies did not assault them. Rather, they fixated intently on the barbed wire, then began to ascend it with alarming agility. They crawled with a speed reminiscent of a gecko, their bodies adhering to the wire, moving with an almost supernatural swiftness. In the blink of an eye, they were nearly over. Li Chun urgently commanded, "Bring them down. We cannot allow them to breach our defenses." The men behind him, wholly obedient to his orders, lacked firearms. Even if they had weapons, they would not know how to wield them. Nevertheless, they were armed with various implements and hurled them towards the barbed wire. As Li Chun orchestrated the defense, he had already fired his weapon. It was only when he engaged in direct combat with the terrifying zombies that he comprehended the true horror of their velocity. Their speed defied rational comprehension. As they scaled the wire, they left behind mere afterimages. The swiftness of their movements rendered the men's attacks ineffective. Only Li Chen's bullets seemed to have any impact. And after evading 2 shots, he resolved to aim for headshots with unerring precision. The zombies, incensed by their mounting losses, grew increasingly furious. They yearned to rush into the village and engage in a fierce battle, but there stood a formidable man whose fate they needed to consider. Li Chun was alone, and it proved challenging to manage the multitude of zombies. Indeed, some had slipped through the net, breaching the barbed wire and infiltrating the village. At this moment, Li Chun could only place his hopes upon Nan Ge, urging her loudly, "You must enter the village first. Even if you cannot vanquish them, you must at least delay them." Nan Ge was taken aback. With her sluggish pace, could she truly contend against these zombies? However, the situation left no room for contemplation. Li Chun forcefully propelled her forward, not out of coercion or threat, but from profound belief. Gritting her teeth, Nan Ge thought, "I have already faced a tide of 100,000 zombies. How could I fear a mere handful of swift ones? After all, I am a zombie myself. They may not even attack me. If I can hold them off for a moment, Li Chun will surely eliminate them all." Resolute, she dashed towards the gate, with Li Chun providing cover. Zhang Wei and Ma Yuan, witnessing Nan Ge's actions, felt their hearts leap into their throats. "Li Chun, what are you doing? It's too dangerous inside. You must get her out." Zhang Wei shouted hoarsely, his eyes reddening with emotion. He despised himself for not being an ability user. unable to vanquish even a mutated zombie. As the village descended into chaos, he remained at the back, waiting for others to protect him. Were Xiao Di and her son hidden away safely within the village? Zhang Wei was in a state of extreme anxiety. Yet Li Qin was too preoccupied to pay him any mind, continuing to fend off the relentless onslaught of zombies. Once the undead infiltrated the village, it seemed as though their initial objective had been fulfilled. They collectively turned their sights upon Li Qin. Their instincts warned them that he was a formidable adversary who needed to be dealt with first. Despite Li Qin's efforts to draw their attention away from others, the zombies had remained indifferent to his provocations until now. As they charged towards him, they unwittingly played into his hands. With a final, lingering gaze cast in the direction where Nan Gu was fleeing, he resolutely turned away and headed in the opposite direction. Nan Gu, I apologize. Once again, I have failed to protect you. I have broken my promise. As he pivoted, Li Qin's demeanor transformed into one of unwavering determination. There are only a few zombies left in the village. You all go in and confront them. With that, he accelerated to his utmost speed and dashed away. Zhang Wei and the others were filled with urgency, watching as Li Qin led a horde of zombies away. Could he truly emerge victorious against such swift foes? All eyes turned to Zhang Wei, awaiting his decision. Gathering his resolve, he grasped the steel pipe in his hand and declared, "Let us go. We shall enter the village. Since he has entrusted us with this situation, we cannot let him down." Encouraged by Li Qin's strength and Nan Ji's bravery, the fear that had once gripped these men began to dissipate. Especially Zhang Wei, who has resolutely decided that once he escapes this peril, he must express his true feelings to Wang Xiaofeng. After all, in this apocalyptic world, each day must be regarded as the last. Some words left unspoken today may never have the chance to be voiced tomorrow. Under the protection of Li Qin, Nan Gu has already entered the village. The zombies exhibit tremendous destructive power. Upon their arrival, they have ravaged many facilities. The village now lies in utter disarray, with only the doors and windows of the houses tightly shut. From outside, Nan Gu can sense the palpable fear of the humans within. They huddle in what they believe to be their most secure places, trembling in terror. In the face of life and death, fear grips everyone, even Nan Gu, a zombie. What troubles her most is that among the several houses, she is yet to locate Xiao Di and Wang Xiaofeng. Have they already encountered danger? The zombies are not static. They leap and crawl, sometimes clinging to rooftops and at other times pressing against the ground. The only constant is their incredible speed, rendering their movements almost imperceptible to Nan Gu. Her sole advantage lies in her identity as a zombie. After a brief moment of discernment, the zombies recognize her as one of their own and cease their attacks. Nan Gu continues her search for the presence of Xiao Di and the others, and at last, she discovers that Wang Xiaofeng and the others are hiding in a cellar. It is somewhat distanced from this row of houses, likely a precaution taken by Wang Xiaofeng as soon as she sensed danger, leading Xiao Di there. The other guards in the village have also concealed themselves. Having witnessed the formidable combat capabilities of these zombies and feeling an overwhelming sense of fear, Nan Gu cast a deep glance at the zombie attempting to breach the doors and windows, then proceeded towards the cellar. Although it appeared to be a safe haven, it was, in fact, the most vulnerable spot. Should the entrance be obstructed by the undead, the mother and son would be trapped indefinitely. However, it was not only Nan Gu who sensed their presence. Other zombies did as well, and they moved with an alarming swiftness, darting towards the cellar door. In an instant, one zombie was already pressed against the entrance, growling menacingly into the depths below. Its sharp claws began to scrape against the wooden planks of the cellar, and with a single swipe, it had gouged out a sizable chunk. Consequently, the faces of Xiao Di and Wang Xiaofeng emerged from the shadows below. Chapter 32. The devouring of Qin. Wang Xiaofeng held Xiao Di tightly, her heart gripped by terror. Xiao Di, glancing upward, caught sight of the horrifying visage of the zombie, which was now fixated upon her, droplets of filthy slime cascading down. Overcome with fear, Xiao Di instinctively prepared to cry, but Wang Xiaofeng swiftly covered her mouth. Shaking her head vigorously, tears brimmed in her eyes, on the verge of spilling. Now was not the time to weep. Such a display would undoubtedly attract more of the undead. The zombie, spotting the humans, especially as they were its intended prey, felt a surge of excitement. Just as it was about to signal its fellow fiends, it sensed something brush against it. Fortunately, its reflexes were sharp enough to evade the stone that came hurtling towards it, letting out a howl as it dodged. Nonetheless, half of its face was nearly crushed by the boulder, leaving it with a grotesquely sunken visage that appeared even more terrifying. Wang Xiaofeng gazed in horror at the unfolding scene above, her limited perspective only allowing her to witness the zombie's retreat. In but a fleeting moment, her demeanor darkened once more. She was engulfed in sorrow, burdened by the realization that since the onset of the apocalypse, she had been a hindrance to everyone around her. Her physical strength was lacking, rendering her incapable of slaying many zombies. Her contributions were limited to preparing meals and organizing clothing. Now, she feared she might not even be able to protect her own child. Wang Xiaofeng held Xiao Di even tighter, unafraid of death, yet reluctant to part with him. He was still so young. Upon witnessing that Wang Xiaofeng and the others had temporarily escaped danger, Nan Ge discarded the stone she had been holding and drew her dagger, confronting the zombie. The earlier encounter had revealed the creature's astonishing speed. Making it evident that she could never hope to match it in proximity, she needed to devise an alternative strategy. But how could she possibly thwart it? Upon seeing Nan Ge unsheath her dagger, the zombie appeared perplexed. Was she not one of its kind? Why would she wish to attack? Did she covet the water-based ability user as well? Even if she did, such a treasure could not be claimed openly. That ability user belonged to them. Perhaps due to their shared nature, Nan Ge found herself empathizing with the zombie's thoughts. While she remained vigilant, she gradually lowered her murderous intent. She even offered the creature a smile, advancing slowly. The zombie, perhaps startled by the stone that had struck it moments before, retreated as she approached, eyeing her warily. Nan Ge smiled at it and spoke gently. I do not wish to contest you for that ability user. Come closer. The speed-oriented zombie was evidently incredulous towards Nan Ge. Yet its simplistic thought process rendered it incapable of comprehending why a fellow creature would choose to attack at such a moment. Observing that Nan Ge appeared disinclined to engage in combat, the zombie emitted a low growl and slowly began to crawl towards her. Nan Ge fixed her gaze upon it, hoping it would draw nearer. The combat techniques imparted to her by Li Qin earlier that day were firmly etched in her memory. He had even advised her on how to deal with opponents of superior speed, either outpace them or slow down for a decisive blow. At last, the zombie reached Nan Ge, its greenish eyes fixated upon her for an extended period. As she leaned in closer, Wang Xiaofeng, hidden in the cellar, witnessed the scene unfold with clarity. She desperately wished to cry out for Nan Ge to flee, for the zombie was exceedingly ferocious, yet no words escaped her lips. Her heart felt lodged in her throat. Little Di's eyes had been covered by her hands, trembling in her embrace. Wang Xiaofeng gently patted his back, hoping to alleviate his fear. In that moment, Nan Ge's innocent and harmless demeanor shifted as she approached the zombie. Utilizing the full weight of her body, she pressed down upon the creature. At such a close range, missing her target was simply not an option. With a firm grip on its shoulder, she was unafraid of being bitten by the zombie and exerted all her strength, refusing to let go. Frustrated by its inability to shake her off, the zombie began to thrash about wildly, charging in all directions. After several violent collisions, Nan Ge found herself nearly thrown off balance. With a determined grit, Nan Ge freed one hand and struck at the zombie's neck. However, the creature had already awakened to its predicament. It sensed the impending peril and, in a moment of desperation, twisted its neck in a grotesque manner. Remarkably, while Nan Ge clung to its back, the body remained stationary, yet the head turned entirely backward, an utterly horrifying sight. What was even more alarming was the zombie's relentless desire to bite Nan Ge's neck. Unlike the creature, which performed this extreme contortion with ease, Nan Ge could only lean back to evade it, prompting the zombie to lunge forward with ferocity. Its form had contorted beyond human capability, the spine bending unnaturally, the neck elongating as it sought to consume Nan Ge, a fellow being. Yet, Nan Ge would not allow it to succeed. As it lunged, he deftly maneuvered around behind it, relinquishing his grip entirely, leaving the zombie unable to pursue him and compelled to lean back once more. In that instant, Nan Ge's pupils dilated, and the cold blade of a dagger pressed against his neck, slicing deeply. He successfully vanquished the zombie, but as he released it, his initial reaction was not one of triumph, but rather a lament over the state of his clothing, fearing that the foul creature would further soil his attire. Wiping the blood from his face, he tasted it, discovering that while it lacked the exquisite flavor of that of a supernatural being, it was still more palatable than that of an ordinary human. This revelation sparked a glimmer of intrigue in Nan Ge's eyes. If these zombies possessed the capacity to consume, might he not also grow stronger by devouring them? Today's battle opened a new realm for Nangu. In her fervor to validate her conjectures, she hastened towards the other zombies. As she passed by the cellar, her blood-stained face startled Wang Xiaofeng. Recognizing Nangu as her savior, Wang Xiaofeng was about to express her gratitude when Nangu preemptively warned, "Stay hidden inside. Do not come out." Wang Xiaofeng nodded vacantly, her teeth chattering in fear. How could she dare to emerge? The scene of Nangu dispatching the zombies had been witnessed by all the men in the village. Initially, they believed that Nangu had survived in this apocalypse by aligning herself with a powerful man, even speculating that her late-night escapades were a sign of her failure to appreciate Li Chun. However, at this moment, they were utterly astonished. Having witnessed Nanji's swift and decisive actions against the zombies, it was evident she was a formidable fighter. Such a person certainly had no need to rely on a man for survival. What, then, was the nature of her relationship with Li Chun? Having just vanquished a speed-type zombie, the remaining undead could no longer perceive her as one of their own. Several, still entangled with the humans, lunged towards her. Yet, Nangu remained unperturbed, simply instructing Zhang Wei to the cellar. Was there someone within? In an instant, Zhang Wei comprehended the implications. Those zombies had burst through the door and slain several villagers, yet in that row of houses, there were no signs of Xiao Di and her son. His heart, previously laden with dread, eased slightly as he turned his back to Nangu and sprinted towards the cellar. As Nangu observed the encroaching horde of zombies, she instinctively shifted her neck. Her body slightly bent forward as she contemplated which of the undead would be her next target. Perhaps the one in the center, as it appeared to be the most robust. There might even be a crystal core nestled within its skull. A smirk crept across Nanji's lips, a flicker of anticipation igniting within her. The zombies, undeterred by her provocation, surged forward in unison, unwilling to back down. Nanji's speed was insufficient to evade them. She had to preemptively assess their trajectories. Fortunately, the entire village was engulfed in battle, and no one paid heed to her actions, or they would have been utterly astounded. After all, to them, Nangu was merely an ordinary human, while zombies were the predators. Who could possibly consume the undead? The zombie she had seized let out a couple of anguished cries before collapsing to the ground, motionless. After quenching her thirst with several gulps of blood, she gradually straightened herself, the crimson stains at the corners of her mouth still intact, and cast a subtle smile towards the approaching zombies behind her, bloodthirsty yet enchanting, terrifying yet resplendent. Yet, the zombies showed no intention of retreating, for they still held the advantage in numbers. Following her consumption of the recently vanquished zombie, Nangu felt an exhilarating surge of strength coursing through her limbs. With the throng of eager zombies before her, surrender was not an option. She had tasted the exquisite flavor of power and found herself unable to resist. It was unclear what gaze or action reignited the fierce skirmish. But the zombies that had previously been attacking humans now turned their focus towards Nangu, recognizing her as a formidable adversary. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, she tugged at the corner of her mouth, relieved that she no longer had to chase them down one by one. Nangu flicked her wrist. Her strength had notably increased, and the dagger in her hand felt somewhat weightless. Chapter 33. Xiaofeng is bitten. What troubled Nangu was that the encroaching zombies had drawn the attention of others. Initially, she intended to devour them all, but it was impossible to do so under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Thus, she was compelled to suppress her impulses and desires, striking with lethal precision. The villagers, already exhausted, were oblivious to the chaos, only aware that the zombies had suddenly retreated. Ma Yuan had just rescued a comrade, his powers depleted, rendering him as defenseless as an ordinary person. Yet, upon witnessing the zombies besieging a girl, he struggled to rise from the ground. Hurry and save Nangu. If she perishes, how shall we explain it to Brother Li Chun? As Li Chun led the majority of the zombies away, the villagers entrusted their lives to him. The woman left by Li Chun was their charge to protect. Consequently, all who were able rushed toward her, undeterred by the ferocity of the zombies. Nangu had engaged in solo combat numerous times before. She felt no fear in Li Chun's absence. Her heart was consumed by a bloodthirsty impulse, and had it not been for the allure of humanity, she might have turned to attack them instead, finding the zombies less compelling. However, the presence of a multitude makes matters more manageable. Even though these zombies may attempt to flee, they cannot withstand the onslaught of a united front. The previously unfavorable circumstances for Nangu were instantaneously transformed. The zombies were taken aback, astonished that such seemingly feeble humans could coalesce to combat them. Their numerical advantage dissipated, and even when gathered, their speed could not extricate them from their predicament. Nangu emerged as the vanguard of the assault. Her body had become significantly swifter and her strength considerably augmented. When she delivered a decisive blow that shattered a zombie's skull, the villagers around her were left in awe. They could hardly believe that this woman, who appeared delicate and timid as she trailed beside Li Chun, possessed such formidable combat prowess. With the assistance of these villagers, Nangu swiftly vanquished the majority of the zombies. Numerous men approached, eager to inquire about Nanji's injuries. While Zhang Wei rushed towards the cellar to rescue Xiao Di and her child, Wang Xiaofeng had truly danced on the precipice of death as she stood on solid ground. Her face remained soiled, and tears flowed uncontrollably. Little Di, terrified to the core, had initially suppressed her cries but could no longer contain herself. Zhang Wei hurriedly comforted her, saying, "It's all right now, sister-in-law, please do not weep." Zhang Wei. Just moments ago, Xiao Di was cradled in Zhang Wei's arms, being comforted. At this moment, Wang Xiaofeng felt utterly despondent. "I truly feel I cannot go on. There are just so many zombies. How will we survive in the days to come?" Zhang Wei, holding the child, could not envelop Wang Xiaofeng in his embrace to offer solace. He could only clumsily assert, "Today, humanity has triumphed, and it shall continue to do so in the future. These zombies are mere remnants of the dead. One day, we will eradicate them all." Wang Xiaofeng continued to weep, and even Xiao Di seemed more distressed, gently placing her little hand on Wang Xiaofeng's face, offering a tender nuzzle. "Mommy, please don't cry. Uncle Zhang will protect us. When I grow up, I will protect you too." Wang Xiaofeng's tears flowed even more fiercely, and she could not discern whether she was crying or smiling. Her complexion was poor, yet her gaze radiated warmth. "Xiao Di is so well behaved. It is I who am inadequate. If only she possessed half the prowess of Nangu, she would not find herself cowering in the cellar, paralyzed by helplessness." Nangu surveyed the aftermath of the battle. The scene was one of utter devastation. Glancing at the still weeping Wang Xiaofeng, she found it impossible to articulate her emotions. Though she had vanquished these zombies, her heart remained devoid of joy, even as the surrounding men expressed their gratitude. For she understood that she too was a zombie, and it was conceivable that one day she might be slain by humans. Presently, they were unaware of her true identity. Once they discovered it, would they continue to feel the same gratitude towards her? Nangu was aware of her occasional lack of cleverness. Yet she understood from the very beginning that humans and zombies were fundamentally different. No matter how profound their emotions might be, they could never pardon a zombie. Thus, she chose to disregard the concerned inquiries of the men around her and quietly turned away, seeking a place to find solace. The small village had survived the calamity. But where had Li Chun gone? He had taken so many zombies away. Was he safe now? At this moment, a peculiar restlessness enveloped Nangu, which did not go unnoticed by those around her. Ultimately, it was Ma Yuan who intervened, gently shaking his head. "She must be worried about Brother Li. Let us allow her some quietude." Regardless of the circumstances, both Nangu and Li Chun were revered benefactors of the village, and the villagers held her in high esteem. However, Nangu was so engrossed in her thoughts that when danger reemerged, she remained oblivious. Suddenly, the boy who had previously showcased his ice-based abilities for Li Chun lunged violently towards Xiao Di. At that moment, everyone was absorbed in their own thoughts, some discussing the reconstruction of the village, others deliberating on how to strengthen defenses, while many were merely waiting for dawn to embark on a quest to find Li Chun. No one anticipated that the shy Li Yu had already succumbed to zombification. Nor did they notice when he had been bitten. He had stealthily approached Zhang Wei and Wang Xiaofeng, unnoticed by anyone due to their preoccupations. It was only Nangu who, with her keen intuition, sensed the unmistakable aura of a zombie, astonished by the realization. Hadn't she eradicated them all? How could there still be one? Then she beheld a scene that filled her with profound horror. Li Yozhuan lunged directly at Xiao Di's neck. "Be careful." A sharp pain gripped Nanji's head as a torrent of memories flooded her mind. The movements of this ice elemental ability user were all too familiar, for she recalled that she too had met her demise at the jaws of a zombie. The initial targets of these speed-oriented undead were undoubtedly the ability users, and compared to Ma Yuan, Xiao Di was evidently the more vulnerable one. Zhang Wei had been fixated on Wang Xiaofeng, and by the time Nangu cried out, it was already too late for him to act. The lingering anxiety in everyone's hearts surged anew, cold sweat breaking out on their brows. Even as their bodies involuntarily moved, they all realized one grim truth. Li Yozhuan and Xiao Di were far too close, and they had no time to save him. Xiao Di was the first to be frozen in shock, unable to comprehend why Uncle Li, who had always been so gentle, now wore such a terrifying visage. Reminiscent of the zombie that loomed over him and his mother while they hid in the cellar, Xiao Di felt no pain. Yet he clearly saw the figure before him, Mother. He was far too young to grasp the gravity of the situation. Yet fear gripped him as he sensed that his mother might be taken from him. After all, Li Chen had entrusted this village to her before departing. And now she could only watch helplessly as disaster struck. Xiaofeng, sister-in-law. Many voices cried out as they rushed forward, pulling Li Yozhuan away. Now, Li Yozhuan has completely succumbed to the mind of a zombie, transforming into a chilling and merciless creature, with his exposed skin rapidly deteriorating into a ghastly state. It takes several individuals to restrain him, as a series of guttural growls emanates from his throat. At this moment, everyone understands the dire necessity of not releasing him, otherwise, he would claim more lives. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaofeng, who had been bitten, has now collapsed. A semblance of relief still lingers on her face. In truth, she had never realized her own speed could be so swift. Just the moment before, she had been sobbing, yet in the next instant, she found herself shielding the child. Though she had often felt inadequate, dragging others down, she now felt a sense of purpose, believing she had finally been of use, sacrificing her life to protect the child. However, as she gazes at Xiao Di, tearfully rushing towards her, her heart aches with reluctance. Zhang Wei stands as if struck by lightning, his eyes wide with disbelief. Unable to comprehend what he has just witnessed, Xiaofeng had just shielded Xiao Di and now she has been bitten. Xiao Di, breaking free from Zhang Wei's embrace, rushes to Wang Xiaofeng's side. Mom, what's wrong? Please don't scare Xiao Di. His cries are filled with profound sorrow, yet Wang Xiaofeng does not embrace him. Instead, she gently pushes him away. Tears stream down her face, yet a smile remains at the corner of her lips. Xiao Di, do not be afraid. Listen to your mother. You must live well with these uncles. Mommy is just going to find Daddy. The eyes of everyone present glisten with tears, and some men cannot contain their grief, weeping openly. Xiao Di wept incessantly, calling out, Mom, I won't look for Dad anymore. Please don't go. Wang Xiaofeng had been bitten on her arm, and each time Xiao Di rushed towards her, she would push him away, her heart heavy with reluctance, yet she felt it was necessary. Until Nan Gu also charged forward, seizing Wang Xiaofeng's arm with determination. Upon seeing her, Wang Xiaofeng immediately expressed her apologies. Nan Gu, please keep your distance from me. Zhang Wei stumbled over, yearning to convey his feelings to Wang Xiaofeng. However, as he knelt helplessly, he could only utter, Sister-in-law, I will take good care of Xiao Di for you. Wang Xiaofeng, having entirely lost her will to survive, merely wished to thank him. Your wife has been gone for so many years. If someone suitable comes along, please cherish your life with them, and do not dwell on me. Upon hearing Wang Xiaofeng's words, Zhang Wei was left utterly stunned. She knew everything. She was fully aware of his feelings. How could she bear to leave him all alone? How could she possibly part from Xiao Di, without regard for Nanji's presence? Zhang Wei rushed over and embraced her, calling out, Xiaofeng. Wang Xiaofeng did not wish for death either, but she felt utterly powerless, allowing her tears to soak her cheeks. In this apocalyptic world, love seemed both fragile and resilient. She knew she was a widow, having lost her husband and burdened with a child, and could no longer afford to crave emotional connections. Yet, after the end of the world, she had witnessed Zhang Wei's protection and tenderness, and it remained etched in her heart. She leaned against Zhang Wei, her breaths growing increasingly rapid, clearly unable to endure much longer. Witnessing their poignant farewell, Nengu could no longer restrain herself and ultimately inquired, Do you still wish to survive? Initially consumed by grief, Zhang Wei was momentarily oblivious to her presence, but after a pause, he incredulously asked, Do you have a way to save her? Nengu nodded. Looking down from her elevated position, all I know is that if you do not release her, I will be helpless. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei, filled with urgency, immediately laid Wang Xiaofeng gently on the ground and made space for Nangu beside him. In her previous role as the lead surgeon, she had always been accompanied by assistants, and issuing commands had become second nature to her. Lift her inside, Nangu instructed, and upon noticing some still hesitating, Zhang Wei urged, Hurry up. What are you waiting for? Everyone, now acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, swiftly carried Wang Xiaofeng into the room. Some remained behind to guard Li, while others cradled Xiao Di, preparing to depart. Perhaps due to her recent consumption of a zombie, Nangu displayed remarkable agility. Proceeding to the vehicle where Li Chun had parked, opening the trunk to retrieve emergency medications and instruments, along with a pristine surgical knife. After equipping herself, she instructed the others to stand guard outside and commenced the amputation procedure alone. Although she had never dealt with such patients before, she reasoned that a bite on the arm was far more manageable than one on the neck. Before administering anesthesia to Wang Xiaofeng, Nange, wearing a mask, softly inquired, "There is a possibility that you may not survive the surgery. Are you still certain you wish to proceed?" With the hope of life being her sole desire, and with too many cherished individuals to part with, Wang Xiaofeng resolutely nodded in affirmation. As the anesthesia coursed through her body, she swiftly succumbed to unconsciousness. The amputation surgery was a formidable undertaking, and Nange faced it alone, underscoring its inherent challenges. Yet, her gaze remained tranquil, and her movements had become far steadier than during her initial, frantic state. However, midway through the procedure, Wang Xiaofeng suddenly experienced severe hemorrhaging. Nange rushed out, exclaiming, "Who has type B blood? Come forth immediately for compatibility." Outside, a group awaited anxiously, and a few individuals rose promptly, their compatibility confirmed. Once the designated blood donor was established, the others slowly retreated. Some murmured at the entrance, "Nange must be a doctor. Her movements are impressively precise, and the scalpel is wielded with remarkable finesse." There lingered a glimmer of hope for Wang Xiaofeng's safety. They were but simple folk, lacking knowledge of surgical procedures. Initially, they believed that simply severing the bitten arm would suffice, but it became evident that their haste and naivety had clouded their judgment. Given her physical condition, had they proceeded with such a drastic measure, it was likely she would have perished on the spot. Throughout the surgery, various complications arose, and Nange found herself somewhat flustered, grappling with the challenges alone. After a strenuous effort, she finally managed to stem the bleeding, and the amputation was nearing its conclusion. Yet, Wang Xiaofeng began to exhibit signs of cardiac failure. If Nangu were capable of perspiration, she would surely be drenched in sweat after several hours of tireless effort. Presently, they were at the most critical juncture of the surgery. The instruments were woefully inadequate, rendering her unable to perform the cardiac emergency procedure on Wang Xiaofeng. What should she do? Should she simply allow her to perish? As a doctor, Nangu felt an overwhelming sense of frustration and unwillingness. Who could possibly come to her aid? Just as her anxiety peaked, a male voice resonated nearby, and the man took the scalpel from her grasp. "I have some knowledge of suturing. Allow me to assist." To his astonishment, the usually quiet girl had distinguished herself that night, not only vanquishing numerous zombies but also performing an amputation on Wang Xiaofeng. Ma Yuan had just expressed his lingering trepidation, recalling how her gaze had seemed to pierce through him when she asked who had type B blood, leaving him somewhat unsettled. However, witnessing her resolute demeanor provided reassurance. The surgery would undoubtedly be successful. Another individual chimed in. After Li Chun grasped the situation, he noted that the amputation had taken an excessive amount of time, prompting him to enter and assess the circumstances. Indeed, he discovered that Wang Xiaofeng's heart was rapidly failing, and without hesitation, he took over Nanji's task. Observing Li Chun closely, Nange noted that his clothing was disheveled and he appeared somewhat beleaguered, yet his demeanor was remarkably composed, and his movements were deft and assured, demonstrating his profound expertise. Nangu understood that now was not the time to inquire about his whereabouts or how he had dealt with the zombies. After briefing Li Chun on Wang Xiaofeng's condition, she proceeded with the urgent cardiac intervention. She truly felt grateful for her current physical condition, which had significantly amplified her strength. Now, as her hand rested upon Wang Xiaofeng's chest, she exerted a controlled pressure, the effect rivaling that of an electric shock. After a few minutes, sensing the heartbeat beneath her hand stabilize, Nange finally breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Li Chun had also completed his surgery and was now tending to Wang Xiaofeng's wounds. Her left arm had been nearly entirely amputated, and whether her body would succumb to the zombie virus required further observation. However, it was certain that her life was no longer in jeopardy. Nange had never felt such exhaustion, even during her recent encounters with zombies. She had no desire to converse with Li Chun. Removing her medical gloves, she instructed him, "Handle the aftermath." With that, she exited through the back door, leaving Li Chun to manage the scene alone. Li Chun smiled faintly at Nange's retreating figure, his gaze filled with a pride he had not even recognized in himself. The effects of the anesthetic had yet to wear off, and Wang Xiaofeng remained asleep. Zhang Wei, having heard that the surgery was over, was the first to rush in. His urgency was palpable as he inquired, "How did it go? Was the surgery successful? Is Xiaofeng all right?" Li Chen also removed his mask, replying to Zhang Wei, "Her life is temporarily secured, but we must continue to monitor for any potential infection. You need not worry excessively. Nange is a doctor, and we will remain here for the next few days." Though he was eager to head to Beihai, the devastation of the small village rendered him unable to leave so hastily. If Zhang Wei had previously held mere respect for Li Chun and Nange, it had now transformed into profound gratitude. Li Chun seemed to have sensed his thoughts and smiled faintly, saying, "As you once mentioned, in this apocalyptic era, if humanity cannot assist one another, we shall inevitably face extinction. We have merely made what we believe to be the right choice. The aftermath is entrusted to you. I shall go and see Nange." After such a harrowing night, Zhang Wei refrained from disturbing Li Chen and Nange's moments together, promptly nodding in agreement and seeing Li Chen off. Then, "Brotherly, you should go see your sister-in-law." Sister-in-law? Upon hearing this term, Li Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Yet he did not deny it. He simply strode out of the room. Zhang Wei watched his figure recede into the distance before beginning to tidy the room, eventually settling by Wang Xiaofeng's bedside to care for her. Everyone was peering in from outside the window, and Zhang Wei, unperturbed, turned to them and coldly inquired, "What are you looking at? Don't block the ventilation. After a long night of toil, shouldn't you all be resting?" Ma Yuan, taking the lead, chuckled and teasingly asked, "Zhang Ge, you and your sister-in-law?" Raising an eyebrow suggestively, "You little rascal, hurry and leave. Be careful, or I might really hit you." Zhang Wei feigned an attempt to rise, prompting the onlookers to disperse amidst a few whistles. Once seated again, Zhang Wei gazed at Wang Xiaofeng's increasingly gaunt face, his eyes brimming with tenderness. "There is no one else. You must survive. In that case, I shall never let go of your hand again." Indeed, the sight of her lying still, devoid of a heartbeat and breath, was truly quite frightening. Exhausted, Nange found her fingers reluctant to lift as she cast a sidelong glance at Li Chen before once again gazing skyward. The events of the evening had left her somewhat overwhelmed. She had never anticipated that, in the midst of slaying so many of her own kind, she would also save a human. Li Chen leaned closer, settling beside her, and murmured, "Nange, you performed splendidly tonight." Li Chen, sensing her inner turmoil, chose silence, merely wrapping his arms around her. As he drew near, a medley of scents enveloped Nange, the putrid odor of speed-type zombies, the biting chill of the outside wind, and the most intoxicating aroma of blood. Chapter 35. A revelation of undress. In all honesty, Nange felt quite fortunate. In this post-apocalyptic world, she had tasted the blood of ordinary humans, awakened beings, and even taken a few bites from mutated zombies. Yet, she had to concede that none captivated her quite like Li Chen. Now, with him so close, that exquisite scent stirred something primal within her. Her deep-set eyes suddenly widened as she turned to fixate on Li Chen. He, too, remained awake, gazing back at her with a knowing smile, fully aware of the thoughts swirling in her mind. Ensnared by the allure of his blood, Nange momentarily lost herself in desire. With the proximity between them, she leaned in, intent on sinking her teeth into his neck. If she were to succeed, he would no longer be Li Chen. However, as she moved closer, he deftly evaded her advance, though he did not relinquish his hold on her. Suddenly, he extended his long, slender hands, his distinct fingers gently grasping Nange's chin with a light touch, the mirth in his eyes undiminished. "Do you truly bite?" he inquired. He had presumed that after spending such an extended period together, her minor quirks would have transformed. However, she would never concede this outwardly, merely pouting. "You come close if you don't want to be bitten." Li Chen gazed at her for several moments, his intense scrutiny making Nange feel somewhat uneasy, wondering if he was about to settle some score. To her surprise, he burst into laughter. "Little mute, have you noticed that your speech flows much more smoothly than before?" Initially, when he had found her, she spoke word by word, yet now she could articulate longer sentences with apparent ease. Upon reflection, Nange realized this was indeed the case. It was worth noting that when she first arrived in this small village at night, she could barely manage 4 or 5 words. Suddenly, she recalled the zombie she had consumed, her eyes widening in shock. "What?" Li Chen sensed something amiss and discreetly inquired. "Did you do something unbeknownst to me after I left?" Nange cast a doubtful glance at him, uncertain whether to divulge her thoughts. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, Li Chun leaned closer, startling her. His gaze was as profound as a vast, icy expanse, beneath which lay unfathomable depths of dark waters. Under the scrutiny of his obsidian eyes, and with the dim light within the vehicle, Nangu found herself nervously swallowing. He appeared as though he were about to kiss himself, yet it soon became evident that Nangu was overthinking. The man merely leaned in to inhale the scent that lingered on her. Gradually, he withdrew and teasingly remarked, "You not only carry the odor of decay, but also the scent of blood. However, it seems you have not bitten anyone from this village. Have you devoured something else?" Her actions spoke volumes, more potent than his words. Li Chun, his lips curling into a faint smile, approvingly patted her shoulder, saying, "Well done, little mute. You can now consume advanced zombies." While it sounded like jest, a weighty gravity cloaked Li Chun's heart. If other zombies were to follow Nanji's lead and consume their kin for evolution, one could only ponder the formidable strength of a truly advanced zombie. Humanity's moral compass may have already dulled, but in the event of conflict, it would likely revolve around the struggle for resources and territory. The act of killing one's own kind, and then devouring their flesh and blood? Few could achieve such a feat, it seemed. The secret had been discerned by Li Chun, and Nangu let out a soft huff, refraining from rebuttal. For whom had she consumed that zombie? Had her original plan come to fruition, she would still be living leisurely in the capital, rather than traversing the tumultuous paths alongside this man. This realization sparked a flicker of annoyance within her, prompting her to turn away and avoid looking at Li Chun. He recognized that she would not succumb to sleep, yet fatigue enveloped him. As their conversation dwindled, his voice softened until, upon her next glance, she discovered he had already drifted into slumber. Li Chun possessed a pair of rather unsettling eyes. It is not due to lack of attractiveness. To be candid, his phoenix-like eyes are exceptionally beautiful. However, whenever those profound eyes gaze upon her, Nangu feels as though her innermost thoughts are laid bare before Li Chun. At present, with his eyes closed, his serene expression in slumber exudes an aura of innocence and harmlessness, as his eyelids rest gently and his long eyelashes lie softly against his skin. Nangu finds herself preferring this version of him, although she secretly wishes he would allow her to leave, seizing the opportunity while he sleeps. She has contemplated playfully biting him on numerous occasions, though she has never succeeded. Yet, she persistently indulges in these attempts. Yet tonight, fatigue envelopes her, and she surprisingly does nothing, choosing instead to close her own eyes and repose. When dawn breaks, Li Chun awakens first. All told, he has only slept for 3 hours. Yet when Nangu glances at him, she discovers he appears invigorated, clearly well-rested. Before disembarking, he sits up and praises her. "The little mute did not bite me last night, commendable. Come, let us get out of the car." Nangu obediently remains in the back seat, signaling her reluctance to leave. "Do you wish for me to punish you?" Li Chun inquires gently, yet his words resonate with the weight of 1,000 burdens. Internally, Nangu curses under her breath, reluctantly rising to her feet. Perhaps it is the result of her prior habits. Now, though she is capable of getting up quickly, her movements are sluggish. Once, she longed to speak fluently and was troubled for a time, yet now she finds herself remaining silent. After Li Chun waited for Nangu to exit the vehicle, he noticed her appearance was disheveled, far worse than his own after fending off numerous zombies. It seemed she had indeed endured a fierce battle in this small village. Nangu stood motionless at the car door, unwilling to move. Li Chun raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement in his expression. "What? Do you expect me to assist you with a change?" Nangu shot him a glance, adjusted her clothing, and changed inside the car. In truth, her disheveled exterior belied the fact that she was relatively clean beneath her garments. Once she had changed, before she could step out, Li Chun opened the driver's side door, settled into the seat, and started the engine. By then, most of the villagers had awakened, and upon seeing Li Chun start the vehicle, they hurried over, inquiring, "Li Chun, where are you off to?" One man quickly stepped aside, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face as he scratched his head. "That's not what I meant. I was just worried you might encounter danger out there. Please be cautious on your journey, big brother and little sister-in-law." Nangu, seated in the back, was taken aback by the term little sister-in-law. What on earth was that? Hadn't she been in the village all night? What transpired that she was unaware of? However, Li Chun appeared to be in good spirits. After exchanging a few words with the man, he drove away. He glanced at Nangu in the rearview mirror, finding her lost in thought. What could she be pondering? Li Chun smiled at her, but Nangu, refusing to engage, simply gazed out the window. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the terrain surrounding Jingshui City had been thoroughly ravaged. It was no surprise that they had advised Li Qin against traveling at night. Given the state of the roads, it would have been quite fortunate to avoid a tumble into the ravine. During daylight, Li Qin's vehicle maneuvered with surprising smoothness. And before long, they arrived at the very spot where Nangu had previously bathed. The memories here cast a shadow over Nangu, prompting her to mutter, "Why are we back here again?" As a man of stature, Li Qin naturally did not carry a compact mirror. After Nangu exited the car, he gently guided her to the rearview mirror, saying, "Take a look at your little flower face." Upon seeing her reflection, Nangu felt a twinge of embarrassment. Initially, she had no desire to enter the water, but Li Qin, seemingly dismissive of her concerns, reassured her, "Rest assured. The zombies from yesterday have all been drawn out by you. There is nothing lurking beneath the water now. You are aware that it was I who lured them out." Despite her reluctance, Nangu hesitated to enter the water, and Li Qin, respecting her hesitation, casually removed his t-shirt, allowing it to soak in the water. Nangu crouched on the bank, her eyes wide as she observed the man's playful antics. "Hey, what are you doing in broad daylight?" she exclaimed. Yet, despite her protests, she slyly glanced around to ensure no one was watching, and then turned her attention to appreciating Li Qin's physique. How astonishing it was. She had not realized his impressive form until he shed his clothing. Certainly, the appreciation of beauty by Nangu differs somewhat from that of ordinary individuals. While a young woman might marvel at Li Qin's impressive physique, Nangu contemplates the sheer volume of muscle, pondering that such density might pose a challenge to her teeth. Though the potential for abundant blood is intriguing, lost in thought, she swallows hard. At that moment, Li Qin stands in the stream, casually wiping himself down before turning to look at Nangu. "If you keep staring, your saliva will mingle with the stream," he remarks. Originally facing the sun, he now casts a shadow as he turns, the sunlight cascading behind him, scattering into a myriad of delicate beams. The sunlight dances upon the water's surface, rippling gently with his movements. Nangu finds herself too preoccupied to appreciate the scenery, hastily wiping her mouth. What a predicament! There was no drool at all. Chapter 36. Wings of Love. Li Qin pauses and bursts into hearty laughter, then approaches Nangu, wringing out his t-shirt, feeling uncomfortable in her crouched position. She sits down on the ground. Li Qin does not pull her up. Instead, he focuses intently on wiping her face and hands with the t-shirt. His touch is gentle, reminiscent of a light scratch, yet undeniably pleasant. As he gazes at her cheeks, he notices that the discoloration on her face has diminished slightly since they last met. Though the change is subtle, with her eyes closed and allowing him to tend to her, her lips, previously a deep shade of purple-black, now appear softer. In moments when she refrains from revealing her fangs and claws, she seems quite docile. With this realization, Li Qin's demeanor towards her softens considerably. As he began to wipe Nangu's hands, he started from her fingertips, meticulously working his way down each finger before giving her hands a thorough wipe once more. Nangu relished the sensation of being attended to, especially by someone who had confined her for so many days. Perhaps the atmosphere was too pleasant. She could not help but inquire, "What transpired after you left last night? Did you manage to deal with those zombies?" Li Qin lowered his head, rendering his expression invisible to her, yet his hands remained steady as he replied, "Yes, I eliminated them all." "How did you accomplish that?" Nangu wondered aloud. Recalling her own exhaustion after dealing with just a few, she had managed to lure a horde away. As an ordinary person without any special powers, how could he have faced such swift adversaries and emerged unscathed? It seemed rather implausible. By the time Li Qin finished wiping her hands, he was preoccupied with another thought. He then lifted his gaze, earnestly addressing her, "Little mute, don't you think your nails are rather long? You ought to trim them." While there is nothing inherently wrong with a girl sporting long nails, Nangu's fingers bore a purplish hue, and the undersides of her nails were darkened. The longer her nails grew, the more unsightly they appeared. However, after becoming a zombie, she had grown accustomed to her own decaying scent, let alone the state of her nails. With a light hum, she chose not to pursue the topic of last night any further, sensing that the man was concealing something from her. Yet, judging by his demeanor, he did not seem inclined to share the truth with her. Before the man, she submerged her hands in the cool stream, feeling unbothered by their appearance. "These nails are essential for self-defense," she mused, contemplating how she would manage without them if Li Qin decided to trim them. However, she had clearly underestimated Li Qin's determination, even as she solemnly presented her hands. Asserting that her nails were already quite clean, He produced a nail clipper and proceeded to trim them all away. Nan Ge vehemently opposed this, struggling fiercely. Li Chun, let me go. I refuse to have my nails cut. I will not. Li Chen, however, remained indifferent, sitting beside her. His movements swift and precise as he gripped her hand firmly. In retaliation, she struck his shoulder with her other hand. After clipping one nail, he teasingly blew on her fingers, warning, if you move again, I can't guarantee I won't cut into the flesh. Nan Ge ceased her struggles, but her eyes were filled with indignation and grievance as she glared at him. How could this man be so insufferable? The sight of her bare fingers nearly brought her to tears. Eventually, it seemed that Li Chen's heart softened slightly as he allowed her left pinky nail to remain intact. He feigned consolation, saying, it's all right. Look, you still have one left. Nan Ge glared at him fiercely. If looks could kill, Li Chen would have met his demise countless times. I originally had 10, she exclaimed, incredulous at his belief that she was incapable of simple arithmetic. Li Chen chuckled, his eyes sparkling with mischief, but now they are all gone. A roar echoed by the stream, and taking advantage of Li Chen's momentary distraction, Nan Ge swiftly kicked him into the water. As he emerged, dripping wet, she glared at him, pointing at his prominent nose, and said, you enjoy bathing, don't you? Here is your chance. The smile on Li Chen's lips only intensified, rather than fading. Soaked to the skin, he certainly needed a change of clothes. Perhaps the atmosphere in the car had been too eerily quiet. As he donned his trousers, he teasingly remarked, little mute. Weren't you quite engrossed while I was in the stream? Why the sudden shyness now? Shy my foot. Nan Ge had initially intended to ignore him, but after a brief pause, she replied nonchalantly, after the apocalypse, you haven't bathed, have you? I can somewhat empathize with your situation. For the first time, Li Chen found himself at a loss for words. He recognized her subtle disdain for him. Yet, if he could be so easily defeated by her, he would no longer be himself. Having changed his attire, he leaped from the back seat to the front, casting a glance at Nan Ge. Although I haven't bathed in quite some time, I assure you, I do not carry the scent of decay. Nan Ge's expression shifted slightly. We zombies are all like this. It's none of your business. Her fiery retort only endeared her to Li Chen, who playfully ruffled her hair before starting the car. Once they disembarked, the villagers indeed noticed the change in them. Li Chen led Nan Ge forward and spoke to Ma Yuan. The nearby creek is free of zombies. We tried it today, and bathing normally poses no problem. If you need water, you may fetch it from there. Ma Yuan's eyes brightened. That's wonderful. It has been ages since I enjoyed a proper bath. Although there is groundwater in the village, we must conserve it. He then looked gratefully at Li Chen. Thank you. Big brother and sister-in-law. No need for thanks. Li Chen assumed he referred to the water source. However, Zhang Wei approached from behind, accompanied by others from the village. You must be thanked. If it weren't for you last night, the lives of the villagers would have been in jeopardy. Upon hearing this, Li Chen's expression grew somewhat uneasy. But some still met their demise. He felt an overwhelming sense of failure in safeguarding these individuals. Nan Ge remained silently beside him, curiously sensing his emotions. With no inclination to mock him, Zhang Wei's eyes began to redden. In the apocalypse, we are always psychologically prepared. Everyone did their utmost last night, and we will ensure a proper burial for our fallen brothers. Several younger villagers choked back tears. Nan Ge glanced around at the devastated village. Rebuilding would require collective effort. Yet, as she looked at the group before her, she noticed that most appeared gaunt, their cheeks weathered, and their hands roughened from arduous labor. Before the advent of the apocalypse, this group of individuals would have gone unnoticed amidst the bustle of the city, even in the aftermath of the world's collapse. Such humanity remains ubiquitous. However, Nan Ge no longer wishes to describe them as ordinary. They are the heroes of this era who, despite facing numerous challenges and setbacks, continue to live courageously and resiliently. Last night, it was not merely herself and Li Chen who saved them. Rather, they were engaged in their own self-rescue. Zhang Wei wiped his eyes and forced a smile, saying, indeed, the living must forge ahead. However, brotherly, after capturing Liu Zhuan last night, we still do not know how to handle him. Perhaps you should accompany them to see what unfolds. After all, they were once comrades. Li Chen shared this sentiment and prepared to follow them. Zhang Wei hesitated, casting a glance at Nan Ge, prompting Li Chen to understand. Nan Ge, please check on Wang Xiaofeng's condition, that ability user. I will assist you in this. Initially, Nan Ge had no intention of involving herself in the affairs of these humans, but upon hearing Li Chen's words, she realized she might have the opportunity to devour the ability user who had turned into a zombie. Instantly, Her enthusiasm surged. Where's the patient? Where are they? Bring them all to me. Thus, after acquiescing to Li Qin's suggestion, Nan Ge followed Zhang Wei to the room where Wang Xiaofang was resting. The effects of the anesthetic had worn off, and she was conversing with Xiao Di. Nan Ge had left painkillers the previous night, but they offered little relief for the phantom pain from the amputation. Yet, Wang Xiaofang's tone remained surprisingly steady, even imbued with a hint of lightness. Mom, what happened to your arm? Little D, with an innocent expression, inquired, even reaching out with his small hand to touch. His delicate brows then furrowed. Does it hurt a lot? Wang Xiaofang shook her head. Not at all. Really? Little D's cherubic face scrunched up as he recalled the events of the previous night. His tone turning somber, I thought. Mommy was going to leave Little D. As he spoke, he grasped Wang Xiaofang's other unharmed hand, his voice soft and pleading. Promise me, Mommy will never leave Little D, okay? In that moment, Wang Xiaofang felt tears welling in her eyes, yet she maintained her smile. That smile, Nan Ge mused, would forever remain etched in her memory. Wings? Little D, still curious, glanced behind Wang Xiaofang, where, of course, there was nothing. Nevertheless, Wang Xiaofang nodded. Yes. They are the wings of love, invisible to the eye. Chapter 37. I will take care of you. In the past, Nan Ge would have understood that Wang Xiaofang was concealing the truth to spare Little D's feelings. Now, she recognized that Wang Xiaofang was comforting him. However, her reaction mirrored Little D's. Both gazed in wonder at the space behind Wang Xiaofang, a hint of admiration shimmering in their eyes. Wings of love. Little D's eyes widened with curiosity. What are they? They sound amazing. As he spoke, he clapped his hands in delight. Seeing his joy, Wang Xiaofang felt her own spirits lift slightly. They are wings, indeed. Will I have them when I grow up? Little D gazed at Wang Xiaofang with hope. Wang Xiaofang nodded gently, her eyes serene and distant, imbued with profound maternal love. When Xiao Di has someone to protect, he will naturally grow his wings. He was still too young to comprehend his mother's words, yet he had already etched them into his heart. When Wang Xiaofang lifted her gaze, she noticed that Nan Ge and Zhang Wei had been standing there for an indeterminate time, and she felt a sudden wave of embarrassment. Oh, you've arrived. Please, come in and take a seat. Zhang Wei had kept vigil by Wang Xiaofang's bedside the previous night. At the time, it seemed unremarkable, yet now it felt rather awkward. Wang Xiaofang shared the same sentiment. With Nan Ge present and the child around, it was impossible for her to express her discomfort. Nan Ge approached, her expression rigid, which had its advantages. At least no one could fathom her thoughts. I will conduct a quick examination. Zhang Wei gently set Xiao Di aside, allowing Nan Ge to step forward. Though she claimed to be performing an examination, there were no advanced instruments or equipment at her disposal. She merely inspected Wang Xiaofang's eyes and posed a few questions. Afterward, Nan Ge turned to Zhang Wei and inquired. There were no unusual occurrences throughout the night, were there? Zhang Wei shook his head. No, I have been observing closely. After being bitten, Liu had swiftly succumbed to zombification. If Wang Xiaofang's condition deteriorated, she would likely not survive until Nan Ge arrived. Thus, Nan Ge felt a slight sense of relief and cautioned Zhang Wei. Be sure to replace and administer the medication she was given, and take care to prevent any infection in the wound. Discussing medical matters, Nan Ge spoke with great authority, and Zhang Wei listened attentively and diligently. The presence of several individuals here made Nan Ge feel somewhat uncomfortable. Moreover, her mind was preoccupied with thoughts of Liu Zhuan. She turned to Zhang Wei and said, Please stay here and take care of her. I will go to find Li Qin. Zhang Wei promptly agreed and handed Little D over to Nan Ge, saying, Little D, why not accompany your aunt outside to play? Little D, eager to spend more time with his mother, glanced back hesitantly. Wang Xiaofang also had something to discuss with Zhang Wei, so she encouraged Little D, Go along with your aunt. There's no need to be afraid. Little D patted his chest, asserting, Why would I be scared? Auntie isn't a bad person. Nan Ge felt somewhat awkward standing beside him. She was, after all, a zombie, and here was a child mistaking her for a good person. It was worth noting that as a supernatural being, she was rather tempting. What if she lost control and bit Little D? The more she contemplated, the more anxious she became, prompting her to hasten towards the location where Liu Zhuan was being held. Little D, with his small arms and legs, hurried after her, his soft voice rising, Auntie. Wait for Little D. You're walking too fast. I can't keep up. Taken aback for a moment, Little D then burst into laughter, exclaiming, Ha ha ha. Auntie, you're not a big bad wolf. How could you possibly eat Little D? It was Nan Ji's first attempt at frightening a child, yet she unexpectedly elicited laughter instead, which felt quite absurd. Resolving to maintain a serious demeanor, she disregarded Little D's antics, stating, "If you wish to follow, then do so. But if you end up crying from fright later, do not come to me." Although Xiao Di was unaware of where Nangu was headed, the innocence of a child's heart rendered him oblivious to any malice from her, and he joyfully followed her. Meanwhile, in the room, Zhang Wei and Wang Xiaofeng exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of how to articulate their thoughts. In moments of profound parting, no words seem excessive, yet both were acutely aware of their sober reality. Zhang Wei hesitated to speak, fearing that Wang Xiaofeng might perceive him as frivolous. After all, it had not been long since the apocalypse had begun. How could one's emotions develop with such intensity and haste? Approaching 40, he felt a tinge of embarrassment at discussing romance. Wang Xiaofeng was still quite young, and with Xiao Di being so small, he questioned whether such a remarkable woman could truly accept him. Gathering his courage, Zhang Wei stammered, Do you feel any discomfort?" Wang Xiaofeng clutched her blanket. Her gaze lowered, her cheeks flushed. "No, just a bit of pain. Shall I fetch Xiao Shaozi?" he offered. Li Chen appeared to be in his late 20s, and Nan Gu was even younger. Yet, despite Zhang Wei being older than both, he had grown accustomed to addressing them as elder brother and sister-in-law. Wang Xiaofeng promptly declined. "No need. This pain is quite normal. Though I have lost an arm, I still feel fortunate to be alive." A rosy hue adorned her face, bringing a sense of tranquility to Zhang Wei's heart. "Well," he cleared his throat and stammered, "don't overthink it. Everyone in the village is quite concerned for you, and they will surely take good care of you and your child." Wang Xiaofeng gazed at him, a hint of disappointment in her eyes. "Is that all there is to it?" She vividly recalled the words Zhang Wei had whispered to her last night when she felt she was on the brink of death. Zhang Wei's face flushed crimson. Fortunately, his naturally dark complexion masked it well. We will also strive to gather supplies, so you won't suffer," he continued. "And as for Xiaodi's education, do not worry. We will find someone cultured to teach him." The more Wang Xiaofeng listened to Zhang Wei, the heavier her heart felt. Could it be that he truly harbored no intentions towards her? Despite his lengthy discourse, Zhang Wei failed to address the crux of the matter, his own anxiety mirroring hers. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he stamped his foot in frustration. "What can we possibly repay you with? Just allow me to finish." Wang Xiaofeng lifted her gaze and met Zhang Wei's eyes, rendering him momentarily silent. She then continued, "As a woman, I am unable to bear burdens or carry loads, and with a child in tow, I am indeed a liability. I understand this even without your words. Now, having lost an arm, if you find me undesirable, I will accept it without resentment. It is merely my unfortunate fate." As she spoke, she wiped away the moisture gathering in her eyes. Zhang Wei, finally alarmed, exclaimed, "What are you saying? How could we ever find you unworthy? That is simply not true. You dare suggest otherwise?" Wang Xiaofeng gazed at him with sorrow, ultimately succumbing to a sense of self-deprecation as she murmured, "Alas, it's all right. I understand. I never possessed much beauty to begin with, and I certainly should not entertain desires for that which does not belong to me at this moment." Zhang Wei, feeling anxious and agitated, found his throat parched. As he watched Wang Xiaofeng turn away, preparing to sleep, he suddenly called out, "Xiaofeng, allow me to take care of you from now on." With determination, he declared, almost as if swearing an oath, "Though I am older and lack any extraordinary abilities, I will cherish you. Any good fortune that comes my way will first be bestowed upon you and Xiao Di. I have long harbored the intention to care for you, yet I never found the courage to voice it. Your recent misfortune has made me realize the importance of cherishing what is before us. Once lost, it may never be reclaimed. Xiaofeng, I do not wish to live a life filled with regret." Zhang Wei's impassioned words caused Wang Xiaofeng's cheeks to flush. She turned her head, feeling a mix of shyness and indignation as she looked at him. What are you talking about?" Zhang Wei, with a heavy heart, gazed back at her. "Xiaofeng, do you not wish to agree?" What am I supposed to agree to?" Wang Xiaofeng, now quite nervous, momentarily forgot the pain in her arm. Meanwhile, a few young men who had been eavesdropping outside were growing anxious. Ma Yuan boldly pushed the door open and entered, exclaiming, "Brother Zhang, let me speak on behalf of my sister-in-law. She wishes to marry you." The group behind him erupted into cheers, leaving both Zhang Wei and Wang Xiaofeng in stunned silence. Upon witnessing her demeanor, Zhang Wei grew concerned that she might be upset and promptly chased after Ma Yuan, exclaiming, "You rascal, why are you always around? Hurry and get out." Ma Yuan, undeterred, retorted, Everyone is aware of your situation. Since there are feelings involved, why not be together? I'm genuinely worried for you both. Zhang Wei insisted. You must leave at once. Yet, he could not outrun Ma Yuan. The latter, with a playful grin, turned to Wang Xiaofeng and asked, Sister-in-law, can you not see how deeply Zhang Ge cares for you? Will you not agree to be with him? Wang Xiaofeng, unable to feign sleep any longer, turned to him, saying, I am but a widow, having lost my husband not long ago. How could I? Ma Yuan understood her implication and raised his eyebrows. Even in these apocalyptic times, it is hardly fashionable to remain a widow. Sister-in-law, you should feel free to marry Zhang Ge. After all, we have already called you sister-in-law. He then turned to the others, grinning. Brothers, isn't that right? The group cheered in unison, indeed. Sister-in-law, Wang Xiaofeng, upon witnessing their sincere gazes, found herself unable to voice any words of rejection. Indeed, these were desperate times. If Zhang Wei could bravely take that step, why could she not also seek love once more? Thus, she refrained from further refusal, implicitly accepting that this sister-in-law role was different from the last. Ma Yuan laughed heartily, patting Zhang Wei on the back. Zhang Ge, look, with me stepping in. You secured your wife. Chapter 38. Nange praised Zhang Wei was seething with resentment, his teeth grinding in frustration. Why did he have to let this little brat steal the limelight? Witnessing the smugness radiating from him made Zhang Wei yearn to deliver a resounding slap. You lot. Hurry up and get out of here. You're just in the way. Zhang Wei resumed his insistence on clearing the area. Ma Yuan and his companions, reluctantly ushered out, could only manage a few forced chuckles as they stood at the doorway. At this moment, Nange had arrived at the location where Li Youjuan was being held. She had earlier sent Xiao Di outside to play in the courtyard. Upon entering, she found only Li Youjuan and Li Chen present. After a brief search, she inquired, where is everyone else? Li Youjuan had completely lost his human consciousness. Bound and struggling, the ropes had dug deep into his flesh. For an ordinary person, the sight would undoubtedly evoke a sense of dread. Li Chen let out a soft sigh, remarking, after all, he was once a comrade. None of us wished to see him in such a state. He was entrusted to me for handling and then left. Nange approached, and Li Youjuan first cast her a puzzled glance, followed by a couple of frantic growls, before shifting his focus back to Li Chen. Nange nodded, stating, he has completely devolved into a zombie. If this continues, his madness will only worsen. Li Chen moved closer, positioning himself just beyond the reach of Li Youjuan's gnashing teeth. Do you wish to devour him? He asked Nange earnestly. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she vigorously nodded. Of course. I have yet to consume a fully transformed zombie ability user. Fearless of any potential side effects, she nodded decisively. Li Chen, though exasperated, found himself at a loss against Nange. However, it was clear that Li Yu could not be allowed to remain alive, so he unsheathed his dagger and, with a swift motion, slashed it across his throat. Li Yu was indeed destined to perish, yet Nange indulged in a feast. Given the remoteness of the area, Li Chen took precautions and allowed her some freedom. After all, he never gazed upon her while she consumed her meal. This time, however, as he turned his back to her, he cautioned, make sure to eat cleanly. Do not stain yourself with blood, or others may take notice. Nange mumbled an indistinct reply, evidently too preoccupied to heed his warning. Once she had satisfied her hunger, she contentedly wiped the corners of her mouth. Li Chen, hearing no further sounds, turned to find Nange still seated beside Li Yu's lifeless body, a gleam of satisfaction dancing in her eyes. Contemplating for a moment, he mused about the desire for a warm meal. Nange, exuding pride, remarked with a playful glint, I feel as though I could devour an extravagant feast. 100 banquets at once. As she rubbed her belly, she added, is this my reward for saving a life? If every time I received such a splendid reward, I would certainly save more lives in the future. Though Li Chen had previously indulged her whims, her current display of satisfaction struck him as irksome. Thus, he silently pulled Nange to her feet, instructing, wait outside while I dispose of the body. In a buoyant mood, she complied and exited. Watching her retreating figure, Li Chen noted that her gait had become indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person. It seems that she is evolving in ways unseen to herself. Nange, having had her fill, wore a smile that caught the attention of passers-by, who would kindly inquire, is the little sister-in-law in good spirits? Nange nodded, her happiness palpable. With Li Chen managing the scene, no one could ascertain the true circumstances of Li Youjuan's demise. They simply honored their bond with their fallen comrade by laying him to rest alongside others. Nange, unfamiliar with the human anguish of losing a companion, trailed behind Li Chen, her mind adrift. As they made their way back to the village after the burial, Li Chun conversed amiably with the evidently cheerful Zhang Wei, commenting, "The zombies from yesterday were clearly targeting the ability users. It appears that they have evolved to recognize the significant threat we pose." Zhang Wei, albeit somewhat troubled, replied, "We suspected as much, but you all are leaving here soon, aren't you? The question of how the village will defend itself remains." Li Chun inquired, "Wasn't this area originally a quarry? There should be a backup generator, no?" Ma Yuan remarked that they were currently living like primitive people. Li Chun then instructed Zhang Wei, "Please have someone retrieve the generator. I would like to see if it is still operational." Nange turned her gaze towards the man, pondering whether he possessed the skills to repair a generator. Though the food was simple, it was a welcome reprieve when hunger gnawed at them, and they held no disdain for it. Dining among a crowd was delightful, and while Li Chun preferred silence during meals, he listened to their spirited conversations. Zhang Wei, either seated quietly beside Li Chun or glancing at Nange, could no longer restrain his curiosity and inquired, "Brotherly, isn't the little sister-in-law eating anything?" He persisted with Nange, "Little sister-in-law, won't you have a bit to eat?" He was genuinely concerned about her frail appearance. After encountering a setback, Zhang Wei chose to remain silent. Following their meal, he led a group to repair the damaged walls and structures, while Li Chun instructed them to reinforce the barbed wire. This left only Li Chun and Nange at the generator. Feeling a bit bored, Nange turned her gaze towards Li Chun, who was meticulously disassembling the generator with the toolbox in hand. Curiosity piqued, she asked, "Can you really fix it? What could he possibly be incapable of?" Observing his toolbox, she felt an uncanny resemblance to a certain cartoon character. "Let us give it a try," she thought. The generator appeared quite advanced, and if repaired, it could provide power for the small village. With nothing else to occupy her time, Nange decided to assist Li Chun. Having grown accustomed to obedience, she handed him the pliers when he requested them and the wrench when he asked. Although they exchanged few words, their cooperation exuded in extraordinary harmony. After about an hour, Li Chun successfully reassembled the generator. Nange eagerly inquired, "How is it? Is it fixed?" She closed the toolbox with a hint of disappointment, avoiding Li Chun's gaze. To her astonishment, Li Chun pressed a button, and the generator roared to life. Nange turned in disbelief, observing for a moment before realizing that it had indeed been repaired. Ecstatic, she nearly leaped with joy, exclaiming, "Wow, there's really electricity! Li Chun, you're amazing!" Li Chun did not perceive his actions as particularly remarkable. However, upon receiving such praise from Nange, he found himself feeling a bit elated. Clearing his throat, he attempted to exhibit humility, stating that the situation was not as dire as it seemed. Before he could finish his thought, Nange leaned in, lamenting, "If only we hadn't buried Li Yuzhuan this morning, we could have tried the electric barbecue." She instinctively made a swallowing motion, adding, "It must be delicious." Li Chun, exasperated, clenched his jaw and affectionately ruffled her hair, causing her to sway slightly. It was quite the moment to be thinking about food. Nange gazed at him with a hint of grievance, reflecting, "I am a zombie. I need not worry about surviving in this apocalypse. What else should I think about? Oh right, I am becoming increasingly capable. Perhaps I should contemplate my escape." Noticing the shifting expressions in her eyes, Li Chun decided to assign her a task. "Go fetch those wires for me." Nange scampered about eagerly, and only after Li Chun had taken the wires did she realize he had deftly diverted the conversation. How infuriating. Once Li Chun repaired the generator, the greatest joy was felt by the villagers, as this would finally restore their electricity. Having worked on construction sites for years, they possessed some knowledge of electrical work, thus relieving Li Chun of further responsibilities. However, he pointed to the barbed wire on the surrounding wall and said, "I will attempt to electrify the barbed wire shortly. This way, should zombies approach, they will be deterred by the shock. Though, I am still contemplating how to implement the leakage protection." Zhang Wei responded succinctly, "All right. You may proceed as you wish. We shall exercise caution. We simply need to avoid the power grid." His initial invitation to Li Chun was motivated by a desire for assistance in fortifying their defenses, and now it seemed that aspiration was coming to fruition. Nange was still tinkering with the sound system in her vehicle, which contained a CD. She pressed a few buttons and played music for herself. Li Chun observed that she appeared to be enjoying a rather pleasant life, smiling as he munched on his food while watching her. Nange's complexion seemed improved compared to before. The car's soft lights illuminated her hair, making her dark locks appear significantly smoother. After finishing their meal, he encouraged Nange to entertain herself in the car while he stepped out to converse with Zhang Wei and the others. During their discussion, Zhang Wei brought up Nange, By the way, hasn't our little sister-in-law gone without food for a couple of days? Li Gu. I must speak candidly. One should not be so harsh on a woman. Regardless of her actions, you cannot deprive her of nourishment. Li Chen smiled faintly, amused by the notion that this so-called little zombie still had supporters in the village. Chapter 39. She fell ill, to be honest. It was rather awkward for Zhang Wei to address this matter. After all, regardless of how Li Chen treated Nan Gu, it was fundamentally their affair. Nan Gu had not expressed any discontent, and as an outsider, he truly ought not to meddle. Yet, as a man who had won the heart of a beautiful woman, he carried a sense of pride, feeling that he had transformed from his former self, now somewhat of an adept in the realm of romance. As someone with experience, he felt compelled to offer Li Chen a word of advice. Nan Gu appeared delicate and gentle, yet possessed remarkable medical skills and formidable combat prowess, ensuring that Li Chen was not hindered. In this apocalyptic world, finding such an exceptional woman would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Seated in the car, if Nan Gu were aware of Zhang Wei's thoughts about her, she would surely be overjoyed. Noticing Li Chen's silence, Zhang Wei mustered the courage to continue speaking. In the past, I too struggled to comprehend why, despite the apocalypse having only just begun, I found myself so enamored with a woman. After all, I had managed to navigate through life alone for so many years. While in the city, I learned a phrase, white hair like new, old friends as before. Perhaps in this dire time, under specific circumstances, certain emotions emerge. As Zhang Wei mentioned Wang Xiaofeng, his expression softened considerably. She has become somewhat insecure, often feeling that having lost an arm, she is unworthy of me. What a foolish woman. Her very existence is the greatest gift I could ever receive. When Zhang Wei looked up to meet Li Chen's gaze again, his eyes radiated unwavering resolve. Women are meant to be cherished. And I share this with you due to your youth. It had been quite some time since Li Chen engaged in casual conversation with anyone, especially considering the years spent on missions where encounters with women, let alone female mosquitoes, were rare. Engaging in discussions about women felt refreshingly novel, and before long, Zhang Wei found himself speaking more freely. He listened intently, believing that Li Chen was beginning to change, preparing to counsel him on how to treat Nan Gu with care and to make amends for past mistakes. However, to his surprise, Li Chen simply smiled wryly and replied, Zhang Wei, you are unaware of certain truths. Zhang Wei remained silent, pondering whether there were hidden truths lurking beneath the surface. Li Chen's gaze was fixed on the vehicle, knowing that Nan Gu was inside, perhaps fiddling with something on his car. She seemed to harbor a certain fascination with firearms and ammunition, yet her previous physical rigidity had rendered her unable to engage with them. Now, one couldn't help but wonder if she might threaten him with a gun. The very thought brought a deeper smile to Li Chen's face. In the wake of the apocalypse, they had encountered numerous bizarre occurrences, so as I recount this incident, I hope you will not be taken aback. Surrounded by a multitude of men, including Xiao Di, who was playing alongside Ma Yuan, both Zhang Wei and Li Chen had garnered considerable attention. Everyone was rapt, hanging on Li Chen's every word. His expression bore an air of tranquility, yet the sorrow hidden beneath was perceptible to all. The only individual capable of eliciting such a profound emotional shift in him, apart from Nan Gu, was unfathomable to them. A palpable tension filled the air. They feared Li Chen might utter something truly shocking. In truth, Nan Gu had contracted a peculiar affliction in the aftermath of the apocalypse. As Li Chen spoke, his voice grew slightly hoarse, and after surveying the curious faces around him, he began to speak slowly. With the fortifications already established, the restoration of this small village would fall upon their shoulders. And Nan Gu and Li Chen had their journey ahead of them. Mysteriously, it seemed as though her curiosity would not allow her to remain silent any longer. Though she harbored such thoughts, Nan Gu found herself restless throughout the night, consumed by anxiety. Several times, she contemplated seizing the man beside her, shaking him by the collar, and demanding to know the secrets he withheld from her. In the morning, Nan Gu exited the vehicle alongside Li Chen, and after they had completed their morning routines, Li Chen hoisted a box filled with provisions to deliver to Zhang Wei and his companions. Nan Gu recalled that the box contained food, indicating that he was parting with his own rations. Upon seeing Li Chen approach with the box, Zhang Wei immediately declined. Li Gu, you have already assisted us sufficiently. We cannot accept these provisions. However, Li Chen would not allow him to refuse. This is not for you, but for Xiao Di. He is still so young. Can you bear to let him go hungry? Furthermore, food can certainly be found elsewhere, and I can procure more. Zhang Wei felt a wave of guilt wash over him. His face flushing crimson, Everyone knows how precious supplies are these days. Yet you still. Li Chen patted his shoulder and winked. Consider it not entirely selfless, wouldn't you agree? Zhang Wei cast a meaningful glance at Nan Ge, one that left her perplexed. Had she done something to provoke such scrutiny? Or had the blemishes on her cheeks been uncovered? That seemed implausible, as she rarely exited the vehicle or engaged in conversation. Feeling somewhat embarrassed under Zhang Wei's gaze, Nan Ge hastily declared, "I shall check on the patients," and promptly departed, leaving Zhang Wei and Li Chen sharing a knowing smile. After breakfast, Nan Ge and Li Chen prepared to leave, continuing their journey towards Beihai. The villagers emerged to bid farewell, with Xiaodi still cradled in Ma Yuan's arms, reluctantly waving goodbye to the vehicle. Although Wang Xiaofeng had not recovered significantly, she was still unable to rise from her bed. While inside the house, she exchanged numerous parting words with Nan Ge, some of which were difficult for Nan Ge to fully comprehend. Li Chen stood by the car door, conversing with Zhang Wei. While Nan Ge had already settled inside the vehicle, the man's demeanor was more serious than before as he glanced at the barbed wire. Addressing Zhang Wei, "These defenses may hold for a time, but they cannot last forever. The zombies are evolving rapidly, and no one can predict how formidable they may become in the future. Therefore, if circumstances permit, it would be wise to head to the larger base in Beijing and seek the protection of the military." Zhang Wei nodded at Li Chen's words, though a part of him may have harbored doubts. Going to the large base would mean working for others, with so many elderly and children here, and only 2 with abilities. Even if they were accepted, they might still be subjected to mistreatment. "I wish you all the best," Zhang Wei said, waving to both Li Chen and Nan Ge. "I also wish you a safe journey." Li Chen refrained from further conversation, merely waving his hand before starting the vehicle and driving away into the distance. Nan Ge glanced in the rearview mirror, observing that the villagers lingered long after their car had traveled far enough that they could no longer be seen. With her mind occupied by other concerns, Nan Ge inquired of Li Chen, "I noticed you loaded a thermal container into the car just now. What was inside it?" Nan Ge felt as if she were experiencing an illusion. "Why?" She caught a faint whiff of blood. Li Chen smiled mysteriously and jested with her. "Do you want to know? Then beg me." "I beg you," she replied. "Li Chen, must you be so resolute?" Nan Ge, being straightforward by nature and having been anxious all night, was not inclined to beat around the bush with him. "Come on, just tell me." A flicker of brightness graced Li Chen's lean face as he turned the steering wheel, glancing at Nan Ge. "Don't rush, you'll find out in due time." As he spoke, Li Chen turned on the car's audio system, opting for the radio instead of a CD. He adjusted the station while driving, prompting Nan Ge to caution him, "Be careful. Don't drive us into a ditch." "Little mute, do you really have so little faith in my driving skills?" Li Chen chuckled playfully, eliciting a low exclamation from Nan Ge. "Can't you just call me by my name?" "Sure." Li Chen gestured for silence. Listen to what?" Nan Ge's senses heightened instantly. "It's not a horde of zombies coming, is it? Or mutated ones?" "No, I meant to have you listen to the broadcast." Li Chen raised the volume slightly. And indeed, Nan Ge heard a gentle female voice emanating from the radio. For someone like her, who was merely a zombie, it might not seem significant. But for the surviving humans in this apocalypse, it was undeniably crucial. Accustomed to relying on the internet, many now find themselves isolated without it, unable even to communicate, effectively left to fight their battles alone. Loneliness serves as a potent weapon against one's spirit, and it must be acknowledged that the cohesion of the nation reveals itself in such moments. While they remain unable to converse with others, the presence of a radio at least allows them to receive fragments of new information, a reassuring reminder that others are still striving to rescue them. The little tricks may hold no value for Nange, yet Li Chen finds solace in these updates. Nange scoffs, remarking that while everyone is preoccupied with survival, he is the only one with the luxury of listening to the radio. As Li Chen drives, stopping intermittently to consult the map, it becomes clear that they will not reach the next city by nightfall. A small town comes into view, and they decide to take refuge on its outskirts. Chapter 40. Blood Beverage. Having grown accustomed to the treachery and deceit that life has to offer, both Nange and Li Chen remain vigilant. They halt the vehicle at a considerable distance from the town. The evening sun casts a beautiful glow, illuminating the misty sky, which appears to be tinged with crimson. Rays of red light stretch from the horizon, enveloping the surroundings. The air carries the lingering sense of gunpowder and decay. Upon exiting the vehicle, Nange feels the soft earth beneath her shoes, which emits a soft crunching sound. At this moment, she feels a stirring within her. Ah, how delightful it would be to taste some blood, if only she could find a little. Just then, she notices the man offering her a small bag. As she peers down intently, Her eyes suddenly brightened with excitement. She was certain this was an ordinary blood bag, filled with bright red. Li Chun. She turned her head, astonished as she gazed at him, utterly perplexed by his intentions. Li Chun, donned in gloves, transformed the simple design into something alluring, particularly as the black gloves accentuated the vivid red blood, rendering it even more captivating. His silhouette seemed to divide the sky into two halves. His expression remained calm, yet his tone softened considerably. "A beverage I prepared for you." "A beverage?" Nangu swallowed hard, reaching out to grasp it, only for Li Chun to suddenly raise it higher. "Why won't you give it to me?" At that moment, Nangu was oblivious to the source of the blood. All she could think about was her intense desire to drink it. "Little mute, aren't you going to acknowledge this?" Standing at an impressive height of nearly 2 meters, Li Chun towered over her. Even when she was not a zombie, Nangu only stood at 165 centimeters, and now, having shrunk a bit, she found it nearly impossible to reach him. Thus, she could only stretch her arm, hopping a couple of times. Before looking up at Li Chun with a hint of despondency, "I promise I won't run off again." And Li Chun appeared quite pleased with her current demeanor. In the distance, the small town stood quietly. Had it not been for the apocalypse, it would surely have been a bustling place. Nangu pondered further, her brow furrowed in concentration. "I also won't casually touch your belongings anymore, nor will I scold you without reason." "Oh, so this young lady has indeed meddled with his things before. And what else?" Li Chun inquired, eager for her to continue. "I will definitely be obedient in the future." Nangu spoke words that even she found hard to believe, yet she maintained a serious demeanor. "And I will train diligently to assist you in slaying zombies." Truly, Li Chun observed her urgency, nearly bouncing with excitement, and chuckled as he placed the blood bag into her hands. To her surprise, Li Chun had indeed put considerable thought into it. The blood bag was equipped with a medical dropper. As she opened it, she placed one end of the dropper in her mouth and took a deep sip. Ah, the taste was simply exquisite. It felt as though she were indulging in a delightful beverage. Li Chun watched her consume it without a flicker of emotion, while the entire zombie seemed to come alive with vigor. Even though she had nearly drained it, she continued to sip eagerly, fearful of missing a single drop of blood. After finishing, she used her lone sharp nail to puncture the blood bag, licking it clean as if she had not feasted in centuries. Only when there was not a single drop left did Nangu playfully inquire, "Brotherly, is there any more?" Li Chun raised an eyebrow, noting her rapid adaptability. With just one bag of fresh blood, she had already changed her address to him. "This is all there is for today. There are no more." Despite her calling him brother, Li Chun's heart remained unmoved. Nangu persisted, "Brotherly, please give me a little more. I am still unsatisfied." "There is no more." Even if you are still unsatisfied, Li Chun went to the car to organize his belongings, intending to properly stow away the thermos from the morning. Nanji's gaze fixated on the thermos as it shifted, confirming that the scent she had detected earlier was indeed fresh blood. She felt a wave of suspicion wash over her. How had Li Chun acquired such blood? Had the villagers not noticed? Li Chun's demeanor remained unchanged as he cautioned Nangu, "As long as you obediently comply, I can assist you in procuring blood. However, should you choose to disobey, I will have to take matters into my own hands." The word resolve sent a chill down Nanji's spine, prompting her to instinctively touch her neck. After accompanying Li Chun for such an extended period, she had presumed they shared a semblance of camaraderie, yet it appeared she was mistaken. Li Chun was aware of her misinterpretation but chose not to deny it. This little zombie was exceedingly timid and required a measure of intimidation to deter her from reckless behavior. After a while of scrutinizing him, Nangu, realizing he truly had no intention of sharing his blood with her, sulkily settled on the ground and turned to inquire, "How did you manage to acquire so much blood? Is it from those with abilities?" Recalling the conversation from the previous night with Zhang Wei, Li Chun recognized he had divulged a partially truthful account. After the apocalypse, Nangu contracted a virus. We have observed it for quite some time. It appears harmless to the human body, yet it incites an insatiable thirst for blood. Her episodes can be rather terrifying, which is why she seldom ventures outside the vehicle. Li Chun's tone grew more somber as he added, "She is my girlfriend. And regardless of the circumstances, I cannot abandon her. You are all individuals I can trust, which is why I chose to share this matter with you." Humans are inherently social creatures, and many often prioritize their own interests. Their moral boundaries vary from person to person. Having been saved by Li Chun and Nangu, it was only natural for them to view these two as trustworthy allies. Thus, following a brief moment of shock, they promptly began to offer comfort to Li Chun. Zhang Wei was the first to speak up. As long as one can survive, what harm is there in a little blood? It can be found with some effort. How about this? I shall offer you a bit. You can carry it along the way. Ma Yuan patted his chest, adding, when I was younger, I relished raw meat. There's nothing wrong with enjoying fresh blood now. Perhaps if she consumes enough, her health will gradually improve. My life is saved by you all. Feel free to draw as much blood as you wish. Although Xiao Di did not fully grasp the conversation, as a young boy, he was determined not to be outdone. Exclaiming in a childish voice, I want to give blood too. I want to give blood too. Li Chun gazed at them with gratitude, rising to bow. Maintaining his posture as he sincerely expressed, I truly thank you all. Brotherly, please don't do that. Everyone rushed to help Li Chun up. Dismissing the gesture with nonchalance, we may lack many things, but we certainly have enough blood. Zhang Wei's impression of Li Chun underwent a transformation. His girlfriend, afflicted by a strange illness in this apocalyptic world, had him unwaveringly by her side. How profound must their bond be? Thus, that evening, Li Chun brought them tools. Having heard that Xiao Di had even pricked his own hand, letting a few drops fall into the blood bag, Ma Yuan was resolute, insisting on drawing 1,000 cubic centimeters. But Li Chun quickly intervened. Even the healthiest individuals would feel fatigued after blood donation and require nourishment, especially since their supplies were scarce. Hence, Li Chun only drew a symbolic amount. Later, the blood used to prepare the drink for Nangu was sourced from that small village. Li Chun could not confess that he had relied on such means to provide for Nangu throughout their journey. However, one thing was certain, as long as he was with her, she would never suffer from hunger. Of course, she still needed to learn to control her desires. If she encountered someone, her instinct would be to bite, a behavior Li Chun would not tolerate. Whether it was a matter of killing a person or a zombie remained uncertain. As night approached, neither Li Chun nor Nangu had plans to enter the town. After conducting a final inspection around the vehicle, Li Chun locked the doors and prepared to rest with Nangu. Meanwhile, Nangu harbored her own secret thoughts. She was aware that the thermos was located in a place she was reluctant to visit, and once Li Chun fell asleep. Li Chun soon succumbed to slumber, and as Nangu listened to his breathing grow steadier, she felt like a thief preparing to rise. Unexpectedly, in a state between dreams and wakefulness, Li Chun embraced her, and had her heart still been capable of beating, it would have surely stopped from fright. Li Chun then pretended to sniff the air, sleepily remarking, "It seems the scent of rotten flesh on you has dissipated." Nangu stammered, "Oh, you should sleep quickly. We need to search for supplies in the town tomorrow." He had left a substantial amount of resources in the small village, yet his own supplies were dwindling, necessitating the need for more. At long last, when Li Chun fell back into a deep sleep, Nangu slowly rose, her emerald eyes scanning the darkness. Upon locating the thermos, she cautiously extracted it. With a sly grin in her heart, she began to open the box. However, the container proved too sturdy to unlock, leaving her in a state of frustration. After repeatedly perusing the contents, it dawned upon Nangu that unlocking this box necessitated a fingerprint. She felt a surge of dissatisfaction within. Li Chun's trunk housed numerous items, each capable of inciting chaos and frenzy among the masses, truly priceless treasures. Yet, he had never secured these belongings until now, when he had locked away several bags of blood. Was it necessary to be so cruel to a zombie? As Nangu lingered in her disappointment, Li Chun, draped in a robe, abruptly sat up. The interior of the vehicle was shrouded in darkness, and his sudden movement was quite startling. Had he possessed long hair, one might have mistaken him for a specter. "Little mute, what are you doing awake at this hour?" Li Chun inquired with a furrowed brow. "As a zombie, why would you need to use the restroom?" "Oh, right." Nangu replied with a dry chuckle. "Why would I need to go to the restroom? I must have misremembered." Li Chun embraced her, and she did not resist. In the depths of the night, with her eyes closed, she remained unaware of the smile that played at the corners of Li Chun's lips. This little zombie was so naive that he couldn't bear to deceive her. Chapter 41. Torn underwear when morning arrived. Li Chun instinctively reached beside him only to find the space empty. His drowsiness evaporated instantly as he sat up abruptly, scanning the interior of the vehicle. But Nangu was nowhere to be seen. Peering outside, he noted that dawn had barely broken, and only a few zombies wandered nearby. Where had Nangu gone? Li Chun felt a twinge of regret for having slept so soundly during the latter half of the night. Indeed, she could now at least manage a light jog, her movements markedly quicker than before. Once the car door swung open, before Nangu could utter a word, Li Chun abruptly inquired, "Where have you been?" Nangu found his tone rather peculiar, reminiscent of a husband questioning his wife about her late return. She shook the large bottle in her hand. which was typically used by Li Chun to store water for daily needs. Realizing she had not sneaked away, Li Chun felt a sense of relief. However, upon taking the bottle from her, he still coolly remarked, "In the future, refrain from wandering about while I am asleep." Nangu simply replied with an "oh," not taking it to heart. After pondering for an entire night, she concluded that it would be wise to first appease this man. When his spirits were high, he would likely reward her in return. Once Li Chun had adjusted his attire and exited the vehicle, he washed his face, and to her surprise, Nangu even offered him a towel. He wiped his face a couple of times before setting it down and raised his eyes to her, questioning, "Can you possibly be any more obsequious?" With her usual straightforwardness, Nangu responded, "I can." Li Chun was left speechless, conceding defeat to her. After breakfast, he further queried Nangu, "From where did you procure the water? Were you attacked by zombies on your way back?" It was quite early, and the survivors in the town had yet to stir. Indeed, Nangu had encountered zombies. They recognized her as one of their own, and as she posed no threat to their territory, they did not attack her. She pointed towards the distance, saying, "The water source is over there. The stream appears quite clear." Li Chun locked the car door, armed himself, and then tossed a bundle to Nangu before heading towards the stream. Recently, while traveling, Li Chun had been making a concerted effort to steer clear of large cities, for those areas were teeming with zombies. No matter how formidable his firepower, it was prudent to avoid confrontation. The paths we tread are but narrow trails, leading us to encounter the enchanting landscapes of mountains and waters. Presently, this place bears the remnants of a landslide, with streams flowing down from the heights, perhaps fed by subterranean waters. Nevertheless, Li Chun refrains from drinking, choosing instead to retrieve the bundle from Nanji's hands, intending to cleanse the garments within. He muses that several outfits have already been ruined while in her possession, and the remaining ones bear traces of blood. If left unwashed, they would surely emit an unpleasant odor in the vehicle, although Nangu herself remains indifferent to this, being blissfully unaware of any scent. At this moment, Nangu is scanning her surroundings, darting from one place to another as if anticipating an imminent threat, fearful of a zombie leaping forth to attack. After a prolonged vigil, she sees no peril and crouches down to observe Li Chun as he washes the clothes. Initially, she presumed that a man of his stature would not engage in such tasks, yet to her surprise, he performs them with meticulous care and practiced skill. Clearly adept at self-care. Feeling the urge to impress Li Chun, Nangu suddenly nudges him aside, exclaiming, "Allow me. I shall take over. I am quite skilled at laundry." Currently, her hands still bear a hint of blue, though it has faded to a soft hue, and when submerged in water, they appear almost translucent. Li Chun, caught off guard by her push, hesitates momentarily. "There's no need," he replies, his demeanor somewhat awkward. In the past, he would have seized any opportunity to dominate Nangu. Yet inexplicably, he finds himself increasingly tender-hearted towards her, subconsciously wishing to spare her from such labor. Nange, however, failed to perceive Li Chun's refusal. After all, she was but a mere pawn, ready to be moved wherever needed, and she was quite enthusiastic about her task. Unable to contain himself, Li Chun leaned closer and said, "Never mind, allow me to handle this." In truth, there was another reason Li Chun preferred Nange not to assist. Within that bag of clothes were his discarded undergarments. Suppressing his embarrassment, his tone grew increasingly awkward as he instructed, "Little mute, step aside." "I refuse," Nange stubbornly retorted, her determination unwavering. "I can wash them much better and much cleaner. I'm a very useful little zombie, and I shall prove it to you." In the midst of her declaration, she had already grasped Li Chun's underwear. Li Chun could hardly endure the situation any longer. Grabbing her arm, he attempted to pull her away. Although she was a zombie, she ought not to wash a man's undergarments. Unbeknownst to him, Nange paid no heed to what she held. She merely felt that Li Chun no longer required her assistance and feared losing her access to delicious food, leading her to struggle fiercely, refusing to budge. With a sudden rip, both of their movements came to an abrupt halt. Nange stared incredulously at her hands. The four-cornered undergarment lay in tatters. Li Chun was mortified. Seizing the opportunity while Nange was still in shock, he quickly pulled her aside, exclaiming sternly, "I told you I don't need your help. Stay put." A faint, unusual flush adorned his ears. Nange stammered, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing. Yet she remained oblivious to the notion of embarrassment, candidly confessing, "I had no idea your underwear was so fragile." Enough. The fabric was torn beyond repair, rendering it unwearable. Li Chun placed the fallen material on the shore, resolving to discard it further away shortly. Nangu, with utmost seriousness, attempted to justify herself. Truly, your underwear is of poor quality. The garments I washed earlier did not suffer any damage. Had she not yet exhausted her defense? Li Chen momentarily paused his actions. He now vaguely sensed that bringing Nan Gu along was a misstep. She was a constant hindrance. Upon detecting the tone in Li Chen's voice, Nan Gu grew increasingly anxious, desperately searching for an excuse to absolve herself. If you hadn't pulled me just now, I wouldn't have torn your underwear. If I hadn't tugged at it, it wouldn't have been damaged. Li Chen finally reached his limit. He turned to glare at her fiercely. Utter another word, and I shall toss you into the water. Always fixating on underwear, she could be a zombie and still be a woman, utterly shameless. Nan Gu obediently closed her mouth, yet inwardly she grumbled. All I did was tear your underwear. I even attempted to apologize, yet you refused to listen. With a huff, she wandered off to a corner, opting for solitude. At last, the noise around her faded, while Li Chen, his mind in turmoil, resumed washing the clothes. As he worked, he pondered what he must have done in a past life to owe this little zombie something. Surely, it must be true? As his thoughts lingered, Nan Gu stood up silently from the ground and followed Li Chen without a word. Why the silence again? He inquired. Isn't it because you forbade me from speaking? She mumbled, deliberately avoiding his gaze. She felt her goodwill had been met with ingratitude, and she was indignant. Li Chen found himself at a loss for words to alleviate the awkwardness between the two of them. Ultimately, he decided it was best to remain silent. As they continued on their journey, Li Chen unexpectedly encountered a group of individuals. This assembly, comprising both men and women, regarded them with expressions full of vigilance. To recount, upon his arrival the previous night, Li Chen had noticed that many of the houses in the area were temporary structures. Even the smaller buildings were not very tall, resulting in less devastation compared to the urban landscape. As they approached, Nan Ji's eyes sparkled with recognition. There were practitioners of supernatural abilities among them. Li Chen mused that Nan Gu was the finest radar one could hope for. If she had an antenna atop her head, it would surely be standing at attention. Who are you? Inquired the leader of the group, a man with flamboyantly dyed red hair, exuding an air of nonchalance, seemingly adorned with a multitude of chains and sporting a row of earrings. The individuals trailing behind him were similarly clad in a manner reminiscent of delinquents and rebellious youth. If Nan Gu were to describe them, she might refer to their style as quintessentially shamate. To be frank, during her time in the hospital, she had encountered a plethora of personalities, yet those embodying the shamate aesthetic were indeed few and far between. Curiously, why did certain memories from her time in the hospital resurface? Could it be that her recollections had begun to restore themselves? This thought brought her a surge of joy. Upon hearing the question, Li Chen had no intention of escalating tensions with these individuals, simply replying, "We are just passing through." The red-haired leader scrutinized Li Chen from head to toe, allowing his gaze to linger on Nan Gu for a moment. With her large hat obscuring her face, it was nearly impossible to discern her features. However, her figure, wrapped in camouflage attire, was still quite appealing. After a moment of silence, the red-haired individual continued. "Since you are merely passing through, it would be best for you to leave promptly. We do not welcome outsiders here. And all the resources in this town belong to us. You cannot take any." What logic is this? Nan Gu discerned that this red-haired person was indeed an extraordinary being, as a faint gray hue lingered in his eyes. Unlike when she encountered Ma Yuan and Lin Fengxue, whose pupils had remained unchanged. Did the color evolve with the enhancement of their abilities? Upon hearing Nanji's words, the red-haired man scoffed derisively and waved his hand. Can someone explain to her why this is the case? A young girl with a rebellious demeanor stepped forward, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on Li Chen. Even as she addressed Nan Gu, "This is our town, so of course, we call the shots. Those resources are necessary for our survival. Anyone who dares to take them will face our wrath." As she spoke, she raised her fist, and Li Chen could feel the sharp sound of wind slicing through the air. It appeared that their little group contained a considerable number of extraordinary beings. Chapter 42. Danger ahead. Nan Gu closed her eyes to sense the atmosphere before inquiring, "How do you procure food in a town overrun with zombies?" She had no desire to remain cooped up in a vehicle, and moreover, this group did not sit well with her. The young girl, Li Qing, shifted her expression, a mixture of embarrassment and anger at having her thoughts exposed. "So what if there are zombies? We have many extraordinary beings among us. We can surely eliminate them one by one. Once we clear them out, we can take the resources." Nan Gu was quite candid. "However, since yesterday, I have not seen anyone enter the town. Are you certain you can slay the zombies?" To be frank, in comparison to Li Chen, she considered herself rather feeble. Yet, Even with the presence of supernatural beings in that group, she held them in disdain. Observing that Nonggu was on the verge of confrontation, Li Qin discreetly positioned himself behind her and calmly stated, "Since this town belongs to you, we shall refrain from entering. We will leave shortly by car." Initially, their expressions were far from pleasant, but upon hearing Li Qin's words, the red-haired individual burst into laughter, exclaiming, "If only you had recognized the situation sooner. If you refuse to comply, we might be compelled to take action." Laughter erupted from behind them. Nonggu felt indignant. Why were they afraid to confront the zombies yet denied her the chance to scavenge for supplies? Now, Li Qin was even yielding. The man she knew was not like this at all. After pulling Nonggu away, Li Qin glanced at her and noted her evident irritation. "What is the matter?" he inquired with a smile. Nonggu stamped her foot in frustration. "Why should we acquiesce to them? If they are displeased, let them come at us. Who fears them?" Li Qin was reluctant to highlight Nongji's shortcomings. In her weaker days, she would shy away from him, and now she dared to speak defiantly. "Little zombie, your courage has certainly grown," he mused about the group. Reflecting on their youthful appearances, he thought, "Why should I squabble with a bunch of children?" Nonggu remained dissatisfied, opting to silence herself and avert her gaze from Li Qin. Li Qin's clothes had no chance to dry. They had just come from the stream, and a group of red-haired individuals trailed closely behind them. This was indeed a fine vehicle, conspicuous in every sense. Upon spotting the car, the eyes of the red-haired leader lit up with intrigue. As Li Qin was about to enter the vehicle and depart, the leader exchanged a glance with his companions, prompting them to encircle the car. Li Qin rolled down the window and slightly raised his head to confront the leader. "What is the meaning of this?" "We are prepared to leave." The leader, of course, would not admit to his unscrupulous intentions. Instead, he unreasonably declared, "Since you have spent the night outside the town, you must pay a protection fee." That insolent brat. Nonggu had learned to mimic Zhang Wei's habitual reprimands toward Ma Yuan and feigned an intention to exit the car and confront them, only to be restrained by Li Qin. The gentle glimmer in Li Qin's eyes suddenly transformed into a chilling glare. "Oh, you wish to collect a protection fee?" The red-haired leader's heart sank. He was accustomed to causing minor disturbances in school but dared not cross paths with individuals from the real world. However, after the Eternal Night, the awakened abilities emerged and he discovered his affinity for earth-based powers. He realized that the younger one was, the greater the awakening potential. Thus, he rallied a group of youths to assist their leader in seizing control of the entire town. Yet, despite his brazen demeanor, he had never encountered someone like Li Qin. When Li Qin was gentle, his aura was restrained, but when he turned fierce, even a mere glance seemed capable of shattering one's spirit. The red-haired leader involuntarily took 2 steps back, prompting Li Qin to step forward, trying to assert dominance. "Ma Xingqiao, you need not fear them. We are many." Upon finishing her words, she gazed at Li Qin with an amused expression. "Brother, why not stay in our town? Look at how picturesque it is here. Even in the apocalypse, one could survive." The blatant allure in her eyes ignited a surge of indignation within Nonggu. But wait, why was she feeling angry? This had little to do with her, after all. She and Li Qin were on the same side, yet at this moment, she communicated her disdain for these people through her glance. Li Qin was decidedly unwilling to engage in further banter, pointing at the decapitated zombie nearby. "I eliminated all of these earlier today. Are you still certain you wish to obstruct me?" The onlooker's expressions instantly morphed into one of terror. He single-handedly dispatched so many zombies? Doubts began to creep into their minds, yet the red-haired one was still reluctant to part with his vehicle. Li Qin, too, found it difficult to let go of Li Qin. With such a commendable physique and handsome visage, she yearned for him to be her man. Thus, the two briefly conferred and surprisingly smiled at Li Qin. "Aren't you seeking supplies in the town? We've decided to let you in. Whatever you find will be yours." And if they did not return, the vehicle would belong to these individuals? What a straightforward scheme for treachery. Li Qin had no intention of remaining. But Nonggu grasped his sleeve. Li Qin cast her a puzzled glance. "What is it? Do you sense something?" In the recesses of Nongji's mind, fleeting images danced, too swift for her to grasp. It felt oddly familiar, as if she had been here before. This town seemed to harbor relics from her ancestors, treasures of great significance. "Is it crucial?" Li Qin inquired earnestly. Nonggu, in a daze, shook her head, her gaze meeting Li Qin's with a hint of pity. "I am uncertain. Perhaps we should just leave." Since Li Qin wished to avoid trouble, she was inclined to follow his lead. However, after a moment of contemplation, Li Qin resolved, "Let us venture into the town." Nonggu stared at him in disbelief. It was evident even to her, a small zombie, that the red-haired man harbored ill intentions. Why would Li Chen willingly step into such a trap? Yet, despite her concerns, his expression remained unchanged. Though Nangu sensed an air of confidence about him. Having made their decision, Li Chen rolled up the car window, stating, "Then we shall enter the town." The red-haired man waved dismissively, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Be cautious on the way. Just make sure you get bitten by a zombie, but don't wreck my car." Once Li Chen drove with Nangu into the town, the red-haired man promptly began orchestrating his scheme. "Quickly, follow me to set up traps. If they manage to survive, we must ensure they leave the vehicle behind. Such a massive armored car would be a boon for us. When the time comes, who fears the zombies? We can simply charge into the town, and countless zombies will be obliterated." Li Chen cautiously interjected, "Shouldn't we inform the boss about this matter?" The expression on the red-haired man's face shifted momentarily before reverting to normal. "Let us discuss it once the matter is accomplished." Aware of his intent to monopolize the vehicle, Li Chen's gaze brimmed with disdain. However, she did not forget to propose her terms to the red-haired man. "Once the vehicle is yours, that man belongs to me." With a wicked grin, he pinched her waist and quipped, "You haven't even fully developed yet, and you're already thinking about men." Enraged, Li Chen retaliated with a swift slap, exclaiming, "What do you know? Such an exceptional man. If we don't secure him now, we may never encounter him again. Hurry, I will help you set a trap." With that, she waved her hand, and thorny vines sprouted from the ground in an instant. It turned out she was a wood elemental ability user. Li Chen drove into the town with Nangu. The road was treacherous, so he secured the vehicle and escorted Nangu out. The outer area of the town had relatively few zombies, and after sensing her surroundings, Nangu remarked to Li Chen, "They seem to be concentrated around places like supermarkets and gas stations." Li Chen nodded in understanding. It seemed that some individuals had not given up hope and ventured into the town in search of food, inevitably attracting the zombies along their path, which congregated in the supermarkets. Many of the zombies had mutated, and due to various factors preying upon their kind, their formidable nature defied scientific explanation. Thus, they proceeded with utmost caution. As Nangu stayed close to a human, the danger level significantly increased, prompting the zombies to slowly begin their assault. When faced with fewer and less powerful zombies, Li Chen would allow Nangu to handle them. Only when confronted with more formidable foes would he intervene. As they swept through, the number of lifeless zombies had exceeded 100, and the small supermarket soon came into view. Nangu cast a glance inside, and, as expected, there were decaying corpses and debris, indicating that someone had suffered a dire fate here. "How many zombies are inside?" Li Chen inquired. Nangu concentrated intently. "There are probably over 200. It is quite astonishing that such a small supermarket could harbor so many zombies." Suddenly, her expression shifted. "There are more on the roof." She widened her eyes and told Li Chen, "Those zombies are formidable. I cannot discern their abilities. Moreover, their entire presence is quite eerie. They are just lying on the roof." Nangu recalled what she had heard on the broadcast last night. Humanity had begun categorizing these zombies. The most ordinary ones were classified as level 1, akin to those speed-type zombies they had encountered in the small village, which were merely level 2. Nangu was certain that those on the supermarket roof were at least level 3. Even 100 level 2 zombies would not stand a chance against one of them. How terrifying must they be? Despite their rapid evolution, it was unlikely they had reached an extraordinary level. They must be level 3 zombies, Li Chen clarified, dispelling Nanji's doubts. Her expression darkened instantly. The disparity between level 2 and level 3 was indeed vast. It made her feel quite inadequate. "Do you still want to proceed?" she asked anxiously. "Perhaps we should look for another supermarket?" The further they ventured into the town, the more zombies they encountered. Since they had already arrived here, it was not prudent to change course. Li Chen tightened his grip on the gun. "Let us first clear the zombies on the perimeter." Nange was unskilled with firearms and could only engage in close combat, relying on Li Chen to provide her with cover. Yet, a sense of trepidation lingered within her. Such formidable zombies were surely sensed by Li Chen as well. Did he not feel fear? Chapter 43. Tier 3 Zombies. Li Chen was the pillar of strength for both of them. His absence of fear naturally alleviated much of Nange's anxiety. However, she remained uncertain whether Li Chen was genuinely fearless or merely feigning bravery. At that moment, they were concealed at a distance, in a location unlikely to attract the zombies. Li Chen inquired in a low voice, "Could you briefly describe their positions to me?" Nange focused her senses, finding it considerably easier than before, and soon discerned their locations. The small supermarket was overcrowded with zombies, making it challenging to lure them out for an attack. After Li Chen had spoken, He fixed his gaze upon Nange. Therefore, I require your assistance. Me? Nange pondered. She was capable of handling a few Tier 2 zombies. But the presence of Tier 3 zombies within the supermarket rendered her utterly outmatched. Sensing her apprehension, Li Chun grasped her hand firmly. Leave those higher-tier zombies to me. Nange remained skeptical. Humans were often cunning and could betray without realizing it. The formidable Tier 3 zombies were no trivial matter, and rather than fleeing, he seemed intent on confronting them. Reluctantly, she nodded in acquiescence. Very well, I shall heed your counsel for now. Li Chun reassured her. These zombies may or may not initiate an attack on you. Give it a try, and I will provide cover from here. After the task is completed, a reward will be granted to you. Upon hearing the mention of a reward, Nango began to negotiate. Could I request the blood of an extraordinary individual? Or perhaps yours will suffice. Have you not noticed that the sin of your blood is distinct from that of others? What Nango did not express was that his blood was the most alluring to her. Li Chun, feeling helpless, reflected that he had never tasted anyone else's blood, nor his own, to discern any differences in flavor. Very well, Li Chun acquiesced, and indeed, Nango found newfound courage. This time, without needing Li Chun's prompting, she crouched and made her way toward the small supermarket. She was already quite close, and the zombies did not attack her. It seemed that to provoke these undead, one needed to take the initiative. Li Chun had just equipped Nango with a walkie-talkie, and at that moment, he was attentively listening to her reports. After weighing his options, he instructed, begin from the left. First, engage 3 of them and lure them out. Nango slowly grasped the dagger in her hand, feeling an unexpected thrill. However, when attempting to entice the other zombies, her actions did not proceed smoothly. Her combat experience was still too limited. Although Li Chun instructed her to lure 3, she inadvertently attracted nearly 30. Confined within the supermarket, even if she could engage them, she was no match for such a multitude. After dispatching a few, Nango swiftly sprinted towards the exit. Li Chun watched the dense swarm trailing behind her, sighed deeply, furrowed his brow, and began to pull the trigger. Fortunately, although 30 was a considerable challenge, it was still manageable. As Nango noticed Li Chun's unwavering focus while eliminating the 30 zombies, she felt a sudden chill at her neck. Subsequently, the 2 individuals developed a profound understanding of one another. The primary issues still resided with Nango, yet fortunately, Li Chun proved to be quite capable. With his assistance, they gradually eradicated the over 200 zombies. Li Chun was truly discerning. He had meticulously chosen this particular location as an ideal training ground for Nango. While her perceptive abilities were commendable, her strength and speed fell significantly short when compared to other zombies. Now that the third-tier zombies had emerged, her lack of evolution would only lead her to certain demise. Observing the young individuals in the town outside, it was evident that the abilities of evolved practitioners had become increasingly pronounced. As a zombie, Nango needed to be particularly astute in safeguarding herself. Li Chun, having taken on a considerable burden, was reluctant to relinquish it, yet he found himself deeply concerned for this little zombie. He reached out, tenderly arranging Nanji's somewhat disheveled hair. His skills in tying hair had grown increasingly adept. Tightening the leather straps, Li Chun spoke to Nango with a calm demeanor. Because I believe you can handle them all. Nango, unwilling to confront the formidable higher-tier zombies, sought to distance herself from the situation. Since I have already assisted you to this extent, surely I need not venture further? Li Chun smiled faintly, and upon witnessing his smile, Nango instinctively sensed impending trouble. Indeed, he grasped her wrist and led her back into the supermarket. With Nango present, the ordinary zombies had been completely vanquished. As for the higher-tier zombies, Li Chun glanced up at the ceiling, catching only fleeting shadows before silence enveloped the rooftop once more. Inside and outside the small supermarket lay the remnants of zombies, while the supplies remained remarkably intact. If they were to take everything, it could sustain them for yet another month. Upon entering the supermarket, Li Chun gradually released Nanji's wrist and softly advised her to exercise caution. He too sensed the ominous presence of danger. Those zombies would undoubtedly prove formidable adversaries. Fear gripped Nanji's heart, for she was a zombie herself, instinctively submitting to those stronger than her. Thus, when Li Chun urged her to be careful, she had already positioned herself motionless in a corner, pressed against the wall, which afforded her a semblance of safety. Li Chun held a gun in each hand, treading with utmost care. He let out a soft sigh and gestured towards the ceiling. Initially, Nango was perplexed, sensing merely a trickle of rain within the room. However, after wiping her face, she realized something was amiss. It was not raining outside at all. Trembling, she glanced upward and was struck with terror as her eyes widened in horror. There, looming above her, was a ghastly, oversized head. The earlier drops of moisture were, in fact, its drool. This zombie was horrifyingly disfigured, its features blurred beyond recognition, yet its fangs and claws glimmered ominously, stained with still fresh blood. Particularly unsettling were its blood-red eyes, which drew one's gaze, compelling one to overlook its disheveled appearance, as if entranced by that haunting stare. Nan Gu. Li Chen called out to her urgently. This creature appeared to be a psychic type of zombie. Li Chen and Nan Gu had recently encountered numerous zombies and were well acquainted with the psychic variety. The zombie leader that previously roamed the northern part of the capital city was of the same type, yet it paled in comparison to this one. Not only could this creature manipulate the mind, but it also possessed formidable combat prowess. Li Chen's expression darkened considerably, while Nan Gu found herself facing the creature. On the verge of tears, she lamented the formidable nature of these high-level zombies and feared that she might truly perish here. In her heart, she pondered whether feigning submission might spare her life, only to soon realize the naivety of her thoughts. It turned out that the zombie had been observing her for quite some time, contemplating the best way to strike. Initially, it intended to subdue Nan Gu before eliminating her. But with her escape from its mental grasp, it had entered a state of frenzy. From the moment the zombie appeared, Li Chen had already adopted a defensive stance. At this critical juncture, he sharply commanded Nan Gu to crouch down. Instinctively, she obeyed, and indeed, the zombie moved in tandem with her. As it opened its mouth, Nan Gu was astounded to find that its maw was nearly the size of her own head. From her vantage point below, she could clearly see 2 rows of razor-sharp teeth within the creature's gaping mouth. It had lunged at her with the intent to devour her head. After she crouched down, its body could not reach her, yet with a resounding crash, she still heard the chilling sound of its teeth clashing together. Her complexion turned ashen. Good heavens! If she were truly bitten, her neck might snap. Stop dawdling. Run. Li Chen moved with the urgency of a zombie, having anticipated its intention to bite Nan Gu. And thus he fired his weapon without hesitation. The zombie had no time to evade and was instantly dispatched by Li Chen's shot. Seizing this moment, Nan Gu swiftly emerged from her hiding spot. She now understood that nowhere was as safe as being by Li Chen's side, so she stood back to back with him. Though she clutched a dagger in her hand, her wrist trembled uncontrollably. Li Chen discerned her fear, having just dealt with one mutated zombie. The other surviving zombies in the supermarket had become utterly frenzied, emerging from the corners of the crumbling walls and the ceiling. Nan Gu, you must believe in yourself. He called her name, his voice steady and powerful, as if a mere glance from him could quell all danger. You just dispatched so many zombies, have you forgotten? These few won't pose a challenge for us. I hope you can lend me your strength. Nan Gu was inclined to refuse. It was one thing to appease this man for a morsel of food, but killing zombies was an exceedingly daunting task. One misstep could cost her life. Yet perhaps it was due to his faith in her, or perhaps it was the way he said her name, that she found herself nodding. Li Chen turned once more, a smile gracing his lips. His gaze instantly sharpened. How dare these mere third-tier psychic zombies exhibit such audacity? Nange remained oblivious to Li Chen's transformation. Instead, she felt emboldened and initiated a provocation against the approaching zombie. Chapter 44. I am dying, yet I fear you not. Confidently entrusting her back to Li Chen, Nange sensed the shadow rushing towards her and resolved not to retreat any longer. These psychic zombies were formidable. A moment's inattention could lead to the manipulation of one's mind. However, having already broken free once, Nange even attempted to regain control over them. In the midst of battle, she began to realize the extent of the man's prowess. His movements were devoid of flamboyance, yet they were swift, precise, and lethal, striking true every time without wasting an ounce of strength. While the physical resilience of these third-tier zombies was indeed terrifying, unarmed combat would inflict little damage upon them. Yet, with a firearm in Li Chen's hands, they were at a disadvantage against bullets. Gradually, Nange began to relish the thrill of their cooperation. Although she was inferior to him, Li Chen consistently accommodated her. Before long, another zombie lay in ruins at their feet, leaving only the most formidable adversary to confront them. Nange tightened her grip on the dagger and said to Li Chen, "Only one remains, but I sense it is more challenging than all the others combined." Her eyes were now filled with a bloodthirsty ferocity. She had never contemplated before that she might possess a murderous inclination. Perhaps this was her true nature? Li Chen remained silent, merely checking his ammunition. One gun contained a single bullet. Resolving the issue of how to eliminate this zombie within 2 shots posed a significant challenge. Though Nangu remained uncertain about the situation at hand, she cautiously observed the approaching zombie while conversing with Li Chun. What if I charge at it and embrace it? That way, you could shoot, and it would be swiftly eliminated. The bullet would pierce through you as well. Li Chun turned to glance at Nangu, his eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions that she could not decipher. Unfazed, Nangu chuckled lightly. It's all right. I can't feel pain anyway. As long as it doesn't shoot through my head, I won't perish. Besides, it's not the first time I've taken a bullet from you. Absolutely not. Li Chun's rejection was cold and resolute. Nangu was taken aback. Her suggestion was clearly the most straightforward and convenient option, yet he disagreed. Before she could probe further, Li Chun was concerned that the situation would incite his frustration. Fortunately, the zombie had already charged towards them. This undead creature was large in stature yet remarkably agile, darting up and down with an agility that rivaled the two of them. Nangu attempted to exert mental control over it, but nearly suffered a backlash. Gritting her teeth in determination, she realized that the zombie was on the verge of evolving to the fourth tier. When it lunged at her once more, Nangu, mentally strained, could only barely evade its attack. Despite her efforts, its claws still managed to graze her arm. It was only due to Li Chun's swift intervention, pulling her back just in time, that her arm was spared from being torn off entirely. Li Chun, Nangu seemed to have given up. We simply cannot defeat it. Just moments ago, in an effort to save herself, Li Chun had already expended a bullet. Observing his expression, Nangu realized the situation was indeed dire for them. She had anticipated that Li Chun would chastise her for her cowardice, but instead, he merely smiled with a calm demeanor. The crucial point is that we are now its targets. Escape is temporarily impossible. Although Nangu felt no pain in her hand, her body was utterly fatigued. Should the zombie launch another assault, she might lack the strength to defend herself. With a hint of despondency, she remarked to Li Chun, I may end up being a burden to you again. Perhaps you should let me rest over there. Otherwise, if it charges at us again, I might drag you down with me. Li Chun's expression had never been so gentle. He even pinched Nangu's cheek lightly. Stay by my side. When it attacks again, we will surely be able to vanquish it. Nangu bit her lip and nodded, though she was uncertain where their confidence stemmed from. Given their disadvantaged position, the zombie, now thoroughly enraged, had no intention of allowing Li Chun and Nangu to converse leisurely beneath its very nose. With a deafening roar, it leaped from the ceiling to the ground, its gaping maw wide open, and its arms bending as it lunged towards the two. Having developed a tacit understanding, Li Chun and Nangu exchanged no words but instinctively dodged in opposite directions. In no time, they had effectively encircled the zombie. The primary force remained Li Chun. As Nangu observed him striking fiercely, targeting the vital points of the zombies, she noted that this particular zombie was swift and possessed psychic abilities, repeatedly evading Li Chun's onslaught. Though Nangu was relegated to the periphery, she still managed to inflict some damage upon the creature. To their astonishment, while entangled in combat with Li Chun, the zombie suddenly pivoted and launched an attack on Nangu. She could hardly believe her eyes. Had zombies become so astute? This one seemed capable of deceiving its foes, descending from the ceiling at the perfect moment to strike. What irked Nangu the most was the realization that this zombie was indeed more cunning than herself, as she had not anticipated its tactics at all. Facing such velocity, with her and Li Chun positioned in opposite directions, she had already lost hope that he would dare to come to her aid again. Nangu, Li Chun shouted, charging toward the oncoming threat. The sound jolted her back to reality. She knew the zombie was perilously close, and her strike might be futile. Nevertheless, she resolved to take a chance. With determination, she swung the dagger in her hand toward the zombie's head. She braced herself for failure, prepared to be torn apart by the creature. To her surprise, the zombie abruptly halted, as if ensnared by some invisible force, allowing her dagger to plunge deeply into its skull. The zombie let out a chilling wail, thrashing its arms wildly, leaving Nangu with scratches across her face. However, its roar was short-lived, as Li Chun, with his last bullet, swiftly ended the menace. As the zombie collapsed, Nangu had yet to grasp the unfolding events. She turned her head, still smeared with blood, her gaze toward Li Chun vacant. Did I kill it? This was not how things were meant to transpire. Given the zombie's speed, it should have evaded my strike. I was certain that, mentally, I had no control over it. However, Li Chun resolutely nodded, rushing over to envelop her in his embrace. Yes, you did it. You truly accomplished it. Nangu rarely heard such excitement in Li Chun's voice, and it filled her with elation. She did not resist being held. Her thoughts were consumed with running a few laps around the town, inquiring of the other zombies if they had witnessed this. How could she, so seemingly feeble, Have vanquished a creature on the verge of evolving to a fourth tier? Good heavens, when did she become so formidable? Haraha. Suddenly, Nangu burst into laughter. Stamping her feet in sheer joy, Li Qin, did you see that? She clutched tightly to Li Qin's garment. I actually killed this zombie. Yes, I saw it, little mute. You are truly remarkable. Li Qin praised her, his gaze warm and gentle. In this moment of happiness, Nangu did not mind his teasing nickname. Her nose nearly soared with pride. Not daring to meet Li Qin's eyes, as she worried he might discern her bashfulness, she stammered, So, what are you waiting for? We have already cleared the zombies here. Let us quickly gather the supplies. Li Qin gave a slight grunt. Gradually releasing Nangu and turning to leave. You extract the cores from these zombies. Nangu had no desire to carry anything, so she readily agreed to the task of extracting the cores, which was quite a simple endeavor. As Li Qin walked away with his back to her, he took a couple of steps while still gazing at his palm. In that fleeting moment when he let go of Nangu, he felt an unexpected reluctance. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. What was he truly lamenting over a zombie? While Li Qin busied himself with gathering supplies, Nangu engaged in what felt like a treasure hunt, diligently extracting the cores from the zombies. Ordinary zombies hardly possessed cores, and if they did, they were minuscule. However, the few mutated zombies of the psychic type each had their own cores. They had a special pocket designated for collecting these cores, and Nangu intended to place the extracted ones back into it. She found great delight in these glittering objects, akin to jewels, which sparkled brilliantly under the sunlight. Among these cores, there were various colors. For instance, the psychic cores were a milky white. After playing with them for a while, thoroughly enchanted, she took advantage of Li Qin's distraction and playfully bit down on one of the cores. However, before she could spit it out, she realized it had vanished. Nanji's eyes widened in disbelief as she searched around her. Where could it have gone? She had merely taken a bite. Undeterred, she retrieved a transparent core and bit it, finding no discernible change. Then she tried another psychic core, only to find that it too had disappeared from her mouth. Panic surged within her as she realized she had succumbed to the temptation of that strange substance. Who knows what side effects may arise? Li Qin swiftly packed his belongings, and when he completed the final round of moving, he discovered Nangu pitifully squatting on the ground. Her petite frame made her appear even more endearing in such a position. Thus, Li Qin approached her, mimicking her stance, and gently ruffled her hair, asking, Little mute, what are you thinking about? Nangu lifted her head, although her eyes were devoid of tears. Li Qin perceived them as glistening with unshed sorrow. Moreover, he was certain he was not mistaken. The red veins in her eyes had nearly vanished. And now her gaze was not only clear, but also possessed a certain luminosity. Li Qin, I feel as though I am dying. Nangu lamented, her head drooping, exuding an aura of profound desolation. Chapter 45. This is food. As the skies over the small town gradually brightened, a gentle breeze wafted through the shattered doors of the supermarket, softly brushing against Nanji's long hair. The earlier scuffle had left her hair disheveled. Yet in her current state of sadness, she made no effort to retie it. The weather today was splendid. Li Qin refrained from inquiring about her declaration of impending demise. Instead, he dusted off his knees and glanced outside. This was meant to be an exceedingly tranquil town. On his journey, he had even stumbled upon an abandoned villa. A calamity had not only torn apart the earth, but also the very fabric of humanity. The warm breeze evoked a sense of nostalgia in Li Qin, causing his tone to soften considerably. Nangu, oblivious to the temperature of the wind, merely sulked in grievance, You do not care about me at all. Li Qin found himself at a loss for words, bemusedly responding, But you have already passed away. As he spoke, he noticed a blade of grass entangled in Nanji's hair and casually plucked it away. Nangu shot him an annoyed glance, exclaiming, You know full well that is not what I meant. Observing her renewed vigor, Li Qin smiled and inquired, All right, now you may enlighten me about the situation at hand. Even Nangu, despite her usual naivety, recognized that Li Qin had merely been teasing her, which made her want to scratch him playfully. However, she restrained herself and recounted the recent events to Li Qin. The crystal core has vanished. It must have been swallowed by me. What should I do? Her earnest concern amused Li Qin, who, retrieving another psychic crystal from his pocket, coaxed her, Open your mouth. Startled, Nangu instinctively complied. And before she could process what was happening, Li Qin placed the crystal inside her mouth. To her astonishment, the crystal promptly disappeared again. Li Qin stroked his chin, finally appearing to believe her claim, and remarked, So it truly has been consumed by you. Nangu was on the verge of tears as she reached out to strike Li Qin, asserting that she was no longer the feeble little zombie she once was. Her strength had notably increased. Li Chen only heard a couple of muffled thuds, while Nan Ge grumbled, "I told you I'm going to die. And you still give me this. Are you hoping for my demise?" Li Chen observed her spirited demeanor, which hardly suggested impending death. His playful spirit could not be contained. And he teased her further, "No worries. When you previously died, no one buried you. Now that I'm here, I'll surely find you a splendid resting place." Nan Ge truly wished to end his life. However, with Li Chen's playful banter, her sorrow diminished. After all, she had already faced death once. She wondered what it would feel like to die again. Moreover, having just vanquished a formidable zombie, she found little joy in it. After all, what significance did life or death hold in the realm of the undead? After a moment's contemplation, Nan Ge nodded. Since she was destined to perish, she ought to fulfill her final wish. The vehicle remained stationary, and guided by instinct, she maneuvered to the rear of the town. Although they encountered zombies along the way, Li Chen and Nan Ge made a concerted effort to avoid confrontation, thus reaching their destination in a timely manner. As she searched, Nan Ge spotted an ancient locust tree and drew her dagger, commencing to dig beneath its boughs. Li Chen approached, standing beside her, and remarked, "Are you using the dagger I gifted you to dig a hole?" Nan Ge paused momentarily but did not cease her task, after all. She was on the brink of death and had no intention of heeding his incessant prattle. What was the harm in using his dagger to dig a hole? She deliberately ignored his presence, inciting a flicker of irritation within Li Chen. He had no intention of assisting her, instead surveying the surrounding terrain. The area behind the town was sparsely populated with zombies, primarily because the front was barricaded by them, preventing others from entering. The environment here was peaceful and serene. The locust tree had tilted backward due to an earthquake, yet its resilient roots remained firmly entrenched in the earth. For half an hour, Nan Ge dug diligently, finally feeling her dagger strike something solid, a box. With a few deft movements, she extracted the box and brushed off the dirt atop it. At this moment, Li Chen turned around, casting a glance at the dagger casually discarded by Nan Ge, a feeling of unease creeping in. "What is this?" Li Chen inquired. The kind grandmother held her close beneath the lush locust tree, pointing to a spot. "Little Ge, our family heirloom is buried here." Back then, Nan Xiao Ge, with her tender voice and sparkling large eyes, curiously asked, "An heirloom? What is that? Can we eat it?" The grandmother chuckled heartily. "Once you open it, you shall find out." The memory halted there. Beyond this, Nan Ge could recall no more. Thus, she feigned an intention to open the box. Glancing at Li Chen with caution, "There's food inside." Li Chen blinked in surprise. Food? Could it be wine brewed by the elders? Yet, even if it were food, why was she so wary of him? In that instant, Li Chen understood, his expression darkening further. "Do you think I would covet such a trivial morsel? Who knows what you might do?" Nan Ge mumbled defiantly. "I am on the brink of death, and this little bit of food is mine. I would rather let it rot in the ground than give it to you." "Fine, go ahead and hoard it," Li Chen retorted, losing the desire to converse with Nan Ge, opting instead to lean against the great locust tree, waiting for her to unveil the box. Unwilling to disclose his speculations regarding the crystal core, unlike his thermos, this box did not seem as peculiar, and thus, Nan Ge quickly pried it open. However, upon seeing the contents within, her little face fell. Despite Li Chen's claims of indifference, he had been secretly observing all along. Once he discerned the object within, he burst into laughter. To his astonishment, it was a Tang sword. Nan Ge, however, had thought it was something edible. Did she intend to sample it herself? Disappointment washed over her. She had been led to believe it was food. If it wasn't, then why had she come here, nearly losing her life to that deranged zombie? Her senses had sharpened significantly since then, and even though she stood sideways to Li Chen, she murmured, "If you wish to laugh, then laugh." Li Chen, having just experienced a bout of laughter that nearly ached his stomach, could hardly contain himself upon hearing Nan Ge's words. Her embarrassment was palpable. She realized her grandmother had deceived her. How infuriating. Li Chen continued to pat the large tree behind him, causing the leaves of the locust tree to flutter to the ground, echoing Nan Ge's words, "Edible. Even when buried in dirt, it won't be given to me." "Stop laughing," Nan Ge shouted at him, brandishing the Tang sword as she stood up. "I only permitted you to laugh for a moment." Li Chen raised an eyebrow, bemused by the sudden reversal of their roles. This was hardly a favorable omen. However, in good spirits, he did not threaten her. Instead, he extended his hand and said, "Since it isn't food, could you perhaps show it to me?" Fuming, Nan Ge threw the Tang sword at Li Chen. thinking to herself that she had truly embarrassed herself today. Li Chun weighed the blade in his hand, observing the intricate patterns on the scabbard. He then drew the blade, sunlight cascading over it, revealing an exceptionally polished and sharp edge that glimmered with a cold, luminous sheen. With a flourish, he swung it a couple of times before retracting his motion and presenting the Tang Dao back to Nan Ge. For an ordinary girl, this Tang Dao might be a tad heavy. However, I've noticed you've been feeling that the dagger is too light lately, so you should use this from now on. Nan Ge accepted the Tang Dao, the image of Li Chun wielding it vividly imprinted in her mind. She pouted slightly. It was originally mine. If you won't let me use it, should I just hand it over to you? Li Chun couldn't help but tease Nan Ge for quite some time over the Tang Dao. Initially, she believed she had misspoken, but later redirected all blame towards Min. Nan Ge procured a strap and secured the Tang Dao to her back, positioning it for easy access. Ready to draw it at a moment's notice should the need for combat arise. After ensuring everything was in order, she picked up the dagger Li Chun had given her, meticulously polishing it before stowing it away. Li Chun had assumed that with a more suitable weapon, she would no longer glance at his dagger. But witnessing her recent actions sparked a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. Although Nan Ge's silhouette remained slender, it no longer bore the hesitant demeanor he had first encountered. Her black hair danced in the warm breeze, and though her camouflage attire bore some dirt, it exuded an air of determination, especially when she carried the Tang Dao. Her figure from behind unmistakably resembled that of a cold beauty. However, this cold beauty revealed her true self with every word she spoke. She deftly opened the car door and promptly took her seat in the passenger side, observing her continued silence. Li Chun pondered for a moment before offering an apology once inside the vehicle. Are you upset? Next time, I promise not to laugh at such a situation. Such an embarrassing incident surely could not occur again. Moreover, given her understanding of Min, if he were to refrain from smiling, she might as well share his surname. Clearing his throat, Li Chun addressed Nan Ge. Did I not promise you before that I would provide you with the blood of an ability user? Once we leave the town, I shall retrieve it for you, if that is agreeable. The bizarre spectacle of a human reassuring a zombie was likely a sight only witnessed in this peculiar place. Upon hearing of the promised reward, Nan Ge felt a flicker of joy, yet she remained aloof, refusing to engage in conversation with Li Chun. As he drove the car towards the outskirts of the town, Nan Ge gazed at the desolate scenery while absent-mindedly caressing the Tang Dao on her back. Chapter 46. Encountering a stronger adversary, why did she possess such an item at home? The fragments of her past life eluded her comprehension, proving to be quite troublesome. Just as they were about to exit the town, they encountered further complications. Two zombies were pursuing a man and a woman. The young man appeared significantly younger than the girl, yet he steadfastly held her hand as they fled, consistently placing himself in front of her to shield her from the undead. In light of such an occurrence, Li Chun could not remain indifferent. He promptly halted the vehicle and informed Nan Ge, I shall go take a look. There were only a few zombies assailing the humans, and Li Chun swiftly dealt with them. When he turned to observe the young couple, they were seated on the ground, utterly stunned by the ordeal. Just a moment ago, I noticed from a distance that there was a certain resemblance between the two. The sister appeared to be in her early 20s, while the brother was of similar age to that red-haired boy outside the town, though he was dressed much more appropriately and lacked any lewd expressions. Are you siblings? Li Chun inquired softly, wishing to ask where they currently resided and if he should offer them assistance. To his surprise, the boy merely cast a wary glance at him before grabbing his sister's hand and fleeing. Li Chun stood there for a while, realizing that the two children he had just rescued had not uttered a single word to him. He playfully poked her head with a bit more force than intended, causing Nan Ge to lean back slightly. Then, he helplessly remarked, You only think about food. After saying this, he cast a meaningful glance at her Tang Dao. Nan Ge immediately pushed him away. What are you staring at? Hurry and drive. Li Chun did not dwell on the matter of the siblings. Even if he anticipated this outcome, he would have intervened nonetheless. As Nan Ge sat in the car, she surveyed the surroundings before skeptically remarking, This isn't the path we took to get here. Those individuals were undoubtedly lying in wait outside the town, setting a trap for them. We should take a different route. Li Chun truly wished to avoid confrontation with a group of unruly children, but if they cornered him and Nan Ge, she too would not hesitate to act. She was unlike him. A mere zombie fixated solely on food would be impervious to reason. Li Chun felt a sense of helplessness. He believed that his previous efforts in educating and transforming Nan Ge had been in vain. The path of reselection was fraught with difficulty, and Li Chun drove at a sluggish pace. However, to their surprise, they found themselves in another residential area. This was a place where the survivors of the calamity had congregated once more. Here, the signs of life were palpable. Nanji's excitement was palpable. Although she could no longer hunt the small fish at the town's entrance, she now felt as though she had gained access to the entire ocean. Li Chen, relying solely on his instincts, had thought that this route would lead them out of town, not realizing it would lead them into a residential district. This small town was so insular. He sensed that they might not be able to leave today after all. Indeed, once the armored vehicle entered, it captured everyone's attention. They all paused their activities, gazing expressionlessly at Li Chen's vehicle. Nan Ge leaned against the window, contemplating her options, and checked her pocket. Ah. The scalpel was still there. After observing for a moment, she turned to Li Chen and remarked, "Why do I feel that their expressions lack the richness of my own as a zombie?" Li Chen too sensed a shift in the atmosphere around them. Before they could drive away, people began to gather. There were quite a few survivors in the town, roughly several hundred. Far more than the small quarry village they had previously stayed in. Yet, in a town that once housed thousands, only this handful remained. Li Chen sighed inwardly. Moreover, they were crammed into just a few dozen houses, some of which were so dilapidated they were uninhabitable. As the vehicle was surrounded, Li Chen had no choice but to come to a halt. Nan Ge cast a hurried glance at Li Chen, pondering why he did not charge forward. Earlier, at the quarry, she had discerned that Zhang Wei and his companions bore no malice, which had restrained her from engaging them. However, surrounded by humans now, anxiety surged within her. The townsfolk undoubtedly harbored intentions to eliminate them. Consequently, as soon as the vehicle came to a halt, Nan Ge exited first. At present, the only signs of decay on her visage were near her temples, where the dark purples had mostly faded, leaving her complexion still pallid and unwell. Unfazed, she stood by the car door, scrutinizing the humans, and inquired, "What do you intend to do?" The humans exchanged glances, and eventually, a somewhat burly man spoke up. "You are from out of town, aren't you? Did you come to collect supplies from the town?" Since Nan Ge had already disembarked, Li Chen felt compelled to follow suit. He circled around the vehicle and joined her. One tall and handsome, the other petite and graceful. Disregarding Nan Ge's identity as a zombie, the pair appeared quite well matched. Nan Ge felt no fear towards them and raised an eyebrow, poised to acknowledge the inquiry, when Li Chen interjected, "No, we are merely passing through. There are far too many zombies in the town for us to intervene." The humans, taken aback by Li Chen's audacious falsehood, exchanged glances before stepping forward. "What? Are you intending to make a move?" Li Chen boldly positioned himself in front of Nan Ge. It was merely a few crystalline cores that caused the vibrant hue of Nan Ge's complexion to fade. When Li Chen first beheld her features, he was momentarily captivated by her beauty. Had she not been a zombie, one could only imagine the hardships she would have endured in the apocalypse. The intentions of the men surrounding her were evidently nefarious, and though Li Chen was reluctant to resort to violence, circumstances might soon force his hand. Before any of these men could utter a word, a sharp male voice pierced the air. "How do you treat your guests?" At the sound of this voice, the men scattered like leaves in the wind, and all bowed in deference to its owner, Brother Cheng, with no one able to provide her with answers. Nan Ge lifted her gaze to the man before her. His appearance paled in comparison to Li Chen's, lacking not only in looks but also in demeanor. He appeared to be around 25 years of age, flanked by two lovely young women. Was this man, exuding an aura of malevolence, truly the Brother Cheng they spoke of? Li Chen maintained his composure, though his voice was frigid. "Are you the leader of this town?" "Leader?" The sharp voice rang out once more. "Huh. I quite like that title." Li Chen's phoenix-like eyes were indeed narrow and elongated, yet they exuded a depth that was utterly profound, while Brother Cheng's slender eyes appeared nothing short of lecherous. In her heart, Nan Ge expressed her disdain for him and tugged at Li Chen's sleeve. This man was far more formidable than the likes of Red Hair and his gang. As she pondered this, Red Hair arrived with a contingent of followers. And upon spotting Li Chen, he strutted forward with an air of arrogance. "I never would have imagined you could survive from within the town. Boldly choosing such a perilous path. If you possess any sense, you would relinquish the vehicle and refrain from making us repeat ourselves, Brother Cheng." As he spoke, the red-haired man cast a fleeting glance towards Nange, and in that brief moment, his eyes widened in astonishment. Was this truly the same woman who had just been by Li Chen's side? He had not observed her closely before. How could she be so strikingly beautiful? Li Chen, who had accompanied the red-haired man, was equally incensed. They had lingered at the town's entrance for so long, only to find nothing, and now, discovering the remarkable beauty beside Li Chen, her anger flared even higher. This was a man she had set her sights on. Observing the woman's timid demeanor, one that seemed to cry out for protection, She could not fathom why Li Qin would choose to be with her. You desire my vehicle? I fear that request cannot be granted. Li Qin, too, had his own temperament. Before the apocalypse, he had been responsible for numerous lives. Such a confrontation would hardly intimidate him. Just as the red-haired man was about to respond, Brother Cheng coldly interjected, Ma Xingqiao, guests have arrived in the town. Why did you not inform me? At that moment, to everyone's astonishment, Ma Xingqiao abruptly knelt before him without any warning. Ning's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that this Brother Cheng possessed psychic abilities? Ma Xingqiao appeared immensely distressed, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, his speech faltering as he stammered. Brother Cheng, we only discovered them at the town's entrance. We intended to capture them to present to you. Brother Cheng, please spare me. Ning's expression shifted dramatically. No wonder Li Qin was unwilling to take action against the red-haired ones. Given his cowardly demeanor, should he intervene? It would seem somewhat unfair. The adversaries were simply too feeble, providing ample opportunities for ridicule, leaving Nangu at a loss for where to begin her disdain. Chengge gradually stepped closer to the red-haired individual, and it dawned on Nangu that with each of his movements, the latter's knees seemed to sink further into the earth. Before long, she even heard the sickening sound of bones fracturing. This was not a manifestation of psychic abilities. She quickly glanced at Li Qin, who nodded in affirmation. This was a display of power-based abilities, and judging by Qing Ji's demeanor, it appeared he could manipulate gravity. In that moment, Nangu found herself utterly perplexed by the thoughts of the townsfolk. With such formidable abilities, why not venture forth to eliminate a few zombies? Why remain cooped up here, allowing their own to bully one another? Although she had transformed into a zombie, she had witnessed enough of the living world. Just as it seemed Chenggu was about to crush the red-haired one's bones, a group of individuals approached, dragging two others along. Chenggu, it's that wretched pair of siblings again. We've caught them pilfering our supplies. What do you suggest we do? They proclaimed, unceremoniously tossing the siblings towards Chenggu. Chapter 47. Reception of the two. Almost everyone's gaze was fixated on the pair of siblings. Nangu recognized them. They were indeed familiar faces. Just moments ago, Li Qin had rescued them, yet they had not even expressed their gratitude. It was utterly unexpected to encounter them again under such dire circumstances. The man known as Chenggu regarded them with a sinister glare, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Although the two siblings had been restrained, the younger brother stepped forward, positioning himself in front of his sister. We did not steal your belongings, he asserted. Then tell me, where did these items come from? As his words lingered in the air, a small bundle of supplies was thrown to the ground. The brother attempted to retrieve it, only to be violently shoved down. Xian. The sister's eyes brimmed with tears as she knelt to grasp him, her frail frame exuding a fierce determination. As if to say that anyone wishing to harm her brother would have to step over her lifeless body. We found those in the town. The siblings huddled together. Their resilient postures a testament to their desire to protect their dearest kin. Laughter erupted around them. Even Chenggu could not contain himself. Su Fong. You claim you found those in the town? What a joke. The town is crawling with zombies. What can you two water elementals possibly do? Did the zombies not kill you? Su Fong and Su Xian's faces shifted from pale to ashen, grappling for words. Yet, they were innocent. They had not stolen those supplies. Su Xian, a spirited boy, pointed accusingly at Chenggu. You detain us merely as an excuse. You lack the courage to venture into the town, yet you forbid us from going? Coward. The man known as Chenggu was not one to be trifled with. Unwilling to engage in further dialogue, he raised an eyebrow. And in an instant, Su Xian, like Ma Xingqiao before him, found his knees sinking into the earth. His face flushed crimson. Agony overtook him as he collapsed into Su Fong's embrace, his breathing becoming labored. Tears streamed down Su Fong's face as she reluctantly pleaded, Brother Cheng, spare my sibling. Cheng. With a slight wave of his hand, lessened Su Xian's torment, and soon everyone heard him declare, You know what I desire, do you not? Fong Fong. I have cherished you since childhood. Due to the recent pressure, Su Xian struggled to articulate his words, yet he clung tightly to Su Fong's hand. His eyes aflame with desperation. Sister, you cannot acquiesce to him, that monster. However, in the wake of the apocalypse, everything had irrevocably changed. Their parents had transformed into zombies, and in a desperate bid to protect one another, the siblings had severed their heads with their own hands. The haunting memory of taking their kin's lives lingered with Su Fong, a dull ache akin to a blunt knife against flesh. In the aftermath, the entire town descended into chaos. With Su Xian in tow, their existence was already fraught with challenges. They merely sought to gather sufficient supplies and escape this place. Would she be ensnared in this nightmare for eternity? Frantically, Su Fong surveyed her surroundings, only to find that everyone regarded her with the same chilling indifference. She realized she had been cast out from their world. Was it not said that we would be allowed to reside in the town? Is this how you treat your guests? Before she could finish her sentence, Li Qin's voice echoed. It was then that Brother Chung recognized there were still 2 plump sheep left to be dealt with. He found their armored vehicle particularly intriguing. Yet uncertain of the duo's capabilities, he opted to observe the unfolding situation. With a wave of his hand, he signaled for someone to approach. Take them apart and confine them. I shall address this matter later tonight. Su Xian and Su Fong were evidently reluctant to be separated, clinging tightly to one another. However, how could the 2 of them withstand a multitude? They were swiftly taken away. Nan Gu stood quietly behind Li Qin, observing in silence. She felt no heartbeat, no breath, seemingly devoid of emotion. Yet, the girl's final gaze at her brother felt oddly familiar, a look of farewell that was more profound than any words could convey, leaving an indelible impact. A myriad of images flashed through Nan Ji's mind, in a stark, sterile hospital room. The person in the bed looking at their loved ones with the same haunting expression. The memory stirred a pang of discomfort within her. At that moment, Chenggu approached Li Qin, stating, since our esteemed guests are to remain, we must prepare to host you. For now, allow us to escort you to your quarters to rest. We shall summon you for the evening banquet. The banquet. Nan Gu surveyed the dilapidated, slum-like surroundings and mused on the quality of fare that could possibly be served. Her sole interest lay in the powerful ability user before her, a novel type she had never encountered before. Li Qin remained impassive, standing protectively in front of Nan Gu, nodding, we shall attend. Before long, Chenggu departed with his entourage, while Li Qin and Nan Gu drove to another decrepit brick house. Upon disembarking, the villagers kept their distance, allowing them privacy. Li Qin inspected the brick structure, discovering that although it appeared intact post-earthquake, it was, in truth, uninhabitable. He then helped Nan Gu down from the vehicle. Li Qin gazed at her, contemplating her earlier turmoil over whether consuming several crystal cores might lead to her demise. Her shift in thought was indeed rapid. Humanity is the most intricate yet comprehensible of creatures. Currently, that Chenggu, endowed with abilities, commands respect from those who willingly pay him tribute. Whether he desires resources or companionship, his subordinates readily procure them for him. One must wonder, if that is the case, why does he still engage in conflict within the town? Nan Gu harbored a deep-seated disdain for such men. Cheng Ji's authority stems from the fact that these zombies remain confined to the town. Should they evolve further, does he truly believe his stronghold will withstand the onslaught? However, this time, Nan Gu found herself relishing the thought of their potential failure, for she and Li Qin would undoubtedly refrain from offering assistance. Li Qin recalled the promise he had made to Nan Gu. From the cooler, he retrieved a bag of blood for her, declaring it a reward. Upon seeing the blood bag, Nan Ji's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly reached for it, speaking without a filter. I used to think you were quite terrible. But now I realize, compared to Chenggu, you are practically a paragon of virtue. Previously, with so many people around, Li Qin had not closely observed Nan Gu. Now, with her so near, he was struck by the transformation in her appearance. She had grown thin and pale, her eyes gleaming with an almost intimidating brightness. Yet they possessed a newfound vivacity. Especially when she looked up at him in that manner, Li Qin felt his heart race unexpectedly. Were the zombies truly this slender? As she approached, he could barely sense any weight upon her. Yet, when she had just vanquished the zombies, she appeared rather valiant. Nan Gu ceased to embrace him. She opened the blood bag and began to drink. At that moment, melancholy washed over her. After all, I am destined to perish. She gulped down a generous mouthful. I shall become a gluttonous ghost. Li Qin regarded her with suspicion, pondering whether she had not yet realized the changes within her body. It was indeed possible. She was rather oblivious, and without his prompting. She could remain anxious for another 10 days or so. He wished to engage her in conversation, yet as he opened his mouth, the image of her lunging towards him, with her bright, sparkling eyes, filled his mind. Ultimately, he chose silence. To his surprise, Li Qin actually smiled. What are you laughing at? Nan Gu blinked in confusion. The sky was darkening, and surely Li Qin had not eaten all day. Was he not hungry? Did he find solace in his own laughter? Silly zombie. Li Qin relaxed his posture, gazing out at the profound night enveloping the world. Before Nan Gu could become exasperated, he continued, I have a few plans. Would you care to listen? Curiosity piqued. Nan Gu leaned in closer. What plans? As night descended, Qinggu indeed sent someone to summon the two of them. Upon seeing them approach, a smile involuntarily broke across Qingji's face. Nangu had changed into a different outfit for the evening, still clad in camouflage, which was quite similar to Li Qin's attire, though the style was simple. It exuded a sense of coupledom. Li Chun had observed her for 2 hours that afternoon. After she consumed the blood bag, the necrotic spots at her temples had vanished. Had he not personally verified her condition, confirming that she still lacked a heartbeat and breath, he would have been thoroughly deceived by her appearance. This was not due to any other reason, but rather because Nangu now bore an uncanny resemblance to a human. Before alighting from the vehicle, Li Qin cautioned Nangu to conceal her bloodthirsty nature. Should their plan falter, he vowed never to provide her with blood bags again. Yet, Nangu excitedly fixated on the location of Qinggu, declaring, "Let us make this clear. That individual is mine." Chapter 48. You truly are enticing. Li Qin gritted his teeth. Previously, he was willing to seek out supernatural beings for her to devour. But hearing that she was interested in another man filled him with an inexplicable sense of discomfort. Qinggu took a couple of steps forward, feigning modesty as he remarked, "You arrived quite punctually. This is hardly a noble soiree," Li Qin mused, observing how Qingji's residence had been meticulously arranged, prompting a silent scoff from him. "It would be improper to keep you waiting." Qinggu led Li Chun and Nangu further inside, casually inquiring, "I still do not know your name." "Li Chun," he replied with a hint of indifference. "Oh, Li Chun," Qinggu said, narrowing his eyes as he glanced at Nangu, noting her enhanced beauty after an afternoon apart. The thought of possessing this woman in the future sent a thrill through him. "I wonder what your relationship is with the woman beside you." Li Qin, somewhat impatient, retorted. "She is my woman." Qingji's eyes brightened. Indeed, his speculation had been correct. Nangu remained silent, yet the Tang Dao behind her was held with unwavering steadiness. Upon entering the room, Nangu discovered that there was no grand banquet. Instead, numerous chairs were arranged within. This scene brought her a sense of comfort, for she could not partake in the culinary offerings of humanity. Conversely, Li Qin's expression grew increasingly frosty. Once seated, Qinggu had attendants deliver 2 glasses of water to them, yet neither of them chose to drink. Thoughts of the sibling pair, Su Fong and Su Xian, who had been taken away earlier, lingered in Nanji's mind like a persistent knot, prompting her to inquire of Qinggu, "Where are Su Fong and Su Xian?" Upon hearing Nanji's voice, which, albeit cold, possessed a tone he found more appealing, Qinggu responded with an unusual indulgence. "They lack memory and are still confined. But you shall see them shortly." For reasons unknown, Nangu found Qingji's smile somewhat unsettling, yet she failed to grasp the deeper implications behind it. Choosing instead to remain silent, Li Qin sat beside Nangu, his demeanor heavy with restraint and ill temper, which did not escape Qingji's notice. Nevertheless, he chuckled lightly. "Li Qin, what do you think of our little base?" Li Qin regarded him with an indifferent glance. "You consider this a base?" Qinggu detected the disdain in Li Qin's words and promptly straightened his posture. "Why wouldn't it be considered a base? We have gathered here, and we possess powerful abilities." Earlier, Li Qin had observed Qingji's predatory gaze upon Nangu, while he acknowledged her newfound beauty from a man's perspective. The fact that she was a product of the zombie apocalypse remained unchanged. Qingji's eyes resembled those of a treasure hunter, igniting within Li Qin an urge to eliminate him at once. However, Li Qin remained, genuinely intent on understanding the situation and aiding the siblings. He calmly inquired, "So?" Qinggu clapped his hands and laughed heartily. "I truly admire your straightforwardness. To be frank, I see potential in you. How about you stay here with us? You would become the second in command of this base." Nangu couldn't help but think of Chun Baishao, who must be the leader of the Jingjing base. Observing the demeanor and capability of the other, and then glancing at Qinggu, a dilapidated little town, a group of unruly citizens, and an arrogant leader. How could he dare to claim this as a base? Nangu wouldn't even acknowledge a single zombie here. Yet, Li Qin did not refuse outright. He merely asked, "You are aware that if you wish for us to stay, you must offer something in return." Qingji's laughter deepened, his eyes nearly disappearing with mirth. As he leaned closer to Li Qin and whispered, "What can other bases provide? Merely supplies and protection from ability users. Our base, however, is distinctly different." Nangu mused. Has this man truly taken on the role of a leader? What sets it apart? Li Qin inquired further. Qinggu smiled knowingly, then turned to Nangu and said, "It will be a while before we dine. Why not take a stroll nearby? We men have matters to discuss." Since she had quietly sensed the presence of several ability users nearby, including Su Fong and Su Xian, and having no particular interest in dining, Nan Gu stood up and told Li Chun, "I shall step out for a moment." Li Chun nodded, concern evident in his eyes. "Do not wander too far." Nan Gu cleared her throat, recalling the day she had stealthily escaped from the quarry, nearly plummeting off the cliff. Li Chun found it rather perplexing. Inspecting goods? What treasures could possibly exist in this small town? Suddenly, Chung Gu clapped his hands, and a group of women entered from outside. These women were scantily clad and meticulously adorned, ranging in age from their teens to 30s, each possessing a commendable charm. Chung Gu wore a broad smile as his gaze swept over them, instructing them to take their seats on the 2 rows of chairs. At last, Li Chun comprehended the purpose of those chairs. What does this mean? Although he had begun to piece together the situation, he was genuinely unaware that humanity could descend into such distortion. Chung Gu then noticed that Li Chun was unexpectedly mingling among these women. Her eyes fixed intently on Li Chun. "How about these women?" Chung Gu praised them. "These are the most beautiful from the base, and we have every type. Whether you prefer slender or voluptuous, all your desires can be fulfilled." Chung Ji's heart skipped a beat, primarily due to the terrifying intensity of Li Chun's gaze, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. But then he reconsidered. These were all his people. Why should he fear Li Chun? Thus, he resumed his jovial demeanor, saying, "Don't be surprised. In this post-apocalyptic world, we men must indulge ourselves. Just look at the services I provide. Surely they surpass those of other bases by a considerable margin." Chung Gu pointed at several women and remarked, "They are all married. But do you know why they are seated here? Their husbands brought them. If they are unconcerned, why should you be?" Li Chun was seething with rage. Thankfully, Nan Gu had already been sent away. Otherwise, witnessing such a scene would surely tarnish her reputation. Chung Gu noticed that Li Chun merely stared at him in silence, his expression inscrutable. He wondered if Li Chun might be intrigued. After all, aren't men often drawn to such allure? His girlfriend, too, possessed delicate beauty. If Li Chun chose to linger, they could all enjoy each other's company in the future. The thought was undeniably enticing. Chung Ji's grin widened as he beckoned, and 2 women approached, swaying their hips enticingly. It had been less than 2 months since the apocalypse had swept through, yet the humanity of those present had already deteriorated. Chung Gu cast a glance at Li Chun, as if to convey a favor. Why not attend to the esteemed guest? Li Chun's heart soared as she approached with a radiant smile, eager to be as close to Li Chun as possible. However, before she could reach him, Li Chun recoiled as though shunning a plague, exclaiming, "Keep your distance." Chung Gu, who had been resting his hand on the 2 women, turned his furious gaze to Li Chun, questioning, "What do you mean by that? I should be the one asking you." He disdainfully surveyed the women before fixing his gaze on Chung Ji's face. "Is this what you call a banquet?" Chung Gu was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. "Of course. This is merely the appetizer. I am certain you will enjoy this banquet." Li Chun was consumed by a murderous intent, unable to muster even a semblance of a smile, feeling the chill of the town enveloping him. After a considerable pause, Chung Gu finally heard him utter, "I fear you may be disappointed. I possess no interest whatsoever in such a banquet." Upon exiting the room, Nan Gu sensed the gaze of numerous onlookers upon her. Her perception sharpened significantly. When her expression was stern, she truly resembled a cold beauty. She proceeded to the place where Su Fong was being held. Although termed a prison, it was merely a dilapidated building, locked from the outside. Such a lock could easily be breached by a wind blade, wielded by the wind-based ability users of today. Yet Su Fong, being water-based, found herself powerless. At present, she could not see Su Xian, was oblivious to his condition, and remained in the dark about her own fate, crouching in a corner and hugging her knees, silently wishing that Chung Gu would forget her. Suddenly, a sound echoed from the entrance as the lock was forcefully broken, causing Su Fong's heart to leap into her throat. To her astonishment, upon the door's opening stood a woman clad in camouflage. This woman was familiar to her, just today. Her partner had rescued both Su Fong and Su Xian. Recalling her own cowardice in failing to express her gratitude, Su Fong felt a wave of shame wash over her. Lowering her head, as the woman stepped inside, she made sure to secure the door behind her. Looking down at Su Fong from a height, Nan Gu realized she had little to say to her. Su Fong remained silent, and the 2 endured a prolonged stalemate, during which Nan Gu unexpectedly took a seat nearby. The proximity brought a chill that enveloped Su Fong. Yet even if she wished to shift away, she found it impossible, as she remained cornered. Nan Gu found herself unable to resist the allure of Su Fong's blood. As a fire elementalist, the scent of her blood was intoxicatingly fiery, while that of the water elementalist was refreshingly pure. It was not merely a breath, the aroma coursed through her body, Indeed, if it smelled so delightful, it must be even more delectable to consume. Su Fang was utterly taken aback. What was happening? A woman was, astonishingly, inhaling the scent from her neck? Goodness. Her mind had ceased to function. Before she could voice her thoughts, questioning whether she was overthinking things, Nanga finally spoke. Her voice tinged with a husky note. You smell truly exquisite. Chapter 49. I Want to Bite You. Su Fang's university was a typical environment with a surplus of women and a scarcity of men. In the past, she had observed girls displaying affectionate behavior on campus, yet when the situation turned personal, her anxiety erupted at that very moment. Trembling, she gazed at Nanga, whose bright black eyes reflected her own visage. Su Fang pondered. She did not consider herself as beautiful as Nanga. What could she possibly see in her? Noticing the knife behind her, if she were to refuse her now, would Nanga react with anger and humiliation? As Su Fang wrestled with her thoughts, Nanga remained oblivious to her inner turmoil, only quietly comparing. She realized that while Su Fang's blood was enticing, it paled in comparison to the influence Li Qin held over her. At that moment, she felt fortunate that Li Qin had already shared sustenance with her. Otherwise, standing so close to the smooth, delicate neck before her, she might have been unable to resist the urge to bite. Nanga took a moment to quell her inner desires, her deep-set eyes fixated on Su Fang. Since she had promised Li Qin, she felt compelled to maintain a faade. After swallowing hard, she chose a manner she could endure and said to Su Fang, I will help you rescue your brother. But once the deed is done, you must allow me a taste. Su Fang was overcome with goosebumps. Could it be that this woman had genuinely developed feelings for her? It was true that Chenggu had always been scheming against her, yet whenever she encountered him, she instinctively felt repulsed. In contrast, she found herself unnaturally drawn to Nanga, though not in a negative way. However, Su Fang's attention was captured solely by the mention of her brother, and she shamefully rubbed her arms where the goosebumps had formed, asking with a mix of disbelief and hope, Can you truly help me? Of course, Nanga replied, taking a moment to inhale deeply. It seems I could indeed bite you. Su Fang's heart was in turmoil. She truly did not harbor any romantic inclinations towards women. Yet, considering that Nanga was at least a beautiful girl, she thought, if it were Chenggu, never mind, I might as well agree to her. After all, this was a post-apocalyptic world. At worst, she could leave with Su Xian as soon as the situation was resolved. Thus, Su Fang nodded, her tone imbued with a sense of resolution. All right, I accept your terms. Unbeknownst to Nanga, her seemingly innocuous gesture had stirred such tumultuous thoughts in Su Fang. Nevertheless, she smiled with delight, exclaiming, Then you must keep your word. Bound and unable to move freely, Su Fang felt the sharp edge of Nanji's knife as it severed the ropes binding her wrists and ankles. She suddenly said to her, There is no one around. Once you go out, head directly east. Our car is over there. Remember, the trunk is open. Get in from there. Su Fang listened intently to Nanji's words, nodding gravely. Just as Nanga was about to rise, Su Fang abruptly grasped her wrist. Had her intentions been malicious, Nanga might instinctively have severed her hand. Su Fang felt an unsettling coldness beneath her grip, attributing it to Nanji's frail constitution. Why are you helping us? Is it because they seem deserving of sympathy? Or have you truly developed feelings for me? She mused. By the way, I wish to consume all their abilities. Before Su Fang could utter another word, Nanga had already stepped outside with her knife in hand. Su Fang did not linger. She followed Nanji's instructions and ran eastward upon exiting. Nanga hastened toward the location where Su Xian was imprisoned. Time was of the essence. Li Qin was tasked with detaining Chenggu, while others could arrive at any moment. Before she reached her destination, she sensed numerous humans nearby. A sense of urgency enveloped her. When she had gone to rescue Su Fang, these individuals had not yet arrived. She remained undetected, as there were no zombies in the vicinity, and she stealthily approached. Pressing against the wall, she peered through a crack, only to discover several men pinning Su Xian down. The sight was so vile that it nearly drove her to blind herself. Though Su Xian had not yet fallen victim to them, he was perilously close. His garments were torn to shreds, leaving him in a position of utter humiliation. The lewd remarks of those men incessantly infiltrated Nanji's ears. To prevent Su Xian from shouting, they covered his mouth, allowing Nanga to glimpse the expression of despair etched on Su Xian's face. She found herself engulfed in turmoil. Li Qin had instructed her to discreetly remove the two siblings, assuring her that he would handle the others with ease. Yet, how could she proceed unnoticed in such a moment? Surely, she could not wait until these men had finished their vile acts before intervening. The memory of Su Fang's recent gaze and her earlier demeanor as if bidding farewell to Su Xian, surged through her mind. Gripping the tang knife tightly in her hand, Nangu steeled herself and ascended to the rooftop. The house was in a state of utter disrepair, uninhabitable, with a precarious structure. Nonetheless, Nangu clung to it like a gecko, making not a sound. Upon reaching the rooftop, she mused that her movements were reminiscent of the third-tier zombie she had encountered during the day, unexpectedly effective. Su Xian, still struggling, suddenly looked up and was taken aback to see Nangu above him, his eyes widening in shock. In response, Nangu raised a finger to her lips in a gesture for silence. Being young, Su Xian was genuinely frightened by the scene before him, and he instinctively closed his eyes. The others, noticing his cessation of struggle, assumed he had resigned himself to his fate, hastening their actions as they argued over who would be the first to violate Su Xian. Meanwhile, Nangu maneuvered to the opposite side, searching for the right angle to strike. 5 men must be dealt with swiftly. She could not afford to let them make a sound. Su Xian's hands clutched the ground with desperation, a growing sensation of an impending force pressing against him. Why had Nangu not yet intervened? He silently cried out in anguish. The man looming over him was gathering strength, and just as despair threatened to engulf Su Xian entirely, Nangu finally seized her opportunity. In that very moment, she leaped down from the rooftop, akin to the spirit-possessed zombie of the day, yet her movements were far more agile, her Tang Dao flashing like a cascade of cold light. The 5 men, engrossed in their fixation on Su Xian, remained oblivious to the imminent zombie assault. By the time they registered the threat, Nangu had already descended, swiftly claiming 3 lives with a mere 3 strikes. The remaining 2 men, having distanced themselves, were spared from the same fate. Once 5 comrades stood together, now only 2 remained, rendered speechless by shock. As Nangu steadied herself on the ground, her hair cascaded in the air from her recent acrobatics before settling gracefully upon her shoulders. The 2 men, witnessing her slay 3 of their companions in the blink of an eye, turned pale, their eyes wide with disbelief, struggling to scream. Yet Nangu advanced, her Tang Dao firmly in hand, uttering not a single word. With her left hand, she silenced one man's cries, while her right hand swiftly severed his throat, causing his head to tumble to the ground. The other man, paralyzed by fear, was so terrified that he lost control of himself, unable to utter a sound. Trembling on the ground, he pleaded with Nangu. I was just momentarily misguided. I truly did not harm Su Xian. Ask him if you don't believe me. Nangu discovered that his voice was unsteady, and he had somewhat lost the joy of wielding the blade. At that moment, Su Xian had already sat up, his attire barely concealing him. He could only cover his vital parts with his hands and then looked up at Nangu, his face flushed with shame. I beg you, help me kill him. Nangu initially thought to himself that his sister had just displayed a similar expression, though not as severe. Why were both siblings so bashful? After a brief moment of contemplation, Nangu decided to employ some cleverness and presented a condition to Su Xian. If you wish for me to slay him, then you must allow me a taste as well. In that moment, the mere thought of such an indignity was unbearable. Even death could not cleanse the humiliation. Su Xian promptly agreed. All right. Nangu chuckled, feeling amused as he advanced with the blade, muttering under his breath about how forthright the siblings were. The man, realizing his hope was dwindling, opened his mouth to scream. Once others arrived, neither Nangu nor Su Xian would be able to escape. Yet, before he could utter a single sound, he felt a chill at his neck. In an instant, his world began to collapse. Witnessing the spiraling of his surroundings was a terrifying experience. In that moment of complete demise, he failed to comprehend that the reason he beheld such a scene was due to Nangu severing his head, which spun for a few moments in the air. When the severed head finally tumbled down, Nangu stepped back a couple of paces, wishing to avoid the splatter of blood on himself. If he stained his clothes again, Li Qin would undoubtedly force him to change. With a flick of his wrist, blood droplets splattered onto the ground, and a streak of crimson extended directly onto the wall. He weighed the tang knife in his hand, and indeed, it was heavy and comfortable to wield. Using methods meant for slaying zombies to take a life is truly lamentable. The profusion of blood renders the entire scene filthy and grotesque. It seems that I must consult Li Qin next time on how to execute a killing that is both swift and clean. Turning her gaze, Nangu looked at Su Xian as if he were a sumptuous piece of meat, her demeanor unexpectedly cordial as she rushed over to inquire, "How are you? Can you still walk?" Her smile radiated so vibrantly that Su Xian found himself momentarily entranced, unable to divert his gaze. Nangu waved her hand, pondering whether this man had lost his senses. She pointed towards the door, saying, "Run east upon exiting. Your sister is already waiting for you there." Tears nearly spilled from Su Xian's eyes. He had just resolved that whoever saved him would receive his eternal gratitude. Without hesitation, he enveloped Nan Ge in an embrace, weeping loudly. Nan Ji's first instinct was not to push him away. Rather, she thought to herself, "Oh no, his cries are bound to attract attention." Swiftly, she grabbed Su Xian and made for the exit, whispering sharply, "Be quiet." Chapter 50, Dual Abilities with Eyes Reddened from Tears. Su Xian's appearance made Nan Ge realize that both siblings possessed a certain attractiveness, characterized by an inherently innocent countenance that seemed to invite bullying. "Are you angry with me?" Su Xian asked cautiously. Nan Ji's expression darkened as she sensed someone approaching their direction. In a swift motion, she removed her jacket and draped it over Su Xian, urging, "Hurry, we must go." If he were to perish, who would be left to fend for herself? Su Xian understood that remaining here was merely hindering Nan Ge. He had just witnessed her prowess, although somewhat ruthless. The abilities of those in the town were unlikely to match hers. After all, with such an armored vehicle at her disposal, she could hardly be considered an ordinary individual. Wrapping his clothing tightly around himself, Su Xian cast a lingering glance at Nan Ge before turning and fleeing. Yet, as he ran, his mind wandered. Why had her body felt so cold when he had held her moments ago? It was as if her blood had ceased to flow. Nan Ge, realizing she had inadvertently jeopardized her own plans, felt an unbearable urgency and quickly sought refuge in a concealed spot. If these individuals truly intended to harm her, selecting an advantageous position would facilitate her ambush. Meanwhile, observing Li Chun and Chen Ge, it was evident that Chen Ge was already incensed when Li Chun expressed his disinterest in such overtures. This place was akin to a haven of comfort. Why would Li Chun refuse such an offer? With a beautiful woman at his disposal, he still wished to venture out to slay zombies? What allure could those cold, terrifying creatures possibly hold for him? Infuriated, Chen Ge dismissed the women around him with a wave of his hand and fiercely confronted Li Chun. "Are you refusing to drink the wine offered, only to face punishment instead?" Li Chun remained motionless, calculating how many individuals Nan Ge could potentially rescue. Qing Ji's anger escalated as he slammed his hand on the table. "If you wish to depart, so be it. Leave your armored vehicle and your women behind, and you may go." Upon hearing the mention of the armored vehicle, Li Chun's expression remained impassive. However, when Chen Ge referred to your women, a palpable aura of murderous intent emanated from Li Chun, threatening to engulf Chen Ge entirely. Brother Cheng struggled to catch his breath and, with a wavering voice, questioned, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Li Chun merely stood up and approached him, casting a disdainful glance with such an insatiable appetite. "Are you not afraid of overindulging yourself?" "What do you mean by that?" Brother Cheng retorted defiantly, rising to his feet. However, before he could utter another word, someone shouted from the doorway, "Brother Cheng, it's terrible. Su Feng and Su Xian have been rescued, and we've lost 5 brothers." "What?" Brother Cheng was taken aback. Who was responsible for this? The person who had rushed and turned to Li Chun, implying that this incident was orchestrated by him and Nan Ge. Li Chun's mind raced with disbelief. Had Nan Ge truly taken a life? What unforeseen events had transpired along the way? If Brother Cheng had previously addressed Li Chun with gentle words, he had now transformed completely. "Let us go. Take me to sea." Regardless of who was responsible, he vowed to hold them accountable for the loss of life. Brother Cheng followed the man outside, and without hesitation, Li Chun trailed behind. Indeed, a crowd had gathered in the town, and upon witnessing the gruesome sight of the 5 bodies inside the house, fear gripped them, causing their legs to tremble. Brother Cheng shot them a fierce glare. "What is there to fear? Have you never seen a dead body before?" "What about the 2 siblings?" Brother Cheng inquired again. Li Chun approached from behind. "They are currently in Li Chun's vehicle." In that instant, all eyes turned to Li Chun. Li Chun remained expressionless, unable to discern the whereabouts of Nan Ge. However, that little zombie was swifter than anyone else when danger approached. He turned to Chen Ge and remarked, "I have no idea how they came to be here." Li Chun cried out, but they were still in the car, refusing to emerge. "Then I shall accompany you to take a look," Li Chun declared as he turned to leave. Chen Ge interjected, "Wait a moment. Where is your woman? Bring her along." Li Chun nonchalantly replied, "Did she not just say she wanted to take a stroll? She has probably wandered off. Let us proceed first." Chen Ge was consumed with a desire to eliminate Li Chun, his hand raised in preparation, when Li Chun continued, "I carry a device on me. Should anything happen to Nan Ge and me, the car will self-destruct." Such a mindset embodies the notion of preferring to shatter like jade rather than remain intact like broken tiles. Chen Ge felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Yet he knew he had to follow Li Chun for the time being. Li Chun was increasingly unsettled. After all, their plan did not include murder. As night fell, numerous elements began to stir restlessly. Nan Gu had been lurking in the shadows, and once she saw everyone depart, she stealthily emerged, trailing far behind. The townsfolk were fervent, their eyes betraying unmasked greed. Given that Su Fong and Su Xian were both residents of the town, their request to inspect Li Chin's vehicle was hardly unreasonable. As Li Chin opened the car door, would not the entire vehicle then belong to them? The distance was not great, and soon, enveloped by the night, they arrived at the front of the car. The armored vehicle's headlights blazed, illuminating the nearby open space, making it conspicuously visible. Su Xian and Su Fong were indeed inside the car, the siblings embracing one another after having shed tears moments earlier. What should we do, Xiao Xian? They are coming after us. Su Fong had thought that reaching the car meant salvation, but how could they have tracked us down? Su Xian forced himself to remain calm. Let us wait and see. Perhaps there is still a glimmer of hope. Su Fong gazed at him, her heart aching as she noticed the wounds on his skin beneath his jacket. In this moment, she wished fervently that she could obliterate this place entirely. Why wouldn't those zombies leave the town? Hurry up and come out, and eliminate these people. Li Chen stood in front of the car, casting a glance at Su Fong and Su Xian, yet he showed no intention of unlocking the door. Brother Cheng looked at him impatiently. Li Chen, are you really unwilling to let them go? Even if you do not wish to align with our base, we do not impose that upon you. But this is an internal matter. Do you intend to interfere? I certainly do not wish to meddle. Li Chen held the keys, and at that moment, he aimed the key at the car, pressed a button, and the electronic sound echoed, followed by the click of the lock being disengaged. Su Fong and Su Xian were on the verge of breaking down, staring intensely at Li Chen. They could hardly believe that Li Chen and Nan Gu had deceived them, merely to hand them over to Brother Cheng. They had grown so powerful, why should they fear Brother Cheng? No, I refuse to be captured. Su Fong cried out, I do not want to go out. Now even her brother was being targeted, falling into the hands of those men, with only one inevitable fate awaiting them. As soon as the car lock clicked open, Cheng Gu could no longer contain himself and rushed forward, followed by a throng of greedy men. In the shadows, Li Qing stood at a distance, feeling an unsettling sense of familiarity. Suddenly, she became acutely aware of something amiss and was about to scream when a cold, slender hand clamped over her mouth. Make no sound, or I shall end your life. It was the voice of Nan Gu. The men, driven by avarice, envisioned the car and the women as theirs. However, to their astonishment, as they approached the vehicle, a series of piercing sounds erupted from the ground, and one man was abruptly impaled by a spike of earth. This was merely the beginning. More spikes of earth and would surge forth from the ground, catching the men off guard, leading to many untimely deaths. Cheng Gu found himself ensnared in this deadly trap, realizing too late the peril that lay in wait. Though endowed with gravitational abilities, they proved futile against the onslaught of spikes. Fortunately, his agility and flexibility allowed him to evade the initial wave of attacks, sustaining only minor injuries. Standing at the heart of the trap, Cheng Gu glared at Li Chun with fury. You despicable villain. How dare you set a trap for us? He questioned why Nan Gu and Li Chen had not driven off, only to learn they had been waiting for them here all along. Their facade of normalcy was merely a guise for their true nature as supernatural beings. Nan Gu, covering Li Qing's mouth, surveyed the lifeless bodies with a sense of vindication. She possessed no extraordinary abilities, nor could she devise such a trap. In truth, she owed the injury of these individuals to the presence of the half-grown children she had encountered earlier that morning. An overwhelming sense of dread enveloped Li Qing. For this trap was their design, intended solely to eliminate Li Chun and Nan Gu. They had even devised numerous strategies to avoid damaging the vehicle, ensuring that the trap would only be triggered when someone stepped upon it. Nan Ji's ethereal voice resonated in her ear, though barely above a whisper. It struck like thunder. Tell me, what do you think Cheng Gu would do if he discovered that you were behind this? Li Qing was on the verge of tears, lamenting her fate. How foolish she had been to fall for Li Chen, now leading herself into an inescapable abyss. Thus, she pleaded, I implore you, please do not reveal this matter. I shall no longer trouble you. I will arrange for your safe departure from here. Nan Gu, recalling the lessons imparted by Li Chun, chuckled softly. Do you genuinely believe that this is sufficient? What more do you desire? Li Qing asked, trembling with fear. If you wish to take Su Xian and Su Fong with you, I can arrange that as well. Nan Gu sensed a gaze upon her and looked up, meeting Li Chen's eyes. Just as she intended to smile at him, an instinctive awareness of danger surged within her. Cheng Gu was sprinting towards Li Chen. Li Chen, too, had noticed the abrupt change in Nanji's expression and reacted instinctively, rolling sharply to the right. In that very instant, the spot where he had stood was engulfed in an explosion. Indeed, it was a spectacular explosion. The soaring flames illuminated the night, prompting Nangu to realize that Chenggu was not merely a gravity manipulator. He was also a fire elementalist, a dual-element ability user. Enraged, he no longer concealed his strength. What were those traps? He would simply obliterate them one by one. Chapter 51. Let Nangu leave. Not only Li Qin and Nangu, but even the onlookers were astounded by Cheng Ji's prowess. Moments ago, Chenggu had attacked Li Qin, but his innate agility allowed him to evade the assault. In a swift motion, Chenggu unleashed a barrage of fireballs. Some of these fireballs missed Li Qin entirely and hurtled towards his rear, injuring numerous innocent bystanders. Amidst the anguished cries of the wounded, it became evident to all that this was a case of indiscriminate assault. This was the first time Nangu had encountered a dual-element ability user, and she couldn't help but notice her eyes gleaming with curiosity. Although she was a zombie, the physical changes she had undergone rendered her characteristics less pronounced. Yet, if one observed closely, her eyes emitted a faint green glow in the darkness. As ability users evolved, their gaze transformed as well. This was precisely why Li Qin felt assured, allowing Nangu to roam freely. To anyone else, she appeared as a strikingly beautiful human and not a zombie. Only Li Qin, who was close to Nangu, sensed something amiss. Why was this person so cold? Even though she spoke almost directly into Li Qin's ear, there was no sensation of breath. This was abnormal. Furthermore, Cheng Ji's aggression was primarily directed at those two outsiders, and he had no quarrel with her. It would be best if Chenggu were to eliminate him now. Then, Li Qin's car and the woman would belong to them. Li Qin has now regained his composure, gravely contemplating a strategy. He is already quite distant from the vehicle, and Cheng Ji's assaults have become more ferocious than before. While evading, he shouted to Su Feng and Su Xian inside the car, urging them to escape swiftly. Su Feng was paralyzed by fear, while Su Xian struggled to maintain his composure, fully aware that they must seize this opportunity to flee. Sis, let us get out of the car. Su Xian half embraced, half pulled Su Feng towards the exit. However, Su Feng remained frozen in terror, unable to fathom that someone could possess dual abilities. Cheng Ji's gravity manipulation was already formidable, and now, augmented by fire abilities, despair clouded her gaze. Looking at Su Xian, Su Feng numbly shook her head. Xian, let us not run any more. Where could we possibly escape to? We are no match for him. As she spoke, her voice broke. Su Xian felt a pang of anguish in his heart. Yet he still managed to pull Su Feng down, guiding her to a sheltered spot amidst the blazing inferno. At last, having distanced themselves somewhat, Su Xian firmly grasped Su Feng, urging her to crouch in a corner. He pressed down on her shoulders, locking his gaze onto hers. Sister, don't you remember the resolve we made when the apocalypse first arrived? Su Feng continued to stare blankly at Su Xian, gripped by genuine fear, wishing to shrink away. But Su Xian would not relent. Su Feng found herself at a loss for words. On that fateful day, you and I joined forces to end the lives of our parents. Whenever this incident is mentioned, a profound sorrow washes over Su Xian's eyes, yet soon after, his tone grows fervent. We had promised each other that we would strive to survive. In the face of a zombie onslaught, when captured by Cheng Ji's men, and on the brink of humiliation, Su Xian felt a deep-seated fear. Yet, this trepidation paled in comparison to the anguish of having to take the lives of his own parents. He yearned for his sister to regain her strength, for in this world, they were each other's soul kin. If even his sister succumbed to despair, what path would lie ahead for him? Gradually, Su Feng's vacant gaze sparkled with life, akin to parched earth suddenly nourished by a refreshing stream. Though she was a girl, her embrace was remarkably strong, prompting Su Xian to hold her tighter in return. She whispered through her tears, "Indeed, how could I simply give up? I still have you." Su Xian patted her back, waiting for her emotions to stabilize before gently urging her to rise. It is still unsafe here. Cheng Ji's desperate actions mean the fire will soon spread. Let us move further away. They had rescued themselves, yet they found themselves ensnared in peril. Once burdened by self-loathing and guilt for their perceived inadequacies, the two of them now felt these emotions elevate to an unprecedented peak. Li Qin, however, was too preoccupied to ponder the plight of the siblings. After allowing them to escape, he turned to find Nangu still lingering nearby. Taking a deep breath, Li Qin exclaimed, "Why are you still here?" Nangu firmly restrained Li Qin, blinking in confusion, pondering why Li Qin had not permitted her departure. Historically, during perilous situations, he had preferred to stay behind. However, this was a scenario he had never encountered before, a dual-element ability user. The uncertainties loomed, and the surroundings were fraught with traps. We must depart, to the place we agreed upon. After conveying his thoughts to Nangu, Li Chen turned away, showing no signs of hesitation. Gritting her teeth, Nangu resolved not to hinder Li Chen any longer. If he insisted on her leaving, he must possess a strategy to confront Chenggu. As she pulled Li Qing away, Nangu earnestly contemplated, "Li Chen, please ensure your safety." Li Qing trailed behind Nangu for some time, her initial astonishment gradually morphing into terror. Her hand remained clasped around Nanji's wrist. This woman truly lacked a pulse. Unbeknownst to Nangu, Li Qing regarded her as though she were a monstrosity. Even if Chenggu were a dual-element ability user, it paled in comparison to Li Qing's current shock. Who exactly was Nangu? Had she undergone some transformation? Yet, how could a being devoid of heartbeat and breath survive? Unless she was not human. The mere thought sent a shiver down Li Qing's spine. Dismissing her trepidation, she resolved to discover the truth through experimentation. Seizing the moment while Nangu was focused on running ahead, Li Qing activated her powers, a vine sprouting from her fingertips, swiftly lacerating Nanji's skin. Upon witnessing the dark blood seep from her wound, Li Qing instinctively covered her mouth, stifling a scream that lodged in her throat. The hue of this blood is hardly reminiscent of that which belongs to humanity. It was only after Li Qing withdrew that Nangu, devoid of tactile sensation, realized her wrist had been wounded. A surge of rage ignited within her. She had sustained no injuries while vanquishing the third-tier zombie earlier that day. Yet now she found herself ambushed by a mere human. Observing the murderous glint in Nanji's eyes, Li Qing instinctively recoiled 2 steps back, terror-stricken, and stammered, "Who? Who are you?" Nangu brought her wrist to her lips, delicately tasting the crimson liquid. The flavor of her own blood bore an unexpected complexity. She had transformed into a vision of striking beauty, particularly her eyes, which shimmered with an enchanting allure. In the depths of night, her actions would undoubtedly quicken the pulse of any ordinary man. However, for Li Qing, it only evoked dread. The post-apocalyptic world remained profoundly alien to her. Even if she were to exhaust the contents of her own being, she remained utterly oblivious to the true nature of Nangu. At this moment, Nangu lowered her hand and began to caress the tang knife at her back, offering Li Qing a gentle smile. "What do you think I am?" Li Qing felt as though her throat had been constricted. She frantically summoned her abilities to strike at Nangu. Yet, to Nangu, Li Qing's wooden powers appeared as trivial as a child's play, easily severed before they could ever approach her. Clad only in a camouflage short-sleeve shirt, her slender arms emitted a faint glow amid the darkness. Li Qing screamed in a panic, looking up at Nangu with pleading eyes. "I truly know nothing. Please spare me, I beg you. I was forced into this situation today. You have no idea how cruel Chenggu is. Nearly half the people in this town have perished at his hands. And what relevance does that hold for me?" Nangu inquired coolly. She was simply contemplating the most suitable approach, pondering if the wood element would indeed be delectable. Moreover, every zombie's head contains a crystal core. What about humans? Perhaps she could dissect her head by herself later? The thought made Nanji's smile even more radiant. Li Qing trembled in fear. "I beg you. I never intended to harm you. You may not have wished to harm Li Chen, yet you have always sought my demise. You even set such traps. Had Li Chen and I fallen into them together, you would have been able to rescue him at any moment." Li Chen often perceived Nangu as foolish. But in truth, she was acutely aware of many matters, such as the intent to kill. From their first encounter earlier that day until now, Li Qing's gaze had been solely fixed on Li Chen. Nangu detested the look in her eyes. It was a blatant display of greed and intrigue. Li Chen was her chosen reservoir of blood. How dare this wretched wood element contend with her? Li Qing could not find her voice. And as she attempted to retreat further, she realized she was already cornered. Nangu listened to the escalating commotion in the distance, unsure of how challenging it was for Li Chen to deal with Chenggu, and she felt a twinge of annoyance. Drawing her tang knife and pointing it at Li Qing, Nangu posed a question. Decapitating always results in a splatter of blood. "Do you know of a method for killing that is less messy?" Li Qing was so terrified that she was rendered speechless. Confronted by someone who intended to take her life, yet still inquired about methods. Nangu, observing her bewilderment, impatiently declared, "Very well, let us proceed with the beheading." In a sudden outburst, Li Qing screamed, clutching her neck in desperation. "No, you cannot do this. I have never inflicted any harm upon you. The trap claimed the lives of the townspeople. You mustn't kill me." Chapter 52. Unauthorized feast. Just the mere thought of such malevolence is sufficient grounds for my action. Nan Gu reasoned with conviction. Li Qing remained frozen in her position, attempting to rise, yet her legs had completely given way. She deeply regretted her previous feelings towards Nan Gu and Li Qing. Had it not been for such sentiments, she would not have found herself in this dire predicament. Please, before her plea could fully escape her lips, a sharp pain surged through her fingertips. In the moments that followed, she lost all awareness of her impending demise. As her head fell, her eyes were filled solely with horror and desperation. Nan Gu confirmed Li Qing's lifelessness and felt a flicker of joy as she sheathed her blade. She regretted the lengthy discourse she had just shared with Li Qing. After all, she was a mere zombie. Conversing with these feeble humans held no merit. Having forsaken her rendezvous with Li Chun, she had indulged herself this evening. With a light-hearted demeanor, Nan Gu scampered over to Li Qing, not wishing to waste a single drop of her blood. Meanwhile, on the battlefield ahead, Li Chun and Cheng Gu were locked in a fierce struggle. However, with no one else around, Li Qin's earlier disarray vanished, replaced by an aura of keen composure that seemed to perceive all. However, Cheng Gu shouted in a frenzy, "I want to see how you all survive and leave this place today." Casting a glance at the armored vehicle, he realized for the first time how conspicuous it was. Breathless, Cheng Gu understood that his extraordinary abilities could not be sustained for much longer. Yet, after several encounters, he was certain that Li Qin was devoid of any powers. Thus, he believed that today, he would meet his demise at his own hands. In a bloodthirsty rage, he disregarded Li Chun and bellowed, "I will blow you all to smithereens." He had been gathering strength for this final strike, and Li Qin witnessed Cheng Ji's body crackling with energy, although no flames erupted. The temperature around him surged dramatically. Only someone of his caliber could withstand such heat. Li Qin drew his handgun again, taking refuge behind the vehicle to calculate his shooting angle. As he fired, he frowned. The angle was ostensibly perfect. Yet the bullet veered off course before it could reach Cheng Gu, indicating that this tactic would no longer suffice to vanquish him. Suddenly, he felt a chilling presence and, upon looking up, he realized the zombie was approaching Cheng Gu. Li Chun holstered his pistol, feeling as though fortune was smiling upon him. Cheng Gu exuded an aura of invincibility, intent on obliterating both Li Chun and the vehicle. He had anticipated that Li Chun would continue to cower in fear. But to his surprise, Li Chun stood up and pointed behind him. A scream shattered the silence, yet the zombie had not even managed to bite Cheng Gu. Observing his reaction, Li Qin deduced that Cheng Gu had likely never faced a zombie before. The zombie before him was of the most rudimentary kind. Sluggish in movement and devoid of any supernatural abilities, yet it still managed to instill fear within him. Cheng Gu was indeed startled, to the extent that the fireball he had just conjured surged forth uncontrollably. Astonishingly, the trajectory of that fireball was directed straight at Li Qin's vehicle. Cursing under his breath, Li Qin acted swiftly, flipping his body to the side and leaping away with great force. In the spot he had just vacated, flames erupted skyward, and a thick plume of black smoke billowed from the deep crater left in its wake. He felt the searing heat on his back, yet his thoughts were consumed by the urgency of the moment. Cheng Gu, having exhausted all his supernatural powers with that last attack, found himself utterly incapable of defending against even the most basic of zombies. In a state of panic, he staggered backward, pleading fervently, "No, no, no. Please don't come any closer. I will bring you as many humans as you desire. I beg you, spare my life." Li Qin gradually rose from the ground, observing the chaotic scene before him, and he felt no inclination to offer assistance. If he could muster even half the strength he employed against these humans to deal with the zombies, he would not find himself in such a predicament. Unable to procure essential resources, a dual-type supernatural being like Cheng Gu extending his hand toward ordinary humans was indeed a lamentable waste of potential. Cheng Gu, noticing Li Qin's presence, renewed his pleas. "Please, I truly intend to let you go. Save me. I promise never to oppose you again." From the very beginning, Li Qin harbored no belief in his sincerity and had no desire to collaborate with such a scoundrel. If Nan Gu were by his side, she might have already charged forth to end his life herself. This time, it seemed that the true source of fear was not the zombie after all. His footsteps did not falter, and unexpectedly, he found Nan Gu midway. At that moment, she was relishing a corpse with great delight, maintaining a distance as if fearing the blood might stain her. This bloodthirsty and ferocious Nan Gu, for reasons unknown, made Li Qin feel that she possessed a purity that surpassed that of mere mortals. Sensing an approach, Nan Ji's shoulders tensed instantly as she glanced in Li Qin's direction. The deep green light in her eyes intensified. However, upon recognizing Li Chen's face, the chilling aura dissipated. Having had her fill, Nangu felt as though her stomach might burst if she consumed any more. Caught indulging in her secret feast, she quickly released the corpse, stood up with an air of innocence, and exclaimed, "Oh, why is there a dead person here?" Li Chen cast a glance at the severed head, the cut precise. At that moment, he found himself devoid of anger, merely looking at Nangu with resignation. "Clean your mouth before speaking." A flicker of remorse crossed Nanji's eyes as she wiped her lips with the back of her hand. In an apparent attempt to divert attention from the reason behind her actions, she peered past him and asked, "Where is Qinggu?" "Dead," Li Chen replied flatly. Admiration flickered in Nanji's eyes as she clasped her hands together, her entire demeanor radiating excitement. "Did you kill a dual-element ability user? How impressive." Clearing his throat, Li Chen, inexplicably, refrained from mentioning that Qinggu had perished at the hands of a zombie. The creature was feeble, and Li Chen had no intention of engaging further. He had originally come to find Nangu, and upon seeing her, he naturally seized her wrist and said, "Let's go." Nangu felt a surge of joy at last. They were leaving this dilapidated town. However, after taking only a few steps, Li Chen sensed an unusual sensation in his grip. He carried a flashlight, and upon stopping, he directed the beam onto Nanji's wrist. There lay a neat wound, though it had healed. The dark stains of blood still served as a grim reminder that someone had harmed Nangu. His expression darkened as he asked, "What happened?" With no evidence against Li Qing, Nangu immediately feigned innocence, saying, "It was all her. She wanted to kill me." Li Chen cast another glance at Li Qing, responding, "She indeed deserves to die." Nangu nodded in agreement. "Exactly. She even tried to harm me. How foolish." It was quite a peculiar sensation to hear her describe someone as foolish. She shook her head, saying, "In any case, I didn't feel anything. That's because what she aimed at was to your neck." Li Chen felt a shiver of fear. How could Nangu's alertness be so lacking? It seemed that, in addition to training her combat skills, she would also require training in vigilance. Unaware of Li Chen's intentions to intensify her training, Nangu followed him to the town's entrance. There, she beheld the devastation, the still-burning flames, and the grotesquely mutilated corpses. Nangu, in a daze, inquired, "Where's our vehicle?" The word "our" brought a flicker of happiness to Li Chen. "It was destroyed by Qinggu," he replied, his face remaining impassive. What truly stirred emotions was the usually expressionless Nangu. How could it have been blown up? "I thought she was merely concerned about future travels." Just as Li Chen was about to offer her comfort, she exclaimed, "My blood bags are in the car. If it explodes, what will I eat in the future?" Always thinking about food. Li Chen's fleeting good mood was swiftly shattered by Nangu. "Hurry up and leave. Don't just stand there." However, Nangu appeared quite despondent. There were still the blood of supernatural beings inside. She couldn't bear to part with it. Her heart ached. After walking for a while, seeing that Nangu remained silent, Li Chen inquired, "What are you thinking about?" Nangu spoke candidly. "Li Chen, I feel an immense pain in my heart." At that moment, the moon unexpectedly peeked from behind the clouds, casting its silvery glow upon the land. In the luminous beam, Nangu looked up at herself, her cheeks becoming increasingly pale. Such a gaze made Li Chen's heart skip a beat. However, he quickly regained his composure and awkwardly turned his head away, saying, "If your heart doesn't even beat, how can it hurt?" Nangu desperately wished to strike this man. How could she not feel the pain? It was unbearable. Before she could express her frustration, Li Chen unexpectedly halted. "What are you doing here?" At his words, Nangu looked up and was astonished to see the siblings Su Fong and Su Xian. Suddenly, she remembered that these two still owed her a debt. "As you can see, we are completely out of supplies," Li Chen stated, clearly reluctant to take them along. Su Xian quickly explained, "We won't always follow you. We merely hope you can lead us away from here. I've heard that a new base has been established in Jinping, and both my sister and I possess special abilities. They would surely accept us. Once we leave this area, we shall part ways." These two individuals appeared rather feeble, and Li Chen was still contemplating how to decline their request. However, Nangu took matters into her own hands, exclaiming, "All right, you can accompany us. Each of you still owes me a favor." She had truly forgotten about that. Now was not the time to let them go, chuckling to herself. Chapter 53. Utter nonsense. With a cheerful tone, Nangu finished speaking, and immediately, Su Fong and Su Xian exchanged glances. "Little Xian, you too? Sister, how could you?" Li Chen, completely perplexed by the situation, frowned and inquired of Nangu, "What agreement have you made with them?" Nangu, still hiding her face with a smile, thought to herself that she was quite the cunning zombie, already aware of the need to gather provisions. With Li Chen's vehicle destroyed, they would soon be without supplies, and this man was rather stingy, forbidding her from biting him. Now, however, there were two ready sources of sustenance. Nange had resolutely decided that regardless of Li Chen's objections, she would bring them along. Despite his constant reprimands, she believed that if she stood her ground, he would ultimately relent. Su Xian and Su Fang each harbored their own thoughts. From Nanji's perspective, her words were quite innocent, and Li Chun could somewhat infer her motives for negotiating with the siblings. Yet Su Fang and Su Xian remained oblivious. In Su Fang's mind, it was possible that Nange had an inclination towards girls. Otherwise, why would she exhibit such ambiguous gestures towards her? She had gone to great lengths to prepare herself mentally, all to accept Nange. Little did she expect that Nange would propose the same conditions to Su Xian. What was she trying to achieve to take both siblings under her wing? Su Xian was equally bewildered, questioning what his sister had to do with this. After all, Nange was his savior, having witnessed him at his most vulnerable. He had initially thought that Nange harbored some unsuitable feelings for him. The atmosphere grew increasingly peculiar. Yet the instigator remained blissfully unaware, completely absorbed in her plans of nurturing. It was Li Chun who eventually snapped back to reality, softly rebuking Nange for her folly. As he prepared to decline Su Xian and the others, to his surprise, Su Xian preemptively declared, "With such a commotion, we cannot remain in this town. However, it is the dead of night, and the outside is fraught with danger. We are familiar with the terrain and can find us a safe haven." Li Chun weighed his options and swiftly made a decision. "Then you shall lead the way." Su Xian's heart finally settled as he took the lead, pulling Su Fang along with him. Li Chun and Nange followed behind. After all, Nange was not tired, and having eaten her fill, she felt no hunger. She recalled what Qinggu had said about the banquet and quietly inquired of Li Chen, "What delectable dishes did you savor tonight?" Li Chen was consumed by anger at the memory of that banquet. What sort of man could relinquish his own woman to be mistreated by another? He glanced at Su Fang. Had they not been present, perhaps she too would have met a similar fate. What good could possibly come of this place? Li Chun withheld the truth from Nange. Nange curled her lips in disdain, asserting that nothing could compare to her own excellence, and she deemed it unnecessary to elaborate further. Li Chun chuckled softly, turning his gaze towards Nange. It was truly delightful to have her by his side. Su Fang, having quelled her earlier anxiety and confusion, subtly gestured to Su Xian, prompting her to slow her pace and join Li Chun and Nange. Li Chun observed her with a calm demeanor, aware that she had something to convey. Su Fang felt a pang of guilt, recognizing that these two had risked everything for their siblings, even sacrificing an armored vehicle and its precious cargo. Earlier, Xiao Xian and I encountered other women in the town. She began, her tone tinged with discontent. I urged them to take advantage of the chaos and escape swiftly, yet not a single one heeded my advice. In fact, had they not been preoccupied with their own survival, they might have even turned against Xiao Xian and me. Su Fang truly believed that the atmosphere here had twisted the very essence of humanity. Betrayal, treachery, and degradation had become the norm. She speculated on the nature of Chenggu's intentions in entertaining Li Chun, but noticing that he was deliberately shielding Nange from these sordid realities, she chose her words carefully. There is no need to pity them. The choices they face are not forced upon them by others. Li Chun grasped the meaning behind Su Fang's words. The residents of this town were, in essence, reflections of Qinggu himself. They were timid and cowardly, resorting to betrayal and the oppression of their peers to satisfy their own desires. Perhaps to them, this was the most natural course of action. He should have anticipated that Chenggu's summoning of so many women today was met with universal acquiescence. Even their gaze upon themselves was filled with eager anticipation. It was not an affection for their own beings, but rather a covetousness for the resources they possessed. What has transpired to bring you all to this state? Li Chun inquired of Su Fang. With a sigh, Su Fang expressed her evident humiliation. Yet she chose to disclose the truth to Li Chun. In the initial days of the apocalypse, the people of the town were united and amiable, always ready to lend a hand to one another. As she spoke, a sardonic smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. But as you can imagine, humanity lacks an understanding of perseverance and endurance. Even a single day without sustenance leaves one in disarray, let alone several days of hunger. At that time, it was not an eternal night. The town was governed by a group of middle-aged men. The actions they undertook, Su Fang clearly viewed that period as a nightmare, prompting Li Chun to gesture for her to refrain from elaborating further. Nange was intrigued. Her curiosity piqued as she urged, "What happened to them? Please, do continue." The art of leaving a story half-told is indeed a tantalizing one. Su Fang glanced at the dynamic between Nangu and Li Qin, ultimately deciding to heed Li Qin's suggestion and forced a smile as she said, "It's nothing much. Just the bullying of others." The number of lives claimed by that struggle had faded from Su Fang's memory, yet the haunting images of those broken bodies still invaded her dreams. And then, the eternal night descended. Nearly all who evolved into supernatural beings in the town were the youth. Thus began their quest for vengeance. The severity of their past torment was matched only by the ferocity of their retribution. Their corpses were discarded upon the hills, left unattended, with no one to give them a proper burial. In the end, it was, of course, the superhumans who emerged victorious. In truth, Chengge was not always like this. Su Fang sighed, stating that although his character was somewhat timid, he possessed a kind heart. However, after his mother was, he transformed. Just look at the multitude of young men under his command, committing heinous acts in the town. He has indulged them. Su Fang smiled wretchedly, reflecting on how now he is dead, and the chaos that will surely ensue in the town. Li Chun felt a pang of regret in his heart. Yet when he glanced at Nangu, he noticed she appeared largely unaffected. The primary reason being, there were numerous aspects she failed to comprehend. Fortunately, they had arrived at the location Su Xian mentioned, who gestured to Li Chun. "How about we spend the night here?" Li Chun looked up and realized they were at a small train station. Nangu was equally astonished. "There is a train station here? Not just a station, but a train is parked on the tracks." However, the train consisted solely of an engine and a single carriage, now standing quietly in the darkness. Su Xian explained, "This is a very small station. Before the apocalypse, a train would pass through daily, and occasionally, a Jinping train would stop here to switch tracks. That engine seems to belong to Jinping. Though it is a modest place, both the ticket office and platform are intact." Su Xian refrained from advancing further, uncertain if zombies lurked within. Most of the zombies in the town had gathered inside. "I have brought you here." "There are zombies here," Li Chun stated calmly. Su Fang and Su Xian exhibited expressions of horror, instinctively retreating a few steps. Upon witnessing their fearful expressions, Nangu could not help but chuckle. "There are hardly any left. They are all at the ticket counter and inside the train. Once we handle it, all shall be well." With that, she drew her tang sword and said to Li Qin, "Leave it to me." Having feasted well, she felt invigorated and ready for action. Li Qin did not deter her, for he had not eaten all day, while she had enjoyed 2 hearty meals. With Nanji's prowess, the small train station was swiftly cleared. The ticket counter was evidently unsafe, and Li Chun inspected the locomotive, discovering it was an electric automated train. The structural integrity of such trains is quite formidable, and if they could reach the engine, it would provide greater safety than remaining outside. He shared this conclusion with the pair of siblings, leading Nangu aboard the train. The siblings, having witnessed Nanji's formidable skill in dispatching zombies, her actions akin to harvesting vegetables, dared not delay. As they progressed, Su Xian suddenly recalled something. He instructed Su Fang to board the train while he rummaged through the ticket hall. Indeed, he managed to uncover some food. He found instant noodles and sausages. Clutching his findings, Su Xian hurried onto the train and presented the supplies to Li Chun. "This is what I found in the ticket hall," he stated. Li Chun glanced at Su Xian but did not take the provisions. Instead, he inquired, "Is this clothing you wear a gift from Nangu?" Though phrased as a question, it bore the weight of an affirmation. Su Xian quickly found herself in an awkward predicament. Something had happened, and she had given me her clothes. "I can take them off and return them to you right now." Li Chun waved his hand, took a box of instant noodles, and left the rest of the supplies for Su Xian. "No need for that. Consider this your reward." Nangu was seated inside, marveling at the various instruments on the train, her expression one of wonder. She had never been in this place before. Reflecting on the supplies they had on the vehicle, she glanced at the meager instant noodles with a hint of melancholy, sighing, "It took such great effort to slay that third-tier zombie today, only to lose the supplies like this." Li Chun paid no heed to how the siblings outside divided the resources. He simply found a spot and sat down, waiting for the noodles to soften. When Nangu mentioned the supplies, he seemed indifferent. "It's fine. We can always find more." Chapter 54. Be my deputy, you know my concerns do not lie there. Nangu chose not to take a seat, but instead crouched beside Li Chun, whispering, "Have you forgotten about the instruments and weapons in your vehicle? Although I lack special abilities, I still possess a Tang Dao. What will you do when you encounter zombies again?" Li Chun was uncertain whether her worry was genuine, yet at that moment, he felt inexplicably cheerful. He playfully poked her cheek, surprised by the pleasant sensation. Then, with a smile, Nangu remarked, "You are more than enough. You will charge into battle, and I will cover you from behind. You treat me as a free fighter." Nangu huffed, swatting his hand away. "Go eat your noodles." Li Chen chuckled softly. Just as his instant noodles were ready, he lifted the lid and began to eat. The train's cab was rather cramped, and with Li Chen's long limbs occupying the space, there was even less room for Nangu. She sought out a corner and gradually lay down. Alas, after a long day, she finally had a moment to rest. Li Chen swiftly finished his meal and, rather than hastily discarding the container, casually reached to set it aside when a knock at the door caught his attention. "Come in," he called. Su Xian's face appeared at the threshold, flashing a smile as he extended his hand to Li Chen. "Brotherly, may I dispose of that for you?" Without hesitation, Li Chen handed him the noodle box. And Su Xian, after taking it, promptly shut the door behind him and departed. Nangu turned her head to observe Li Chen, whose lustrous long hair was now sprawled on the floor. Although the train was equipped with lights, Li Chen chose not to illuminate the interior. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a silvery sheen upon his dark hair, resembling exquisite satin. Su Xian was quite perceptive, much like her. Li Chen felt an urge to tease her. But since he was in good spirits, he too reclined beside Nangu. She nudged him playfully. "Isn't there plenty of space over there? Why must you crowd me?" To her surprise, Li Chen responded by stretching out even more, effectively pushing her further into the corner. "See, there isn't any room elsewhere for me," he declared. Nangu was tempted to leave him there and find a seat in the carriage instead. After all, there were plenty of benches, and she needn't lie on the floor. Yet, Li Chen seemed to sense her thoughts and wrapped his arms around her, declaring, "You will keep watch tonight." Nangu blinked her eyes in surprise and retorted, "If you want to talk, then just talk. Why are you holding me?" Li Chen chuckled at her words, but remained steadfast in his embrace. "By the way, have you eaten enough, or do you still wish to bite me?" Nangu leaned in to sniff, her eyes turning a striking crimson as her voice dropped to a haunting rasp. "What do you think?" Li Chen understood her implication and, with a hint of disdain, pushed her away slightly. While Nangu was mulling over her thoughts, he remarked, "Although our supplies are depleted, I can still bind you. So refrain from any rash movements tonight." Nangu scoffed. "If you truly weren't concerned, you wouldn't need to threaten me." She intended to converse further with Li Chen, but upon glancing over, she found him fast asleep. This left her feeling somewhat bored. She listened to the sounds within the carriage. It was evident that the two siblings had also succumbed to slumber. The atmosphere was eerily quiet, with her as the sole wakeful occupant. In truth, Su Fong and Su Xian were not asleep. After the events of the day, it would take them hours to calm down. Yet, they lay on separate benches, each withholding their feelings from the other. Su Fong's heart raced with anxiety. Witnessing Li Chen's concern for Nangu sent chills down her spine. What if Nangu dared to confess her affections for Li Chen? Would he not be capable of harming her? As for Su Xian, he had no intention of competing with Li Chen. In fact, he suspected that Nangu might merely be jesting. However, he could not comprehend why Nangu would provoke his sister in such a manner. She lay on the rooftop, extending her index finger in a gesture for silence. Moments ago, she had dispatched a zombie with swift precision, her eyes unwavering, far braver than the timid boy beside her. Why couldn't a water elemental user possess such formidable combat prowess? If he were to grow stronger, he could protect his sister and also safeguard Nangu. Drowsily, he finally succumbed to sleep just before dawn. Nangu, having not slept a wink throughout the night, appeared remarkably refreshed the following day. When Li Chen awoke in the morning, he discovered that Su Xian and Su Fong had prepared a substantial amount of provisions. Observing the spread of food and the freshly drawn water laid out on the table, Li Chen inquired, "Where did you find all this?" Su Xian chuckled, and upon seeing his fair, innocent face, one that radiated sincerity, he replied, "This morning, I searched the waiting room again. You know, these small ticket offices often have places that sell goods, and there were still plenty of supplies left there." Finding resources brought immense joy to Su Xian, as he felt he could contribute to Li Chen and Nangu's well-being. As for the water, it had been boiled by Su Fong that very morning. She then called out to Nangu and Li Chen, "Are you two ready to wash up?" Grateful for their kindness, Li Chen and Nangu certainly did not refuse. Li Chen approached first, testing the water before attending to his grooming. Nangu followed afterward. After her wash, the water appeared so clear it seemed fit for drinking. They then prepared to have breakfast together. However, as Nangu found herself unable to partake in the meal, she informed them, "I need to step out for a moment. You all can start without me." Su Fong gazed at her retreating figure, and, once she was out of earshot, turned to Li Chun and asked, what could she be going to do? Li Chun was eating, casually conjuring a reason. Perhaps he had gone to relieve himself. Nan Gu, unaware of this, had stepped out in hopes of adding a breakfast for herself, only to have Li Chun suggest he had gone for convenience. Su Fang and Su Xian had yet to take their seats, prompting Li Chun to inquire with curiosity, why aren't you eating? The siblings bore a striking resemblance. Their fair faces immaculate. Su Xian, devoid of the previous day's dishevelment, beamed brightly, revealing a set of pearly whites, his round eyes squinting with delight. Li Gu, you go ahead, we'll eat in a moment. Li Chun slowly set down the bread in his hand, causing the siblings to inexplicably tense up at his action. He then sighed and clarified, we are not in a superior-subordinate relationship. There is no need for such formality. He elaborated, even if you are trying to please me. When the time comes to part ways, I will still let you go. Su Xian and Su Fang's faces paled, yet they endeavored to maintain their smiles. Li Gu, you think too poorly of us. You and Sister Nangu rescued us, and even incurred a loss with that car. How could we impose on you? We merely feel an overwhelming sense of guilt and are at a loss as to how to repay you. Li Chun sighed inwardly, realizing he could not speak harshly any longer. If you truly wish to repay me, he paused, noticing the siblings looking at him earnestly, then take good care of yourselves and avoid injury. They both nodded eagerly. Li Gu, you can rest assured. We will certainly be obedient. Very well. Li Chun beckoned them to join him for a meal. Meanwhile, she had searched high and low, finding nothing, and thus turned her attention to the siblings. Li Chun called out to her, Nan Gu, come assist me. Confused, Nan Gu inquired, assist with what? Su Xian also stood up, Sister Nan Gu, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Hurry over. I brought plenty of snacks that girls like. Nan Gu glanced at the row of plum candies, contemplated for a moment, then took a piece and popped it into her mouth. The flavor was rather bland. I can manage with these, she mumbled, the sound of the fruit candy clinking against her teeth resonating in Su Xian's ears. Soon after, Nan Gu entered the driver's cabin to find Li Chun, only to see him rummaging through a side cabinet, from which he produced a red toolbox. Blinking in surprise, she asked, what are you planning to fix? They had no tools at their disposal. Li Chun tapped on the driver's window. Did you not notice this large item? Nan Gu was taken aback. You intend to repair a train? You plan to drive a train? Was this man serious? After the armored vehicle was destroyed, he simply sought another to operate. Yet, the condition of the tracks ahead remained uncertain. What if they were damaged? What if they collided with a horde of zombies? To be precise, I need to conduct a check, Li Chun replied, swiftly opening the toolbox. He then glanced at the still-open cabinet, where a driver's hat was perched. With a faint smile, he retrieved the hat and placed it atop Nanji's head. The hat was oversized, obscuring her forehead and eyes completely. Immediately, Nangu pushed the hat back. Irritated, Li Chun, what are you doing? From this moment on, you shall be my deputy, he declared. As she spoke, she tossed the toolbox to Nange, urging her to keep up. The toolbox was light enough for her to carry, yet she resented the notion of being relegated to a supporting role. Nange, adjusting her hat, made a face at his retreating figure. You certainly have some audacity. In the midst of it all, he indeed discovered a fault in the wiring, prompting Nange to foolishly inquire, can you fix it? Am I supposed to repair it while bringing you along for inspection? Li Chun, clad only in a camouflage short-sleeve shirt, found his outfit coincidentally mirrored Nange's. With the sun blazing overhead, the hem of his shirt tucked neatly into his trousers and the cuffs rolled up, he exuded the aura of a repairman. Admittedly, such a handsome worker was a rare sight. While he attended to the wiring, he stole a glance at Nange. It was at that moment he noticed the bruises on her arms had vanished, revealing skin that appeared remarkably luminous. Truly remarkable, after just a few meals. Her body had regained such vitality. If this continued unchecked, would he soon find himself outmatched by her? Su Fang and Su Xian were of little assistance. Standing at a distance, with Su Xian overhearing Su Fang's query, he can't actually be thinking of driving a train, can he? Chapter 55, the train sets off. Su Fang's perplexity deepened. What on earth were these two individuals? Although she had not witnessed the culmination of the fight between Li Chun and Chen Gu, she was aware that this man was not to be underestimated. Moreover, with Nange's remarkable skills, she hardly seemed like an ordinary girl. The way Nange obediently listened to Li Chun suggested that he might indeed be even more formidable than she. Nange was oblivious to the thoughts swirling in Su Xian and Su Fang's minds. As she observed Li Chun skillfully repairing the train, a medley of emotions surged within her. This man, was there anything he could not accomplish? Fortunately, Nange was not tasked with any intricate technical work. Her role merely entailed standing to the side, handing Li Chun pliers and wrenches. He would occasionally crawl beneath the train, then dart into the cab. Initially, Nange felt a flicker of interest in the train repairs. But after a morning spent passing tools, ennui began to set in. She pondered the nearby town, teeming with humanity, with a supply of provisions awaiting her behind. As she drifted into a reverie, Li Chun emerged from beneath the train. He swiftly tugged at the hem of his shirt and addressed the trio, "Let us go." Board the train. Nange rose and, taking a few strides to Li Chun's side while still cradling the toolbox, inquired, "Is it fixed?" "Yes." Li Chun replied with an indifferent demeanor. Once everyone was aboard, he led Nange to the cab. This time, he left the door ajar and settled into the driver's seat. Nange set down the toolbox and, with curiosity sparkling in her eyes, asked, "Are you certain you can operate the train? Do you know the route? Moreover, how is the train controlled?" No sooner had she posed her questions than she witnessed Li Chun press a button, causing the train's control panel to emit a beep and illuminate in its entirety. Of course, Nange comprehended none of the data displayed. The colorful buttons fascinated her, yet their functions remained a mystery. Li Chun conducted a brief inspection, confirming that everything was in order. The repairs were completed in a morning, even faster than he had anticipated. Turning to the two siblings, he asked, "Are you ready to depart?" Su Xian and Su Fong had no lingering attachments to this place. They had already cleared out the small kiosk in the waiting room. Thus, both siblings nodded in unison. "All set, conductor." Li Chun flashed a smile that left Su Fong momentarily spellbound, only to later realize that Nangu was still beside Li Chun, prompting her to quickly lower her gaze. She hoped Nangu would not misunderstand her momentary distraction. After all, Li Chun's smile was simply captivating. Once everyone was settled, Li Chun gestured towards the co-pilot's seat, saying, "Why not take a seat?" Nangu, still wearing her hat in an awkward manner, pretended to offer it to Li Chun, mimicking Su Xian and the others as she said, "Conductor, you wear it." Though Nangu understood little, she felt an overwhelming sense of admiration. As Li Chun's words echoed in the air, the train began to move slowly. Initially, the sound of the wheels on the tracks was audible, but as the train accelerated, it swiftly reached its usual speed. Nangu glanced out at the passing scenery and then back at Li Chun. This man, it seemed he was doing nothing but observing the instrument panel. Was this normal? Oh, it appeared he was also managing the speed. But was this truly what operating a train entailed? It seemed far too effortless. Suddenly, Nangu felt a pang of disappointment. Sitting quietly in the co-pilot's seat, she noticed that her side of the control panel contained merely a lever and a red button. Raising her gaze, she found herself staring directly at a long window. Just moments ago, Su Fong had meticulously cleaned this area, and now Nangu enjoyed a clear view. The train sped swiftly along the tracks, and the scenery outside rushed past in a blur. In truth, the devastation witnessed here bore little difference from the desolation they had encountered on their journey. However, the railway was predominantly constructed in desolate regions, resulting in a scarce sight of zombies along the way. The land was upturned, distant mountains had collapsed, embankments lay in ruins, and rivers had overwhelmed numerous low-lying areas. Yet amidst this landscape of despair, a hint of fresh greenery emerged, stirring a perplexing emotion within Nangu. At this moment, Su Fong and Su Xian were in the spacious train carriage, where the large windows provided an expansive view. The two leaned against the window, eagerly gazing outside. "Sister, I never imagined I would be aboard such a train." With the national train system in disarray, they had been trapped in that town for an extended period. Although they had glimpsed a few helicopters passing by, Su Fong, more sentimental than Su Xian, observed that the scenery outside was no longer the magnificent landscape she once remembered. With the terrain so drastically altered and zombies lurking everywhere, she pondered how humanity could possibly survive. She even felt that, regardless of their arrival at the Jinping base, her and Su Xian's fates appeared rather bleak. However, Su Xian had adjusted swiftly in recent days. Noticing Su Fong's distress, he promptly offered words of comfort. "Where there is a mountain, there is a way, sister. We cannot surrender ourselves." Su Fong merely pressed her hand against the car window, leaving an imprint. "I can't help but ponder the ever-changing topography. Perhaps the climate will shift as well. The Earth's environment grows increasingly unpredictable. How can I find peace of mind? Fear not, for I am here," Su Xian declared confidently, patting his chest. Su Fong couldn't help but chuckle at his antics and finally settled down, saying, "Well, we managed to escape from such a place. What more is there to fear? At worst, we will face zombies. Once we reach the Jinping base, we can seek out other water-based supernatural beings to explore ways to enhance our combat abilities. Su Xian nodded earnestly, harboring an intense desire to grow stronger. Meanwhile, Nan Ge was in the driver's seat, still examining the dashboard before her. Observing Li Chun as he focused intently on his own panel, Nan Ge licked her lips and cautiously placed her hand on the red button. Just one press should be harmless. I wonder what will happen. I'm so curious. In truth, Li Chun was well aware of her little maneuver. As he saw her about to press it, he playfully warned her, that's the self-destruct mechanism of the train. Nan Ge was startled, her hand trembled, and she inadvertently pressed the button. She had no time to react and immediately shielded her head, crouching down. Seeing her frightened demeanor, Li Chun couldn't help but laugh heartily. As Nan Ge curled up, she suddenly heard a prolonged horn blaring. What on earth? This isn't a self-destruct. Furiously rising to her feet, Nan Ge shot an indignant glare at Li Chun. Why did you deceive me? As Nan Ge questioned herself, Li Chun laughed heartily, finding amusement in the little zombie's lack of discernment. If it were truly an explosive device, would it be so brazenly displayed? Moreover, there was no such thing on the train. Clearing his throat, he shifted the conversation. Nan Ge, have you not realized that you have forgotten something? Nan Ge touched the tang knife on her back and inspected her body, shaking her head. No, I haven't. Li Chun produced a small pouch from his waist. Giving it a gentle shake, the crystalline nuclei clinked together, producing a clear sound. Are you certain you haven't forgotten? Nan Ge's eyes widened as the memory struck her. She had consumed 2 psychic nuclei, initially believing she would perish. Yet here she was, alive and well. Li Chun put the nuclei away and said to her, Look, it has been quite some time, and you are still unharmed, which means you certainly will not die. Overcome with joy, Nan Ge covered her face. Li Chun mused that if her blood were to flow, her cheeks would undoubtedly be flushed. She even bounced on her feet slightly, excitement radiating from her. I really won't die? At that moment, she had felt immense sorrow, and Li Chun had teased her. Now, she believed that he had done something truly wonderful. Li Chun nodded affirmatively. You certainly will not. Nan Ge was so elated that she nearly leaped, only to sit down again, this time adjusting her hat properly before raising her small, yet deft hand. Li Chun had witnessed her skillful handling of a scalpel, and at this moment, her fingers were poised together beside her ear as she earnestly declared, Nan Ge, commence. Then, she pressed the horn with great force. The sound of the horn was long and distant, and Nan Ge wore a serious expression, as if burdened by weighty responsibilities. Li Chun focused intently on the dashboard, bemused by her sudden display of expertise, as if she had rehearsed it. Train conductor, there is an incline ahead. The train is tilting. Moments later, she mimicked answering a phone call, theatrically declaring, No, our train is already full. When she turned back to Li Chun, she saluted him, her chin slightly raised. Conductor, just now a spy attempted to board our train. Most frequently, she pressed the horn at every site, trees, buildings, and even when catching a glimpse of the ruins of a city far off, she would sound it, claiming it was a tribute to the deceased. Li Chun felt a twinge of regret. He should never have told Nan Ge that she wouldn't perish, for her excitement knew no bounds. She had become quite the chatterbox. Nan Ge even engaged in self-affirmation. Her newfound role at the controls was extraordinary, and her delight in managing the horn was boundless. Su Xian and Su Feng, in the carriage, occasionally glanced towards the cockpit, sensing a wave of unease wash over them, especially Su Xian. In his mind, Nan Ge had always been an aloof beauty, skilled and a savior to him. Little did they know, Li Chun had previously described her. In silence, she was indeed a cold beauty, but once she spoke, well, she was merely a foolish zombie. Chapter 56. Zombies surround the train. Nan Ge played alone for an entire afternoon, witnessing her enthusiasm, which seemed endless. Li Chun reviewed the route map once more and then brought the train to a halt. Nan Ge does not require food, yet they find themselves in need. After halting the train, Li Chun activated the onboard radio. He stood, stretching his somewhat stiff shoulders, and addressed the 2 siblings. Let us dine. With her supply of blood bags depleted, Nan Ge felt a sense of frustration at her lack of sustenance and busied herself with the radio in the driver's cabin. Many broadcast stations across the country have been restored, allowing her to tune into several channels. Presently, these broadcasts can be categorized into 2 distinct factions. One faction solely conveys uplifting news, instilling a belief that humanity shall ultimately prevail. The other faction engages in a rivalry among various bases, Astute individuals have already sensed that the more populous bases are poised to become formidable in various aspects, should they possess a sufficient number of superpowered individuals. They may very well dominate and control the other bases. Consequently, the inhabitants of these bases embellish the terrors of the outside world, urging solitary individuals to seek refuge within their ranks. The location where Li Chun has stopped is a desolate valley, chosen for a brief respite before they embark on their journey through the night. The radio signal here is rather weak. After some adjustments, Nan Ge discovered that the broadcast from Jinping Base was the clearest. She settled on that channel. A melodious female voice emerged from the radio. This afternoon, the quaint town of Shanhe was suddenly besieged by a horde of zombies. Throughout the ordeal, the inhabitants failed to send any distress signals. By the time rescue teams from Jinping Base arrived, not a single soul remained. The town had been engulfed in flames. This incident has deeply pained several leaders of Jinping Base. As the apocalypse looms, humanity must unite to confront the threat of the undead. Small groups are insufficient to withstand the onslaught of zombies. Thus, we earnestly invite all citizens to join the Jinping Base, which offers its resources without charge. Following this invitation is a litany of the base's benefits. The establishment of the base is recent, and it is a time of great need for personnel. However, the leader's capacity to provide such provisions reveals their prior affluence before the world fell into chaos. Su Fong and Su Xian, who were previously nibbling on bread, turned pale upon hearing the broadcast, abandoning their meal. Li Chun glanced at them, quickly comprehending the situation. Shanhe Town must be the place they had recently departed from. The coincidence is too striking. Last night, while they were present, no disturbances were heard from the town, yet mere hours after their departure, calamity struck. Had they remained, they could not have idly stood by. Nevertheless, Li Chun understood that the zombies in that town were formidable. Had he and Nan Ge ventured there, they too might have faced dire consequences. Observing Su Xian and Su Fong, despite their disdain for the town and their desire to escape, it is only natural that their hearts would ache for their homeland. Su Fong's eyes glistened with unshed tears, while Su Xian bowed his head in silence. He then returned to the driver's seat. The train resumed its journey along the predetermined track as night fell. Listening to the representatives of Jinping Base extolling their own virtues, Nan Ge scoffed and remarked to Li Chun that their base was exploiting the annihilation of the entire town to bolster its own image, clearly indifferent to the lives lost. Li Chun also understood this truth. The world had grown increasingly cruel. However, he found himself perplexed and asked Nan Ge, "Do you truly have sympathy for the people in that town?" Nan Ge looked at him with astonishment. Her large hat asked you. "How could I? I feel regretful. When the horde of zombies attacked, I lament not being there. Alas, I could have had a second helping." It turns out she regretted not having a taste of those people. Truly, Li Chun turned away, realizing he should have understood long ago that the thoughts of humans and zombies would never align on the same wavelength. Nan Ge focused intently on the broadcast, which now emanated a chorus of soothing melodies. The announcer mentioned that this was an evening entertainment gathering for everyone at the Jinping Base. Listening to that warm and inviting song, one could imagine many yearning for this place. In the latter part of the night, Nan Ge glanced at Li Chun and noticed he was still fixated on the dashboard. Curiously, she stood up and approached him from behind. "Isn't there a preset track? Why must you keep your eyes on it? He could simply drive on his own." Li Chun replied calmly, "It's not that simple. I cannot afford to sleep. What if something goes awry while I do?" He mentally calculated the time. "We should arrive at Jinping by tomorrow morning, but given the city's state of lockdown, our train may not be allowed entry." Nan Ge nodded, though she did not fully grasp the gravity of the situation, and glanced back into the carriage, where Su Fong and Su Xian, the siblings, had indeed fallen asleep. Li Chun noted her tone, tinged with grievance, and her furrowed brow bore an expression that evoked sympathy. In the past, she always spoke with exuberance, but now her head hung low. Li Chun instinctively softened his tone, saying, "Once we reach Jinping, I will find something for you to eat." However, Nan Ge shook her head unhappily, lifting her gaze to meet Li Chun's, her eyes reflecting a more intricate emotion than before. "I have my own provisions. They have all promised me." It seemed they were indeed waiting for her here. "After you bite them, they will all turn into zombies." Nan Ge let out a heavy huff and reached for her scalpel. Indeed, even while carrying a tang knife, it was the scalpel that provided her with greater reassurance. Before she could haggle with Li Chun, both suddenly raised their heads, locking eyes in realization. Yes, the aura was palpable. They had deduced what it was. It was close. Nan Ge's expression turned grave. Judging by her instincts, There were at least several thousand zombies ahead. How could there be so many? Had these zombies been wandering here all along? Li Chun dismissed several possibilities, ultimately stating with solemnity, there must be an abandoned train ahead. I will change the tracks now. Nanga set down her scalpel and placed her hand back on the tang knife. Without waiting for Li Chun to say anything further, she turned and exited the carriage, calling for Su Fong and Su Xian. The two siblings had been in a deep slumber, but upon seeing the serious expression on Nangu's face, all traces of sleep vanished. Su Fong trembled as she asked, "What's wrong? Have we encountered zombies again?" Su Xian jumped up as well. Though frightened, he gritted his teeth and asked, "Is there anything I can do to help?" Nanga truly could not think of what they could assist with. She provided a brief explanation. Ahead lies an abandoned train, with all its passengers transformed into zombies. We are now changing our course, uncertain of how many we might evade. An abandoned train. Just imagine the multitude of zombies it must harbor. Su Fong and Su Xian's faces paled further. Su Xian glanced outside, and to avoid drawing attention, only a dim light illuminated their carriage. Sister Nange, is this train sturdy? Had it been before the apocalypse, Su Fong would have confidently assured him of the train's robustness. But now, those zombies have evolved. From what Nange has observed, there are at least 3 distinct types. If one were a wind elemental, a mere gust could potentially slice the train apart. Moreover, they could not overlook the fact that there were thousands of zombies aboard that train. Li Chun remained resolute as he manipulated the control panel. With Nange watching him methodically adjust commands, his subordinates working with unwavering speed and preparation. Li Chun's voice echoed once more, prompting Nange to swiftly draw her tang knife. Meanwhile, Su Fong and Su Xian, lacking proper weapons, resorted to wielding a mop and a plastic broom found in the carriage. They're coming. As soon as Li Chun finished speaking, Nange leapt onto the table, astonishingly managing to hoist herself onto the ceiling of the train carriage. Soon after, she witnessed wandering zombies charging directly towards the train. In this desolate wilderness, the zombies had consumed all the humans aboard the train without any diversion. Upon catching the scent of humanity, could they possibly remain calm? Nanga remained unaware of whether Li Chun had successfully changed lanes. She simply hung quietly from the roof of the carriage, maintaining her balance. The zombies, similar to those she had encountered the previous day, were banging against the train. Some were struck aside by the high-speed locomotive, while others pressed themselves against the windows. Su Fong and Su Xian were positioned perilously close to the glass when they suddenly beheld the horrifying visage of a zombie magnified before them. With a startled gasp, it leaped into the midst of the carriage. However, unlike Nanga, they lacked the agility to suspend themselves in midair. An increasing number of zombies adhered to the windows, prompting Su Fong to tremble as she exclaimed, "How many are there, really?" Now, she regretted having cleaned the windows so thoroughly. The carriage was so narrow that she could clearly see the zombies' ghastly green eyes. Nanga remained motionless, scrutinizing the undead. In truth, Su Fong and Su Xian were merely overly anxious. Had they observed closely, they would have realized that the zombies were howling. But their cries were directed solely at the two of them. Nanga had not captured their attention at all. She silently counted. There were nearly 20 zombies clinging to the window. They were like headless flies, intent on breaching the carriage. Li Chun remained silent, rendering her hesitant to launch a reckless attack. Eventually, Nanga sensed that her grip on the sunroof was loosening. The stench of the zombies was overwhelming, and among them was a mutated one. A shiver coursed through her, as the sheer number was overwhelming. Thus, she called out to Li Chun, "Have we successfully changed lanes? Why are there more and more zombies? The train can barely hold on." Chapter 57. The perilous dilemma. Nanga found herself in a state of profound distress. The notion of 3 minutes felt insurmountable, as she struggled to endure even 30 seconds beneath the weight of the impending doom above her. The zombies, evidently aware of the vulnerability presented by the skylight, engaged in a relentless tug-of-war with her, determined to wrench it open. Disregarding the astonished expressions of Su Fong and Su Xian, Nanga summoned her strength, hoisting herself up to plant her feet firmly on the roof of the carriage. Her body gradually aligned with the surface, exerting equal resistance against the encroaching zombie, neither yielding an inch. Witnessing her remarkable agility, Su Fong, clutching a broom, could not help but rub her eyes in disbelief. Was it the profound depth of Chinese martial arts at play, or did Nanga possess some extraordinary talent? This skill was undeniably formidable. Su Xian, having witnessed such feats before, was less taken aback, just as he prepared to extol Nanji's virtues to Su Fong. A fire-wielding zombie unexpectedly emerged at the window, unleashing flames towards those within. Simultaneously, a water-based zombie joined the fray, brazenly channeling its powers. The glass, already heated, now faced the onslaught of water, resulting in the ominous crackling sound of impending shattering that resonated throughout the train. "We must thwart them," Su Xian shouted to Su Fang. If the water and fire zombies continued their assault, the window would soon be obliterated. However, despite their urgency, what recourse did they truly have? In a state of frantic agitation, Su Xian and Su Fang clutched their weapons tightly, preparing for the worst. Should the zombies breach their defenses, they would be ready to fight with all their might. Nan Gu was beginning to muster all her strength. Yet the zombies atop the carriage were evidently not inclined to relent. Li Chen remained fixated on the shifting tracks, acutely aware that their train was drawing ever closer to the derelict one ahead. The electrical systems aboard that forsaken train were entirely inoperative, and from this distance, he could discern the myriad hues of the zombies' eyes. A weight settled heavily in his heart. There were far too many mutated zombies here. If they charged ahead on the predetermined path, certain destruction awaited them, plunging them directly into the horde. Sweat beaded on his forehead, but he paid it no mind, gripping the control lever tightly as he calculated the remaining distance. He mentally sifted through the myriad factors: the deviation of the tracks post-catastrophe, the extent of the zombie sabotage, the influence of the night's dim light, wind direction, and temperature. Su Fang and Su Xian also noted the train's perilous momentum, their hearts lodged in their throats. "What should we do, Su Xian? Are we truly destined to collide? Are we really going to perish here?" Su Fang trembled in fear, her hands quaking. They had never witnessed so many zombies before. Focus on the immediate. There must be a way out. Trust in brotherly. Just as Su Xian's words fell, the window was violently shattered by two zombies, one of which thrust its head through the opening. Su Xian had anticipated this moment. He swung the mop in his hand with force, and the zombie, caught off guard, was sent crashing down from the train with a resounding thud. The train continued to roar forward, showing no signs of slowing down despite the impending need to change course. If they failed, they would crash directly into that abandoned train, and there would be no chance of survival. The urgency was palpable on both sides, as those zombies were eager to squeeze through the shattered window. Su Xian's water-based abilities proved somewhat helpful, emulating the recently encountered zombie. He directed a jet of water straight towards the undead at the window. Although it provided some measure of defense, he was acutely aware that his powers could not endure for long. She could not allow Su Xian to perish. This singular thought dominated her mind. Thus, despite her fear, she surged forward, joining Su Xian in creating a curtain of water. Nan Gu, clinging to the top of the train, realized with deep concern that their efforts were futile. Looking around the carriage, she noticed unfamiliar mutated zombies launching an assault. What were they wielding? Metal? This was dire, as such materials were far more resilient than both water and fire. In no time, they could shatter the window. Without further contemplation, Nan Gu made a swift decision. Releasing her grip and shifting her body to the side, the zombies, momentarily distracted by her movement, were violently hurled backward as they clutched the window. The train, already short, swayed precariously before they all tumbled off. Though these zombies had been dealt with, the skylight was lost. A window had shattered, leaving the brother and sister with no means of defense. Without hesitation, Nan Gu seized her Tang Dao and leaped from the skylight, landing firmly atop the train. The surrounding zombies took notice of her, and she sensed that the undead nearby were also eyeing the train hungrily, with many rushing toward their position. However, these zombies did not initially assault Nange, for they recognized her as one of their own. Yet, what made her different from them? It compelled an instinctive desire within them to submit. Finally, Su Fang and Su Xian could no longer withstand the onslaught. A zombie charged in, grasping Su Xian's shoulder, poised to bite into his head. In a moment of desperation, Su Fang thrust the broom she was holding into the creature's mouth, averting a potential tragedy. Their weapon was snatched away, leaving them to watch helplessly as the zombie howled and leaned in closer. Its razor-sharp claws and fangs were more terrifying than the fiercest of beasts. The ominous clouds loomed overhead, rendering the siblings voiceless in their fear. Just as they faced imminent peril, they caught a glimpse in the moonlight of the zombie's head being violently tossed into the air. It was revealed that Nange had severed the creature's head with a swift strike. Remarkably, the head landed squarely within the carriage, coming to rest in Su Fang's hands. The moment she felt its clammy and gruesome texture, a wave of goosebumps enveloped her, prompting a piercing scream. Nange did not linger to assess the situation inside the carriage. She launched an attack on the zombies, who would now perceive her as an adversary. Indeed, The very zombies that had been surrounding the window turned their heads in unison. As Nange wielded her blade, she pressed her body against the carriage. Her movements more agile than ever before, her hands dancing with the weapon, free from the fear of falling. From a side view, one could observe numerous zombies scrambling up the carriage, moving with astonishing speed toward Nange. Nanga leapt and spun gracefully, landing once more atop the carriage. At that moment, the zombies had only just begun to emerge. Having accumulated a measure of combat experience, she understood the wisdom of striking first, before the few approaching zombies could reach her. She swung her blade with blinding speed, and several heads flew from their bodies. In the darkness of night, she stood tall, her black hair dancing wildly in the wind, her garments rustling like a banner. The zombies, having suffered a setback, hesitated to approach her again, encircling the carriage and howling incessantly at the sky. Nangji's expression hardened. She realized these zombies were summoning their companions. Among the surrounding horde, she discerned various classifications, and one even appeared to possess both ice and fire attributes. Behind her loomed the derelict train. Though she did not need to see it, she could sense how perilously close she was. The single thought racing through her mind was to change direction swiftly. These few zombies were manageable, but a train full of them was an entirely different matter. Previously, Li Qin's marksmanship was impeccable, but now he was unarmed. The standoff lingered for a brief moment, and it was unclear which side initiated the charge. As the surrounding zombies surged directly toward Nanga, gripping her Tang Dao, she initially felt a flicker of trepidation, yet when faced with them, she found it was not as arduous as she had envisioned. The most formidable among them were only of the second tier. Their movements, swift to an ordinary observer, appeared to her as though they had been slowed to a crawl. Even when some attempted to assault her with their abilities, Nanga had her strategies to counteract them. The top of the carriage was enveloped in chaos, while Su Feng and Su Xian remained seated inside, unable to discern the complete scene through a small skylight. However, they could still see the zombies frantically rushing about. Nanji's steps were steady, echoing like a heartbeat in their chests. The zombies were easily dispatched, but their numbers continued to swell, forcing Nanga to grit her teeth and place her trust in Li Qin once more. The 3-minute mark was fast approaching, and Li Qin was prepared. In the midst of a struggle with a zombie, one was unexpectedly kicked through the window into the carriage by her. Dazed, the zombie quickly locked onto Li Qin in the driver's seat, its senses detecting another human presence. Instantly, it abandoned its tussle with Nanga and charged toward Li Qin. At such a critical moment, Li Qin could not afford any distractions. Su Xian and Su Feng exchanged glances. Despite their fear, they rose from the ground. Just as the zombie was about to sink its teeth into Li Qin, Su Feng hurled her head at the creature, shouting a taunt. "Your opponent is here." In her desperation, she surprisingly managed to strike true, causing two zombies' heads to collide. The zombie was enraged. Having been pinned down by Nanga atop the carriage, it now found itself provoked by two humans inside. Sensing their weakness, it decided to eliminate them first. Li Qin was aware of Su Feng and Su Xian's actions but remained focused on the critical moment, resolutely instructing, "Hold on for 10 more seconds." Su Feng and Su Xian, like cornered beasts, reddened their eyes. Chapter 58, Plunging Off the Bridge. They were water-based supernatural beings, possessing remarkably poor combat capabilities. Yet, could it be that with two of them present, they could not slay even a single zombie? After all, Nanga, a mere girl, was up on the carriage confronting so many zombies. Thus, Su Xian and Su Feng steeled themselves. In that instant, their fear was completely cast aside. If they could endure just 10 seconds, victory would be theirs. Li Qin's frigid voice began the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7. Nanga, perched atop the carriage, heard this voice as well. She decapitated yet another zombie, this time not allowing the head to fall to the ground, but instead grasping it in her hand and tossing it through the sunroof. This was her trophy, one she intended to tally once the battle concluded. Li Qin's countdown reached its final moments. 5, 4, 3, 2. With renewed vigor, Nanji's movements became even more fluid. As she pivoted, the abandoned train came into clear view, mere steps away. Countless zombies stumbled towards her, drawing ever closer. She could discern the mottled decay upon their faces with startling clarity. As Li Qin shouted the final one, Nanga forcefully shook off the zombie that had ensnared her and leapt through the window. Her raven hair billowed wildly due to the excessive speed, cascading into the train compartment as their small locomotive tilted dramatically. Although she could not see, the ominous sound of sparks crackling filled the air, a result of the rapid velocity and sharp turn that sent sparks flying from the tracks. Their train narrowly brushed against another, veering onto a different track. The maneuver was successful, yet, before the passengers could erupt in cheers, Nangu heard the chilling sounds of numerous zombies lunging onto the train. Indeed, having been so close, it was inevitable that a few would pursue them. Even without crashing into the heart of the zombie horde, grasping her Tang Dao, she swiftly dispatched the zombies that had cornered Su Fong and Su Xian before turning coldly to face the new threat. Some zombies had already leaped through the skylight she had entered. Li Chun, witnessing the successful turn of the train, had no time to breathe a sigh of relief and stood up. Even if the dashboard encountered further complications, he could not afford to be distracted. The number of zombies in the compartment was increasing, and it was up to him to resolve the situation. Drawing a dagger from his boot, he gripped it firmly. Now, he and Nangu stood in a line, their eyes locking despite the confined space of the compartment. As the train suddenly changed direction, they distanced themselves from the abandoned train, leaving more zombies behind, unable to pursue them. Around and within the compartment, dozens of zombies amassed. Nangu and Li Chen exchanged a glance, instinctively recognizing their roles. As they sprang into action, the zombies surged towards them. However, without a moment's hesitation, Nangu joined forces with Li Chen. Observing him crouched down, she deftly placed a foot upon his shoulder and leaped through the sunroof with remarkable agility. Her flexibility surpassed that of Li Chen. Thus, she took it upon herself to confront the zombies outside the vehicle. Barely steadying herself, Nangu soon heard the resounding crack of gunfire emanating from within the compartment. Li Chen had commenced his assault. Gripping her Tang sword, she positioned it horizontally in readiness. The terrain here was spacious, and the moonlight tonight was exceptionally luminous. The cold, silvery radiance shimmered upon her blade, casting an enchanting glow in her pale green eyes, which seemed to transform with the brilliance of scattered silver light. At last, Nangu resolved not to await the onslaught of the approaching zombies. She took the initiative. Outside the vehicle, a chorus of growls persisted, and severed zombie heads began to be hurled into the compartment. Su Fong and Su Xian had already taken refuge beneath a table, and upon witnessing the grisly heads, they hastily seized them, disregarding their nausea, and stuffed them into a cloth bag beneath the seat. The heads, round and unwieldy, would obstruct Li Chen's efforts should they remain on the ground. In this moment, Li Chen felt a modicum of satisfaction towards the siblings. Though they were undeniably weak, they had at least recognized their roles and refrained from causing further chaos. The confines of the vehicle were cramped, yet Li Chen, with his long limbs, exhibited unexpected agility. Crouched on the ground, Su Fong finally witnessed the full extent of Li Chen's prowess in dispatching zombies. How many years of relentless training must one endure to attain such skill? Curiously, from the very beginning, she had not seen either Li Chen or Nangu utilize any supernatural abilities. Perhaps they were merely ordinary individuals. Su Xian, too, felt a profound sense of defeat. He had previously struggled to fathom the extent of Li Chen's prowess. In this moment of comparison, he realized that even as an ability user, he might not endure more than 30 seconds under Li Chen's command. Nangu reveled in harvesting zombies, and Li Chen showed no signs of weakness. As they eradicated the remaining foes, a glimmer of light broke on the horizon. The sun was about to rise. Li Chen shook the dagger in his hand. His firearm was entirely devoid of ammunition. Gazing at the last 3 zombies, he prepared to resolve the situation with his dagger. The battle atop the carriage had concluded, and Nangu leapt back through the sunroof. Upon seeing the trio still standing, she pouted. Why haven't you dealt with them yet? I've already finished mine. Li Chen smiled faintly. She failed to consider how many had crawled into the carriage afterward. A moment ago, he had glanced at her and noted her combat style outside resembled a form of juggling rather than a serious fight. Nangu yearned for respite. Thus she brandished her knife, declaring, "Let us finish this swiftly." Li Chen nodded and parted ways with Nangu, both believing these 3 would be easily dispatched. However, just as they took a step forward, tendrils erupted throughout the train. The 3 zombies were all mutated variants of the wood type, and their delay in action had inadvertently ensnared them in a trap. The vines surged with terrifying speed, and in no time, the carriage was unrecognizable. Nangu stood by a shattered window, and at that moment, a gust of wind swept in, causing her long hair to dance in the air. Along with the wind, a few rays of sunlight filtered in. Su Fong and Su Xian were utterly stunned. What was happening? They found themselves ensnared by the tendrils. Before they could even resist, the siblings were tightly bound by the vines, which had even coiled around their necks. In no time, their faces turned a deep shade of crimson. It was only thanks to Li Chen's timely intervention that they escaped this peril. At that moment, the The four of them were acutely aware of their dire predicament. If any among them possessed fire-based abilities, a mere flame could incinerate the vines, but alas, they did not. Vines began to lash out at Nangu, who, back-to-back with Li Chun, severed the terrifying appendages that resembled tentacles. The three zombies remained at a distance, refraining from engaging directly with Li Chun and Nangu, fully aware of their own inadequate combat prowess. Each time Nangu attempted to charge forward, a wall of vines would manifest, obstructing her path. Gradually, Nangu realized that these three zombies were proving to be formidable adversaries. Li Chun and Nangu turned to him and asked, "Do you sense that the speed of the vehicle seems to be slowing down?" Li Chun took a moment to assess and indeed confirmed her observation. These zombies had likely ensnared the outside with tendrils as well. Furthermore, the train's power was waning. Originally, he had planned for them to reach Jinping without issue. Yet now they were taking a detour. Nangu slashed through several more vines. The walls of vegetation were closing in, evidently intent on encircling them. Tilting her head, she inhaled deeply and said to Li Chun, "I can smell water." Li Chun contemplated the previously recalibrated route, which should lead them across a grand bridge. However, his mind was preoccupied with the pressing situation. The few zombies could not approach, yet it would take an eternity for him and Nangu to fend them off. Just as he was embroiled in his inner turmoil, the bound Su Xian suddenly shouted, "Their SA bridge." Nangu was about to respond that they were already aware. But Su Xian, her face ashen, added, "The bridge is already broken. If our train continues on this path, it will plunge down." Nangu felt a surge of anxiety. What should they do? As a zombie, she had no knowledge of whether she could swim. In her moment of distress, Li Chen's eyes suddenly sparkled with clarity. He rushed towards Su Fong and Su Xian, swiftly severing all the vines that ensnared them. With intense focus, he instructed, "The train will soon come to a halt. When the speed decreases, I will signal you to jump. Do you understand?" The siblings could only nod. At this point, they would comply with whatever Li Chen commanded, even if it meant jumping into the river. Nangu had become quite adept at such tasks, darting to Li Chen's side and cutting through several more vines. As their excitement grew, the plant wall tightened its grip around the four of them. The only escape route remaining was the window behind Su Xian. Standing atop a table, Li Chen waited for the opportune moment, and then pushed Su Fong and Su Xian down. "You wait for us here." The siblings were taken aback. Weren't they told to jump for themselves? How could they be so abruptly thrust into the unknown? Li Chen had already found the right angle, eagerly awaiting this moment. The train was not moving swiftly. After Su Fong and Su Xian fell, they rolled a few times on the ground before coming to a stop. Meanwhile, the train surged forward, crossing the bridge during those few moments. Su Xian struggled to catch his breath, gripping Su Fong's hand tightly in despair, exclaiming, "What should we do? At this rate, the train will plunge directly into the river." They were still inside the train. Nangu, confined within the carriage, remained oblivious to Li Chen's motives. All she knew was that the three zombies, enraged by the loss of human prey, had obscured the window with vines. Chapter 59. The train's descent as the train plummeted. Nangu, for a fleeting moment, contemplated defection. In this dire situation, aligning with the three wood element zombies appeared to offer a greater chance of survival. With their escape routes completely blocked, Li Chen unexpectedly embraced her as the train hurtled off the bridge. In the face of imminent peril, Nangu attempted to struggle free, only to discover that Li Chen's strength surpassed even hers as a zombie. Though her thoughts raced, they passed in an instant. The tremendous force drove the train deep into the river, spinning her world into chaos. She wished to scream, yet her voice was caught in her throat. The train, battered from the earlier skirmish, was on the verge of disintegration, and just as it submerged, water began to pour in. Instinctively, she sought an escape. But Li Chen held her firmly in place. At this moment, Nangu truly wished to pierce Li Chen's heart with a knife. How could he contemplate death while dragging her down with him? Li Chen understood her too well. He would never grant her the opportunity to strike. In mere moments, he restrained her, as the frigid river water engulfed them both. On the shore, Su Fong and Su Xian stood frozen in shock, their expressions vacant. They listened to the thunderous crash of the train plunging into the water, witnessing the explosive splashes that sent ripples across the surface. Yet, the train had already sunk, and the two individuals had vanished from sight. Their faces were ashen, devoid of any joy that might accompany a narrow escape. Those two, had they perished for their sake? How could that be? They were so formidable, having vanquished countless zombies. Had it not been for them, how would they have boarded that train, so close to Jinping? Yet, in such deep waters, trapped within the train as it fell, survival seemed utterly impossible. Xian, Su Fang's voice trembled, her legs losing strength as she sank to the ground. She struggled to grasp Su Xian's jacket, a remnant left by Nan Ge. Her gaze was frail and incredulous as she asked, it can't be real, can it? They must have escaped before plunging into the river, right? The river continued to batter the shore, waves churning with relentless force. Su Xian felt his mind clouded, overwhelmed by a tumult of emotions crashing over him. How could Nan Ge and Li Qin simply be gone like this? Sister. He trembled uncontrollably, feeling as though he too had plunged into the water, despite the fact that it was not he who had fallen in. In that moment, it felt as if every part of him were drenched, rendering his arms too heavy to lift. He dared not meet Su Fang's gaze, nor could he confront his own reflection. If only he could be stronger. Just a little stronger. Weakly, he sank to his knees, while Su Xian fixated on the river's surface, tears cascading down his cheeks. Su Fang was on the brink of collapse, gripping the hem of Su Xian's clothing, shaking her head, utterly speechless. An overwhelming grief engulfed the siblings, to the extent that they remained oblivious to any disturbances on the water. It was Su Xian who first rubbed his eyes, taking Su Fang's hand and pointing ahead. Sister. Look, there's something in the river. What is it? Su Fang's voice trembled with fear, for she too discerned something green emerging from the depths. Could it be a monster lurking in the waters? Humanity had succumbed to a zombie apocalypse, and the fate of animals was surely no better. Su Xian fell silent, his gaze fixed intently on the river. At last, the object surfaced swiftly. It was their train. The very train ensnared by thick vines. It had risen. Tears nearly spilled from Su Xian's eyes. If the train could float, it meant that Nan Ge and Li Qin must be alive. Su Fang, equally astonished, exclaimed, How could I have forgotten? We can indeed float in water, especially since those three zombies were so frenzied. They had wrapped the entire train in vines. No wonder Li Qin was so resolute in steering the train into the river. At this moment, although the vehicle was adrift upon the river's surface, it had tilted precariously, rendering it impossible to discern its front from its rear. The three zombies were positioned at an indeterminate distance, and even if Su Xian attempted to call out to Li Qin and Nan Ge, his voice would likely not carry. Inside the carriage, Li Qin clung desperately to Nan Ge, while she grasped a bag filled with severed zombie heads that Su Fang had collected. Moments earlier, the train had plunged into the water, swiftly submerging the entire compartment. For a fleeting instant, Nan Ge truly believed she was facing death. Yet, before long, she realized the train was actually beginning to rise, with some water even leaking out. The three zombies, clearly unfamiliar with such an ordeal, had survived on land since their transformation. Upon their sudden immersion, their terror was no less than that of Nan Ge, and they now howled at the rear of the carriage. Overcome by fear, they instinctively sought to fend off the encroaching water with vines, inadvertently generating more, which stabilized the train's buoyancy. They were oblivious to Nan Ge and Li Qin, having blocked any potential escape routes, and were now thrashing about in the water, creating an increasingly chaotic din. Li Qin had no intention of lingering here. Should these three zombies attract other entities, it would spell disaster. Meanwhile, Nan Ge pressed tightly against Li Qin's chest, and despite the air touching her skin after emerging from the water, she fearfully cried out, We've fallen. We've fallen. Ah. Li Qin felt a twinge of helplessness. He was utterly drenched. When he had just fallen into the river, he was initially concerned that Nan Ge's movements might delay their escape, prompting him to hold her tightly. The few breaths he had managed to retain were forcibly expelled by her actions. Observing Nan Ge's exuberance, he could not help but inquire, What are you afraid of? They stood atop a wall of vines, and through the tangled foliage, a car window was visible ahead. A metal rod protruded ominously from the corner of the window, a remnant from some metallic zombie. Still shaken, Nan Ge instinctively wrapped her arms around Li Qin's waist and looked up at him in horror, exclaiming, I can't swim. Li Qin replied, But you are a zombie. You don't need to breathe, and you won't die if you fall into the water. Suddenly, Nan Ge fell silent. How had she forgotten that fact? It mattered not that she did not need to breathe. Embarrassed, she lowered her hands and hastily wiped the water from her face. This was truly a moment of great humiliation. She wanted to jump into the river. Li Qin, witnessing her reaction, could not help but chuckle inwardly. However, the train was still tilting perilously. It was best to find an exit first. Feeling the awkwardness in their silence, Nan Ge pointed towards the back of the carriage and disdainfully remarked, How foolish. Do these three zombies not realize this is water? Can't they die? Li Qin shot her a teasing glance, as if to say, Are you in a position to judge others? Nan Ge huffed softly, clutching her bag tightly. unwilling to let go. She and this man shared no common language. It was best not to engage with him. After stepping outside shortly, "Remember to stand on top of the train," Li Chen instructed, gesturing towards the ceiling and then casting a glance towards the rear of the carriage. "I will deal with those 3 zombies." Nan Gu, captivated by his presence, curiously inquired, "How do we get out?" "It's completely blocked here." Li Chen took her tang knife and swiftly severed the vine wall obstructing their path. It was then that Nan Gu realized that the 3 zombies, foolishly engaged in a struggle against the river, had ceased their attacks on them. Meanwhile, Li Chen stood by the window, examining the metal rod and remarked to Nan Gu, "This metal-based zombie has proven quite beneficial to us." Puzzled, Nan Gu leaned in closer. After all, she was the one who had dispatched that zombie. Its head now resting in the bag she held. Li Chen calmly explained, "In the event that the vehicle plunges into water, you can detach part of the seat and insert the metal rod into the edge of the glass." He pointed to a spot just below the window, indicating its exact location. Then, with both hands firmly grasping the metal rod, he forcefully pressed it downward. To their astonishment, the window emitted a sharp crack and shattered. As the river surged in like a wild torrent, it soon inundated the ground beneath their feet. Li Chen urged Nan Gu, "You go above and wait for me." Nan Gu was utterly astounded by Li Chen's audacity. He had indeed pried open the car window. Yet, she did not linger. Swiftly following the momentum Li Chen provided as he urged her forward. Grasping her bag, she effortlessly climbed out of the window, gracefully leaping onto the roof of the train. The sensation of basking in the sunlight was utterly delightful, with the solid surface beneath her feet alleviating any fears of falling. She cast a glance towards the riverbank, where she spotted Su Xian and Su Fong, who were indeed pursuing them along the water's edge, fervently waving their garments in the air. At that moment, Nan Gu found the sibling duo rather endearing, albeit somewhat feeble. In response, she waved her bag, as if to convey her exhilaration to them. Inside the train, the 3 zombies had succumbed to panic. Li Chen plunged into the water and, shortly thereafter, dealt with them decisively. Upon re-entering through the window, he emerged holding the heads of the 3 wood-based zombies. Nan Gu observed as he discarded the severed heads at her feet before handing her the Tang Dao with utmost care. With his back turned to the river, Li Chen stood against the backdrop of a grand sun, its brilliance reflected off the water, creating a dazzling spectacle. Noticing that Nan Gu had accepted the knife, he remarked, "In that situation, it was inevitable that we would find ourselves submerged. We would have been ensnared by the vines sooner or later." Nan Gu nodded vigorously, placing the 3 zombie heads into her bag. With the wood-based zombies now dispatched and the train still adrift on the river, their means of reaching the shore remained uncertain. Li Chen, however, was unperturbed. He casually retrieved 2 robust vines, as thick as tree trunks, and handed one to Nan Gu, instructing her, "Use this as a paddle." Chapter 60, Winning Hearts. Nan Gu felt that Li Chen must be teasing her. Once seated, Li Chen gestured for Nan Gu to take a position at the other end. "Let us steer the train." Nan Gu chuckled softly. "Are you aware that below us are 2 segments of a train? How do you propose we steer it? If you wish to navigate, then you ought to do it yourself." Li Chen sighed. "If it weren't for the train being so wide, do you think I would need your assistance? Hurry over. Su Xian and his sister are still on the shore." Upon hearing this, Nan Gu resigned herself to her fate and sat down. Then followed Li Chen's lead in maneuvering the train with meticulous precision. In truth, they did not need to exert much effort, as they were predominantly drifting along with the current of the river. Li Chen had called for Nan Ji's assistance primarily to adjust their course. After nearly an hour, they finally reached the shore. Su Xian and Su Fong had been intently observing the commotion as their train emerged from the waters. Since the train had been carried along by the river, they had no choice but to follow suit. Having endured a night of exhaustion and now traversing this considerable distance while living in fear of a potential zombie ambush, they were utterly drained. Once they managed to haul Nan Gu and Li Chen onto the bank, the siblings were nearly incapacitated. Their legs felt like jelly, and they simply collapsed onto the ground, unable to rise. Li Chen also sat down, taking a few deep breaths. The only one who appeared relatively unchanged was Nan Gu. Though she was drenched and in a state of disarray, she was no less worse for wear than Li Chen. Perhaps due to this battle, a sense of revolutionary camaraderie blossomed among the siblings, Su Xian and his companions. After taking a seat, Su Xian eagerly inquired of Li Chen, "Brotherly, what inspired you to devise such a plan? You cannot imagine the urgency we felt when we witnessed the train plummeting." Li Chen merely responded with a faint smile. "It was merely a stroke of ingenuity, nothing more. It is indeed fortunate that we did not encounter any aquatic monstrosities." In truth, throughout their journey, Li Qin's greatest concern had been the possibility of ferocious beasts emerging from the depths. Fortunately, while the zombies evolved rapidly, these aquatic creatures did not necessarily share the same fate. Thus, he endeavored to maintain a safe distance from the treacherous waters. Su Fang had long held a certain admiration for Li Qin, and now, as she gazed at him, her eyes glimmered with fervor. Yet, she restrained herself, fearing that Nan Ge might perceive her feelings as peculiar. Observing the fervent exchange among the trio, Nan Ge seized her Tang Dao and began methodically dispatching the zombies, skillfully severing their skulls. There were dozens of heads amongst them, and when she first began, her technique was somewhat clumsy, requiring considerable effort to extract the coveted crystal cores. The six-pointed star crystals sparkled under the sunlight, captivating her immensely. As her motions grew increasingly adept, the Tang Dao plunged into the skulls with precision, shattering them effortlessly, allowing her to retrieve the precious cores. Initially, Su Xian had been voicing his admiration for Li Qin, but at some point, the three fell silent, engrossed in watching Nan Ge expertly dismantle the zombies. When the last crystal core was finally extracted, Su Xian instinctively touched his own head, relieved to find it intact, letting out a deep sigh of relief within his heart. Could it be that sitting by the river is the reason? Why does he feel a chilling draft at the nape of his neck? Su Fang was equally astonished. Nanji's swift and adept movements were astonishingly proficient. If provoked, would her Tang Dao be aimed at them? Su Fang hastily tucked away this thought. It would indeed be lamentable to be adversaries with someone like Nan Ge. Having sheathed her blade, Nan Ge held aloft a gleaming array of crystal cores, presenting them to Li Qin with an air of triumph. Look, there are all sorts of colors. The zombies they had slain were remarkably diverse, and they had even collected crystal cores of the wood and metal types. This was the first encounter for Su Fang and Su Xian with such things. They had never imagined that within the grotesque skulls of those zombies lay such exquisite treasures. Though Li Qin had lost the majority of his possessions, he had kept a small pouch containing the crystal cores close at hand. At this moment, he produced the pouch, and Nan Ge eagerly followed suit, pouring the crystal cores into it. Li Qin counted them and selected 2 blue cores, handing them to Su Fang and her brother. Su Xian, having been consumed by curiosity, took the core and inquired, "Li Ge, what is this? What is its purpose?" Su Fang and Su Xian were momentarily taken aback, clearly unable to comprehend. This was utterly unprecedented. How, then, does this object enhance one's abilities? Su Fang held the core tightly, gazing into the distance through the sunlight. Li Qin cast a meaningful glance at Nan Ge. "Just consume it." Su Xian nodded. Though it sounded promising, they were reluctant to covet Li Qin's generosity. Su Fang hesitated to refuse, but Su Xian, after a moment of indecision, directly placed the crystal core into his mouth. Indeed, almost instantaneously, the crystal core vanished. "Xian!" Su Fang exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. Su Xian responded with a radiant smile, "Sister, see, it's really nothing to worry about." Seeing that Su Xian had consumed it without issue, Su Fang naturally felt no hesitation herself, though she experienced no sensations afterward. After such a prolonged ordeal, it was evident that traveling today was out of the question. Even with Li Qin's robust constitution, enduring 2 days and nights without rest would be untenable. He surveyed the desolate surroundings, determining it was quite suitable for a respite. Gathering some scattered wood, he produced a waterproof lighter from his belongings, and soon enough, a fire flickered to life. He then beckoned Nan Ge, "Come over and dry your clothes. Once night falls, we must extinguish the flames." The glow of the fire could easily attract zombies, a fact understood by all present. In the distance, Su Xian and Su Fang were engaged in hushed conversation. Nan Ge cast a puzzled glance at their retreating figures, wondering, what are they up to? Suddenly, he presented 2 portions of food before Li Qin, smiling as he remarked, "In this apocalyptic era, nothing holds greater importance than resources. These supplies were safeguarded by my sister and me. We haven't eaten in 2 days, so please, help yourselves." Li Qin glanced at the offerings but refrained from taking any, instead fixing his gaze on Su Xian. "And what about you two?" Su Xian's expression grew somewhat awkward as he scratched his head. "We have some left. If you have some, why not share it?" It was evident that during the recent skirmish, most of their supplies had been lost. Su Xian found himself at a loss for words, unable to articulate an explanation. In truth, both he and his sister were rather inept, merely serving to hinder Li Qin and Nan Ge. Now he found it difficult to face them. Li Qin merely sighed, dividing the food into 2 portions, one of which he handed to Su Xian, saying, You should keep this. I have just perused the map. Although we are currently quite distant from the Jinping base, there lies a small city nearby where we can seek supplies tomorrow. Su Xian was so moved that he was at a loss for words, his eyes reddening as he gazed at Li Chen. Brotherly. You and Sister Nangu should eat instead. Since you address us as brother and sister, it is only right for us to provide you with supplies. Li Chen's resolve was unwavering, compelling Su Xian to accept half of the food. Nangu, seated beside Li Chen, was reluctant to move and chose to recline instead. As she watched Su Xian leave, visibly touched, she quietly inquired of Li Chen, "Why didn't you give them 2/3? It was evident that she was the one least in need of sustenance. Li Chen opened a packet of sausages, taking a bite as he replied, "Being kind to others has its limits. If one gives too much, it may lead to others becoming overly demanding." Nangu huffed softly, recognizing that he had strategically allocated the least resources to ensure the loyalty of the brother and sister duo. Li Chen was astute enough to withhold the truth from them. Such profound thoughts left one to ponder the environment in which this man had been raised. Little did Nangu know, Li Chen had witnessed too many betrayals. Now, with the two siblings in his company, he wished to prevent them from becoming adversaries. Human beings are often unable to withstand temptation. Their steadfastness is merely a reflection of the inadequacy of the temptation presented to them. Now that he is willing to cultivate them into devoted followers, he must ensure their unwavering loyalty. Had he been even slightly more suspicious, the two siblings might not have survived the previous night. Of course, such thoughts were not ones that Li Chen could share with Nangu. That night, Nangu lay beside Li Chen, feigning sleep with her eyes closed, while the three others were soundly asleep. In the latter half of the night, Nangu rose quietly and studied Li Chen for an extended period. This man had mentioned that he would seek supplies the next day. How could he remain so confident when he had nothing left? Surely, he did not intend to use her as a mere tool, did he? Just as the little zombie pondered this, Li Chen reached out and pulled her back down without opening his eyes, his voice still groggy. "Do not disturb my sleep." "Who is disturbing you?" Nangu thought indignantly. She merely glanced a little longer. What kind of man fears being looked at? Humph! She turned away, presenting her back to him. The following morning, Su Fang and Su Xian were the first to awaken, though Li Chen did not rise much later. By the time he sat up, dawn had barely begun to break. He exhaled into his palms. Resting near the water was indeed treacherous, and he was now almost as cold as Nangu. Before Li Chen could speak, Nangu pointed to the siblings not far away. They have been standing there for quite some time, seemingly engrossed in conversation. Li Chen led Nangu over, and upon seeing them approach, Su Xian and Su Fang immediately greeted them respectfully. "Brotherly, you and Sister Nangu are awake." "Yes," Li Chen replied, gazing out at the expansive river before them. Su Fang and Su Xian remained silent, standing beside him, as Li Chen gestured towards the river, instructing them, "Come, try your abilities." Chapter 61. Advancement of Abilities Testing. Abilities? How does one go about doing that? The brother and sister were momentarily at a loss. Even Nangu gazed at him in confusion, uncertain as to why Li Chen had made such a statement. Li Chen simply instructed them to proceed towards the riverbank, his strides long and purposeful, with Nangu closely trailing behind. The intention was to attempt to control the river's waters. Li Chen cast a glance at the expansive river surface before turning to the siblings and inquiring, "After consuming the crystal core yesterday, did you notice any changes in your bodies?" This was precisely the matter that Su Fang and Su Xian had just discussed. Su Fang, intrigued, took a step forward to engage Li Chen, asking, "Are we to control the river's water using our abilities?" Indeed. However, the specific effects remained to be observed. For when Nangu had consumed the crystal core, she exhibited no discernible reaction. Her changes were markedly evident, manifesting prominently in her physical form. Su Xian and Su Fang exchanged glances, moving a little farther back to position themselves. They then looked towards Li Chen, who had taken a few steps back with Nangu. With a shared thought, they extended their hands. In truth, for those who had recently acquired their powers, there was no particular method to mastering control. Rather, they possessed an innate understanding. As they faced the river, their motions were instinctual. Yet, changes unfolded before their eyes. Initially, the siblings had been the most rudimentary of ability users, their powers feeble, thus summoning minimal water. Now, with a mere wave of their hands, a towering wave surged skyward. With a sudden and forceful downward thrust of his hand, the colossal wave crashed into the water, creating a commotion reminiscent of a massive bomb detonating beneath the surface. A resounding boom echoed, drenching the two siblings in the splashes that ensued as they were caught off guard. Standing beside Li Chun, Nanji's gaze was ablaze with fervor. She discerned that the siblings had yet to unleash their full potential. If they did, would this entire expanse of river be cleaved asunder? She was genuinely astonished at the prowess of water-based ability users in selecting their battleground. Regardless of the type of abilities possessed by others, none within this watery domain could rival the siblings. Was this truly the commotion they had generated? It seemed implausible. They appeared so feeble, having perpetually hindered Li Qin and Nango. It turned out that consuming the crystal cores could induce such a remarkable transformation in ability users. Take, for instance, the third-tier zombie that had posed a challenge for Nango. If it were here, under the siblings' command, it would have been vanquished in a mere exchange. The pace of their advancement was astonishing. Moreover, up to this point, no side effects had been observed. Thus, Li Qin too raised his gaze towards the duo. A smile gracing his lips. Congratulations, your abilities have advanced. Advanced? Does this mean we shall become equally formidable in the future? Su Xian had actually wished to accompany Li Chun, for in the Jinping base, they were strangers to all. Likely, they would face ostracism there. With their enhanced combat prowess, they were no longer the same as before. Now, they could indeed be of assistance. Who knew that Li Chun would douse their enthusiasm with cold water, remarking, "Your prowess stems from your proximity to the water source. Had you been in a barren land, your abilities would be significantly diminished." The fleeting excitement of Su Feng and Su Xian was swiftly extinguished by his words. However, Nanji's eyes sparkled with the thought that their newfound strength must render their blood even more delectable. It was Su Xian who first regained his composure. Raising his head to address Li Qin, "Since our powers have progressed, we must learn to wield them effectively. We still need to gather supplies and wish to assist." Li Qin smiled. "It is certainly welcome if you can lend a hand." He understood Su Xian and Su Feng's sentiments. The transition from weakness to strength was evidently not yet complete, and they would need further experimentation to truly ascertain their capabilities. Li Qin then accompanied Nangu to freshen up while he himself had a light meal. Meanwhile, Su Feng and Su Xian remained by the water's edge, attempting to control the flow. In a remarkable display, Li Qin witnessed the siblings collaborate and actually part the river. Though the riverbed was only briefly exposed before being reclaimed by the rushing waters, it was enough to leave onlookers in awe. After observing for a while, he noticed that Nangu was fixated on the duo. Li Qin chuckled. "Have you not forgotten the debt they owe you?" "Of course not," Nangu replied, lifting her chin defiantly. "Debts must be repaid. Once they reach the Jinping base, I shall not let the opportunity slip away. When we go to collect supplies later, I will remind them." Li Qin was pleased with her intentions, but just as he was about to respond, he caught a glimpse of something flying towards them from the horizon. Nange followed his gaze, staring blankly as she exclaimed, "Why is there a helicopter here?" Li Qin stood up and rushed to instruct Su Feng and Su Xian to cease their activities, but it was evidently too late. The helicopter had already circled overhead and was now descending slowly towards them. Su Feng and Su Xian were still caught up in their excitement, having genuinely confirmed the significant enhancement of their abilities. However, upon seeing the helicopter, their smiles faded. It must have been the earlier commotion that attracted the aircraft. Whether the occupants were friend or foe remained uncertain. Su Feng, in a state of anxiety, took refuge behind Li Chun and urgently inquired, "Li Gu, have we landed ourselves in trouble? This is my fault." Li Chun extended his arm, pulling Nange protectively to his side, admitting, "I should not have allowed myself to relax, thinking that this remote area near the river would be devoid of danger." From a distance, Nange sensed the presence of extraordinary beings, a sensation that thrilled her. The individuals aboard the helicopter were undoubtedly formidable. Soon, the helicopter touched down on the open ground ahead. The cabin door gradually opened, revealing several men emerging from within. Li Qin scrutinized them with a calm demeanor, ready to take action at any moment. There were 5 individuals in total, all clad in durable attire, their waistbands visibly bulging, clearly indicating the presence of firearms. The leader appeared to be in his 30s, with a genial countenance, yet his gaze was profound. His crew cut accentuated the angularity of his face, a style that he wore with undeniable confidence. Observing the 4 men behind him, apart from one who appeared quite young, the others seemed to be in their 20s, following the leader as they scrutinized the group. Earlier on the plain, the men had engaged in a discussion. "That town is in dire straits. By the time we arrive, not a single soul will be left. Not to mention a devastating fire that likely prevented anyone from escaping." Another interjected, "The rescue mission remains unfulfilled. We must seek supplies." After all, we are bound to confront zombies, and I reckon searching for supplies might prove to be marginally easier. The conversation had been progressing well until, during the helicopter ride, they noticed the river's surface in tumult, initially suspecting underwater explosives. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was due to two water-based superhumans. Exchanging glances, the group reached a consensus. They would first descend and assess the situation. Gao Changshu had always been the leader of this quintet, chosen primarily for his age. The younger members, all possessing abilities, typically held their own opinions and seldom heeded his guidance. Yet now, silence prevailed as they awaited his words. It was only after disembarking that they discovered there were actually 4 individuals. The leader, with a striking appearance and an aura that hinted at profound depth, commanded attention. Beside him stood a woman whose beauty was remarkable. The 5 felt a sense of awe. In this apocalyptic world, the presence of such an exquisite woman by his side suggested that this man was exceptionally formidable, especially if he could ensure her safety. After weighing his options, Gao Changshu resolved to extend a gesture of goodwill. The couple before him appeared formidable, and a direct confrontation would prove unwise. Greetings. We are the rescue team from Jinping Base, and I am their captain, Gao Changshu, he stated, extending his hand in an invitation for a handshake. However, Li Chen remained unmoved, merely responding with indifference. Do you have business with us? He held on to Nanji's wrist, sensing her pulse quickening with excitement at the sight of so many endowed individuals. Rather than preying on her kind, she exhibited a preference for human flesh, an inclination that seemed unlikely to change. From the men before them, one could glean their abilities merely through the observation of their pupils. For instance, Gao Changshu appeared to wield earth-based powers. Noticing the skepticism in Li Chen's demeanor, Gao Changshu did not take offense. Instead, he lowered his hand and inquired with a smile, "May I ask where you intend to go?" Gradually, his smile faded. This man was truly impervious to persuasion. Nango blinked, thinking it was fortuitous since they were also bound for Jinping Base. Anqing, isn't that precisely where we aim to go? She thought, squeezing Li Chen's hand, as if urging him to acquiesce so they could take a helicopter to Anyang. Yet, Li Chen tightened his grip on her hand and replied to Gao Changshu, "I apologize, but it seems we are not headed in the same direction." Gao Changshu was unwilling to relinquish Su Feng and Su Xian, so he bypassed Li Chen and addressed them directly. "Our base offers exceptional benefits, particularly for individuals of your abilities. You will each be allocated a residence. And as water-based ability users, you are not required to engage in combat. Are you certain you wish to forego this opportunity?" The siblings, firmly adhering to Li Chen's directive, apologetically replied, "We truly cannot accompany you." Behind Gao Changshu stood a man whose demeanor had been cold and impatient since their arrival. His features were delicately handsome. Nangu observed that his skin appeared even more flawless and fair than her own. Yet, when his violet-hued eyes met hers, they radiated an unmistakable chill, devoid of warmth. Violet eyes, she pondered, what sort of ability might that signify? Zhong Haoshuan had worn a frown from the outset, and upon witnessing the group's lack of appreciation, he impatiently addressed Gao Changshu. "Since they are unwilling to accompany us, let us depart. After all, we have a mission to attend to, and carrying them along would be a burden." Although Zhong Haoshuan was not the team leader, he was the most formidable member of the squad, and Gao Changshu typically afforded him a measure of respect. However, this time, Gao Changshu stood his ground, turning to Zhong Haoshuan and asserting, "I have not forgotten my own mission." Nangu observed quietly, realizing that there was evident discord within the team. It was evident from their stance. Since disembarking, they had maintained a distance from one another and exchanged not a single word. At the back, there was a young individual, perhaps no older than 18, with a delicate, fair complexion, who kept his head lowered, avoiding eye contact with those around him. His tousled flaxen hair gave an impression of softness, gently swaying in the breeze. After a moment of contemplation, Nangu finally recognized the source of her familiarity. She had encountered a wood-type ability user before. This youth was also of the wood element. The presence of 2 water-type ability users would not bring about the downfall of the base. Gao Changshu, noticing the boy had turned to leave, apologized to Li Chen, saying, "He has quite the temperament. I sincerely apologize." Li Chen waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was of no concern. Observing Nangu's silence, Gao Changshu kindly inquired, "Are you all together?" Nangu leaned closer to Li Chen and nodded in response. The pupils of these 2 individuals were both jet black, making it impossible to discern whether they were ability users. However, the object strapped to Nanji's back appeared to be a tang knife. Was he also skilled in martial arts? A few men were lingering behind, awaiting his return. With a determined resolve, Gao Changshu addressed Li Chun. How about this? You accompany us, and I assure you that arrangements will be made for you at the Jinping base. As you can see, we have access to helicopters for our missions, which should indicate our esteemed status within the base. An ordinary person would not have the audacity to offer such guarantees. Li Chun recognized the truth in his words. In this era, helicopters were indeed a valuable commodity. Gao Changshu continued, alternatively, you may visit the base first. If it does not meet your expectations and you wish to leave, we will not hinder you. He raised his chin confidently. I have always kept my word at the base, and those behind me can attest to that. He was indeed a man of integrity, which made Li Chun somewhat admire him. Thus, he nodded and said, then we can accompany you to Anqing. Gao Changshu instantly understood. These individuals had brought no luggage and appeared to lack supplies. Their journey to Anqing was undoubtedly to gather resources. He grinned widely and led the four of them onto the helicopter, exclaiming, all right, although the supplies we find must be turned over to the base, we receive a considerable daily allocation. I can certainly arrange a little something for each of you. If you truly do not wish to remain at the base, I can also assist you in that regard. Li Chun walked alongside Gao Changshu, exuding an innate aura of authority that compelled others to steal glances at him. Yet they dared not look up. It wasn't until they were comfortably seated in the helicopter that Nangu still hadn't grasped the situation. Were they headed to the Jinping base? To Anqing? Shouldn't they have requested the assistance of those aboard the helicopter? At this moment, Li Chun had not made any commitments and had been invited aboard by Gao Changshu. Nangu turned to glance at Li Chun and, for the first time, felt a flicker of admiration for this man. Silence enveloped the cabin. The brother and sister sat at a distance, awkwardly glancing over. Meanwhile, Li Chun continued to hold Nanji's hand, leading the onlookers to largely conclude their relationship. A few men exchanged disdainful looks. In such urgent times, who had the luxury for romance? Moreover, given the woman's striking beauty, could Li Chun truly protect her? It was only after settling into the airplane that Gao Changshu cheerfully inquired, by the way, we still do not know your names. He nodded in acknowledgement. And one by one, the four men introduced themselves. When it was Zhong Haoshuan's turn, Nangu noticed his frown as he reluctantly stated, Zhong Haoshuan. Gao Changshu inquired, what were you doing before the apocalypse? If your profession was specialized, such as being a doctor, you might receive preferential treatment upon entering the base. Nangu blinked. She was indeed a doctor, but she had no desire to enter the base. The thought of so many humans, merely to be observed yet never consumed, was too heart-wrenching. Li Chun fabricated two identities, and Gao Changshu chose not to probe further. With the helicopter at their disposal, they swiftly flew to Anyang. The Jinping base had already dispatched numerous teams of supernatural beings, providing everyone with a fundamental understanding of the situation in Anqing. The four of them remained silent, listening as Gao Changshu outlined the tasks to his subordinates. Zhong Haoshuan leaned back in his seat, casting a cold glance at Nangu, who was staring at him intently. She caught a glimpse of a purple glimmer in his eyes, which was truly captivating, and to her surprise, he even smiled briefly. Gao Changshu had also considered this, but waved his hand dismissively, stating, two water-type supernatural beings are more valuable than supplies. Let us consider today as a reduction in our task quota. The helicopter landed atop a large building, and Nangu was astonished to find that they were quite close to the city center. Anyang had suffered greatly. The entire city lay in ruins, and the city center was the area most infested with zombies. Did these men truly possess such confidence? After assigning tasks to everyone, Gao Changshu asked Li Chun and Nangu, do you wish to descend and search for supplies as well? Su Feng anxiously exclaimed, no. There are far too many zombies here. What if we get injured? Currently, there are no effective antidotes available. If we are truly bitten by a zombie, we can only await our demise. It was only then that Gao Changshu realized the other party were ordinary civilians, and he felt a twinge of remorse as he replied, the resources in this vicinity have been completely scavenged. We must venture into the city center. It's all right. You should remain in the helicopter, came the response. However, Li Chun pulled Nangu down from the plane and instructed Su Feng and Su Xian, you two keep an eye on the helicopter. Turning to Gao Changshu, he added, we shall also take our chances. He further stated, if anything goes awry, do not expect us to come to your rescue. Li Chun nodded indifferently. Our lives are our own responsibility. Observing his unyielding demeanor, Zhong Haoshuan could only inquire of Nangu, what about you? Do you also agree to accompany him? Nangu tilted her head to regard him. Given that we have already slain a considerable number of zombies, Why should we hide away? Utilizing the intercom. Nangu quickly became adept, yet before she could express her gratitude, Zhong Haoshuan took his leave. Gao Changshu departed with several others. But the youth with flaxen hair lagged behind, his expression one of evident reluctance. Approaching him, Nangu overheard him muttering, I really don't want to kill zombies. Why must I be an ability user? I really don't want to go. It appeared that there was yet another who was averse to the task at hand. As the young man brushed past, he turned to glance at Nange, his voice gentle, imbued with the same warmth he exuded. Zhong Haoshuan was the type of person who never openly expressed kindness. Do not take it to heart, he conveyed. Li Chun discerned the clarity in the boy's gaze, and considering his youth, he responded with a soft smile. We do not dwell on it. Nange added with concern, indeed. While you go to confront the zombies, do exercise caution. Such fragrant blood should not fall prey to other zombies. The boy shyly smiled, a hint of blush creeping onto his cheeks as he replied, Yes, I will certainly be careful. Nange felt a sense of hope for his potential. At that moment, someone called out to him, Xian Yuhua, hurry up. We're waiting. The boy responded brightly, and to Nange's astonishment, he leapt from the building. Chapter 63, Splitting Up. Nange was momentarily taken aback. Was that child? Xian Yuhua. Could they not have spoken properly? Why leap from the building? Instinctively, she reached out to grab him, only to be restrained by Li Chun. It's all right. Just watch, he assured her. Li Chun seemed to have anticipated Xian Yuhua's actions, calmly directing Nange's attention. Following his gesture, she observed a vine tightly coiled around the rooftop. Rushing to the edge, she peered down and indeed saw Xian Yuhua descending the vine, swiftly and securely landing on the ground below within a few breaths. Upon observing the few individuals who had departed earlier, they had already convened with Xian Yuhua downstairs, and one of them playfully struck him. The distance was too great for Nange to discern their conversation. However, it appeared that this small group maintained a spirit of healthy competition. As for the young boy, Nange found himself at a loss for words. Even if he were a wood-type ability user, such unruly behavior seemed excessive. Li Chun beckoned Nange to follow, urging him to expedite their departure. Considering his intent to search for supplies, Nange closely trailed behind. The two of them were not wood-type ability users and could not leap down with the flare of Xian Yuhua, yet they moved quite swiftly. Notably, the four men who had descended earlier had thoroughly scoured the entire building, ensuring no zombies roamed within, thus sparing them from confrontation. Once downstairs, Li Chun retrieved the walkie-talkie, switched it to channel 4, yet neither he nor Nange spoke a word. The intercom remained silent, adhering to the earlier strategy devised by the five men to act independently. Li Chun glanced at the sky. Within Anqing, the heavens hung low, shrouded by a dense gray mist enveloping the entire city. Lacking a map of Anqing, he ensured Nange was concealed before refraining from allowing him to survey the terrain, instead producing a small pouch filled with crystal cores. He then extracted several pale silver cores and handed them to Nange, saying, I intended to give these to you this morning, but was interrupted. Nange gazed at the crystal cores in bewilderment, pondering whether he might be a psychic zombie, questioning if consuming crystal cores would prove beneficial. Although I cannot articulate the reasons, I have always felt that I am not. Li Chun placed several crystal nuclei near her lips, gesturing for her to open her mouth. Nangu obediently complied. And indeed, the crystal nuclei swiftly melted and vanished within her mouth. Some matters remain unclear, yet if you wish to enhance your abilities, you can only consume mental-type crystal nuclei. After Li Chun spoke, he inquired of Nangu, how far can you sense now? Nangu closed her eyes, quietly attuning her senses, approximately 500 meters, I suppose. Beyond that, I cannot discern clearly, but I can detect the scent of zombies. Was that your range before? Li Chun asked again. Nangu shook her head. It was even smaller than this. Do you not recall? I had also consumed a wood-type ability user. Li Chun chuckled. So, are you not straying from your path? Nangu abruptly halted, covering her mouth with her small hand. She could not divulge her secret indulgence to this man. Let us proceed to gather supplies, Li Chun urged, grasping Nanji's wrist. However, she was reluctant. Why should I assist you? As long as I do not initiate an attack, these zombies will not target me either. Li Chun gazed at her intently. Quite well, the little zombie now dares to negotiate with him. Then how did you assist me yesterday? Nangu pondered deeply for a moment. Indeed, she found herself perplexed. Why did I help you? I could very well allow the zombies to devour you all. Witnessing her expression of regret, Li Chun felt an urge to pinch her, and after a brief standoff, he merely pinched her cheek. Nangu blinked her eyes at him, and beneath the gray, overcast sky, her gaze was the only splash of color. I will take you to find something else. Li Chen had no choice but to change his approach. What are we looking for? Nan Gu, now enchanted by the glimmering crystal core, found it somewhat delightful. You'll know once you come with me. Li Chen replied with a mysterious smile. Believing they shared a mutual understanding, Nan Gu promptly followed him. With her keen instincts, they swiftly assessed the terrain, identifying the number and location of the surrounding zombies, which Nan Gu could accurately report. Some of the lower-tier zombies, sensing her formidable presence, had already fled silently, leaving only those intent on devouring the two of them. At that moment, they stood outside a vast marketplace. Since the onset of the apocalypse, the once desolate venue had transformed into a gathering place for numerous zombies. The variety of zombies here was quite diverse. Several speed-type zombies darted back and forth along the ceiling, causing the massive overhead panels to rattle ominously. Li Chen was unarmed, having expended all ammunition from his gun. So he simply held a dagger and gestured to her. Beneath the marketplace lay a supermarket. Having recently surveyed the layout, Nan Gu noted that to descend, they would need to use the staircase. However, the stairs were currently obstructed by a few ice-type zombies. They concealed themselves at the entrance, where they could still see the massive icicles blocking the staircase. The speed-type zombies remained vigilant, fixated on Li Chen and Nan Gu. Should either of them make a move, they would first have to contend with these menacing foes. In the distance, a rumbling sound echoed, one wave overpowering the next. Li Chen knew that the 5 individuals had already engaged with the zombies. Creating such a commotion in the city center indicated that they were accustomed to this chaos. Nange made a gesture, and Li Chen resolved to leave the speed-based zombies to her. The ice-type zombies posed a greater challenge, and he was not inclined to let Nange face them alone. Nange nodded, pondering that the cores of the speed-type zombies were rather appealing, and joyfully brandished her broadsword while gazing upward towards the ceiling. Another thunderous crash resonated, prompting Li Chen to stride purposefully towards the staircase, while Nange dashed beneath the suspended ceiling. Indeed, several speed-type zombies charged directly at Nange. Too slow, Nange focused on them, and as one zombie lunged, it merely left a fleeting shadow in its wake. She lifted her leg and delivered a powerful kick, resulting in a resounding thud. The speed-type zombie was sent flying, crashing straight into the glass window of the marketplace, which shattered spectacularly, scattering shards across the floor. Clearly taken aback by Nange's formidable prowess, the speed-type zombies hesitated, retreating slightly. Grasping her broadsword, Nange began to comprehend the exhilarating sensation that Li Chen had experienced previously. It turned out that dominating zombies was as satisfying as vanquishing mere vegetables. Gradually, a few speed-type zombies encircled Nange, crouching low to the ground as if preparing to sprint. Meanwhile, Nange merely bent slightly, surveying her surroundings from left to right. At the stairway, the sounds of a fierce struggle echoed. Li Chen was entangled with several ice-type adversaries. Though their speed was not particularly swift, they possessed the formidable ability to instantly freeze vast expanses of ground. Had Li Chen not evaded with remarkable agility, he would surely have fallen victim to their onslaught. Nan Gu had initially intended to engage with these speed-type foes for a while longer, but her concern for Li Chen prompted her to act before the zombies could close in on them. The sounds of combat outside grew increasingly closer. This marketplace was quite expansive, and Li Chen had observed that the other 5 were assaulting from the north gate while they charged in from the south. Nan Gu sensed the positions of her companions, realizing they too were encountering formidable enemies. Unbeknownst to her, the battlefield was shifting towards their location. However, the pressing issue remained the speed-type zombies before her. As those zombies launched their attacks from various directions upon her approach, Nan Gu, being inherently more powerful, quickly dispatched several of them before they could gain the upper hand. One speed-type zombie, realizing it could not best her, attempted to flee amid the chaos. Nan Gu chose not to pursue. Instead, she extracted the crystal cores from the zombies she had slain. Upon reaching the stairway, she beheld the fallen ice-type zombies, noting the precise incisions at their necks, which sent a chill down her spine. Li Chen, upon seeing Nan Gu, offered her a reassuring smile before signaling her to follow with a downward gesture. She nodded, trailing behind him, her gaze fixed on his broad back. Her emotions a tumultuous blend of confusion and concern. She could not fathom why she had felt anxious for this man moments ago. Had she not always despised him and wished for his demise? As soon as they reached the first underground level, a cacophony of collapsing structures echoed from the north. South Song perked up, listening intently, then inquired of Li Chun, "Did you hear the sound of electric sparks?" Li Chun, not as perceptive as South Song, shook his head. Before she could speak further, the intercom crackled to life. A man's voice, laced with amusement, emerged. "What on earth have we encountered that has compelled Hao Xian to unleash his full prowess?" It was neither Gao Changshu nor Xian Yuhua. It must be one of the other two men. Zhong Haoshuan's voice filtered through the intercom. "We've encountered a horde of wind-type entities. It's quite troublesome." His tone was characteristically frigid, bearing the distinct quality of being transmitted through the device. South Song found their conversation perplexing. What does full prowess mean? Did Zhong Haoshuan possess a particularly unique ability? "There are 5 zombies ahead. I'll take the left 3. You handle the right 2. While South Song was engrossed in the intercom, Li Chun had already begun to strategize their path. Brandishing a Tang Dao, she eagerly moved forward, only to be halted by Li Chun's firm grip. South Song observed the zombies surging towards them. Their evolution had significantly enhanced their lethality, and a moment's negligence could lead to fatality. Noticing the confusion in her gaze, Li Chun shared his thoughts. "Try to use your psychic abilities to control that zombie." Psychic abilities? South Song was still trying to comprehend what that entailed. In truth, she had witnessed mental-type zombies exerting control over others, yet she was different. She had never perceived any mental power within her own body. The radar function, for instance, had been present since her transformation into a zombie. However, since Li Chun had suggested it, Nangu decided to give it a try. Chapter 64. The Might of the Strong. Then I shall first deal with the gravity-type zombie beside him. The mental-type zombie evidently coordinated with the gravity-type. As she had discerned during their confrontation, the former dominated the latter's movements. Nangu had never faced a gravity type before and had suffered considerable setbacks. She initially believed her body to be light and agile, but upon clashing with the gravity type, her legs felt as if they were weighed down with lead, making even running a strenuous endeavor, let alone jumping. Thankfully, Li Chun had mentioned that gravity-type zombies possessed a limited range of control, much like the mental type. If she kept her distance, the gravity type might not even perceive her actions. As for the mental type zombie, Nangu had to focus her efforts on countering it. The sensation of opposing forces, like the east wind clashing with the west, was utterly fascinating, drawing her into a trance. Perhaps a part of her innate characteristics as a zombie had awakened, stirring her competitive spirit. The mental type zombie lingered in the background, while both parties endeavored to suppress one another's strength. In truth, it was Nangu who exerted more effort, as she faced 2 adversaries. Li Chun dispatched his 3 zombies with remarkable efficiency, collecting the crystal cores before gesturing with his dagger. Indeed, utilizing a firearm proves to be less laborious. It seems that if one is to venture to the Jinping base, procuring some weapons from them is imperative before departure. The cacophony of their struggle has drawn the attention of the zombies in the underground market, who are now advancing towards this location. The number of undead is considerably fewer than what Li Chun had anticipated. The intercom, which had just fallen silent, is now again filled with their voices. Gao Changshu inquires, "Why is there commotion in the south? Are our people there?" The voice responding belongs to the man who had previously mocked Zhong Haoshuan. "I don't know. I wasn't there." Others echoed that they were also absent. For a moment, Gao Changshu pondered. Could it be Li Chun and Nangu? Could these 2 ordinary individuals create such a disturbance? It seems implausible. Li Chun, aiming to shield Nangu from the interference of other zombies, positioned himself in front of her. As zombies charged towards them, he dispatched them with swift kicks. Enraged, the zombies disregarded Nangu, turning their attention solely to him. With a dagger poised, he smiled and said, "Your true adversary is indeed me." Nangu, in her current state, resembled a bloodthirsty warrior. The psychic zombies were undoubtedly of the 3rd tier, as were the gravity-based ones. She seized the opportunity, enveloped in her own realm, where everything appeared desolate, save for the singular psychic zombie that stood out with striking clarity. Frustration welled within her due to the persistent inability to secure victory. Yet, it was Li Chun's voice that called out to her, urging, "Calm yourself. It's merely 2 zombies. What is there that cannot be resolved?" When Li Chun spoke, Nangu had already lunged at him. Li Chun was well acquainted with her attacking habits, having nurtured them himself. After restraining her, he leaned in close and whispered in her ear, "Use your brain more." With that, he forcefully pushed Nangu away, then suddenly crouched down. In one fluid motion, he plunged a dagger into the abdomen of a nearby zombie. As the creature remained momentarily stunned, he swiftly severed its head. In that instant, Nanji's mind cleared, and she surveyed her surroundings, a strategy blossoming in her thoughts. She darted a few steps beyond the control range of the gravity-based zombie and leaped onto a shelf, dangling from the ceiling. The psychic zombie, caught off guard by her sudden retreat, pursued her relentlessly. Yet, this was the moment Nangu had been waiting for. She maximized her physical potential and managed to suppress the zombie. Finding the right angle, she charged directly at the gravity-based zombie. "Aren't you fond of gravity? Now, savor this." Before her words faded, Nangu accurately landed on the head of the gravity-based zombie. Utilizing the force it exerted combined with her own weight, she crushed its skull into its chest cavity, causing black brain matter to splatter. With the gravity-based zombie defeated, the other posed no challenge, and she quickly dispatched it as well. This was her first experience using psychic power to subdue another zombie, and it was exhilarating. 1, 2, 3. Why had she only slain 2 while he had managed more than 10? She felt a surge of indignation, longing for praise yet unable to voice it. Nanji's petite face appeared tense as she clutched her Tang Dao and strode forward, completely forgetting the coveted crystal core she desired. Li Chen casually extracted the crystal core, securing it before hastily catching up to Nangu. Observing her small head, he couldn't help but reach out and ruffle her hair gently, his tone softening. "Little zombie, you performed admirably this time." Nangu swatted his hand away, her expression a mix of frustration and uncertainty about how to express it. After a prolonged moment of silence, she managed to say, "Don't use your hands, which just killed zombies, to mess with my hair." Li Chen chuckled heartily, displaying his palm to Nangu, not a speck of dirt. Turning her head away, Nangu felt even more disheartened. Li Chen was clearly boasting, flaunting that other zombies dared not approach him. Meanwhile, she looked down at her shoes, which were smeared with the brain matter of that gravity-based zombie. The more she pondered, the more vexed she became. Before Nangu could stew in her annoyance any longer, both she and Li Chen suddenly sensed a formidable presence, prompting them to embrace each other and roll aside. When they glanced back at the ground, they discovered a row of sharp metal rods embedded where they had just stood. Nangu thought to herself that had she remained stationary, she would have been impaled. Li Chen, his expression serious, pulled Nangu to her feet and concealed them behind a nearby shelf. Peering through the gaps in the merchandise, he observed the metal-based zombie. This particular zombie was unlike any he had encountered before. It was significantly more robust than the others and would prove challenging to confront even without its abilities. Well then, Li Chen inquired of Nangu, "Can you exert control over this zombie?" Nangu tried it out, and soon her complexion turned even more ashen. "It's impossible. He is incredibly powerful." "No worries." Li Chen proposed another strategy. "We can wear him down little by little. I'll take the lead, and you just need to support me." There was a question that had lingered in Nanji's mind for a long time, and as she saw Li Chen preparing to leave, she immediately grasped his sleeve, saying, "Why won't you let me go?" According to Li Chen's previous character, he would have charged into battle himself while directing from the rear. However, in the recent skirmishes, he had kept himself shielded behind her. Was he concocting some sort of scheme? In truth, there was no hidden plot, for Nanji's question caught him off guard. Why wouldn't he allow her to engage in combat? He hadn't even realized it himself. Something within him seemed to slip beyond his control, prompting Li Chen to feign nonchalance as he gently withdrew his garment from her grasp. "First, we must deal with the enemy at hand." Unable to inquire further, Nangu parted ways with Li Chen, resolving to encircle the metallic zombie. This metallic zombie had originally targeted Li Chen. It sensed him lurking behind the shelves and lunged forward with a roar. From another direction, Nangu witnessed as he swiftly formed a new metallic weapon in his hands. As the zombie charged, it stomped its bare feet onto the ground with such force that the earth around its center cracked and splintered, sending shards flying. What incredible strength! If her heart were capable of beating, it would surely have stopped in fright at this moment. In fact, Li Chen looked even worse than she did, for he had deduced that this zombie was far from merely metallic in nature. He must possess some formidable abilities. In other words, the cold weapons in their hands find it challenging to penetrate his body. He weighed the decision of whether to reveal that object. The metal gun was violently swept aside from the shelf, and Li Chen instinctively raised his weapon to block it. However, someone was swifter. A vibrant green vine suddenly surged from another direction, wrapping itself tightly around the metal gun. Subsequently, more vines rushed forth, ensnaring the metal zombie completely. Nangu, wielding his knife, observed the scene before him, pondering why both the elementalists and zombies of the wood element were so enamored with bondage play. The timely intervention could only be attributed to Xian Yuhua. No one else could match his speed. Li Chen looked up in the direction of his approach, straightened his posture, and prepared to express his gratitude. To his surprise, he discovered that Xian Yuhua was coming over in tears. Nangu stared unblinkingly at him, witnessing the tears streaming down. A picture of sorrow, and given his naturally delicate appearance, one might easily mistake him for a girl. The metal zombie was tightly bound, struggling in vain. But upon seeing Xian Yuhua retract his hand, it found itself utterly immobilized. At last, Xian Yuhua reached the zombie's side, weeping as he lamented. I truly do not wish to engage in such acts anymore. Zombies are simply terrifying. His sobs were genuine, full of sorrow, punctuated by soft gasps. Though it would have been better if one could overlook the sight of the metal zombie's head being gradually ensnared by the vines he wielded. Nangu gazed at the lifeless body of the metallic zombie, then turned her attention to Xian Yuhua, who was weeping sorrowfully, unsure of how to offer him comfort. She directed her gaze toward Li Chen. With a nod, she acknowledged that while she could muster words of consolation for weaker individuals like Su Xian and Su Feng, she found herself at a loss for how to speak to Xian Yuhua in this moment. Li Chen interjected, noting the absurdity of a grown man weeping so openly. Nangu turned to him, questioning whether that was truly the crux of the matter. Xian Yuhua wiped his tears, exhaling in exasperation before resigning himself to crouch down and extract the crystal core. Chapter 65, A Gift for You. Unlike the tools Nangu typically used for extracting crystal cores, Xian Yuhua deftly produced a wooden dagger with a flick of his wrist. Yet, similarities between the two could be discerned in their swift and precise movements, indicating that Xian Yuhua was no stranger to such tasks. After carefully extracting the crystal core, he meticulously cleaned it before stowing it away in his pocket. Though he had just been in tears, his countenance had shifted, yet he still bore a pitiful demeanor. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He glanced at Nangu and Li Chen, expressing a hint of regret as he stated, I was the one who killed this zombie. Is it all right if I take the crystal core? Fearing that denying him might provoke another bout of tears, Nangu quickly nodded in agreement. Of course. It rightfully belongs to you. Li Chen remained silent, his expression impassive. He had previously harbored a suspicion regarding the formidable nature of this five-member team, who dared to create such a commotion in the city center and even piloted their own helicopter. He pondered whether they possessed some unique means of enhancing their abilities. The ability users can enhance their powers through the consumption of crystal cores, a fact that Nangu inadvertently discovered. However, Li Chen believes that they cannot be the only ones privy to this knowledge. In recent days, he has been attentively listening to the broadcasts, which have not disclosed this method to the public. It seems that the intention is to grant certain privileges to these ability users. After all, once the information becomes common knowledge, many will likely join the ranks of those hunting zombies. To maintain their distance from others, they must seize this opportunity. Xian Yuhua did not pay attention to Li Chen's expression. He merely felt that Nangu was quite amiable, which made him feel a sense of closeness. His prowess within the team was commendable, though not the most formidable. Each time they dispatched a zombie, the allocation of crystal cores followed the established rule. Those who killed more would naturally claim more. He harbored a slight fear that this weepy one might even sever his own neck, much like dealing with that metal-type zombie. Every outing yielded him very few crystal cores, while Zhong Haoxian likely amassed several hundred. Casually, Xian Yuhua remarked, I truly hope they won't call me out next time. Wouldn't it be better for me to stay at the base? Zombies are terrifying. This marked the second occasion Nangu had heard him express his fear of zombies. Prompting her to inquire, do you find me frightening? Li Chen remained a couple of paces behind them, surrounded by zombies, and yet they still found the inclination to chat. However, upon hearing Nanji's words, he lifted his gaze to glance at her silhouette. Xian Yuhua appeared to be quite astonished, yet found it somewhat amusing. At this moment, he no longer wore a sorrowful expression, his laughter notably gentle. How could that be? Nong, you do not frighten me in the slightest. Nong chuckled awkwardly a couple of times, secretly wishing to startle him. The five-member team was constrained by time, given the considerable noise they were making. It wouldn't be long before more zombies would be drawn to them, and at that point, their abilities would not suffice. After conversing with Nong, Xian Yuhua resumed his extermination of zombies, albeit with evident reluctance each time he took action. Nong followed him, unknowingly absorbing a wealth of knowledge. She had become far more adept at slaying zombies than before, and this was her first experience collaborating with an ability user. Witnessing Xian Yuhua's capacity to manipulate such an abundance of plants left her in awe. After they had taken down dozens of zombies, Xian Yuhua wiped the sweat from his brow and remarked to Nong while extracting crystal cores, "This should be sufficient. Let us hasten to transport the supplies." Nong was in no rush to collect the crystal cores. After all, being non-psychic, she had no use for them. And those with psychic abilities rarely fought on the front lines. After a prolonged battle, she had yet to encounter one. She squatted beside Xian Yuhua. Her curiosity piqued as she inquired, "Are all wood users this formidable?" Xian Yuhua, continuing his work, glanced at Nong with surprise. "Me? Formidable?" Nong nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Under the intensity of her focused gaze, Xian Yuhua felt a blush creeping onto his fair cheeks. His complexion was already pale, and his flaxen hair shimmered with a subtle golden hue as the light filtered through the debris beneath him. He no longer attempted to dig for the crystal core. Appearing at a loss as to where to place his hands and feet, his speech stuttering. I am not impressive." Nan Gu genuinely wished to commend him, yet seeing him in such a flustered state, she wondered how he had become so bashful. After a brief moment, Xian Yuhua finally mustered the courage to gaze at Nan Gu and sincerely proclaimed, "You are the first person to say I am impressive." Nan Gu longed to correct him. "I am not a person, I am a zombie." Li Chun had also dealt with the zombies on his end and, upon approaching, observed Xian Yuhua conversing with Nan Gu, his face flushed with shyness. He frowned and promptly pulled Nan Gu away, addressing Xian Yuhua. "We still need to search for other items. You handle the situation here by yourself." Xian Yuhua's expression turned sour once more. "It's so eerie here, and surrounded by zombies. Are you truly going to leave me alone?" To his surprise, Li Chun chuckled softly. "Once you have eliminated all the zombies here, it will no longer be eerie." With that, he took Nan Gu and departed, leaving no time for her to bid farewell to Xian Yuhua. Mainly, Nan Gu was somewhat slow to react. It was only after they had walked quite a distance that she flicked her wrist and asked, "Where are we going?" It was empty back there, and weren't there plenty of supplies? Li Chun himself was somewhat perplexed by his impulsive decision to pull Nan Gu away. Clearly, she was more at ease following others to combat zombies. Yet his heart felt constricted. He stubbornly grasped her hand again, finding a sense of comfort in this gesture. "After all, my intention in bringing you here was not solely to seek supplies." Soon, they ventured into another exhibition area. The other members of the 5-person team had just passed through this area, hence all the zombies had been vanquished. Li Chun casually glanced around. The cores of these mutated zombies had all been extracted. Nan Gu attempted to shake her wrist a few times, but was unable to free herself, so she could only silently follow behind him. When Li Chun finally came to a halt, before she could utter a word, he released her hand. Subsequently, he retrieved an object and placed it into her palm. Nan Gu looked down and discovered it was a delicate, pale yellow pouch. This underground marketplace bore no prominent brands. Yet the pouch was remarkably crafted, with its price tag still attached. Confused as to why Li Chun had given her a pouch, she gazed at him quizzically. She then noticed him turning his head away. His hair had grown slightly longer, though it still paled in comparison to Xian Yuhua's. From behind, one could ascertain the coarseness of his strands without needing to touch them. Li Chun, presenting the back of his head to Nan Gu, awkwardly stated, "That pouch is for you. Didn't you lose the red envelope you found in Jingshui City?" Nan Gu recalled that pouch. At the time, her movements had been clumsy and her speech disjointed. She had been absolutely enamored with that bag. Now, she began to comprehend that Li Chun hadn't been dragging her along merely for company but rather to find her a pouch. Oh, she felt a surge of affection. And that was not all. Li Chun had also discovered some perfume, albeit of inferior quality, which he handed over to her in one go. Observing his current demeanor, it seemed little improved from the earlier state of Xian Yuhua, as he spoke without making eye contact with Nan Gu. Nevertheless, she was overjoyed. These glittering, fragrant items were precisely to her liking. Amidst the chaos, she was a zombie, devoid of any need for sustenance. Thus, Nan Gu, resembling a child in a paradise, flashed a radiant smile at Li Chun and exclaimed, "I shall carry every bag." Her current fervor and agility surpassed that of her recent encounter with the zombies. Yet, with only 2 hands at her disposal, the perfume could be conveniently stowed away, but where could she possibly place so many bags? Reluctantly, Nan Gu decided to select them one by one. Li Chun stood nearby, observing as Nan Gu eagerly clutched a bag, utterly enamored, only to dart towards another shelf and discard it in haste. Ultimately, she settled on 3 bags, both shoulder and backpack styles. However, Her attachment to these three made it undesirable to part with any of them. Li Chen watched her in her solitary dilemma, patiently waiting for her to seek his assistance. After all, his hands were free and he could certainly help her. Before Nange could articulate her thoughts, the voice of Xian Yuhua echoed from behind. Nange, why do you need so many bags? They cannot be consumed, nor are they particularly durable. With a slight huff, Nange, exhibiting a hint of girlishness, replied. I like them. Due to her closeness with Nange, Xian Yuhua disregarded Li Chen entirely, asking, So, what is troubling you now? With a sigh, Nange revealed her favored bags. I adore these, but this one. She pointed to a bag behind Li Chen. I desire as well. Xian Yuhua's face brightened instantly, despite the lingering redness around his eyes. That's easily resolved. Allow me to assist. I shall carry it for you. Li Chen now harbored an increasing disdain for Xian Yuhua, who always seemed to smile at Nange. Taking the bag from Nange's hands, Li Chen inquired, Is there anything else you desire? Nange excitedly shook her head, grabbing one from behind him, lifting it into her grasp, and suddenly inhaling its scent. Chapter 66. Li Chen's choice. What's the matter? Xian Yuhua leaned in closer, only to witness Nange's astonished expression as she opened the bag. Oh! She rummaged through the inner compartments and gasped, Why is there? It was no wonder Nange was taken aback, for there lay several blood bags. However, the scent of this blood was unfamiliar to her, appearing remarkably fresh. She cast a puzzled glance at Li Chen, contemplating whether he had prepared this for her. To her surprise, Li Chen merely glanced and remarked, Why is there also hawthorn juice in this bag? You should drink it. She certainly did not believe that Li Chen was unaware of the blood's presence. But regardless of how those blood bags ended up there, Nange had no intention of discarding them. If she did not indulge herself now, who knew how long it would be before she could have meet again once they reached the Jinping base. Xian Yuhua remained oblivious to the unfolding situation, scratching his head and saying, Do you enjoy drinking hawthorn juice? There are plenty on that shelf. I'll go fetch some for you. When he spoke to Nange, he always avoided meeting her gaze, yet he furtively stole glances at her, much like a lovesick youth. Unable to bear her rejection, he swiftly turned and ran off. Nange did not stop him. Instead, she turned to Li Chen and asked, Do you really not know how these blood bags ended up here? Why do I feel that this is so reminiscent of what I drank before? Li Chen remained expressionless. Aren't blood bags all the same? Perhaps this was left by someone. Nange truly believed him. With great delight, she tore open the blood bag, devoid of any hesitation, and consumed its contents. Satisfied, she discarded several blood bags onto the ground and, with her crimson tongue, licked her lips. Li Chen fixated on the glistening sheen upon her lips, and suddenly felt his heart race and breath quicken. Yet, he refrained from urging her and turned to leave. However, after taking just a few steps, he noticed Nange rushing towards him, anxiously exclaiming, The zombies from the second underground level have surged up. From the northwest corner, she was aware that zombies lurked nearby, but those from the second underground level had been remarkably docile until now. Why had they suddenly stirred? And the northwest corner was precisely the direction where Xian Yuhua had just departed. Though Li Chen harbored disdain for that young man, he could not bear to watch him be encircled. Thus, he gravely instructed Nange, We must hasten our pace. They had scarcely run a few steps when a voice crackled through the intercom, the same one that had previously teased Zhong Haoshuan, its tone somewhat frivolous. Nange recalled it vividly. What has stirred up such a commotion? We have already moved the supplies and are preparing to evacuate. Great. Here comes the lamenting again. Although he quickly severed the connection, Nange could easily envision him slaying zombies while weeping. When Li Chen and Nange arrived at the northwest, they discovered that someone had arrived even earlier than them. The figure of that man was equally resolute and determined. At this moment, his arm was slightly raised, and with his movement, the walkie-talkie crackled to life. He found himself in a bit of a predicament, but he assured me that he would resolve it directly before joining us. Nange turned her gaze in his direction, casting a glance towards Xinhua. There, an array of creeping vines rapidly enveloped him, leaving no room for escape. Meanwhile, the zombies continued to gnaw at the vine barricades from all sides. Xinhua engaged in combat, yet he remained unhurried, seizing every opportunity to deliver lethal strikes to the undead. Xinhua, retreat, the man spoke sparingly. Xinhua, already reluctant to confront the zombies, was ready to withdraw now that assistance had arrived, yet he felt compelled to reassure the man. Zhong Haoshuan, you handle these zombies, and you can keep all the crystal cores. No sooner had he spoken than a colossal flower soared into the air, with Xinyuo standing atop it. He deftly maneuvered the flower, swiftly departing from the battlefield. Zhong Haoshuan then made his move. With Xinyuo having fled and Zhong Haoshuan so close, the zombies naturally sought a new target. Only after retreating did Xinyuo notice Nange and Li Chun standing not far away. A wave of frustration washed over him. In the past, he had never felt embarrassed about withdrawing mid-battle, but this time, he found it difficult to face Nange. However, this was not the moment for such concerns. He urged Nange and Li Chun, hurry. This place may collapse soon. Collapse? Nangu distinctly felt that the architecture here appeared remarkably sturdy. Yet, Li Chun was quicker to respond. Without uttering another word to Nangu, he swiftly hoisted her onto his back and dashed towards the exit. She was left agape, astonished into silence. It turned out that none of the zombies could approach Zhong Haoshuan. Unlike Xian Yuhua, who had plant protection, the zombies were enveloped in crackling bursts, overwhelmed by the onslaught of lightning. The brilliance of the lightning was dazzling, flashing past so swiftly that Nangu felt as though dark afterimages lingered in her eyes. Clearly, Zhong Haoshuan was still gathering his strength, poised to eradicate these hundreds of zombies in a single strike. Unbeknownst to her, this 5-member team included a lightning-based ability user. Following the trajectory of the lightning, within a radius of hundreds of meters from Zhong Haoshuan, all the zombies were pierced by the electric fury. The scene was truly magnificent. Nangu had never realized that there could be such a dominating method to eliminate zombies. Previously, the sound had merely been a series of crackles, but now it erupted into a thunderous roar that was utterly deafening. The lightning, evidently, did not confine its wrath solely to the zombies. At last, Nangu grasped why Xian Yuhua had mentioned the potential for collapse. The tremendous destructive force unleashed by the lightning had begun to shatter the entire structure. In mere moments, that area had truly transformed into a wasteland. With dust swirling around, Nangu could not discern Zhong Haoshuan's whereabouts. However, if the lightning could pierce through massive concrete columns, he was unlikely to have sustained any injuries. Xian Yuhua glanced back, her gaze imbued with admiration. Should a misfortune befall Zhong Haoshuan, resulting in his demise beneath a colossal boulder, it would be a travesty to squander the essence of his abilities as a lightning-type supernatural being. The probability of such a unique mutation occurring is exceedingly rare. Missing this opportunity could mean its eternal absence in the future. However, Xian Yuhua merely smiled at Nangu and reassured her, no need for concern. He is fully capable of resolving this. His supplies had already been meticulously gathered, and before departing, Li Chun had also procured a considerable amount. After placing Nangu upon the ground, the group turned their gaze towards the rooftop where their helicopter was stationed. Nangu briefly sensed her surroundings, and her expression shifted dramatically. The area encircling the helicopter was teeming with zombies. It must be that Su Feng and Su Xian, the siblings within, had drawn them in. She was about to articulate her thoughts when Li Chun interrupted her. Puzzled, she wondered why he restrained her, but upon meeting his composed gaze, she fell silent. Little did she realize that Li Chun wished to keep her abilities concealed. Regardless of whether she possessed psychic powers, her capacity to perceive the environment was indisputable. The 5-member squad was inherently formidable, having already recruited 2 water-type supernatural beings, who could ascertain their intentions towards Nangu. In this instance, he employed his exceptional skill, ensnaring both Li Chun and Nangu with tendrils. The opposite ends of these vines were directly affixed to the rooftop, and with a surge of his powers, the 3 of them were unexpectedly lifted into the air, sparing them the arduous climb up the stairs. Initially apprehensive, Nangu soon erupted into laughter, her spirits lifted. The vines wrapped tightly around her waist. She cast a glance at the ground. The spot she had just vacated now laid waste by Zhong Haoshuan. Several men were sprinting towards her from a certain direction, while in the distance, zombies relentlessly pursued. It felt as though the entire city had shrunk. A fierce wind sweeping through. Nangu had just complimented Xian Yuhua, saying, "Your move is exceptional. It saves both effort and trouble." Xian Yuhua, flattered by her praise, was about to modestly downplay it when she realized that the fierce wind was not a natural gust, but rather emanating from the rooftop. There were wind-based zombies above them. Yet, even this was not the worst of their misfortune. The wind blade aimed at Li Chun missed him entirely and severed the vines, ensnaring Nangu instead. They were perched atop a building over 30 stories high. As the vines were cut, Nangu plummeted downward. She could not help but scream. her voice laced with sheer terror. The last time she had fallen from a much lower height, she had fractured several ribs. This time, from such a height, she feared her skull might shatter. Li Chun, help! In this moment of peril, Nan Ji's voice called out desperately, her mind racing with thoughts of only Li Chun. At the instant Nan Ge found herself in danger, Li Chun had already made his choice. He resolutely released the vines around his waist and dashed towards her. Xian Yuhua was a fraction slower, yet she too quickly summoned new vines to remedy the situation. As Nan Ge fell rapidly, she thought to herself, if only she were granted another chance, she would surely ascend the building diligently, never again succumbing to laziness. The towering building loomed ominously, leaving her to ponder when she would finally touch the ground. Just as she prepared for an intimate encounter with the earth, a sudden tightening around her waist pulled her into a broad embrace. This time, it was he who was beneath her. The man's voice resonated above her, cutting through the wind and reaching her ears, as he reassured, Nange, do not be afraid. Fortunately, after the initial shock, Xinyua's tendrils arrived, swiftly pulling both of them to the rooftop, leaving no opportunity for the wind zombies to intervene. Chapter 67, A Chill Throughout. The ebb and flow of their positions made Nange's heart race with trepidation. At last, her feet found solid ground, but before she could utter a word, Xinyua rushed toward her, extending his hand. Mistakenly believing he intended to embrace her, she instinctively took a step back. Realizing his own overzealousness, Xinyua, before she could speak, began to weep. His fragile appearance seemed even more delicate in tears, his silent sobs accompanied by large droplets cascading down his cheeks. Avoiding eye contact, he shielded his eyes, exuding a pitiful aura as he murmured, Nange, are you all right? I truly regret my actions. Seeing him in such profound sorrow. To the point of nearly choking on his grief, Nange forgot everything she had intended to say. This was perplexing. She was the one who had nearly faced death, yet it was he who was overcome with tears. Please, do not cry, she attempted to console him, her thoughts drifting to how excessive crying could spoil his taste. Xinyua continued to wipe away his tears, while Lycan observed coldly from beside Nange, finding the weeping boy utterly incongruous with his abilities. Despite the comfort offered by Nan Ge, Xian Yuhua was still consumed by guilt, and as his tears flowed, his thoughts wandered to the terrifying notion of zombies. Nan Ge, having grown accustomed to his fearful musings about the undead, did not mind providing him with further solace. However, the multitude of wind-type zombies lurking behind him was a pressing concern. Their helicopter was surrounded, and perhaps it was time for him to confront his adversaries. Nan Ge made several attempts to rouse him from his reverie, yet he remained ensnared in his own world. Meanwhile, the expressions of Su Feng and Su Xian, the siblings within the helicopter, were nothing short of horrified. With so many zombies outside, what would happen if the helicopter proved inadequate in its defenses? Su Xian was particularly vexed. His abilities had significantly improved, ensuring his self-preservation, yet the sheer number of zombies, especially on the rooftop, rendered it challenging for him to unleash his powers effectively. The current disarray, witnessed by Nan Ge, was particularly mortifying. Were it not for Su Feng's grip on him, he would have eagerly charged out to teach those zombies a lesson. Xian Yuhua, Nan Ge called out to him. Just as she spoke, a wind-type zombie lunged forward, aiming for Xian Yuhua's back. In an instant, as if possessing eyes on the back of his head, a barbed vine erupted from his rear, plunging viciously into the zombie's neck, leaving it no chance to resist before it was dispatched. He wept, his face contorted in disgust. I told you, I loathe zombies the most. Nan Ge intervened to halt his existential musings, placing a supportive hand on his shoulder. Speaking with a hint of exasperation, if you do not take action soon, these zombies will truly encircle the rooftop. Xian Yuhua stubbornly fixed her gaze on Nan Ge, her large, watery eyes full of hope, while Li Chun's brows furrowed even tighter. Had these young boys taken to acting cute? As for Nan Ge, Xian Yuhua was filled with anticipation. Do you truly no longer hold a grudge against me? At that moment, Nan Ge, still evading the wind blades, nodded vigorously in response. I don't blame you. Hurry and take action. Xian Yuhua finally broke into a smile. Li Chun remained vigilant, monitoring the positions of the zombies. Once he saw Xian Yuhua step back, he swiftly pulled Nan Ge into his protective circle. Having been bullied by the zombies to such an extent, Nan Ge certainly would not let it go so easily. She drew her Tang Dao and, as if competing with Xian Yuhua, dashed towards the helicopter. Inside the helicopter, Su Xian and Su Feng observed, their eyes glued to the fierce display of Nange and Xian Yuhua battling the zombies under the gray sky. Particularly with Nange, Su Xian couldn't shake the feeling that her speed seemed to have increased. With a cold expression, her dark eyes gleamed with intensity as each strike of her blade found its mark on the zombies' vital points. Meanwhile, Xian Yuhua summoned forth plants that began to envelop the entire rooftop. Although green symbolized vitality, it became a harbinger of death when he fought the zombies. In comparison to the two of them, Li Chen appeared less conspicuous. Su Xian and Su Fong admired Nange, oblivious to the fact that Li Chen had been closely following her at a short distance. The other members of their small team had just concluded their battle as well, and, from afar, noticed the commotion on the rooftop. They ascended the stairs, taking a considerable amount of time, and by the time they reached the rooftop, the battle was nearly over. A few individuals clearly did not intend to intervene, confident in Xian Yuhua's capabilities. What truly astonished everyone was Nange. Previously, she had been seen trailing behind Li Chen, her beauty leading many to perceive her merely as a decorative figure. Little did they realize she was the main force in dispatching the zombies. Gao Changshu felt that this mission had yielded tremendous rewards. With her exceptional skills, Nange would undoubtedly be an asset to the base. Su Hong and Chang Feng also observed her keenly, while only Zhong Haoshuan noticed Li Chen. His expression shifted momentarily before returning to its usual composure. Indeed, Nange's movements were dazzling. As a woman without supernatural abilities, she was captivating enough to draw attention. Yet, she almost entirely relied on Li Chen to guard her flank. Had it not been for his protection, she might have succumbed to the undead. Li Chen, though unobtrusive, proved to be even more formidable than Nange, effortlessly handling the zombies on three fronts. Zhong Haoshuan observed for a while, increasingly astonished. It appeared as if Li Chen was deliberately drawing the zombies to attack Nange, even arranging her angles with precision. What was the intent behind such actions? Pressing his lips together, Zhong Haoshuan lingered at the back, suddenly noticing other zombies climbing up the building. At that moment, the battlefield had been thoroughly cleared. Nange severed the head of the last zombie. Casting a glance at Su Fong and Su Xian, she remembered the voice of the person who had previously teased Zhong Haoshuan over the intercom. The gazes of Su Xian and Su Fong towards Nange have grown even more fervent than before. She is, without a doubt, their savior. Having rescued them on numerous occasions, they feel an insurmountable debt of gratitude that they can never fully repay. Su Fong, who harbors a genuine affection for Li Chen, finds herself unexpectedly startled as her heart races while watching Nange stride towards them in her neat and tidy camouflage attire. Oh, wasn't it Nange who previously mentioned wanting to take a bite out of her? Given her formidable presence, perhaps she should just yield to her? After all, in this post-apocalyptic world, who truly cares about whether one is with a man or a woman? Su Xian's thoughts mirror those of Su Fong. In fact, he is even more certain that Nange is the person he cherishes most. After all, when he was nearly assaulted by several men, Nange did not disdain him despite his disheveled state. At this point, he would welcome anything, even a bite, or a leap from a rooftop. Li Chen also noticed the heightened intensity of Su Fong and Su Xian's gazes, but before approaching Nange, he cast a casual glance at Zhong Haoshuan. Initially, Zhong Haoshuan had no intention of mingling with Li Chen and Nange, as he was an ability user who preferred not to associate with ordinary individuals. Especially in Jinping Base, where they were treated like livestock, exploited regardless of their elevated status, it was merely a matter of serving the base. His previous disdainful attitude towards Li Chen and Nange stemmed from this very sentiment. Yet now, under Li Chen's gaze, he felt an inexplicable chill coursing through him. How could this be? He had only felt such trepidation in the presence of more powerful ability users. Despite facing numerous mutated zombies, he remained unfazed. The look in Li Chen's eyes conveyed a clear warning. No matter what he had just discovered, he must keep these matters confidential. In the distance, Zhong Haoshuan seethed with indignation. He certainly was not intimidated by Li Chen. The brief moment of intimidation had to be a mere fluke. As fellow strong individuals, being suddenly suppressed would surely bruise one's ego. Unable to confront Li Chen directly, he coldly declared, "You all proceed to the helicopter. I will clear the area." This indicated his intention to single-handedly eliminate the zombies. Gao Changshu, watching Zhong Haoshuan with amusement, remarked, "Indeed, the capable bear the burden. We shall await you at the helicopter." Su Hong, still grumbling, added, "I say, why is no one paying attention to me? With so many wind-type zombie cores, I can't collect them." Just as Nange opened the cabin door, Xian Yuhua was already extracting the cores, now cradling a handful of them, beaming as he dashed towards Nange. One by one, the others boarded the helicopter, leaving Zhong Haoshuan alone on the rooftop strewn with zombie corpses, his expression icy as he gazed at the edge of the building. He slightly raised both hands and, from the rooftop, hurled a small stone into the sky. As the stone hovered in midair, a surge of lightning enveloped him, crackling ominously. Connecting with the stone, a dazzling web of lightning erupted from the rooftop, illuminating the dim sky above. Gao Changshu piloted the helicopter, with Chang Feng serving as his co-pilot. Observing the scene below, he expressed his lingering trepidation, remarking, "Fortunately, the helicopter has ascended, otherwise, we would surely be electrocuted." Su Hong, intrigued, pressed against the glass to witness the expansion of the electric grid. At that moment, the entire building was enveloped in a brilliant display of lightning. The zombies, realizing that Zhong Haoshuan was a formidable adversary, attempted to flee, yet how could they escape the swift embrace of lightning? As the electric net descended, it signified the moment when those zombies were mercilessly reduced to charred remains. The skirmish, from initiation to conclusion, transpired in a matter of moments. Zhong Haoshuan did not linger to ascertain if any foes had evaded capture. Instead, he turned and made his way toward the helicopter. In Chapter 68, pay attention to Nan Go. His trench coat sliced through the air with a fierce arc, his brows and eyes seemingly encased in frost. A rope descended from the helicopter, which he deftly wrapped around his arm twice before being hoisted upward. Once the door was securely sealed, Gao Changshu instructed everyone to inspect their gear and account for their supplies. Confirming that all items were properly secured, they set their course for the Jinping base. As Zhong Haoshuan settled into his seat, Su Hong spoke up. "It's been a long time since I've seen you employ that maneuver. Those zombies must feel quite fortunate." Zhong Haoshuan merely turned his head toward the window in silence, disheartened by his lack of response. Su Hong shifted his gaze elsewhere and noticed Nan Go. She sat with the pair of siblings, who had been diligently inquiring after her well-being since boarding the aircraft, expressing their concern for any injuries she might have sustained. Su Hong supported his cheek with the back of his hand, his strikingly handsome features accentuated by his twinkling peach blossom eyes, which gazed at the three individuals with a bemused expression. Even if bitten by a zombie, there remains a chance of avoiding infection. If scratched, the likelihood increases significantly. You appear quite flustered. I presume you are unaware of these facts. Su Feng and Su Xian exchanged awkward glances, as they indeed lacked such knowledge. Li Chun, seated beside Nan Go, assisted her in fastening the strap of her dao, ensuring it would not fall. Su Hong clenched his teeth in frustration. As a man, he could not engage in a quarrel with Li Chun, yet the latter's remarks clearly belittled their abilities. Observing Li Chun's lack of concern for Nan Go, it became evident that he was rather protective of her. Meanwhile, Nan Gu remained utterly bewildered, comprehending the words of the two gentlemen only at face value. Su Feng and Su Xian cast appreciative glances at Li Chun, only to notice that Nan Ji's adorably Na'vi expression endeared her to them even more. From the outset, Xian Yuhua felt neglected by Nan Gu, and his sense of grievance grew. Nevertheless, he approached her, presenting the wind attribute crystal nuclei as if they were treasures. "These are your spoils of war." Nan Gu regarded the glittering crystals with indifference. Since she could not consume the wind attribute nuclei, she pouted and replied to Xian Yuhua, "I don't want them. You keep them." After all, they had collectively vanquished those zombies. Xian Yuhua's expression fell, and he cautiously urged, "Why refuse? With so many nuclei, you could exchange them for a substantial amount of supplies." Nan Gu displayed little interest in the materials, stubbornly shaking her head. Li Chun, however, took note of Xian Yuhua's words and glanced at the crystal core in his hand. Su Hong interjected, observing Nan Ji's expression, which suggested she was squandering resources. "I have quite a few crystal cores from other elements. What do you need? I could exchange with you. I require wind element ones." Having just satisfied her hunger, Nan Gu felt little inclination towards the offer. It was Li Chun who inquired, "What do you have? Let me have a look." Su Hong also perceived the peculiar dynamic between Nan Gu and Li Chun. At the very least, it seemed that Li Chun held sway over Nan Gu. Seizing a handful of crystal cores, he presented them to Li Chun, who dismissed them with disdain. "These are all low-tier zombie cores. They hold little value. Do you not have any of better quality?" Su Hong was tempted to retort, questioning if Li Chun thought he was selecting diamond rings. However, The allure of Xian Yuhua's collection of wind element crystal cores was too enticing, prompting him to reluctantly produce a few more cores. These cores were evidently darker in hue, with one even being black. Li Chun pointed to the black crystal core and asked, "What is this?" "I am not certain," Su Hong shrugged. "Among us, I am the only one who has acquired this black one after days of hunting zombies. No one else can make use of it, but it is likely a valuable item." Li Chun regarded him with suspicion, and Su Hong struggled to maintain his facade. "All right, if you wish for this. Consider it a complimentary gift." Thus, under Li Chun's insistence, he acquired 3 high-grade crystal cores, one of the mental type, one of the lightning type, and a black one. He then divided the crystal core he received for Nan Gu with Su Hong, giving him half. Su Hong, somewhat dissatisfied, inquired, "What do you intend to do with the remaining half?" Li Chun calculated with clarity. "Did you not say these could be exchanged for supplies? I shall reserve them for use at the base." Su Hong could not contain himself, exclaiming a curse. So this Li Chun wished to extort yet another batch of supplies. How utterly shameless. Yet, who could deny that he possessed something essential? Ultimately, Su Hong had no choice but to painfully part with half of the resources he had gathered. Nan Gu, sitting beside him, was utterly astounded. What to do? She suddenly found herself somewhat admiring Li Chun, although Gao Changshu had remained silent. When the two successfully completed their exchange, he chuckled heartily. "It has been a long time since I've seen Su Hong at a disadvantage. Li Chun, you truly are something." With that, he gave Li Chun a thumbs up. Li Chun merely smiled modestly, responding, "Thank you for the compliment." Su Hong was nearly in tears. He was the one being taken advantage of. Why was Gao Changshu siding with Li Chun? He shot a glare at Xian Yuhua. "We are teammates. Yet you have given all the crystal cores to others." Xian Yuhua widened his eyes, resembling a bewildered fawn. "How could Nan Gu be considered others? I willingly give them to her. If you continue to speak like this, be wary of me." Upon hearing this, Nan Gu felt overwhelmed, with her head spinning. "Dear little ancestor, I implore you, cease your tears. I have witnessed countless refugees without such lamentation." She promptly interrupted, "Indeed, I am not like others." Xian Yuhua's petite visage shifted from gloom to brightness, and she bestowed a sweet smile upon Nan Gu, choosing to disregard Su Hong's presence. Su Hong, in his heart, cursed vehemently. This Nan Gu must possess some formidable mental prowess. She was on the verge of hypnotizing someone. The airplane was crowded, the limited supplies exacerbating the tightness of space. Su Hong, being a loquacious individual, soon found himself engaging in conversation with Nan Gu after the tempest of his irritation subsided. He was now genuinely intrigued by her. What about the Tang Dao she carried, and her military-like agility? What could have honed such skills? Was she, perhaps, a soldier before the apocalypse? Nan Gu, if you have no interest in crystal cores or supplies, what is it that you truly desire? He resolved that understanding her preferences might grant him favor. Was this not the very discovery he had just made? Thus, Nanji's attention was drawn to the bag, which she eagerly seized and inquired of Li Chun, "It's still here. I thought I had lost it." Li Chun smiled gently at her. "The other items are gone. But I kept this one, as it contains perfume." Upon hearing this, Nan Gu eagerly unzipped the bag, revealing that the bottles of perfume were intact, which delighted her even further. Su Hong believed he had grasped what Nan Gu cherished. This was utterly bewildering. In this apocalyptic world, rather than contemplating survival or sustenance, she was preoccupied with her beauty? The most perplexing aspect was that Li Chun indulged her. Had he not carried that bag, how could it have ever reached Nan Gu? Su Hong felt an overwhelming sense of impotence. Although he could acquire resources and crystal cores, no one had ever informed him that what he deemed the most useless items could also sway Nan Gu. A profound ache filled his heart, and he reflected on his previous extravagance. Consequently, Su Hong resolved that from that moment on, he would seize every opportunity to gather whatever he could carry. Many years later, a figure known as the All-Consuming would gain notoriety, leaving no trace in his wake. If they were to discover that Su Hong had cultivated such a habit due to a female zombie, they might very well question the meaning of existence. Despite his failed attempts at conversation, Su Hong was undeterred. Instead, he grew increasingly emboldened. In truth, he was not alone in his curiosity about Nan Gu. Everyone, save for Zhong Haoshuan, shared this intrigue. Yet, Li Chun acted as a protective barrier for Nan Gu, filtering anyone who wished to engage with her. Anshan was not far from the Jinping base, yet the flight took nearly an hour. Initially, Nan Gu was in high spirits, but as they neared the base, an unexpected wave of drowsiness washed over her. Having previously experienced episodes of sudden sleep, She remained calm this time and merely informed Li Chun. I'm going to sleep now. Li Chun abruptly turned to her, his gaze filled with unspoken complexities that Nan Gu could not decipher. After a moment of hesitation, he finally chuckled softly. All right, then you should rest. Su Hong, feeling a sense of familiarity with Nan Gu, leaned in eagerly and exclaimed, What do you mean sleep? In just 5 minutes, we'll be landing at the base. Nan Gu stifled a yawn. She had barely managed to stay awake for 5 seconds before collapsing against Li Chen's shoulder. In her slumber, she appeared far more beautiful than before, as her exterior had become indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person. Yet, deep within Li Chen's heart, he was acutely aware of the turmoil that accompanied her deep sleep. She was devoid of breath, lacking a heartbeat. Her repose resembled that of a complete lifelessness. A wave of concern washed over him, a thought that startled even himself. Would she not awaken? Concern? How could he possibly harbor such feelings for a zombie? When had such thoughts taken root? His complexion paled significantly, and his gaze grew increasingly obscure, while the others remained oblivious to Nong Ji's plight. Only Su Hong, in a dry tone, remarked, She really has fallen asleep? That was rather swift. Li Chen tightened his embrace around Nong Ji's shoulders and murmured in response. For days, Su Fong and Su Xian had accompanied Li Chun and his group, yet they were unaware that Nong Gu did not sleep at night, as she always spent those hours with Li Chen. Seeing her now in slumber, they compassionately conjectured, Sister Nong Gu must be exhausted from her recent battle with zombies, which is why she has succumbed to sleep. Gao Changshu had not witnessed the fierce confrontation between Nong Gu and the zombies, but he was well aware of the ferocity of the undead that had plagued the vicinity of the supermarket, to the point of causing him distress. Later, from the rooftop, although he had only observed for a brief moment, he recognized Nong Ji's formidable strength. It was only fitting that such individuals receive additional care and attention. Thus, Gao Changshu chuckled and said to Li Chun, Since we have arrived, let us proceed to the base. I will arrange accommodations for you. Li Chun, still holding on to Nan Gong without loosening his grip, expressed his gratitude to Gao Changshu once the aircraft had come to a halt at the base, and together they disembarked. Su Fong and Su Xian regarded Li Chen as their cornerstone and naturally followed closely behind him, while the other members of their small quintet descended last. Li Chen, unhurried to depart, embraced Nan Gong. His tall and imposing figure inquired of Gao Changshu. Upon entering the base, will there be any examinations? Gao Changshu smiled and waved his hand dismissively. For others, it would be required to disrobe at the entrance for inspection of any injuries. Primarily, the base is concerned about the possibility of someone turning into a zombie. However, as we have journeyed together thus far, we are assured of your humanity. Thus this step can be omitted. He pondered for a moment before adding, Nonetheless, once you are settled, there will be personnel to collect blood samples, as the base's medical staff needs to conduct tests for any infectious diseases. When discussing this matter, Gao Changshu felt somewhat awkward. His naturally dark complexion tinged with a hint of red. It is not that I harbor any doubts about you, but this is the protocol of the base. Su Hong, on the other hand, was rather nonchalant, curiously gazing at Nan Gong. What is this? Someone falling asleep so quickly? Currently, our base is developing a reagent capable of detecting superhuman abilities in individuals, and success will be achieved soon. Li Chen could not help but feel a degree of astonishment. Setting aside the presence of doctors within the base, the reagent for detecting superhuman abilities was indeed an impressive endeavor. If it were truly developed successfully, it is likely that other bases would seek to learn from it. At that point, the once tranquil Jinping base may find itself in turmoil. Whether it will be absorbed or become more formidable remains shrouded in uncertainty. Zhong Haoshuan furrowed his brow and cast a cold glance at Su Hong, saying, Why bother discussing so much with them? Aren't you supposed to report for duty? He then touched the tip of his nose, his peach blossom eyes lowered, appearing even more awkward than Gao Changshu had moments prior. I won't go this time. Please excuse me on behalf of the boss. After speaking, he dashed away faster than anyone else, fearing that others might request supplies from him. Li Chun, having noted that Gao Changshu had completed his instructions, nodded slightly in agreement, saying, Managing the base is no easy task. We will cooperate. Xi and Yuhua gazed longingly at Nan Gu. Had it not been for Gao Changshu's silent admonition, he would have rushed to her side. Gao Changshu, unable to bear witnessing his distress, sighed. Yuhua, why don't you take them to their quarters? Xi and Yuhua's previously downcast face suddenly brightened with a smile, radiant like the midday sun. All right, he exclaimed, bounding over to Li Chun, extending his hand. Li Chun, Let me carry Sister Nango. Li Qin's frown deepened, clearly less enamored with him now. Just lead the way. There's no need to carry anyone. Xian Yuhua's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he gazed longingly at Nango, his expression reminiscent of a heartfelt farewell. However, he did not defy Li Qin's words and quickly brought 4 individuals to their residence. The rooms in the base were already quite scarce, and their accommodation was situated at the center of the base. It was rumored that many of the leaders resided here. As Xian Yuhua led Li Qin upstairs, he pointed out through the window, "We will stay in that building. My room is right there." Li Qin, listening to him, did not turn around but first placed Nango on the bed, gently arranging her hair and adjusting the blanket around her. Su Feng and Su Xian occupied the adjacent room. Xian Yuhua mentioned that someone would deliver supplies shortly, so they had not arrived yet. The supplies exchanged from Su Hong were organized by Xian Yuhua into a small storage room nearby. Once Nango was settled, Li Qin sat at the edge of the bed and glanced at Xian Yuhua. The two shared a prolonged silence, gazing at each other until Li Qin finally broke it. "Aren't you leaving?" "Leaving?" Xian Yuhua responded, more perplexed. "Where would I go? Sister Nango hasn't woken up yet." Li Qin looked at him with disdain. "You are no longer needed here." Xian Yuhua hesitated, adamantly refusing to budge. "A doctor will come to draw blood soon. I cannot leave." Speaking of this matter, Li Qin felt some frustration. He himself was fine, but Nango was a zombie, and once her blood was drawn, something would surely seem amiss. How could he conceal this? Initially, his plan was to avoid entering the base altogether, as they already had supplies and could leave directly with Nango. Who knows that Nango suddenly fell asleep, disrupting his plans. Moreover, he was curious to see what kind of doctor could develop a supernatural ability testing reagent. After pondering for a moment, Li Qin feigned difficulty and said to Xian Yuhua, "You have no idea. Nango is most afraid of having her blood drawn. If we take her blood while she is asleep, she will surely be very upset upon waking." Xian Yuhua's eyes widened in shock, his heart racing. Indeed, how could his esteemed sister Nango endure such an indignity as having her blood drawn? Moreover, she did not appear to be someone with an infectious disease. Even if she were, he would certainly help her keep it a secret. The infatuated Xian Yuhua immediately made a decision. "I will find a new blood sample to assist Sister Nango." Without waiting for Li Qin to suggest anything further, he leapt out of the window. After all, Li Qin had witnessed him jump from the rooftop before, so he was not worried this time. However, passers-by were startled and screamed when they saw Xian Yuhua jump, only to shout at him once they recognized him. "Could you please refrain from jumping out of windows? It's really frightening." Xian Yuhua's hearty laughter echoed in the air. "Haha, I remember now. I will definitely be more careful next time." Li Qin pondered. It seemed that Xian Yuhua had formed decent relationships at the base, as he no longer shed tears when others commented on him. Xian Yuhua returned quickly with a blood sample, a vibrant red vial. Li Qin examined it closely and inquired, "Are you certain this is acceptable?" Xian Yuhua nodded without reservation. "Just now, someone attempted to enter the base. I acquired their blood from outside, offered them a few benefits, and sent them on their way. Rest assured, this blood sample is undoubtedly unique within the base." Li Qin cast a look of approval at Xian Yuhua, reflecting that he was not merely a figure of tears. This was a preemptive measure to collect their blood samples before the arrival of the doctor, thus avoiding the risk of exposure during on-site blood collection. Consequently, Li Qin instructed Xian Yuhua to procure blood samples from Su Feng and Su Xian as well. When Li Qin's own blood was placed alongside the others, he scrutinized the 4 vials and discerned that the blood of the ability users indeed differed from that of ordinary individuals. The blood of Su Feng and Su Xian appeared distinctly lighter, while his own bore no apparent peculiarities. Xian Yuhua felt a sense of accomplishment, wiping the sweat from his brow as he settled onto a small stool at the head of the bed, gazing intently at Nanji's face. Li Qin was decidedly displeased by his scrutiny and began to subtly extract information. Now that Xian Yuhua had accepted Nango as one of his own, he extended that trust to Li Qin as well. Many details that others would withhold were divulged by Xian Yuhua to Li Qin candidly. For instance, the Jinping base is not governed by a singular faction. The inhabitants refer to themselves as ability users and ordinary people. This dynamic is not exclusive to this location, as conflicts between ability users and ordinary individuals are prevalent in numerous bases. Ability users possess greater strength and receive more privileges, which naturally incites discontent among ordinary people. Yet, it is irrefutable that ordinary individuals still rely on the combat prowess of ability users. At the Jinping base, The faction of supernatural beings has gradually seized most of the power. Xian Yuhua sighed, noting that despite having a youthful visage, he insisted on adopting a demeanor akin to that of an elder. The reason the supernatural beings cannot dominate the entire base lies in the fact that, as I mentioned, Dr. Yi is an ordinary person. Currently, the health of both supernatural beings and ordinary individuals rests in his capable hands. You may have also realized that we surpass typical supernatural beings in prowess, a testament to Dr. Yi's remarkable skills. When mentioning Dr. Yi, Xian Yuhua clearly held a fondness for him, in stark contrast to his earlier disdain for the ordinary faction. The notion of enhancing abilities through crystal cores was initially proposed by Dr. Yi, shortly after the apocalypse commenced. The more Li Qin listened to Xian Yuhua, the more he regarded Dr. Yi as an exceptional individual. Thus, he inquired, is he truly an ordinary person? Xian Yuhua nodded, expressing regret. Indeed, he possesses no supernatural abilities. If he did, with his unparalleled medical expertise, he would undoubtedly achieve even greater feats in this apocalyptic world. Being confined within this Jinping base is likely due to the constraints imposed by the supernatural beings. Although Xian Yuhua did not articulate it explicitly, Li Qin could discern the implications. Several plans began to form in his mind, and he resolved to weigh them when he encountered Dr. Yi. Just as they were conversing, a knock echoed through the door. Xian Yuhua looked up and asked, "Who is it?" A gentle male voice responded, and even through the door, Li Qin could surmise the man's mannerisms. Xian Yuhua turned to Li Qin, exclaiming, "It's Dr. Yi." As he was about to rise and open the door, Li Qin had already reached the entrance and swung it wide. Typically, when strangers have not exchanged a single word, it is rare for either party to harbor ill feelings. In fact, given Li Qin's tall and handsome stature, the five-person team bore no animosity towards him. Standing at the door was Dr. Yi, who was exceptionally distinguished in appearance. His gentle features complemented by glasses exuded a refined and mild demeanor. Clad in a white coat, his skin, perhaps due to years spent indoors, appeared notably fairer than that of other men. Li Qin had never encountered such a gentle man before, and his aura instilled an unexpected sense of familiarity. However, his immediate reaction was one of distaste, questioning why a man would be so pale. Dr. Yishao was also discreetly assessing Li Qin, though his gaze lacked any aggression. This unfamiliar man must be the one Gao Changshu had brought into the base, he mused. Initially intrigued by the high praise Gao had bestowed upon him, Dr. Yi had looked forward to this meeting. Yet, in just a brief encounter, he found himself unable to warm to the man. Consequently, he extended his hand to Li Qin with a blend of warmth and detachment, introducing himself as Yishao. Li Qin reciprocated with a brief handshake, releasing it quickly. "Li Qin," he replied. Yishao nodded, stating, "I am here to collect blood samples." As Li Qin stepped aside to grant Yishao entry, he noticed a small medical kit slung over the man's shoulder. It was only after entering that he spotted Xian Yuhua, and his smile softened considerably. "Yuhua is here too? How did the mission go?" Xian Yuhua rose to his feet. From Yishao's perspective, he still obstructed the view of the person on the bed. Thus Yishao could not see Nanji's face. They had encountered a minor inconvenience, yet it was swiftly resolved by Zhong Haoxuan. It seemed that Xian Yuhua had absorbed Yishao's aura. Being inherently attuned to the wood element, he possessed an essence reminiscent of nature. Now, when Li Qin looked at him, he could not conjure the image of Xian Yuhua as a weeping figure. Xian Yuhua nodded. Though his demeanor was tinged with a hint of melancholy, he understood that the base had only one helicopter, and it was through overcoming the ordinary faction's obstructions that it had finally come into their possession. Without achieving greater merit, how could they put the helicopter to use? Li Qin handed the blood sample to Yishao, instinctively wishing to prevent him from lingering here for too long. The implication was clear: you may leave now, and please take Xian Yuhua with you. Yishao was eager to depart, having always placed his trust in Xian Yuhua, and he did not foresee any issues with the blood sample. He accepted it and placed it directly into the medical kit. He nodded distantly to Li Qin, stating, "I shall take my leave. Should anything arise, Xian Yuhua can reach out to me." With that, he turned and exited. Xian Yuhua cast a lingering glance at Nan Good, hesitated for a moment, then followed Yishao out. The supplies belonging to Su Feng and Su Xian indeed arrived swiftly, after the siblings had eaten. They came to check on Nan Gu and informed Li Qin, "The people in the base are already aware of our abilities and wish to meet us after dinner." Su Feng felt a twinge of fear, having previously inquired and learned that the base housed tens of thousands of individuals. This hardly resembles their quaint little town anymore. If an unforeseen incident were to occur, they would find themselves unable to escape. Thus, by expressing this concern to Li Chun, they hoped he would accompany them. Yet, Li Chun was reluctant to leave Nangu, who remained in a deep slumber. He could not abandon her. Consequently, he imparted a few words of caution. Be vigilant. Speak the truth, but refrain from mentioning me and Nangu too often. Su Fong felt a tinge of disappointment. Yet there was little she could do but take Su Xian along with her. Nangu remained in her unbroken sleep, while Li Chun found himself unable to consume food or drink water. Meanwhile, Su Fong and Su Xian anxiously made their way to meet the leader of the abilities faction. He was a man with keen eyes, seemingly in his 50s, whom everyone referred to as Mr. Lin. He did not introduce himself further. As Li Chun had indicated, Mr. Lin simply inquired when their abilities had awakened and how they had progressed. Su Fong and Su Xian felt immensely constrained, perched on their seats, scarcely daring to shift. Mr. Lin, however, chuckled heartily. Do not be so tense. In terms of ability levels, I am even inferior to both of you. My position is merely a result of the elevation by my subordinates. He then inquired, you mentioned that you advanced after consuming the crystal nucleus. Who provided you with it? Was it a companion who entered the base with you? Su Xian nodded earnestly. Yes, but we are unaware of how he discovered that method. Mr. Lin indeed ceased his inquiries and addressed the two of them. Let us proceed this way. Tomorrow, I shall convene everyone to assess your abilities, after which we will arrange your positions accordingly. Rest assured, water-based supernatural practitioners hold a status within the base that far surpasses that of other practitioners. You have witnessed Zhong Haoshuan, have you not? His mutated lightning abilities render him capable of dispatching zombies with the ease of chopping vegetables. And even he exhibits great respect for the water practitioners. Su Xian pondered Zhong Haoshuan's cold demeanor, reflecting, how is it that I failed to perceive such respect? However, since Mr. Lin had declared an assessment of their capabilities, the two had no grounds for refusal. After agreeing upon a time, Mr. Lin arranged for someone to guide them on a tour of the base. The individual was quite knowledgeable about the protocols, simply providing information without prying for details. As they passed a small building, the guide pointed out, this is our broadcasting station. It is through here that we maintain communication with the outside world. Su Fong could not help but glance more intently, realizing that the broadcast she had heard on the train originated from this very place. Just then, the door of the small building swung open, and a strikingly beautiful woman emerged. Clad in a form-fitting uniform, she appeared to be around 25 years of age, with cascading red waves of hair and an exceptional figure. Both Su Fong and Su Xian were captivated by her presence. The man responsible for the introduction chuckled. What do you think? Quite enchanting, isn't she? That is Tang Siyue, our broadcaster, renowned nationwide before the onset of the apocalypse. She is the flower of our base, and a supernatural practitioner in her own right. Many men here are vying for her attention. Su Fong gazed enviously at her, the woman evidently aware of their presence. Yet she merely nodded distantly before departing. It was Su Xian who tugged at Su Fong's sleeve and said, Sister, let us be on our way. Su Fong sighed inwardly, pondering that if only she possessed the same beauty as that female broadcaster, Nangu would undoubtedly favor her more. Little did Su Xian realize the thoughts occupying Su Fong's mind. Both sisters harbored some misunderstandings regarding Nangu. Meanwhile, Nangu, the subject of their concern, awakened in the latter part of the night. She was acutely aware of her overwhelming fatigue, which had led her to sleep, but this slumber felt distinctly different from before. She sensed the presence of others nearby and recognized they were speaking, yet their words eluded her comprehension, and she remained unable to fully awaken. It was as though her body was gradually undergoing a transformation, with her previously damaged essence being meticulously restored. When she finally opened her eyes, her bright gaze shimmered in the darkness. She felt her spirit had returned to its pinnacle, and upon surveying her surroundings, she discovered she could now see objects within a 1,000-meter radius. This indicated that her extraordinary abilities had advanced, and she chuckled with delight. Although she was uncertain of the extent of her newfound prowess, she was confident that any third-tier zombie would stand no chance against her. With a sense of elation, she clasped her small hands over her heart and laughed joyfully. Oh, how formidable she had become! Escaping would surely be effortless. Ha! That foolish human, Li Chun, would certainly not catch her this time. Just as she was lost in delightful thoughts, a male voice suddenly broke the silence. What are you laughing at? Nangu was startled, her gaze falling upon a shadow seated by the bed. No, it was Li Chun. She bolted upright, retreating to the inner side of the bed. her eyes wide with alarm as she exclaimed, "What are you doing here? You didn't make a sound. Were you trying to scare me to death?" In truth, Li Chun felt a sense of relief wash over him upon seeing her awake. Nan Ge would never comprehend how he had sat by her bedside for nearly 10 hours, nearly turning into a stone of longing. At that moment, he felt a playful urge and teasingly remarked, "I've been here all along. You simply didn't notice. Besides, you suddenly opened your eyes and started laughing. Do you realize it's the middle of the night? You are the one who is truly frightening." Nan Ge's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Though Li Chun knew she wouldn't understand the notion of shimmering waves, her beauty had merely blossomed with her newfound abilities. Faced with Li Chun's playful accusation, Nan Ge stubbornly retorted, "How was I supposed to know you were here? You deserve to be frightened." Humph. With that, she turned her back to him, signaling her desire to avoid his gaze. Li Chun chuckled softly at her defiance before retrieving a bag of food from beneath the bed and settling down at the edge of the mattress to tear open the packaging. The rustling sounds caught Nan Ge's attention, prompting her to glance over her shoulder. She found him elegantly holding a piece of bread, though his pace of consumption was rather swift. After finishing, she observed him pop 2 pills into his mouth. Nan Ge, inherently curious, momentarily forgot her quarrel with Li Chun and softly inquired, "What delectable food are you enjoying?" Li Chun, fully aware that her mind was solely preoccupied with thoughts of food, smiled, his eyes curving with delight.